0, 1, 22, 24, 25, 29, 33 blue ball number 15. 50 times multiplier. The lottery shop owner punched the ticket without looking up and muttered casually, "Hope you win." Li Rui took out his Nokia phone before realizing there was no mobile payment yet. He had to use cash. He handed over a 100 yuan bill and thought to himself, "I will win." Today is October 3rd, 2010. The jackpot stands at 291,680,631. If everything goes as expected, a few hours from now, he'll empty that pot and become a billionaire. Stepping out of the lottery store, the streets were filled with the melody of moonlight over the lotus pond. I'm like a fish in your lotus pond, just waiting for your moonlight. Li Rui blinked, confirming once again he really was back in 2010. He exhaled deeply. He had only just been reborn a few hours ago. One moment he was in his 2025 office analyzing stock trends, the next back here in 2010. Back on a day that meant everything to him. At 6 o'clock tonight was the reunion dinner for class of 2005 Literature Department at Haijiao University. If history repeats itself, in half an hour he'd be seeing his ex-girlfriend, Sun Chuhan, again. Last time, he showed up with a bouquet of roses, hoping to reconcile, only to be publicly humiliated when she revealed she was already dating the rich second-generation kid, Qi Gang. Later, someone whispered to Li Rui that even before they broke up, Sun Chuan had already been flirting with Qi Gang behind his back, turning his head into a lush green meadow. Devastated, he never truly recovered. It drove him to chase money obsessively afterward, but fate kept throwing him lemons. Right up until the moment he crossed over, he was still just a financial hobbyist. Now, with a second chance, Li Rui would never let that humiliation happen again. Buying the lottery ticket was only step one. Next came property hoarding, Bitcoin speculation, collectibles trading, investments in betting against China's national football team. He had countless ways to make it big this time around. He wanted to be the richest man in the country. He wanted to fix every regret from his past life. Today is October 3rd. 2 days later, on October 5th, someone would place a 50x bet and hit the grand prize of 258 million. Back then, when Li Rui saw that news, he thought, what if that was me? So he did a little research into the numbers from those draws and memorized them. That idle curiosity now paid off. He was going to clear the jackpot one draw early. With that prize money, he could finally launch his plan to get rich. His heart raced as he gazed into the distance, where a World Expo billboard read, "Cities make life better. My life," he murmured, "will definitely be better this time." At exactly 6, Li Rui arrived at Haitian Hotel on his electric scooter. Just as he parked, a deafening engine roared toward him. A red convertible Porsche screeched to a stop right in front of him. Qi Gang. He ran a used car dealership and loved parading around town in whatever luxury cars he bought secondhand. In the passenger seat sat a face that once haunted Li Rui's dreams, Sun Chuan. Even with all the resentment he held, Li Rui couldn't deny her beauty. Her innocent charm had once made him fall head over heels, only to be toyed with mercilessly. In 2010, people hadn't yet coined the term fake sweet girl, but if anyone deserved it, it was Sun Chuan. She smiled sweetly at him. "Li Rui, long time no see. We were better off apart." His tone was calm. All the pain of the past gave him the strength to remain cold and composed. Sun Chuan widened her eyes, shocked beyond belief. Ever since college, when Li Rui pursued her, he had always been gentle, loving, and obedient, treating her like a princess. After their breakup, had sent her endless texts begging her to take him back. She had expected him to cry upon seeing her again. But this Li Rui stood before her, emotionless and unreadable. She wondered if she had mistaken him for someone else. At that moment, Qi Gang leaned out the window. Hey, isn't this Chuan's ex-boyfriend?" Sun Chuan quickly said, "Don't misunderstand, we're just classmates." Li Rui turned to Qi Gang and smiled. "Nice car." Qi Gang raised an eyebrow. "You know cars? It's a Porsche Boxster convertible." "I know," Li Rui nodded. "It's the cheapest model in the Porsche lineup." Qi Gang's face darkened instantly. "Huh, you think you're funny? What do you know about Porsches riding a scooter?" "Oh," Li Rui added casually, "and it's used. You really like secondhand stuff, huh?" Both Qi Gang and Sun Chuan flinched. That line cut deep. Qi Gang growled, "What the hell are you trying to say?" Sun Chuan snapped, "Li Rui, what are you implying? Who's secondhand?" Li Rui tilted his head thoughtfully. "Let me ask you a question, Sun Chuan. Would you rather laugh behind me on my scooter or cry beside Qi Gang in his Porsche?" It was a famous line from the year's hottest show, If You Are the One, which sparked nationwide debates after being spoken by one of the female contestants. Li Rui used it to mock Sun Chuan's gold-digging nature. Judging by her personality, she'd obviously choose the Porsche, not the scooter. But soon enough, she'd regret that choice. Sun Chuan huffed. Li Rui, what's the point of asking such a stupid question? I just wanted to hear your honest answer. Li Rui replied calmly. She smirked. Obviously, I prefer the Porsche. Li Rui nodded. Thanks for being honest. Then, with a cool wave, he turned and walked away. Watching him go, Qi Gang sneered. Poor bastard thinks he's so cool. Sun Chuan muttered, forget him. But Qi Gang frowned. Wait, earlier he said I like second-hand things, tell me. Did you two ever, Chapter 2. Class reunion. Upon hearing Qi Gang's blunt question, Sun Chuan was momentarily taken aback, covering her face with her hands as tears streamed from the corners of her eyes. Woo-woo. You actually don't believe me. I was completely innocent when I was with you. Qi Gang, somewhat flustered, hastily reassured her. Darling, don't cry, don't cry. I believe you, of course. I trust you. Yet, Sun Chuan continued to weep, her tears resembling delicate blossoms in the rain. You would rather believe Li Rui than me? Qi Gang quickly interjected. It's all that Li Rui's fault for sowing discord between us. I'll make sure he pays for this later. Despite his words, Sun Chuan showed no signs of ceasing her tears. Qi Gang, feeling helpless, remarked, My dear, it's all my fault. You've had your eye on that Chanel bag, right? I'll take you to buy it tomorrow as an apology. Instantly, Sun Chuan's frown transformed into a smile as she embraced Qi Gang playfully. You're the best husband. In the private room 777 of Haitan Hotel, the atmosphere was vibrant and bustling. Over 30 graduates from the class of 2005 at Haizhou University's School of Literature remained in the area for work, with more than 20 attending this gathering. Filling a large table to capacity, conversations flowed freely among the attendees. Why has anyone been playing Happy Farm lately? I have no place to steal vegetables. Who plays Happy Farm anymore? I've switched to Weibo. You should register too, and we can follow each other. Have you watched this year's World Cup? Spain's dominance is too strong. I believe they will clinch the title again next time. I heard the iPhone 4 is about to be released in China. I want to save up for one. Oh, your HTC phone looks quite nice. During their school days, everyone was on equal footing, but upon entering society, disparities became apparent. Qi Gang, as a privileged second-generation heir, naturally became the focal point of attention, with many surrounding him and Sun Chuan, eager to curry favor. Some classmates found it puzzling. Wasn't he Sun Chuan Li Rui's girlfriend? Why was she with Qi Gang? What is going on between you and Sun Chuan? Li Rui was checking the time when someone nudged him beneath the table. Turning, he saw Yao Xishuan from the adjacent class. Yao Xishuan, who often attended lectures with Li Rui's class, was a stunning beauty, even more captivating than Sun Chuan, but they were not particularly close. Li Rui replied nonchalantly. We broke up a long time ago. Really? Yao Xishuan gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. Sun Chuan was a quintessential green tea girl, seemingly pure and charming, yet with many ulterior motives. In contrast, Yao Xishuan was vivacious and sunny, sporting a chic short haircut and a beautifully round face. Did she dump you? Yao Xishuan whispered. Li Rui shook his head. I ended it. Yao Xishuan looked incredulous. You must be joking. You would let go of such a beautiful girlfriend? Li Rui responded. No matter how beautiful a girlfriend is, if love is absent, there is no need to hold on. What a pity. Yao Xishuan sighed. Li Rui turned to her, and Yao Xishuan reflected. You were so good to Sun Chuan back in school. Everyone envied her. At that time, everyone privately referred to you as the most infatuated person at Haida University. Before graduation, we even wagered, convinced that you and Sun Chuan would inevitably end up together. Now that you have parted ways, how can I still believe in love? Li Rui smiled but remained silent. Yao Xishuan then inquired, what led to your breakup? Was it because of Qi Gang? Indeed, it was due to my lack of wealth. While Qi Gang is affluent, Li Rui replied candidly. Yao Xishuan exclaimed, how could she do such a thing? Everyone has their ambitions, let us not dwell on her. Li Rui shrugged. Yao Xishuan scoffed. I can't fathom what Qi Gang sees in her. You treated her so well, and yet she could discard you. If she encounters someone wealthier in the future, she would surely cast Qi Gang aside as well. I can already envision the grin of jealousy on Qi Gang's head. With a chuckle, Li Rui laughed aloud. Opposite them, Qi Gang had long been glaring at Li Rui, seething with anger at the sight of him whispering intimately with Yao Xishuan. Unable to contain himself, he demanded, Li Rui, what are you laughing at? Li Rui retorted, does it concern you? Qi Gang sneered, I know you envy me for taking Chuan away from you. The surroundings fell silent. Qi Gang took Sun Chuan's hand and declared, on this momentous occasion of our class reunion, I hereby announce that Sun Chuan and I are together." The room erupted in astonishment, and many instinctively glanced at Li Rui. Qi Gang continued, "There is no need to look at Li Rui. Chuan has already broken up with him. In fact, I owe my relationship with Chuan to Li Rui." Li Rui replied nonchalantly, "There is no need for excessive gratitude. Some matters were my obligation, provided you don't mind." Qi Gang's face darkened. "I should thank you for your lack of ambition. If you had been unable to afford the birthday gift Chuan desired, how could she have lost all hope in you? She wanted too much. And I truly couldn't provide it," Li Rui said with a shrug. "Ha ha." Qi Gang laughed heartily. And everyone was aware of what Li Rui had gifted Chuan for her birthday, a third-rate brand handbag. TSK? I wonder how you thought that would suffice? My monthly salary is 3,700, and that bag cost me 3,500. I don't find it lacking, Li Rui responded. Qi Gang shook his head. You don't find it lacking? That makes sense. For someone who rides an electric bike, a 3,500 bag might indeed seem splendid. But I believe Chuan deserves far better. Gucci, Prada, Louis Vuitton. You are as unworthy as that 3,500 bag. Li Rui smiled. What exactly are you trying to say? Qi Gang proudly pulled out the key to his Porsche, slapped it on the table, rolled up his sleeves to reveal a sparkling Rolex, and finally showcased his phone. I have a Porsche, a golden Rolex, an iPhone 4. I can take Chuan abroad for travel. What do you have? I may not have it now, but I will in the future, Li Rui replied. You? Qi Gang shook his head. What gives you the right? Your 3,700 salary? Laughter erupted from the crowd. I can work hard to earn money, Li Rui stated. Qi Gang replied. Wake up. You are no longer a child. Over a year has passed since your graduation, and you find yourself earning merely 3,700. Even with relentless effort, acquiring a Porsche or a Rolex seems unattainable in this lifetime. Cough. Sun Chuan interrupted Qi Gang's words, stating, Li Rui, it's not about the money for me. I simply feel you lack ambition, which leaves me feeling insecure. Perhaps we were a mistake from the very beginning. Li Rui shrugged nonchalantly, replying, since you've put it that way, I have no counter-arguments. It appears we are destined to inhabit different worlds. Sun Chuan, I sincerely wish you and Qi Gang a life of wealth and prosperity. At this point, Qi Gang and Sun Chuan also found the conversation rather pointless. After exchanging several scornful glances at Li Rui, they diverted the topic. Many classmates approached to congratulate the couple, celebrating with hearty drinks. In contrast, Li Rui's side felt significantly more desolate. He remained unfazed, glancing at the time before switching on the plasma television mounted on the wall. Tuning into CTV1, just in time. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Li Rui was engrossed in the lottery draw, seemingly obsessed with the prospect of wealth. Is this what he refers to as striving for financial success? To dream of riches at such a tender age? How lamentable. Even Yao Sichuan approached, saying, Li Rui, don't take it to heart. Shoo. Li Rui waved his hand dismissively, his fingers still clutching a lottery ticket. You actually bought a ticket? What are the odds of winning? Yao Sichuan exclaimed in disbelief. Li Rui shook the ticket. Take a look for yourself. Yao Sichuan glanced at the ticket and then at the numbers already drawn on the screen. 22, 33, 01, 29, 25. 5 numbers matched. With a thud, the 6th red ball dropped. Number 24, another match. Just one blue ball away from the grand prize. Chapter 3. The Super Jackpot. The final number is about to be drawn. Among the 16 blue balls numbered from 01 to 16, the special number for this period will emerge. Yao Sichuan is in a state of utter tension, her gaze fixed on the rolling blue balls. As the speed of the lottery machine slows, a blue ball rolls down. 15. 15. Yao Sichuan clenches her fists, silently urging within her heart. The blue ball descends, and Yao Sichuan holds her breath. 15. She nearly lets out a scream, gripping Li Rui's arm tightly, her entire being trembling with excitement. We won. We won. Li Rui, you have won the grand prize. She whispers, only to find the winner himself exhibiting little in the way of fervent emotion. Li Rui, having prepared himself mentally, does not react as dramatically as Yao Sichuan. It's merely over 200 million. It is just the first step towards becoming the wealthiest. Why should he be so agitated? Seeing Yao Sichuan more animated than himself, he cannot resist teasing her, softly saying, you must have misread it. I didn't he win 5 million. What? Yao Sichuan is taken aback. Didn't he win? Could it be that she misread the numbers? How could that be? Those were indeed the numbers. She checked each one meticulously. In disbelief, Yao Sichuan exclaims, how could it not be 5 million? I saw it very clearly. 01, 22, 24, 25, 29, 33. Blue ball 15. You clearly won the grand prize. Li Rui presents the lottery ticket before her. Take another careful look. Yao Sichuan scrutinizes the ticket intently and suddenly gasps, her breath quickening. You actually placed a 50-fold bet. 50-fold. Yao Sichuan can hardly believe her eyes. A 50-fold bet means that Li Rui's winnings are not 5 million, but rather 250 million. Li Rui folds the ticket and prepares to leave. However, Sun Chuan approaches, feigning concern. Li Rui, did you win? Li Rui smiles and replies, so what if I won? And so what if I didn't? Sun Chuan sighs. I didn't expect my departure would wound you so deeply. I advise you to stop daydreaming and focus on working hard to earn more. By the way, remember not to seek a girlfriend as beautiful as me again. You cannot afford her. Li Rui retorts. Who says I can't afford it? Sun Chuan frowns. I'm being serious. Can you put away your pathetic vanity? Do you think I don't know what you're like? Li Rui responds. If I were to find another girlfriend, I would certainly seek one more beautiful than you. For instance, yo school bell. Pfft. Sun Chuan nearly burst out laughing. The onlooking classmates were expressions of derision. Haha. Li Rui must be really provoked to say such things. What does he take Yao Sichuan for? She is the school belle, pursued by countless wealthy heirs. Sun Chuan doesn't even regard him. How could you school belle? Do you think Yao Sichuan will confront him right then and there? Li Rui turns to Yao Sichuan and asks, Yao school belle, would you be willing to go on a date with me? Yao Sichuan had yet to recover from the exhilaration of Li Rui's unexpected fortune. Upon hearing his words, she paused momentarily. Only to grasp his intention, he sought to provoke Sun Chuan by utilizing her. In former times, Yao Sichuan would have vehemently declined such a proposition, as it seemed to degrade her worth. However, considering that Li Rui was now a billionaire worth 250 million, she found herself wavering. Indeed, Li Rui was not unattractive, and his character was commendable. His genuine affection for Sun Chuan had led Yao Sichuan to regard him as a man of integrity. Most importantly, he had acquired wealth. Though Yao Sichuan did not consider herself materialistic, she could not deny the overwhelming allure of 250 million, leading her to believe that being utilized by Li Rui was not entirely objectionable. Thus, with a sweet smile, she responded, all right. Everyone was taken aback. How could it be possible? How could Yao Sichuan possibly have feelings for Li Rui? Had she lost her senses? In the ensuing moment, Sun Chuan was utterly devastated. She watched as Yao Sichuan, with her captivating charm, approached Li Rui and took his arm, saying, shall we go? Li Rui glanced at Sun Chuan and the others, apologizing. I'm sorry, but Sichuan and I have a date, so we can't continue to join you. I hope you all have a delightful evening. Goodbye. With that, he retrieved 200 yuan from his pocket as a contribution to their gathering and strode out the door. As they observed his departing figure, the classmates exchanged bewildered glances, contemplating the nature of Li Rui's unexpected romantic fortune. First, he had won over the class beauty, Sun Chuan, and now the campus belle, Yao Sichuan. Was there some extraordinary quality about him that had eluded their notice? Sun Chuan was consumed by fury. The man she had cast aside was now linked with a woman she could not hope to rival, and this reality was intolerable. How could Li Rui, who earned merely 3,700 a month, attract Yao Sichuan's interest? The more she pondered, the more agitated she became, prompting her to chase after them. Yao Sichuan, entwined with Li Rui as they exited the hotel, gently pulled her arm from his embrace, her cheeks flushed as she remarked, that's enough. Li Rui smiled and replied, thank you. Yao Sichuan lowered her gaze, responding modestly, it was but a trivial effort, no need for thanks. After a moment's contemplation, Li Rui inquired, would you like me to escort you home? Sure, Yao Sichuan answered without hesitation. Then inwardly questioned whether her prompt agreement made her appear materialistic in Li Rui's eyes. Li Rui, however, did not dwell on such matters. Whether Yao Sichuan was materialistic or not was of little consequence to him. He believed that a gentleman could appreciate wealth, provided it was acquired through honorable means. I arrived on an electric scooter. I hope that doesn't bother you? Li Rui asked. Yao Sichuan chuckled, just don't get caught by the traffic police. But I suppose you'll be buying a car soon. One to you? Of course, with wealth comes the need for a vehicle. I'm even contemplating whether to bypass a car entirely and invest in a helicopter, Li Rui replied. Yao Sichuan laughed heartily. Then you'll also need to secure a landing pad. As they continued to banter, they approached the electric scooter when a shout echoed behind them. Li Rui. Turning around, Li Rui saw Sun Chuan storming towards them, her expression as dark as if she had been struck. Chapter 4. The Deception Student's Son, is there something you need? Li Rui inquired calmly. Sun Xuan replied coldly, Li Rue, what exactly is going on between you and Yao Xishuan? Li Rue responded with bewilderment. What do you mean by what's going on? When did you two start your affair? Sun Xuan exclaimed in anger. We just broke up a few days ago. And you're already with her? Li Rue was at a loss for words. It was you who betrayed me and got together with Qi Gang. How can you shift the blame onto me? I never realized your audacity was so profound. Yao Xishuan interjected with irritation. Student Sun, your words are rather peculiar. If I recall correctly, you and Li Rue have been separated for a while. Whom he chooses to date now is hardly your concern. Sun Xuan scoffed. Yao Xishuan, I don't understand your intentions in pursuing a man I no longer want. Do you realize he earns merely 3,700 a month? Being with him, you will never afford a house in Haizhou. Who says he can't afford it? Li Rue could choose any property in Haizhou right now. Yao Xishuan retorted. Haha. Are you joking? Just based on his meager income? Sun Xuan laughed so hard it hurt her stomach. Li Rue just won a substantial prize. He can afford any house. Yao Xishuan exclaimed, visibly irked. Li Rue won a prize? Sun Xuan was taken aback. Is that true? Li Rue ignored her. Mounting his electric bike and patting the back seat, Yao Xishuan promptly hopped on. Is it true, Li Rue? How much did you win? Was it the grand prize? Sun Xuan called out as Li Rue started the bike. Li Rue, please don't leave. I know I wronged you. Can you consider our past love and give me another chance? I have always loved you. It was Qi Gang's money that tempted me, leading me astray. I assure you, I was innocent. At that moment, Qi Gang and a group of classmates emerged from a hotel, having missed Yao Xishuan's previous remarks. But hearing Sun Xuan's desperate plea left them bewildered. What does this mean? Why is Sun Xuan so pathetically pleading for Li Rue to take her back? The problem is, Yao Xishuan is still on Li Rue's bike. The rivalry between the campus beauty and the class flower over a single man was indeed a stroke of luck for Li Rue. Qi Gang's face flushed with rage. Sun Xuan, what nonsense are you spouting? Sun Xuan, without looking back, replied, Qi Gang, stop your relentless pursuit. If it weren't for you, I would never have parted ways with Li Rue. You. Qi Gang was on the verge of a breakdown. Sun Xuan turned back to Li Rue, her face softened with affection. Li Rue, do you remember all our firsts? Our first date, our first handhold, our first kiss. Have you forgotten those beautiful moments? Please give me another chance. I promise to love you well and make you the happiest man in the world. Li Rue quietly observed Sun Xuan's performance, internally praising her talent. This woman could have been an actress. It would be a shame to waste such a gift. Compared to her, the so-called White Lotus and Green Tea types simply pale in comparison. If Li Rue were to return to his past life, he might have fallen for Sun Xuan's deceit. However, the reborn Li Rue, having endured numerous hardships and tribulations in his previous life, having tasted the myriad flavors of human existence, would never be easily deceived. Do you recall the question I posed to you earlier, Sun? Between my electric scooter and Qi Gang's Porsche, which one would you choose? Li Rue inquired nonchalantly. I choose the electric scooter, Sun Xuan replied. Li Rue waved his hand dismissively. I'm afraid my electric scooter already has a passenger, unworthy of your esteemed presence. You might as well go and weep in the Porsche. With that, he started his vehicle and rode off with Yao Xishuan. As the wind rushed past him, Li Rue felt an immense joy, unable to suppress a tune that escaped his lips. Riding my beloved little motorcycle, it will never be stuck in traffic. La la za 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 la, la la za la. Yao Xishuan curiously asked, what song is that? It sounds delightful. Watching Li Rue disappear into the distance, Sun Xuan sat despondently on the ground. The sound of approaching footsteps drew her attention. It was Qi Gang. With a tone of grievance, she said, Darling, I. Suddenly, a resounding slap echoed as Qi Gang struck her face, causing her vision to blur and one side of her face to swell immediately. Bah! Qi Gang spat. It's over. The gifts I gave you must be returned within 3 days, or I will not let this rest. With that, he too drove off in his Porsche. Now, it seemed she had lost not only the electric scooter but also the Porsche. Chapter 5. Private consultant Li Rue escorted Yao Xishuan back home and returned to his modest rented apartment. He was not a local of Haizhou. His hometown lay several hundred kilometers away in Yinshan. After graduation, he could not afford to buy a house in Haizhou and thus settled for a small, sparsely furnished room. As the familiar yet slightly blurred memories of the room resurfaced, Li Rue felt a surge of nostalgia. 15 years, a span neither too long nor too short, was ample time for a vibrant youth to transform into a disheartened, disheveled man. Fortunately, he had been granted an opportunity for a fresh start. Li Rue made a phone call to the lottery center to declare his intention to claim his prize the following day. He then leaned over his desk, meticulously jotting down various opportunities for wealth in a code only he could decipher, lest he forget them. As dawn broke, a smile graced his face while he perused the thick stack of notes. With these records in hand, the staggering sum of 250 million yuan was merely a beginning. More exhilarating days lay ahead. Noticing the time, Li Rue splashed water on his face and set off to claim his prize. Meanwhile, the internet was in a frenzy. Following the announcement of the lottery results the previous night, major news outlets exploded with headlines. Haijo hits jackpot of 258 million yuan. On the evening of October 3rd, the first prize saw an unprecedented surge, with a total of 54 first prizes awarded nationwide, each worth 16 million yuan, 50 of which were sold at the same Haijo location, marking the second highest historical jackpot since the 359 million yuan prize in Yanzhou. The lottery was sold at 5:23:36 p.m. on October 3rd, with a total prize amount of 258 million yuan pre-tax. The jackpot was claimed by one individual, who had already contacted the Haijo Lottery Issuing Center to claim their winnings. The news incited a flurry of online commentary. "Oh my goodness, 258 million, that luck is unbelievable. Who would bet on 50 tickets? This must be someone inside. Please, dear winner, spare me 100. Here we go again, another scheme to lure us into buying tickets." As the news stirred up a whirlwind of excitement, the orchestrator of it all, Li Rue, calmly rode his electric bike to the back entrance of the lottery center, deftly avoiding the throngs of journalists stationed at the front. After verifying his lottery ticket and identity card, he successfully obtained his check. The total prize amounted to a substantial sum. In accordance with tax regulations, Li Rue paid the requisite personal income tax and generously donated 10 million to earthquake relief efforts, ultimately pocketing a significant amount. Just as he grasped the freshly acquired check, a crowd swiftly converged upon him. Startled, Li Rue wondered if they were robbers. "Good day, sir. I represent Industrial and Commercial Bank. I'm from China Construction Bank. I'm with Guangdong Issuing Bank." Relief washed over him. They were not robbers but bank representatives eager to secure deposits. After a moment's contemplation, Li Rue replied, "If you wish to attract my deposits, you might first consider my conditions: the highest interest rate permissible under policy, comprehensive financial management assistance, and 24/7 one-on-one customer service. Whichever bank meets these criteria will earn my selection." The representatives from several state-owned banks exchanged glances of discomfort. Some things were beyond their reach, not due to lack of desire, but constraints of their positions. Only the representative from Ubank displayed a beaming countenance, promptly raising his hand and declaring, "I can agree to your 3 conditions right now." Li Rue nodded. "You are the ones." In the office of the president of Haijo Ubank, President Wu Pengju personally brewed a cup of tea for Li Rue, then surveyed him from head to toe, exclaiming, "Mr. Li, you are truly youthful. I envy your fortune." Li Rue offered a faint smile and directly stated, "President Wu, you are already aware of my conditions, I presume?" Wu Pengju hurriedly replied, "All 3 conditions are absolutely manageable. Our commercial bank can provide you with the highest interest rates. As for various financial services, we at Ubank possess the utmost experience. Personalized one-on-one service is certainly no issue. I will arrange for a private wealth advisor to assist you at any time." Li Rue nodded and added, "Furthermore, I require the establishment of the following accounts." As he spoke, he handed over a pre-prepared list. Wu Pengju took a glance and immediately gasped in astonishment. Domestic stock account, black gold credit card, magnesium stock account, Hong Kong stock account, international futures account, Swiss bank account, Bitcoin account, offshore safe deposit box. The various accounts on the list left Wu Pengju in shock. Some he recognized, while others were entirely unfamiliar. The more he read, the more alarmed he became, pondering what exactly Li Rue intended to do. Was this a comprehensive investment plan following a financial windfall? Would 200 million be sufficient to sustain such losses? However, Wu Pengju refrained from probing further. His duty as president was to attract deposits to bolster performance, and all services rendered to Li Rue were fee-based. Regardless of how Li Rue chose to invest, Wu Pengju was assured of profit. "Not a problem. I can assist you in establishing all of these accounts," Wu Pengju affirmed. "Thank you, President Wu. I have an urgent need for these accounts, so the sooner, the better," Li Rue replied. Wu Pengju immediately picked up the phone on his desk. "Please send in Xiaochen." A few minutes later, there was a knock at the office door. "Come in," Wu Pengju called. The door opened, revealing a strikingly attractive young woman in a bank uniform. She was under 30, tall and slender, with an exquisite complexion, exuding an elegant yet competent demeanor that signaled her formidable presence in the workplace. Wu Pingjiu introduced, "Mr. Li, this is Chen Xinglian, our finest wealth manager at Bank. From now on, she will serve as your personal advisor, available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. She can assist you with all the accounts you require and offer advice on any financial matters." Chen Xinglian had been informed prior to her arrival that she would be catering to a super client, yet she was taken aback by the client's youth. Nevertheless, her extensive work experience allowed her surprise to last, but a few seconds before she approached Li Rui, slightly bowing as she said, "Hello, Mr. Li. I am Chen Xinglian, and I will be at your service from this moment onward." Li Rui rose and extended his hand, saying, "Manager Chen, I look forward to our fruitful collaboration." Their hands clasped softly together. Subsequently, Chen Xinglian took charge of establishing various accounts for Li Rui. The domestic accounts were processed smoothly, while the international accounts proved to be significantly more complex, requiring several days to navigate the necessary procedures. After a busy morning, it was already noon. Chen Xinglian suggested, "Mr. Li, may I treat you to a simple lunch?" Li Rui chuckled. "You have exerted yourself so much on my behalf, and yet you wish to treat me? I cannot allow that. I shall invite you instead. Moreover, I am several years your junior, so please refrain from addressing me as Mr. Leo using you, just call me by my name." Very well," Chen Xinglian replied with a radiant smile. Near the Yuesheng publishing house, there stood the Qingda shopping mall, where numerous delightful eateries were located on the top floor. The two of them decided to venture there for their meal. As they walked, many passers-by cast glances at Chen Xinglian. It must be said that her poise was exceptional, and coupled with her alluring uniform, the attention she garnered was substantial. Even Li Rui, walking beside her, could not help but notice the faint scent of Chanel poison wafting through the air, causing his heart to stir with intrigue. Engaging in light conversation, they arrived at the bustling square outside Qingda Mall, adorned with fluttering colorful banners and throngs of people. Upon glancing up, Li Rui noticed a large banner proclaiming, "The 8th Haizhou Cultural Exchange Expo." Suddenly, a thought struck him. The three-body problem. Chapter 6, Celestial Copyright in His Past Life. Li Rui paid particular attention to wealth-related news, especially events occurring in Haizhou. Among these, one incident stood out, namely the renowned copyright controversy surrounding the three-body problem. This captivating science fiction novel, penned by Lu Cixin, an electrical engineer by profession, is one of his most celebrated works among his numerous literary creations. At that time, despite Lu Cixin's status as a luminary in China's science fiction realm, his financial situation remained rather modest. The awareness regarding copyright development was not sufficiently pronounced during those years, leading him to make a decision he would regret for a lifetime. During this very expo, Lu Cixin sold the copyright of the three-body problem for a mere 100,000 yuan. In 2010, this amount was considered exorbitant, and many congratulated him on securing such a high price for the rights. However, no one could have anticipated that 5 years later, the three-body problem would clinch the prestigious Hugo Award, the highest accolade in the science fiction community. After years of obscurity, he suddenly became a household name. From the moment of his triumph, the value of the three-body problem skyrocketed, with various development projects emerging, establishing it as one of the most significant intellectual properties in the country. Its worth immeasurable. Yet, all of this had no bearing on the original author, Lu Cixin. Even amidst setbacks in the film adaptations of the three-body problem, the copyright was resold in 2018 for an astronomical sum exceeding 100 million yuan. From 100,000 to 100 million, an astonishing thousand-fold increase over 8 years. This figure merely reflects the initial profits, excluding the subsequent revenue shares yet to be calculated. Although acquiring the copyright for the three-body problem may not yield as much profit as trading in Bitcoin, one should not let such an opportunity slip by. Li Rui was not content with merely acquiring the three-body problem. He aspired to secure the rights to Lu Cixin's other works as well. He recalled that in 2019, 2 of Lu Cixin's adaptations had simultaneously graced the Spring Festival box office, grossing nearly 10 billion yuan. They were all veritable cash cows, and he could not afford to miss any of them. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Rui rushed towards the expo venue, disregarding his hunger. Though Chen Xinglian was unaware of the situation, her professional instincts prompted her to follow closely behind. Upon entering the venue, he was greeted by a plethora of enormous posters. A swift glance allowed him to locate his target. Science fiction author Lu Cixin. Renowned works include The Three-Body Problem, Ball Lightning, The Wandering Earth, The Folding Knife, etc. Book signing location. Expo Booth C65. Navigating through the crowd to Booth C65, Li Rui noticed a stark contrast, while other booths were teeming with visitors. This one was relatively quiet, with only a handful of readers perusing the books. Upon peering into the booth, his brow furrowed with concern. Lu Cixin was engaged in conversation with a man and a woman, several contracts and a bundle of 100 yuan notes spread across the table. Too late. Inside booth C65, Lu Cixin fidgeted nervously with the pen in his hand, a contract and 100,000 cash laid before him. All he needed to do was sign the document to immediately claim the cash. Lu Cixin found himself in urgent need of funds. Yet as he contemplated signing over the rights to the three-body problem, the culmination of years of diligent labor, a sense of hesitation washed over him. Across the table, Wang Yikai arrogantly interjected, "Teacher Lu, you needn't hesitate. I can assure you that no one will offer a higher price than this." Wang Yikai's girlfriend, Jiang Lele, chimed in with a smile. "As far as I'm aware, the first 2 volumes of the three-body problem sold a mere 30,000 copies, with royalties totaling less than 100,000. This transfer fee is already quite generous." Lu Cixin managed a wry smile. "I understand. I merely feel a twinge of regret. It feels akin to relinquishing a child." Jiang Lele asserted, "I am a devoted reader of the three-body problem, and I cherish it more than anyone else. Furthermore, Arcale Films possesses substantial resources, and we have a plethora of mature ideas for its development. You can entrust it to us with complete confidence." Just then, Lu Cixin glanced once more at the stack of cash. 100,000 was indeed a considerable sum. As he lifted his pen, poised to sign, Li Rui and Chun Qinglian approached the booth. "Teacher Lu, please don't rush your decision. I am also very interested in the rights to the three-body problem. Would you care to hear my offer?" Li Rui proposed. Lu Cixin was taken aback. What was happening today? The three-body problem had been published for several years, and until now, it had garnered little interest. Why were 2 parties vying for the rights today? Wang Yikai and Jiang Lele frowned, taken aback by this unexpected competition. Even Chun Qinglian was bewildered. Weren't they supposed to be dining? Why had they suddenly come to purchase rights? Was the life of the affluent always this whimsical? "I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Li Rui," he continued. "Since childhood, I have had a passion for science fiction and have been a devoted reader of your works. After recently reading The Three-Body Problem, I was utterly astonished, in my eyes. It is a classic that deserves to endure through the ages. Therefore, I wish to acquire the rights to the Three-Body series and develop it, showcasing to the world that we, the Huaran, can also craft magnificent science fiction tales." Lu Cixin felt a blush rise to his cheeks from such flattery, muttering, "It's not that remarkable, really." Wang Yikai interjected, "Indeed, the three-body problem is an exceptional work, which is why I am willing to offer 100,000 for the rights. What about you? Can you match that amount?" Li Rui, being quite young, faced the disadvantage of his age in the business realm. Youth often evokes a sense of unreliability. Generally, a person of his age would struggle to muster even 10,000, let alone 100. With a smile, Li Rui responded, "I will offer double." "Double?" Lu Cixin's mouth fell agape. TW 20,000? Are you serious? 100,000 was already a satisfactory amount for Lu Cixin, but 20,000 nearly overwhelmed him. Chapter 7. Exclusive rights. Li Rui expressed his optimistic outlook on the market potential of the three-body problem, which justified the price he proposed. He hoped that Teacher Lu would give it serious consideration. Wang Yikai and Jiang Lele were astonished by the sum Li Rui mentioned, but they quickly regained their composure. Wang Yikai exclaimed, "Teacher Lu, do you truly believe he possesses 200,000? Nowadays, some individuals do not engage in diligent work, resorting instead to deceit and trickery for survival. Be cautious not to fall victim to such schemes." Jiang Lele added, "Our Kailai Film Company boasts a formidable production team. The rights to the three-body problem can only thrive under our stewardship. As for him, would you prefer to trust a reputable company like ours or a young man whose origins are shrouded in mystery?" Lu Cixin scrutinized Li Rui from head to toe. Although Li Rui did not appear to be a fraud, he certainly did not seem to exude the affluence of someone with 200,000. Li Rui promptly interjected, "Teacher Lu, I can transfer the amount directly to your WeChat." "What WeChat?" Lu Cixin appeared bewildered. It suddenly dawned on Li Rui that WeChat had yet to be introduced. Wang Yikai chuckled, "Teacher Lu, I believe he is merely jesting. I must catch a flight. If you do not sign the contract promptly, I shall have to take my cash back." He placed his hand firmly on the pile of cash. At that moment, Chun Qinglian, who had been silent until now, spoke up, "Hello, Teacher Lu. I am Qinqinglian, a senior financial manager at Distribution. This is my business card. Mr. Li Rue is one of our esteemed VIP clients, and I can vouch for his financial standing. Lu Cixin, still somewhat dazed, accepted the card. This. Wang Yikai scoffed from the side. Such business cards can be printed for 10 yuan a box. They do not substantiate anything. Teacher Lu, this is cash. Qinqinglian replied with a smile. Indeed, a business card proves little. However, what about the black card? Mr. Li, perhaps you could show Teacher Lu your card. Li Rue then produced a credit card he had just acquired from Distribution. The card, with its elegant black surface and unique design, commanded attention and awe, even from those unaware of its significance. This was the legendary black gold card, symbolizing limitless overdraft privileges. The emergence of the black card left no room for doubt regarding Li Rue's financial capacity. Teacher Lu, you can now ascertain that Mr. Li not only possesses sincerity but also financial backing. If you have reservations, we could accompany you to Distribution, and you would have cash in hand within minutes. Qinqinglian added. Lu Cixin quickly responded, no need for that. I trust your sincerity. I have decided to sell the rights to the three-body problem to you. At this declaration, Wang Yikai and Jiang Leilei's expression shifted dramatically. Yet, they found themselves powerless, unable to match such a substantial offer. Jiang Leilei gritted her teeth and declared, Teacher Lu, we shall forego the three-body problem, but I desire leap over Jupiter. I want all the works for which Teacher Lu still holds the rights. Li Rue replied with a calm smile, if you two have no further matters to discuss, you may take your leave and not delay my conversation with Teacher Lu. Jiang Leilei's face flushed crimson, her desire to chastise Li Rue for his insignificant wealth burning within her, yet she merely parted her lips without uttering a word. Not everyone possesses the audacity to provoke the affluent, particularly those endowed with black cards. Despite their reluctance, the two could only depart in discontent. As Li Rue observed their retreating figures, he experienced for the first time the exhilaration that accompanies the wealthy's unfettered freedom, albeit one built upon the suffering of others. Once free from external disturbances, Li Rue smiled and remarked, Teacher Lu, we can now engage in a proper discussion. Lu Cixin, somewhat incredulous, responded, did you just say, you wish to acquire the rights to all my works? Li Rue nodded affirmatively, indeed, all of them. 4 long-form works outside of the three-body problem. I propose 200,000 per piece, and 100,000 for each short story. Does that sound agreeable? Lu Cixin's eyes widened in disbelief, his breath quickening in astonishment. Beside him, Qinqinglian was equally taken aback. While others might purchase a single work, he was proposing to buy the entirety. Was this a wholesale market for cabbages? Moreover, with such a substantial purchase, one could negotiate. Had he not noticed that the others were only offering 100,000? Qinqinglian had no inkling of Li Rue's intentions. Lu Cixin's creations were all masterpieces, worth every penny. Furthermore, by offering Lu Cixin a generous price today, Li Rue aimed to foster future collaborations. If he were to exploit Lu Cixin too harshly now, how could they possibly work together in the future? Are you jesting? Despite having known of Li Rue's wealth, Lu Cixin still found it hard to believe the exorbitant offer. Qinqinglian interjected, I have a lawyer friend. I can ask him to come over immediately to draft a contract that ensures both parties' rights. Let us proceed with that. Li Rue replied, nodding in approval. This private consultant proved to be invaluable. Following this, Qinqinglian contacted the lawyer while Li Rue and Lu Cixin organized copyright details. When the lawyer arrived, they toiled for several hours before finally finalizing the contract. Lu Cixin solemnly inscribed his name upon the document, transferring the rights to all his works, including the three-body problem, for a total remuneration of 1,700,000 yuan. Li Rue, adhering to their agreement, transferred the payment into Lu Cixin's account, delegating subsequent notarization, tax, and registration matters to the professional lawyer, relieving them of any concern. With the partnership established, both parties felt a sense of satisfaction. Lu Cixin mused. I had anticipated that receiving the money would bring me joy, yet now I feel an emptiness within, as though I have sold a child I raised myself. Li Rue nodded in understanding and inquired, Teacher Lu, what compels you to hastily sell the rights? Chapter 8. A gift for you. Lu Cixin, somewhat embarrassed, confessed. To be frank, my son is getting married, and I intend to purchase a matrimonial home for him in my hometown. Initially, I had my eye on a modest 2-bedroom apartment of over 80 square meters, but now I can afford to upgrade him to a larger residence, and additionally, I can purchase him a car as well. Li Rue pondered for a moment and replied, Teacher Lu, if you would trust my judgment. I advise against buying a house in your hometown. Instead, consider investing that sum in Haizhou. Lu Cixin shook his head vigorously. The property prices in Haizhou are approaching 20,000 per square meter. The down payment alone could secure several properties back in our hometown. Li Rui countered. The real estate in your hometown lacks any potential for appreciation. It would merely serve as a place to reside. Your 1,700,000 will forever remain just that. Haizhou has just hosted the World Expo this year, and the rise in property prices has only just commenced. In a few years, they may escalate to unimaginable heights. 1,700,000 could perhaps transform into 5 million or even 10 million. Is that truly possible? Lu Cixin began to waver. Trust me, you won't regret it, Li Rui assured him. The advice he offered came from the depths of his heart. Having gained so much from Lu Cixin, he considered these free suggestions a form of compensation. Whether Lu Cixin would heed his counsel was beyond Li Rui's control. Upon exiting the exhibition hall, Li Rui felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Holding so many copyrights for a few years, that 1,700,000 could easily burgeon into 500 million. This was merely the intrinsic value of the copyrights, without accounting for their subsequent development potential. Li Rui even contemplated, when the funds were sufficient, emulating the models of Universal Studios and Disney to create a science fiction theme park, incorporating all of Lu Cixin's works. The possibilities would be incalculable. Not just Lu Cixin, Li Rui mused, seizing the opportunity while the copyright values remained at a nadir in 2010. He aimed to acquire some future blockbusters as well. Eventually, he envisioned consolidating the most formidable copyrights in the Chinese-speaking world and directly competing with Universal Studios to see who would emerge more successful. Yes, that's exactly what he would do. As Li Rui indulged in his visions of the future, he suddenly noticed Chen Xinglian's face had turned pale, her hands clutching her stomach. Sister Chen, what's wrong? Li Rui exclaimed, startled. Chen Xinglian had long neglected meals due to her demanding work schedule, which had left her with a chronic stomach ailment. After a day spent working alongside Li Rui, she had not consumed a single meal or even a sip of water, and her condition had flared up. It's all my fault. Li Rui expressed his regret. I was so preoccupied with the copyright matters that I neglected your well-being. Come, let me treat you to a sumptuous feast. Upon reaching the restaurant, after downing a cup of hot water, Chen Xinglian's complexion gradually improved. Li Rui apologized again, Sister Chen. I truly apologize for nearly letting you starve. It's all right. I've grown accustomed to it. In the early days of my career, I often went an entire day without eating when I was busy, which is how this ailment developed. Chen Xinglian smiled. Li Rui handed her the menu. Then I must reward you properly. If it weren't for your assistance today, the copyright acquisition would not have gone so smoothly. It's my treat. Please order whatever you like. Despite Li Rui's considerable wealth, Chen Xinglian chose only a few reasonably priced dishes, demonstrating her wisdom and her keen sense of moderation. After the dishes were served, the two engaged in conversation while dining, gaining a deeper understanding of one another. Chen Xinglian, at 29, was a native of Haizhou and had majored in finance at university. She embarked on her career at UUA Bank, gradually advancing from a teller to a senior wealth manager, marking her as quite successful in her profession. Unfortunately, her marital life was less than satisfactory. She had recently divorced a year prior and currently found herself single. Enough about me. Let us talk about you. At such a young age, with considerable assets, what are your plans moving forward? Chen Xinglian inquired with curiosity. Li Rui replied, as a wealth manager, what do you think I might do? After a brief pause, Chen Xinglian responded, given the numerous accounts you've established today, it appears you are inclined towards financial speculation. With substantial capital at your disposal, speculation can indeed rapidly enhance wealth. However, I must caution you that while stock speculation may be manageable, the risks associated with futures trading are significant. If you lack certainty, it would be wise to refrain from such endeavors. Thank you for the advice. I shall exercise caution, Li Rui smiled gently. For others, futures trading might represent a shortcut to success or a perilous descent into ruin. But for Li Rui, a reborn individual with memories from a past life, it resembled nothing more than an ATM, one that did not require a card or a password. I found your remarks today with teacher Lu quite insightful. I believe Haizhou's property prices will continue to rise. You should consider investing your assets in real estate, as it poses lower risks and higher returns, proving more stable than stocks or futures, Chen Xinglian added. Oh, that piques my interest, Li Rui responded. Following the downturn in 2009, the real estate market began to recover in 2010, heralding a new wave of price surges. Despite the upward trend in property prices in major cities, many in society held skeptical views regarding real estate, deeming this price increase as merely a temporary rebound, with the potential for prices to revert to pre-2008 levels. No one could guarantee profitability in the future real estate market, yet Chen Qinglian's confident prediction of future price trends caught Li Rui's attention. What leads you to this conclusion? Li Rui asked. Chen Qinglian explained, it's quite simple. A horizontal comparison with other major international cities reveals that property prices in our first-tier cities are undervalued. Given the rapid pace of our development, cities like Yenzhou, Haizhou, Yangcheng, and Pingcheng are destined to evolve into international metropolises. The current property prices do not align with their future stature. Take Haizhou, for instance. Prices could potentially double or triple. Li Rui could not help but applaud. Bravo. Chen Qinglian blushed. What are you doing? I simply found your insights commendable and felt compelled to show my encouragement. Li Rui expressed. I was merely speaking off the cuff, Chen Qinglian replied, yet Li Rui remained silent, an idea forming in his mind. After their meal, the two descended the stairs. Chen Qinglian initially intended to return to the bank, but Li Rui took her directly to the luxury goods section. What is the purpose of this? Chen Qinglian asked, puzzled. I wish to purchase a gift for a friend. I would appreciate your advice, Li Rui stated. A female friend? Chen Qinglian inquired. Indeed, a female friend, someone with a physique similar to yours and equally beautiful, Li Rui replied. Under Li Rui's persuasion, Chen Qinglian followed him into the Chanel flagship store. Chapter 9. A lack of shame in the Chanel flagship store. A couple was perusing the handbags. Darling, I knew you couldn't bear to part with me. Rest assured, I shall love only you from now on, and will no longer pay attention to any other men. Sun Chuan held the latest Chanel bag, her face radiant with joy, albeit marred by the lingering swelling that prevented her from exuding her usual brazen charm. Qi Gang stood beside her, his expression somewhat grim. He had initially intended to end their relationship, but was ultimately swayed by Sun Chuan's various manipulative tactics, leading him to choose forgiveness instead. However, despite his forgiveness, he had no desire to squander his money on such a fickle woman. Cough, Chuan. The store has not been doing well lately, and I do not have much disposable income at the moment. Perhaps we can purchase this bag next month, Qi Gang suggested. But I have long desired this bag, and you promised to buy it for me before, Sun Chuan replied, her mood visibly soured. Her motives for being with Qi Gang were, after all, rooted in financial gain. If he refused to spend on her, what was the point? Since we got together, I've already spent 60 or 70,000 on bags alone. Now you want another one? Do you think I am an ATM? If you continue like this, I am left wondering whether you cherish me or merely the bags. Qi Gang lamented. I certainly cherish you, Sun Chuan retorted. Then, let us wait until next month to buy it, she said reluctantly, placing the bag back on the shelf. At that moment, Li Rui and Chen Qinglian entered the store, causing Sun Chuan's jaw to drop. Ah, so it's you, Li Rui. No wonder you refused to reconcile with me. It appears you have found someone new. She glared at Chen Qinglian, calling her a heartless seducer, convinced that all men are unworthy and fail to appreciate what they have once acquired. Li Rui spotted Sun Chuan, momentarily stunned. What a twist of fate. He chose to ignore her presence and address the store attendant directly. Please bring me the latest bags. The bag that Sun Chuan had just returned found its way into Li Rui's hands, which he then handed to Chen Qinglian. Sister, try this on for me. Chen Qinglian donned the bag, and it complemented her beauty exquisitely. A beautiful woman with a designer bag. It's simply stunning, Li Rui nodded approvingly. This is the one. Let's proceed with payment. He revealed his black card, causing the store attendant's eyes to widen in astonishment. Despite having served various affluent clients, she had never encountered a black card before. Sun Chuan's gaze fixated on the black card, and upon hearing the successful payment notification, her jealousy surged to a boiling point. Had she not broken up with Li Rui, that Chanel bag would have been hers, yet now it adorned Chen Qinglian's arm. How dare this woman? After all, she was the first woman in Li Rui's life. Suddenly, Li Rui interjected, wait a moment, could you help me try on a dress as well? He pointed to a long gown. Give this one a try. Chen Qinglian entered the fitting room, emerging moments later. Li Rui's eyes widened in awe. Incredible! The Chanel dress was particularly discerning, requiring a fair complexion and a tall stature to truly shine, both of which Chen Qinglian possessed in abundance. Not to mention, she exuded an elegant, empowered aura that harmonized beautifully with the dress. At this moment, Chen Qinglian embodied her name, resembling a beautiful blue lotus blooming under the moonlit night. Simply breathtaking. Li Rui exclaimed, "Sister, this dress seems tailor-made for you. What do you think?" Although Qin Xinglian's income was considerable, it was her first time donning such a high-end luxury brand. She gazed at her reflection in the mirror, astounded to discover that she could be so beautiful. Li Rui suggested, "Let us pair it with some high heels." After slipping on the heels, the overall effect was indeed elevated. Li Rui, overjoyed, swiped his card without hesitation. The dress cost 33,000, and the heels were 12,000, totaling a staggering 45,000 in the blink of an eye. Including the handbag, Li Rui spent nearly 100,000 in just 10 minutes, averaging 10,000 per minute. The store attendant carefully wrapped the handbag, dress, and shoes, courteously escorting Li Rui and Qin Xinglian to the door. Standing at the entrance, Sun Chuan watched them depart with a gaze filled with resentment. Qi Gang remarked, "Dear." Sun Chuan gritted her teeth, retorting, "Don't call me dear. That handbag was clearly my first choice, and now it's been bought by Li Rui." "Qi Gang, are you going to buy me that bag or not? If you want tea, I'll just ask Li Rui for it." Qi Gang turned pale with anger. "Have you lost your mind? If I'm going to buy you a handbag, why would you ask him for it?" Sun Chuan snorted disdainfully. "If you had bought it for me earlier, would I need to ask him?" Qi Gang replied, "Don't embarrass yourself. I will buy it for you." However, the attendant interjected, "I'm sorry, sir, but this is the last one. The next shipment won't arrive until next month." Qi Gang said, "Did you hear that, dear? The new stock won't arrive until next month. I will definitely buy it for you then." Sun Chuan shook her head vigorously. "No, I want it now. It's all your fault for being so stingy. If I had known you were this miserly, I would never have left Li Rui for you." "I must have been blind." Qi Gang, infuriated, retorted, "What did you say? Repeat that." "I said you're not even as good as Li Rui." Back then, he earned only 3,700 a month, yet he was willing to spend 3,500 on a bag for me. "Unlike you, who has money but won't spend it on me." Sun Chuan screamed. Qi Gang shot back, "Are you regretting it now? Then go find Li Rui." "You think I'm afraid to find him? I'll go to him right now. Li Rui likes me so much, he will definitely give me the bag," Sun Chuan declared, preparing to chase after Li Rui. "If you dare to go after him, I'll make you pay." Qi Gang could no longer contain himself and slapped her across the face. Slap. This time, both sides of Sun Chuan's face were swollen, equally bruised. Chapter 10. A troubled mind. Li Rui was oblivious to the fact that Sun Chuan had been assaulted. Upon exiting the shopping mall, he turned to Qin Xinglian and said, "Sister, allow me to escort you home to rest." Qin Xinglian shook her head, replying, "There is no need. I can return by myself." Li Rui insisted, "I should call a cab for you. You nearly starved today." He felt an overwhelming sense of guilt for making her ride on his electric scooter. After hailing a taxi, Li Rui took Qin Xinglian to her building. Seizing a moment when she was distracted, he surreptitiously shoved several bags into her arms and urged the driver to depart swiftly. As Qin Xinglian cradled a pile of luxury goods, she stood in stunned silence for a few seconds before hastily dialing Li Rui's number. "Mr. Li, you left your gifts with me." Li Rui replied, "The gifts are meant for you." "That cannot be," Qin Xinglian exclaimed in shock. "They are far too extravagant. I cannot accept them." "They are rightfully yours," Li Rui insisted. "I am sincerely grateful for your help today. Rest well, goodbye." As the call ended and the busy signal echoed in her ear, Qin Xinglian felt as though everything that had transpired that day was surreal. Upon returning home, as soon as she opened the door, a voice from the balcony called out, "Is that man who brought you back your client? He seems much younger than you. Is he a bit of a sister complex?" Qin Xinglian coldly retorted, "That is none of your business." A man wearing gold-rimmed glasses stepped out onto the balcony, chuckling dryly. "Though we are divorced, we still share the same roof. Is it not permissible for me to express concern for you?" No sooner had he spoken than his expression darkened as he fixated on the shopping bags in Qin Xinglian's hands. "Chanel bags?" He rushed forward, tearing open a shopping bag to inspect its contents, a mocking sneer forming on his lips. Upon seeing the receipt, his demeanor grew even more sinister. "Over 100,000? Did that man buy all this for you? How generous of him." This man was Qin Xinglian's ex-husband, Lu Jie, with whom she had shared a beautiful past during their university years. However, as Qin Xinglian's career flourished, Lu Jie succumbed to jealousy. He suspected that her promotions were due to unscrupulous dealings with superiors and questioned her integrity regarding clients, leading to frequent, explosive arguments. After enduring 2 years of his accusations, Qin Xinglian could no longer bear it and filed for divorce. Due to the inability to divide their shared residence at that time, they continued to live under the same roof, albeit in separate rooms. Lu Jie, resembling a police officer who had just unearthed incriminating evidence, glared at her with malice. You claim to be innocent, yet how do you explain these items? If you are truly uninvolved with him, would he gift you so lavishly? You are certainly entangled with him. Scoundrel, Qin Qinglian retorted, snatching the bags back and retreating to her room, locking the door behind her as silent sobs escaped her. Outside, Lu Jie hurled curses at her. With trembling hands, she retrieved her phone and, tears in her eyes, sent Li Rui a message. Having just returned home, Li Rui received Qin Qinglian's text. The gifts you sent are far too extravagant. After much contemplation, I feel unable to accept them. Perhaps you could accompany me to return them tomorrow, or I could transfer the money back to you. Li Rui chuckled. How could one reclaim a gift once given? He swiftly typed a response. Sister Chun, had it not been for your assistance today, I would not have been able to secure the copyright so effortlessly. The lawyer you recommended was immensely helpful as well. I will have many more matters requiring your expertise in the future. These gifts are but a token of my appreciation. Li Rui's gift to Qin Qinglian was not merely an expression of gratitude for her assistance. Through the foundation established today, he realized that Qin Qinglian possessed remarkable skills in financial investment, exhibiting efficiency, quick thinking, and a vast network, qualities that marked her as an exceptional talent. Aspiring to become a magnate, he understood that relying solely on his own efforts was insufficient. He required capable aides, the more the better. Qin Qinglian demonstrated potential in this regard. The gift served as a token of appreciation, an investment, and a test. Should Qin Qinglian succeed in this trial, he would proceed to the next phase of recruitment. While he pondered this, his phone buzzed with a new message. Initially assuming it was from Qin Qinglian, he glanced down and discovered it was from Yao Xishuan. Great tycoon, have you claimed your prize? Li Rui chuckled. After departing from the class reunion that day, he had hurried home to organize the memories from his previous life, neglecting a detailed conversation with Yao Xishuan. Nevertheless, they had agreed to meet for a private gathering once he had received his award. Yes, I have, he replied succinctly. Are you now a billionaire? One could say so. Let's celebrate. Time and place? Tomorrow at 5 in the afternoon at Huaiju Exhibition, number 26 Xinchuan Road. You choose the cuisine. I wish to dine at Haidaleo. No problem. After a restful night, the following day Li Rui visited the bank for some transactions before heading directly to Yao Xishuan's company. On Xinchuan Road, at Huaiju Exhibition, Yao Xishuan stood by the roadside, a stunning sight. With her large eyes, round face, and short hair, complemented by her fair complexion and graceful figure, she caught the attention of passers-by, who couldn't help but steal glances. Particularly, her frequently dazed expression ignited a protective instinct in men, who felt an urge to cherish this delightful young woman. A few colleagues emerged from the office, curiously greeting her. Xishuan, are you waiting for someone? Surely not a boyfriend? Many of the men in our company will be heartbroken. Yao Xishuan blushed. Don't say that. I'm just waiting for an ordinary friend. Her flush was a clear indication. There must be a boyfriend. Just then, a white car sped into view, coming to a screeching halt right in front of Yao Xishuan. Isn't that Zhou Xiao's Maserati? Someone exclaimed. Why is Zhou Xiao here? Is he here to pick up Xishuan? The car door swung open, and a short, plump young man stepped out, smiling at Yao Xishuan. Hello, Miss Yao. Her colleagues gaped in astonishment. He really came to see Xishuan. Zhou Xiao? Yao Xishuan was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 11. Zhou Yuntao. The protagonist, Zhou Yunhao, is the only son of Zhou Zhonghua, the chairman of the publicly listed company Lui Culture, which is the largest client of Huaiji Planning. A few days ago, Zhou Yunhao visited the company for business discussions and was utterly captivated upon meeting Yao Xishuan, leading him to frequently intrude upon her. Despite Yao Xishuan's polite refusals, he persisted in his advances. I heard you were working overtime today, so I thought I would drop by, Zhou Yunhao said with a grin. I know a fantastic seafood restaurant. Would you be interested in trying it? I'm sorry, Zhou, but I have dinner plans with a friend tonight, Yao Xishuan replied, shaking her head. Your friend could join us, Zhou Yunhao suggested nonchalantly. It's a male friend, and we need to discuss some private matters, so it's not convenient, Yao Xishuan explained. Zhou Yunhao's expression darkened. As the only heir of a prominent public company, he was a genuine scion of wealth, driving a luxury car worth millions, and his lavish lifestyle attracted countless admirers. It was unexpected for him to encounter such resistance from Yao Xishuan. The more she resisted, the more Zhou Yunhao's desire to conquer her intensified. I have a private auction to attend after dinner, where many prominent figures from the business and art circles will be present. Meeting them could greatly benefit your career. Would you like to join me? He proposed. Yao Xishuan shook her head again. I'm sorry, Zhou, but I have clocked out for the day. During my break, I prefer to unwind with friends rather than discuss work. Zhou Yunhao scoffed. In your eyes, is your career more important than friendships? Yao Xishuan smiled. I've always had this laid-back demeanor since childhood, and I doubt it will change in the future. Zhou Yunhao's expression grew increasingly grim. Well, I am curious to see how exceptional this man must be to make Miss Yao forsake her career. At that moment, an electric scooter ambled into view and halted in front of the Maserati. Yao, sorry to keep you waiting, called Li Rue, waving from the scooter. Yao Xishuan's face instantly lit up with a radiant smile, bouncing over to the electric scooter like an exuberant rabbit. You're giving me a ride, she exclaimed, effortlessly wrapping her arms around Li Rue's waist as she hopped onto the back seat. As the electric scooter sped away, Zhou Yunhao stood on the roadside, his mouth agape in shock. She chooses an electric scooter over a Maserati? The departing vehicle felt like a slap in the face to Zhou Yunhao, who glared menacingly at Yao Xishuan's colleague. Tell your boss that if I don't see Yao Xishuan tonight, don't expect to secure any future business with Lud Culture, he declared before speeding off in his Maserati. His colleagues were left in stunned silence. Lud Culture was their primary client. Don't just stand there. Call the boss immediately. Meanwhile, Li Rue and Yao Xishuan enjoyed a meal at Haidaleo, reminiscing about their university days and reveling in their joy. After their meal, as they were about to find a CAF to relax, Yao Xishuan's phone rang. Upon glancing at the caller ID, she displayed a puzzled expression. It's my boss calling. I must take this, Yao Xishuan said, sticking out her tongue. After she finished her phone call, Li Rue noticed her unusual expression and inquired, What's the matter? Yao Xishuan sighed. It's that scoundrel Zhou Yunhao again. He asked me to dinner, and when I refused, he went to threaten my boss, saying that if I didn't accompany him to a private auction, he would cancel our company's collaboration. Can you believe there are still people like him? Indeed. He's a rogue, Li Rue replied. What did your boss say? Yao Xishuan shrugged. My boss said that if I attended the auction, he would give me a bonus of 20,000 yuan, which I declined. Li Rue chuckled. Why not take such a generous bonus? I'll accompany you. Let's see what tricks he has up his sleeve. Zhou Yunhao epitomizes the phrase wealth without benevolence. By the way, the name Greenfield Culture sounds somewhat familiar. ISNT at a listed company? Li Rue suddenly had a flash of insight and asked in surprise. Yao Xishuan nodded. Yes, that's the one. Zhou Yunhao always boasts that doing business domestically is uninteresting and that he wants to expand to America. Li Rue smiled. So it is indeed that Greenfield Culture. We must meet young Master Zhou. He is a veritable god of wealth. In the suburbs of Haizhou, an array of luxury cars gathered outside a private museum. Inside the brightly lit hall of the museum, dozens of paintings were displayed, ranging from Western oil paintings to traditional Chinese ink wash, featuring both renowned masterpieces and works by emerging artists, all part of the curator's collection. The curator, Ma Xiaodian, is a billionaire from Haizhou, primarily engaged in stock investment, with a passion for collecting. He once claimed to be the most knowledgeable in the realm of collectors, as well as the wealthiest. Unfortunately, this illustrious figure was also impacted by the financial crisis of 2008, struggling for 2 years before reluctantly deciding to auction off his collection to recover losses from his stock investments. Ma Xiaodian has extensive connections and rare collectibles, attracting numerous local wealthy elites to the auction. As Li Rue entered the museum with Yao Xishuan, he instantly recognized several prominent figures. Yao Xishuan scanned the room but did not see Zhou Yunhao. He is not here. Let us wait 5 more minutes. If he doesn't show up, we'll leave. Li Rue replied with a smile. Since we're here, let us take a look around. If I find a painting I like, I might buy one to take home. You know about paintings? Yao Xishuan asked in surprise. Li Rue lowered his voice. Even if I don't understand, I can pretend to. Just look at all these people. How many truly comprehend art? They're merely indulging in elegance. Yao Xishuan giggled but quickly covered her mouth, fearing the esteemed guest might overhear. The two wandered around the hall, admiring various artworks. Although they couldn't grasp the techniques or meanings, they could certainly recognize the prices. 2,800,000. Yao Xishuan exclaimed in astonishment before a painting touted as a representative work of conceptual art. Li Rue leaned in for a closer look and exclaimed, Is this it? It's merely a canvas smeared with dark red paint and nothing else. He didn't understand what the artist intended to convey. If judged solely by the technique of applying paint, it was indeed quite smooth and even, but surely it wasn't worth 2,800,000, was it? Art is indeed beyond the grasp of a commoner like me. Li Rue shook his head. Just then, a cold laugh came from behind them. What do you know? Country Bumpkin. Chapter 12. Private auction. Zhou Yunhao approached with an air of arrogance, pointing at the painting. This is a work by Gerhard Richter, a renowned German pop artist who strives for tonal reduction and neutrality in technique, particularly emphasizing the use of brush-painted pigments. This piece encapsulates the artist's disdain and resistance towards industrialization, revealing a profound sense of solitude and melancholy within. His disdain for those who could not grasp such depth was evident. Li Rue was taken aback. Such blatant nonsense. Surely he wouldn't escape divine retribution? Zhou Yunhao, with a smug glance towards Yao Sichuan, continued, "Ah, you've arrived. Splendid. But how did this pauper manage to get in?" Yao Sichuan could not restrain herself from retorting. "Li Rue is wealthy." Zhou Yunhao erupted into laughter, mocking, "Wealthy enough to ride an electric scooter?" He waved dismissively at Li Rue. "You have no place in such a gathering. If you know what's good for you, scurry away." Li Rue coldly replied, "Who says I lack the right to be here?" Zhou Yunhao sneered, "I do. The cheapest painting here costs hundreds of thousands. Can you afford that? I doubt you can even buy a frame." Li Rue countered, "Whether I can afford it is my concern, not yours. Instead of wasting energy on me, perhaps you should focus on your own business, lest you find yourself bankrupt and homeless someday." Zhou Yunhao's expression darkened, and he suddenly shouted to the guests nearby, "Has anyone ever seen someone arriving on an electric scooter at an auction? This is the one." The crowd began to murmur and glance over. Just then, a voice rang out from beyond the throng. "Mr. Li is a black card VIP of our Guangdong Bank." Wu Pinju, the president of Guangdong Bank, emerged from the crowd. Astonished and delighted, "I thought it was you. I can hardly believe it." Gasps filled the air. Black card VIPs at Guangdong Bank must possess fortunes exceeding 10 million. Zhou Yunhao's claim that Li Rue arrived on an electric scooter seemed ludicrous. "President Wu, you must be mistaken," Zhou Yunhao stammered, bewildered. "This fellow is clearly just a scooter rider. How could he be a black card VIP? Even Zhou Yunhao himself was merely a gold card VIP, far from qualifying for black card status." Wu Pengju frowned slightly. "Do you doubt my words, young Master Zhou?" No, that's not what I meant." Zhou Yunhao, despite his arrogance, wasn't foolish enough to offend someone of Wu's stature and quickly apologized. Wu Pengju replied coolly, "I have matters to discuss with Mr. Li. If you have nothing more, please excuse us." Zhou Yunhao shot a resentful glare at Li Rue before leaving in a huff. "Thank you for coming to my aid, President Wu," Li Rue expressed, watching Zhou Yunhao depart. Wu Pengju chuckled, "Do not be fooled by their glamorous exteriors. Their available capital may not surpass yours. Rather than saying I helped you, it's more accurate to state that you are more deserving to be here than they are." "You're too kind," Li Rue smiled, neither confirming nor denying the compliment. Wu Pengju lowered his voice. "Do you have a feud with Zhou Yunhao?" Li Rue remarked. "He intends to exploit my classmate." Wu Pengju cast a glance at Yao Sichuan and shared a knowing smile. Offending Zhou Yunhao for such a beautiful woman seems worthwhile. However, he cautioned, Zhou Yunhao is the only son of Zhou Zhonghua from Luyu culture, raised with excessive indulgence and rather petty. You must exercise caution. Li Rue responded with a faint smile. "Just based on him?" President Wu is overly concerned. "I see the shadow of misfortune looming over him, and he may soon face a catastrophic downfall, perhaps going bankrupt in a matter of days. What could he possibly use to scheme against me?" Wu Pengju believed Li Rue was merely youthful and brash, shaking his head without further comment. Little did he know, Li Rue was alluding to a significant event about to unfold. Luyu Culture is a publicly traded company with a market value exceeding $300 million, having achieved sales of $60 million and a post-tax net profit of $12 million in the first half of this year. To everyone else, Luyu Culture seems to be thriving, yet only Li Rue was aware that the company was merely a month away from bankruptcy. Early next month, the notorious financial institutions of the United States would present a series of evidence proving Luyu Culture's involvement in financial fraud, subsequently initiating a massive short selling of its stock. In a mere 10 days, Luyu Culture's stock plummeted from $35 to $1, resulting in its suspension. Fortunately, Zhou Yunhao's appearance alerted Li Rue. Otherwise, he would have missed this golden opportunity for shorting. He aimed to earn at least $10 million from Luyu Culture, as anything less would not do justice to Zhou Yunhao's arrogance. After conversing with Wu Pengju for a while, the lights in the hall flickered, transitioning from brightness to a soft glow. The auction was about to commence. A figure appeared at the center of the hall, drawing all eyes towards him. This individual was none other than Ma Xiaodian, the legendary tycoon of Haizhou and the owner of the private museum. His hair was a mix of black and white, and he appeared somewhat haggard. "As you may know, my company is on the brink of collapse. In order to save it, I must auction off my collection gathered over the years," Ma Xiaodian stated, surveying the room directly. A collective sigh resonated around the hall. The financial crisis had significantly impacted them all, with many managing to hold on while others had succumbed. Today's auction items are my lifeblood. I hope you will treat them well once they are in your possession. Should old Ma have the opportunity to rise again, I would gladly redeem them at double the auction price. Ma Xiaotian continued. Applause erupted in the hall. Resilience in adversity, Li Rui silently admired. This was the mark of a true player. As the applause subsided, Ma Xiaotian bowed deeply. To all present today, whether old friends or new, you are here to lend your support. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to you all. The crowd murmured with excitement. No need for formality, Mr. Ma. Ma Xiaotian clasped his hands. We are all comrades here, so I shall dispense with pleasantries. The auction now begins. Let us welcome the first item. Chapter 13. 2 paintings. The auction was conducted with utmost professionalism, featuring an esteemed auctioneer and several renowned experts from the country responsible for providing authentication certificates. The first item on the auction block was a painting titled The Girl with a Headscarf, created by the prominent young artist Sun Di. This artwork cleverly depicts the bewilderment of contemporary youth through a whimsical composition. At the time of its creation, Sun Di was yet to achieve fame. Living modestly in an urban village, subsisting on cold water and bread each day. By mere chance, Ma Xiaotian stumbled upon this painting and purchased it for 3,000 yuan. Today, the girl with a headscarf is appraised at 3 million, representing an astronomical increase in value. Perhaps due to the significance of the first item or the auspicious story behind it, the auction commenced with fierce competition. Starting from a base price of 1,500,000, the bidding escalated to 4,800,000 before it was finally acquired by an old friend of Ma Xiaotian. Although there was an element of friendship pricing involved, it signified the remarkable enthusiasm surrounding the auction that day. As the auction progressed, Ma Xiaotian presented one exquisite painting after another, igniting a series of intense bidding wars. Notably, a piece by the legendary Badashanan underwent over 30 rounds of competition before it was hammered down at 20 million, leaving the guests exhilarated. Yao Xishuan watched with bated breath, instinctively grasping Li Rui's arm, only to realize that he was not focused on the heated auction, but rather searching for something among the upcoming artworks. What are you looking for? Yao Xishuan inquired. Li Rui replied. I'm just seeing if there's a painting I like, something to support Boss Ma. Do you have any favorites? She asked. Li Rui shook his head. Everything seems too expensive. I might as well choose the least pricey one. As he spoke, his gaze fell upon an unassuming painting, and certain memories began to crystallize in his mind. If his recollection served him right, this should be the one. One by one, the items found new owners, with prices continually breaking records. Zhou Yunhao also made his move, splurging 350,000 to acquire the abstract piece that Li Rui found incomprehensible. Clutching a large swath of dark crimson, Zhou Yunhao grinned from ear to ear. Li Rui smiled as well, hoping that a month from now, Zhou would still find joy in that painting. As the auction neared its conclusion, most of the fine pieces had already been sold, leaving behind works of lesser quality and value. Next up for bidding are 2 paintings by the Republican master Zhang Daqian, Cloud and Mountain and Spring River. Flower Moon. These 2 pieces will be auctioned together, starting at 350,000, with increments of 10,000. Before the auction commenced, a few points needed to be clarified to the guests. Both paintings were early imitations by Zhang Daqian, exhibiting somewhat juvenile techniques. However, they already showcased the master's understanding of classical ink wash styles. Cloud and Mountain is a work inspired by the renowned Song Dynasty painter Fan Quan, while Spring River, Flower Moon is attributed to the well-known Ming Dynasty talent Tang Bohu. The former's authentic piece is currently housed in the Jinling Museum, while the latter has been lost to history after being housed in the Qing Palace during the Republican era. Guests whispered amongst themselves, expressing skepticism regarding the value of these 2 works. Although both paintings were created by Zhang Daqian, they are mere imitations from his earlier, less proficient period, possessing little in terms of market or artistic value. Especially when compared to the exquisite pieces that preceded them, these 2 works appear even less appealing. When the auctioneer announced the commencement of the bidding, an unexpected silence enveloped the room for a full 10 seconds, with nary a bid in sight. Observing the awkward atmosphere, Jin Wenshan, an expert in calligraphy and painting from the Haizhou Museum, chuckled, urging the audience not to dismiss these imitations as devoid of collectible worth. After all, they are the creations of Zhang Daqian, and there are merits to their techniques, with potential market value yet to be realized. An expert indeed knows how to speak. What lacks virtue can be spun into something commendable, and what is deemed worthless can be portrayed as having untapped potential. The attendees, all astute individuals, sensed Jin Wenshan's insincerity, offering polite smiles, yet none were willing to bid. It was not that they were reluctant to part with their money. Rather, they feared being perceived as fools. Even Yao Sichuan murmured, "Isn't an imitation just a fake painting? Who would spend hundreds of thousands on 2 counterfeit pieces?" The auctioneer waited patiently, but with no bids forthcoming. He reluctantly raised his gavel and declared, "Since there is no interest, I announce these 2 paintings will remain unsold." Just then, a voice rang out from the crowd. Everyone turned to see the source of the bid. Upon recognizing the bidder, Zhou Yunhao couldn't help but chuckle. "Ha! Does this foolish lad think he can snag a bargain?" The bidder was none other than Li Rie, who had called out the minimum price at the last possible moment before the auction was about to collapse. Wu Pinju, taken aback, asked, "Mr. Li, what do you mean by this?" Li Rue smiled and replied, "Zhang Daqian is quite famous, isn't he? While I cannot afford his genuine works, it is still delightful to acquire 2 imitations for my enjoyment." Wu Pingju was at a loss for words. The guests surrounding them regarded Li Rue with a range of expressions, some with derision, others with disdain, most viewing him as a pretentious novice. Little did they know, Li Rue was indeed seizing an opportunity. These 2 paintings in his possession could appreciate 100-fold in value. Chapter 14. The universe within the painting. The auctioneer was taken aback when a bid was placed at the last moment, incredulously asking, "Sir, are you certain you wish to bid 350,000? Li Rue nodded affirmatively. The auctioneer, brimming with excitement, declared, "This gentleman bids 350,000. Is there a higher offer?" Silence enveloped the room. Money does not come easily. Why spend it on 2 counterfeit paintings? Li Rue, lacking any knowledge of art, could not discern the authenticity or quality of a painting, yet he possessed the advantage of reincarnation. In his previous life, he had encountered a report regarding Spring River, Flower Moon. It was said that Ma Xiaodian, upon acquiring this painting in his early years, mistook it for an early imitation by Zhang Daqian, leaving it neglected in a warehouse. It was only after a flood revealed the painting's secrets that its value transformed from obscurity to immense fortune. Now presented with the opportunity to purchase this artwork, Li Rue could not let it slip away. With no competitors, he effortlessly secured both paintings at the base price of 350,000. After settling the payment in the finance office, he obtained 2 scrolls. Upon returning to the hall, he found Yu Sichuan looking rather discontented. "Li Rue, are you too concerned with appearances?" she inquired. "What is wrong with me?" Li Rue responded, slightly taken aback. Yao Sichuan continued, "You need not resort to such tactics to fit into this circle. Do you know what they just said about you? They called you a fool." Li Rue chuckled. "Did they truly say that? It remains uncertain who the real fool is. You spent 350,000 on 2 imitations. Isn't that foolish?" Yao Sichuan remarked, only to realize she had spoken out of turn, prompting her to stick out her tongue playfully. This charming gesture stirred something within Li Rue's heart. "If I can prove I am not a fool, what would you say then?" he proposed. Yao Sichuan pouted. "Then I shall grant you one request." "Any request will do?" he asked. Her cheeks flushed, "As long as it's not too excessive." Li Rue nodded. "Then just wait and see." The auction concluded successfully, with every item sold, replenishing Ma Xiaoyan's funds by several hundred million. With this financial boost, his company could endure for a while longer. Whether it could rise from the ashes remained uncertain. Following the event, Ma Xiaodian prepared a buffet for all guests, filling the hall with laughter and toasts. Clutching the 2 scrolls, Li Rue approached Jin Wenshan. Zhou Yunhao, boasting to a group of friends, caught sight of Li Rue and laughed. "Ha! Isn't this the biggest spender of the auction? Why is he seeking out Master Jin? Does he intend to authenticate the imitations as genuine?" Laughter erupted around them. Holding tightly, "Are you afraid someone will snatch them away? Worry not. You can take them home as family heirlooms. No one will contest them." Zhou Yunhao continued to jeer. Li Rue, uninterested in his taunts, walked over to speak with Jin Wenshan. Upon seeing the scrolls, Jin Wenshan's expression changed abruptly as he quickly unfurled Spring River, Flower Moon, illuminating it with a strong flashlight, scrutinizing it meticulously from top to bottom and left to right for what seemed an eternity. The crowd watched in confusion. After all, was it not merely a Zhang Daqian imitation? What could Master Jin possibly be examining? Is it truly as Zhou Yunhao claims, that a copy can be regarded as an authentic piece? Zhou Yunhao scoffed. "Master Jin, is there even a need to look at this? It would be deemed unworthy even as toilet paper." "You know nothing," Jin Wenshan exclaimed. What transpired? The typically gentle Master Jin had suddenly resorted to vulgarities. Everyone was taken aback. Zhou Yunhao, though arrogant, dared not provoke Jin Wenshan. His face paled, yet he remained silent, perplexed as to why Jin Wenshan was in such a foul mood. Jin Wenshan turned to Li Rui. Young man, this piece titled Spring River, Flower, Moon indeed possesses some intrigue. May I examine it further? Li Rui smiled. Master Jin, you are too kind. Please proceed. Jin Wenshan nodded and gestured, bring a table and also fetch my toolbox. Before long, a large table was positioned at the center of the hall, with guests encircling it closely. Their curiosity piqued. They wondered what Jin Wenshan intended to do. After all, it was merely a copy from Zhang Daqian's early years. Was such a commotion truly warranted? As Spring River, Flower, Moon was laid flat upon the table, Jin Wenshan scrutinized it intently for an extended period. Ma Xiaodian inquired curiously, Master Jin, is there something amiss with this painting? Jin Wenshan replied, Boss Ma, I recall that we authenticated this piece together. It seems we both erred at that time. Ma Xiaodian was taken aback. Was this not a copy by Zhang Daqian? Could there be someone imitating Zhang Daqian's imitations? With such effort, one could easily replicate an authentic work. Why indulge in such superfluous endeavors? Jin Wenshan continued. This is indeed a copy by Zhang Daqian, and it is precisely because it is so convincing that we overlook the mysteries concealed within the painting. Ma Xiaodian was astonished. What mysteries? Jin Wenshan pointed at Li Rui. Young friendly Rui suspects that something else may be hidden beneath this painting, which is why I intend to peel away this surface layer to investigate. At this revelation, the crowd erupted in a buzz of excitement. What could possibly be concealed beneath the painting? Chapter 15. The authentic work of Tang Yin at long last. The moment for enlightenment had arrived. Jin Wenshan opened his toolbox and revealed a complete set of mounting tools. Commencing his demonstration, he meticulously concocted a mysterious liquid, applying it to the surface of Spring River, Flower, Moon. With a variety of delicate instruments, he began to manipulate the damp edges, astonishingly peeling away a layer from the painting. A layer peel? One might have heard of it but seldom witnessed its execution. Indeed, such a craft truly exists. The onlookers were left in awe. Layer peeling is a traditional skill of mounting masters, allowing the unearthing of successive layers from inkwash paintings, with a maximum of 3 layers depending on the thickness of the rice paper. It is said that a particularly skilled mounting master once revealed a painting worth millions, transforming it into 2 pieces and auctioning the lower layer as an authentic work. However, generally speaking, the differences between the upper and lower layers are significant. The areas of dense ink appear clearer, while the lighter ink sections tend to be more nebulous, and the seals often become indistinct. Jin Wenshan's display was indeed remarkable. Yet the crowd grew increasingly perplexed. Wasn't this merely a replica? Was there truly a need for such appealing? With utmost caution, Jin Wenshan peeled away the entire upper layer, unveiling the lower one. Ma Xiaodian, positioned closest, widened his eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, how is this possible? For there, on the paper, was yet another Spring River, Flower, Moon. The crowd craned their necks to behold, their murmurs of astonishment rising. What was happening? The lower layer seemed even more exquisite. Look at the river's reflection under the moonlight. The brushwork is carefree and eloquent, conveying solitude with just a few strokes. Remarkably, none had ever heard of a peeled painting surpassing its original in beauty. The bright moon hung high, partially veiled by clouds, the river expansive, and the flowers by the bank fragrant. With minimal strokes, it evoked an immersive aesthetic experience. Such artistry was in a league of its own, incomparable to the imitation by Zhang Daqian. How can this be? Ma Xiaodian, utterly astonished, inquired of Master Jin. He had possessed this painting for many years and had admired it several times, never suspecting that it concealed such profundity. Furthermore, the lower layer's Spring River, Flower, Moon was exquisite beyond measure, undoubtedly crafted by a master's hand. Jin Wenshan, filled with emotion, remarked, have you not yet realized? The lower layer is the original authentic work of Tang Bohu's Spring River, Flower, Moon. Tang Bohu's authentic piece? How could this be? The entire assembly was left in shock. Jin Wenshan pointed to the painting, saying, observe the seals. Ma Xiaodian leaned closer, discerning the names inscribed on each seal. Liang Qingbiao, Wu Qizhen, Zhang Xiong, Zhang Daqian. Each of these names belonged to illustrious collectors, particularly the last 2. One was the Prince Gong of the Qing dynasty, and the other a revered master of ancient arts, both renowned throughout history. The realization that this was indeed Tang Bo's genuine work left Ma Xiaodian breathless. Various legends surrounded the whereabouts of the original Spring River, Flower, Moon. Some claimed it was destroyed in wartime, others believed it had scattered overseas. While some said it was burned during chaotic times, the stories were many and varied. At this moment, Jin Wenshan and Ma Xiaoyan's assertion that this painting was the authentic Spring River, flower, moon was nothing short of jaw-dropping. Zhou Yunhao was the first to express this belief. Raising his chin and questioning, Master Jin, do you possess any evidence? Jin Wenshan snorted disdainfully. Evidence? My words alone serve as evidence. Do you dare to contest that? Indeed. As the foremost expert in calligraphy and painting at the Haizhou Museum, he had the authority to speak with such confidence. Zhou Yunhao instantly deflated like a punctured balloon. Falling silent, Jin Wenshan turned to Li Rue, remarking with a sense of admiration, young man, you were truly fortunate, acquiring this rare treasure for 350,000. It was then that the crowd realized this painting belonged to Li Rue. What extraordinary luck this fellow possessed. Just moments ago, they had dismissed him as an ignorant outsider, believing his expenditure of 350,000 on 2 replicas to be utterly foolish. In an instant, they were met with a stark realization. Beneath the replica purchased for 350,000 lay an authentic masterpiece. This was indeed an original by Tang Bohu, undoubtedly worth far more than the recent 20 million price tag of the Bada Shanren painting, transforming 350,000 into tens of millions. Such fortuitous luck was beyond belief. Amidst the commotion, Yao Xishuan remained remarkably composed. Having experienced grand occasions before, she deemed the transformation from 350,000 to tens of millions unimpressive, recalling how just days prior, someone had turned 100 into 2,500,000,000. What had this individual done to warrant such extraordinary fortune? If I were to spend my days alongside him, might I not share in some of that luck? While others were envious, Zhou Yunhao was consumed by jealousy and anger. How could this fool have unwittingly stumbled upon an original by Tang Bohu? It was simply impossible. Master Jin, please take another look. Could you have made an error? How could this possibly be an original by Tang Bohu? Zhou Yunhao shouted. Jin Wenshan's expression darkened. Xiao, what do you mean by this? Do you doubt my vision or my expertise? I did not mean it that way. Then what do you mean? I simply cannot comprehend how an original by Tang Bohu could be hidden beneath a replica by Zhang Daqian. It seems utterly illogical. Jin Wenshan surveyed the crowd, noting the same perplexity etched on many faces, and declared, very well, allow me to elucidate. The audience eagerly urged, please enlighten us, Master Jin. Chapter 16. 100-fold gain. Jin Wenshan pointed at the painting's Spring River, flower moon on the table and stated, my assertion of its authenticity rests on 3 pivotal points. First, the brushwork is unrestrained, exuding an aura of solitude, with the ink's depth and lightness harmoniously balanced, unmistakably reflecting the style of Tang Bohu. Second, the seals on the painting indicate a well-documented lineage, with each previous owner being illustrious in their own right. If I can discern its authenticity, can we not trust their discerning eyes? Lastly, and most importantly, while this may seem absurd, if it were indeed created by Zhang Daqian, it would be entirely comprehensible. Wouldn't you agree, Boss Ma? Ma Xiaoyan nodded, affirming, Master Jin speaks the truth. Zhang Daqian, known for his carefree nature and zest for life, was adept at imitating ancient artworks, often using his forgeries to masquerade as originals, reveling in his successes. The last known owner of Spring River, Flower Moon, was Zhang Daqian himself, who concealed his forgeries beneath the genuine article, deceiving the world for decades until this very day. If he were aware from beyond the grave, he would undoubtedly take great pride in his cunning. The crowd, enlightened by this revelation, gazed anew at Spring River, Flower Moon, recognizing the veracity in Jin Wenshan and Ma Xiaoyan's words, contemplating the painting's displayed essence alongside Tang Bohu's romantic yet tragic life. They could not help but feel a deep sense of melancholy. Jin Wenshan sighed, this Spring River, Flower Moon has been shrouded in silence for many years. I had thought I would never behold it again in my lifetime, yet today, serendipity has favored me, and I owe my gratitude to young friend Li Rue. All eyes turned toward Li Rue, a mixture of envy, jealousy, and even disdain from Zhou Yunhao evident in their gazes. Li Rue responded, I must also extend my thanks to Master Jin. Without your unveiling skills, this painting would not have seen the light of day. Suddenly, someone inquired, Master Jin, what is the value of this painting? Curiosity rippled through the crowd regarding the worth of Tang Bohu's original work. After a moment of contemplation, Jin Wenshan replied, if I were to appraise it, I would estimate its worth at approximately 35 million. Should it be auctioned abroad, the price could soar even higher. From a mere 350,000 to a staggering 35 million, a 100-fold return. The crowd was envious, their eyes glinting with desire. Mr. Li, I am willing to offer 40 million. Could you part with this painting for me? A voice suddenly echoed through the throng. The crowd turned toward the source, astonished. It was old Lu, who had remained silent until now, leading many to believe he held no interest. It seemed he had simply not encountered a worthy target. Old Lu, a representative figure among domestic collectors following Boss Ma, would elevate the painting's prestige by acquiring it. 40 million. What a substantial bid from old Lu. Li Rui recognized this man as Lu Hong, a renowned financier and collector from Haizhou. In a previous life, he had often seen Lu Heng's name in various financial news articles, yet it was not his business acumen that had made him famous, but rather his extravagant spending in the auction market. 300 million for Zhang Su's wild cursive, 50 million for a Northern Song dynasty calligraphy piece, 80 million for an emperor's throne, 280 million for blue and white porcelain, and 200 million for a Thanka. These are but a few of Lu Heng's remarkable achievements. Throughout today's auction, he had not made a single bid, leaving many disappointed. The authentic work of Tang Bohu, Spring River, Flower Moon, has finally emerged, leading to Lu Heng's involvement, and his opening bid reached an astonishing 40 million, surpassing Jin Wenshan's estimate by an impressive 5 million. Truly, he is the most generous figure in the realm of collectors. This price ignited a sense of envy within the hearts of all present, leaving them to silently lament why the fortunate buyer was not themselves. Does Boss Lu have an affinity for this painting? Li Rui inquired. Lu Hong smiled. Among the 4 literary talents of Zhang An, Tang Bohu, Zhu Zhishan, Wen Zhengming, and Su Zhenqing, I possess 3 of their works. Yet I am still missing an authentic piece by Tang Bohu. Since fate has brought us this opportunity today, how could I let it slip away? If Mr. Li is willing to part with it, I would be immensely grateful. Li Rui chuckled. I too have a fondness for this genuine work by Tang Bohu. However, since Boss Lu expresses such interest, I am inclined to facilitate your desire. That is splendid, Lu Heng exclaimed with delight. Li Rui then added, as for the price. Upon hearing this, the crowd braced themselves for a potential exorbitant demand. How greedy could one be? Lu Heng furrowed his brow, yet being naturally magnanimous, he mused that as long as Li Rui's price was reasonable, negotiations could ensue. Let us adhere to Master Jin's valuation of 35 million. To Lu Heng's astonishment, Li Rui not only refrained from raising the price but proactively reduced it by 5 million. Lu Heng was momentarily taken aback, then nodded in understanding. Thank you, Mr. Li. I will remember this favor. I hope we can collaborate more in the future. Li Rui smiled. Opportunities will certainly arise, and soon. Chapter 17. Electric Affection. As the auction concluded, Li Rui rode his electric scooter with Yu Sichuan through the streets of Haizhou, riding my beloved little motorcycle. I'll never face a traffic jam. Li Rui hummed a tune, weaving through the night breeze of Haizhou. Why are you singing that song again? Haha. It's somewhat pleasant. But this isn't a motorcycle, it's an electric scooter. Yao Sichuan teased. Li Rui chuckled. With my skills, this electric scooter can showcase the charm of a motorcycle. Just watch. He twisted the throttle, and the scooter buzzed a few times, yet its speed remained unchanged. Yao Sichuan laughed heartily. What is so funny? Li Rui felt a bit embarrassed. Your skills are terrible. Let me take over, Yao Sichuan declared. Go ahead, Li Rui said, squeezing the brakes to stop by the roadside. Yao Sichuan hopped onto the scooter, and Li Rui couldn't help but notice her remarkable figure, petite yet possessing long, elegant legs. If she were riding a larger motorcycle, she would undoubtedly look stunning. Get on. Yao Sichuan beckoned, patting the back seat. Li Rui climbed on. Hold on tight, she instructed as she accelerated, the scooter lurching forward. Instinctively, Li Rui wrapped his arms around her slender waist. In that instant, both felt a slight stiffness in their bodies. As the scooter resumed its journey, it was even slower than before. Yet, Li Rui refrained from mocking her, lost in the sensation of her warmth. How had he not noticed before how captivating Yao Sichuan was? Her gaze remained fixed on the road, the warmth radiating from behind, making her feel both tense and inexplicably secure. Suddenly, Li Rui broke the silence. Didn't you say I was foolish for buying 2 fake paintings? Yao Sichuan paused, recalling the wager she had made with Li Rui. Her round face flushed crimson, unsure whether it was the night breeze or her own embarrassment. Tell me, am I foolish? Li Rui pressed for an answer. You're not foolish. I'm the foolish one, all right? Yao Sichuan pouted. Li Rui grinned. So, do the words you spoke still hold weight? What did I say? Yao Sichuan felt flustered. You promised to grant me a request. You're not planning to back out, are you? I wouldn't back out. You can ask whatever you wish, Yao Sichuan huffed, though her heart raced with anxiety. What if Li Rui made an unreasonable demand? Should I agree or not? Li Rui continued. I've had a long day. My shoulders are a bit sore. Could you give them a massage later? Is that all? For some reason, Yao Xishuan felt a twinge of disappointment. Li Rui questioned. What did you expect me to ask for? Yao Xishuan scoffed. Fine, a massage it is. Arriving at Yao Xishuan's apartment building, she awkwardly dismounted and, standing by the entrance, softly instructed, You stay put. Li Rui, unabashed, remained seated on the scooter, boasting, Put some effort into it. I can be quite heavy. AI realistic painting. Concept art of Yao Xishuan in the next moment. Yao Xishuan's palm rested gently upon Li Rui's shoulder. Despite her considerable force, it remained soft and tender. Fortunately, the sensation through the fabric was delightful, allowing him to feel her delicate touch, soothing and gentle as it glided across his shoulder, almost prompting a contented sound from him. With a hint of annoyance, Yao Xishuan inquired, Is it comfortable? Li Rui chuckled and replied, Of course, it's comfortable. Should I return the favor? You wish. Yao Xishuan's palm transformed into a fist, delivering a few playful punches to his shoulder. It didn't hurt at all, in fact. It felt quite invigorating. After a few playful strikes, Yao Xishuan ceased her antics, her cheeks flushed as she declared, I must go home now. Li Rui gazed at her. Slightly surprised, is that all? To which Yao Xishuan bashfully responded, What else could there be? The atmosphere was thick with unspoken tension, their bodies instinctively drawing nearer, closer. Ever closer. Is that not little Yao? Why are you still out so late? A neighbor suddenly appeared, interrupting the intimate moment between Li Rui and Yao Xishuan. Startled, Yao Xishuan jumped back. Oh, it's Aunt Lu. I'm heading home right away. And who is this young man? Your boyfriend? Aunt Lu inquired, her curiosity piqued. No, just a classmate. Yao Xishuan winked at Li Rui and hurriedly led Aunt Lu away. Li Rui watched her graceful figure retreat, feeling a tinge of regret, but knowing he must return home promptly. Upon arriving home, Li Rui checked his account and discovered a deposit of 35 million, courtesy of Lu Hong. However, compared to the connection he had established with Lu Hong, the monetary gain seemed less significant. Lu Hong had been one of the pioneers in the domestic stock market since the early 1990s, starting with a mere 10,000 and amassing a fortune of 400 billion at his peak. With such a financial titan emerging in 2010, Li Rui knew he would inevitably cross paths with him in the future as he sought to make his mark in the financial world. Today, he decided to cultivate a positive relationship, ensuring a favorable encounter in the future. After solemnly inscribing Lu Heng's name in his notebook, Li Rui glanced at the calendar and realized that only 2 days remained of the National Day holiday. Chapter 18. 3 funds. As the holiday of October 8th came to a close, the populace returned to their workplaces and various financial markets reopened. This signified the commencement of Li Rui's investment journey. He divided his available funds into 3 portions, one dedicated to aggressive speculation, another allocated for prudent investments, and the last reserved as a contingency fund for unforeseen circumstances. Having been burned in his past life by reckless investments, Li Rui now pursued an approach that prioritized absolute security. Should any missteps occur, he ensured that he could secure financial freedom for the latter half of his life. The first portion for risk speculation amounted to approximately 100 million. This capital would primarily be directed towards high-risk investments such as stocks, futures, and Bitcoin, constituting Li Rui's main focus and demanding the majority of his attention. The second portion for stable investments also hovered around 100 million. This would be invested in stocks, real estate, and emerging enterprises with significant future returns, provided that the overall trajectory of the global economy remained stable. The returns on this segment would be both secure and remarkably impressive. The final portion was earmarked for consumption. After all, with such wealth, indulging in life as pleasures was only fitting. Once he had meticulously planned the 3 segments of his funds, Li Rui began preparations for October 8th. His inaugural investment post-Rebirth had already taken shape. He aimed to short-sell Lud culture. Recalling from his previous life, he knew that Lud culture was on the brink of suffering a severe blow. At that moment, its stock price hovered above $30, but within just over a month, it would plummet to a mere $1. The vast price differential appeared to Li Rui as a succulent opportunity, one he could not afford to overlook, especially in light of his connection to Zhou Yunhao. With a faint smile, he inscribed Lud culture firmly in his notebook. In addition to Lud culture, Li Rui had several other targets in mind. He intended to seize the tail end of 2010 to reap profits in the domestic stock market. His mind was replete with memories of the stocks that had surged in 2010, though few had ignited towards the year's end. After much contemplation, he identified 3 stocks. First on his list was King Ong Technology, which was poised to surge immediately after the long holiday. Boasting an impressive increase of over 250 in just 2 months, an undeniable year-end standout. Next was Golden Rose, which had already surged by 172 the previous year, reaching a price of $40, leading many to believe it had peaked. Yet, Li Rui understood that $40 was far from its summit. The following month, it would announce a collaboration with a premier domestic real estate developer, triggering a price explosion that would see it soar to $80 before gradually retreating. Lastly, there was Flying Integration, which would unveil a restructuring plan by month's end, heralding a remarkable series of 9 consecutive trading limits. The activation of these 3 stocks would occur sequentially, and with proper allocation, multiplying the funds several times over was not merely a dream. However, Li Rui mused quietly to himself that 100 million seemed somewhat insufficient. Yet, he restrained himself from the urge to invest more. In the realm of investment, safety reigned supreme. The future stretched long before him. The aspiration to become the wealthiest could not be rushed. Moreover, the investment was excessively high, stirring the attention of those elusive financial players, which could lead to unfavorable consequences. Li Rui resolved to discreetly amass his fortune, quietly aspiring to become the wealthiest individual. What significance is there in making a public display? Wouldn't it be far more appealing to be a shadowy magnate? Early the next morning, Li Rui arrived at the Guangdong Bank. Upon hearing of his arrival, Wu Pengzhu personally came out to greet him. Compared to 2 days prior, Wu Pengzhu's demeanor was increasingly warm, resembling that of an old friend rather than merely a distinguished client. Chen Qinglian observed this with great astonishment, puzzled by what Li Rui had done to elicit such humility from the bank president. After enjoying a cup of tea in Wu Pengzhu's office, Li Rui proceeded to Chen Qinglian's workstation. How's the process for opening my accounts in the U.S. and Hong Kong progressing? Li Rui inquired. Chen Qinglian apologized. I sincerely apologize. There are still a few procedures pending. I have already urged our colleagues in the U.S. and Hong Kong, and it should be completed within 24 hours. She added, however, the Swiss bank account has been successfully opened, and a deposit has been made in accordance with your request, linking it to your PayPal account. Li Rui was delighted. That is wonderful. May I borrow your computer? Of course, Chen Qinglian replied, yielding her device. Li Rui opened the browser and navigated to a website, Mt. Gox. This was a Bitcoin trading platform that, prior to 2014, had been the most active in the world, accounting for over 70 of global Bitcoin transactions at its peak. Due to a homophonic play on words, Mt. Gox was humorously referred to as Mintupio. The site had only been established in July of the previous year, and even abroad, few were aware of it. Moreover, the price of Bitcoin had yet to reach the heights of its former glory, and in the domestic market, knowledge of it was scarce. Unbeknownst to Chen Qinglian, she inquired curiously, what kind of website is this? It is for trading Bitcoin. Are you familiar with Bitcoin? Li Rui responded. I believe I've heard of it. It's a form of digital currency, isn't it? Are you looking to invest in this? Chen Qinglian asked, surprised. Li Rui smiled and said, if you trust me, buy a few and hold on to them. You will thank me later. How much is it per unit? How do I purchase? Chen Qinglian asked, intrigued. Watch how I operate. Li Rui replied, as he registered a username and transferred 1 million US dollars into his account. Chen Qinglian was left dumbfounded. She had assumed Li Rui was merely toying with the idea, but he had unexpectedly invested a staggering 1 million US dollars. How much Bitcoin could that possibly buy? Chapter 19. 3 stocks in the year 2010. Bitcoin remained a hidden gem, scarcely recognized. Yet within a mere few years, it transformed into a marvel of financial history. Numerous opinions abound regarding Bitcoin. Some deem it a scam, while others herald it as a trend. Li Rui, however, remains indifferent to the validity of these assertions, focusing solely on the potential returns. At this juncture, Bitcoin's value was still untapped, its price lingering in an exceedingly low range. Yet, Li Rui possessed a clear foresight regarding Bitcoin's impending frenzy. He had long regretted not investing in a few coins in his past life, and now, an opportunity had finally presented itself. In March of 2010, the world's first Bitcoin exchange, Bitcoin Market, was established, offering a trading price of $0.003 per Bitcoin. By April, the price had surged past 10 cents. Now, in October, Li Rui discovered that the price had escalated to 65 cents. In just half a year, the value had skyrocketed from $0.003 to 65, an increase of over 200 times. This was merely the beginning. Despite the tumultuous ups and downs inherent in Bitcoin's future, the overarching trend remained an upward trajectory. Presently, $1 million could procure over 1 million Bitcoins. While at its peak, the price of a single Bitcoin even surpassed $60,000. Upon the confirmation of his account deposit, Li Rue promptly placed an order, beginning to aggressively acquire Bitcoins available for sale in Mintugu. Over 400 orders at the 0.65 price point were swiftly cleared, followed by those at 0.66 cents and then 0.67 cents. Within mere minutes, under Li Rue's fervent purchasing spree, the Bitcoin price surged dramatically, breaking through the historical high of 0.7 and racing towards 0.8. Li Rue single-handedly instigated a significant upheaval in the global Bitcoin market. Were this to occur a decade later, it would be impossible without hundreds of billions of dollars. Yet, he achieved it with only tens of thousands of dollars. Of course, it was unrealistic for Li Rue to deplete Bitcoin entirely. From the very inception of Bitcoin, the total quantity had been predetermined at 21 million coins. Each mined coin reduced the total supply. It was precisely this scarcity that fueled Bitcoin's subsequent meteoric rise. This was inherently a game of capital, necessitating collective participation. Various funds stirred the pot, allowing Li Rue to profit from the fray. If he were to monopolize all the Bitcoins at once, who else would partake in the market? He could hardly assume the role of a sole dealer. That would be excessively burdensome and contrary to Li Rue's investment philosophy. Thus, his objective was to discreetly enter the fray, abstaining from ostentation, while accumulating a certain quantity of Bitcoins to ensure substantial future gains, and simultaneously allowing other investors to reap profits. He would patiently await the influx of players to elevate Bitcoin's value, as he intended to simply enjoy the dividends. In a luxurious study within a villa in Los Angeles, a computer screen flickered with a dim glow, displaying the interface of a private online chatroom. Ding dong. The computer's speakers emitted a notification sound, signaling that someone was speaking in the chatroom. A portly man with a scruffy beard and disheveled hair shuffled to the computer, sipping coffee as he cast a glance at the screen. Suddenly, he erupted in a fit of laughter, spewing coffee all over the monitor and keyboard. In a flurry, he grabbed a tissue to wipe the screen and keyboard clean before hastily typing. Is it true? On the screen, a user with the alias troll responded, "You should log on to MT Gox and see for yourself. It's gone wild." Chapter 20. The cryptocurrency hunter's big beard switched to the MT Gox website. And indeed, he was greeted by the glaringly bright green numbers on the homepage. 0.81. Just before he went to bed, it was merely 0.65. Had it truly breached the 0.8 threshold, thereby setting a historical high? Big Beard was utterly bewildered. Who could be responsible for this? A gnome? A dwarf? A human? Or perhaps an elf? He furiously tapped away at the keyboard, neglecting to wipe the remnants of coffee from his beard. Surely, it wasn't you, bullhead? The troll retorted. Big Beard angrily countered, "Of course it wasn't me." The gnome chimed in, "Not me." The dwarf added, "Neither was it I." The human declared, "In any case, it was not I." The other members of the chatroom, who had been conspicuously absent moments ago, suddenly emerged. There were 8 members in total, each named after the popular races from the online game World of Warcraft: troll, bullhead, undead, orc, human, gnome, dwarf, and elf. Unbeknownst to anyone, this chatroom, which appeared to engage in casual gaming discussions, was, in fact, a clandestine alliance manipulating the volatility of Bitcoin prices. They controlled a staggering 40% of the entire Bitcoin market. The fluctuations in Bitcoin prices on MT Gox were largely orchestrated by them. Just a few months prior, they had made headlines by purchasing 2 pizzas worth 25 each with a single Bitcoin, all in an effort to promote Bitcoin. This publicity raised awareness of Bitcoin, luring many newcomers into the fold, and propelled the price, which had languished at merely 0.003, to soar above 0.6. According to their strategy, Bitcoin's price needed to enter a cooling period before gradually heating up, with the aim of reaching one within approximately a year. Their ultimate goal was 10, at which point they envisioned each member becoming a millionaire upon liquidating their assets. To their utter astonishment, an individual had unexpectedly begun to aggressively amass Bitcoin, disrupting their carefully laid plans. The buyer's ID was traced back to a certain hunter. His IP address was not located within the United States. The undead suddenly remarked that his true identity was that of a hacker, proficient in various computer technologies, and that the technical defenses of MT Gox were rather inadequate, making it child's play for him to gather information. Hunter? When did a hunter emerge in the Bitcoin realm? He pondered. Is he hunting for Bitcoin, or for us? The chat room fell silent for a few seconds. Undead, please investigate the origins of this hunter. If necessary, bring him into the conversation. Almost simultaneously, identical phrases appeared on the screen. Why do you go by Hunter? Chen Qinglian inquired, glancing at Li Rue's ID with curiosity. Li Rue explained. My name is Li Rue, and my initials are LR. In World of Warcraft, there exists a class called Hunter, which translates to in Chinese, also abbreviated as LR. Hence my choice of ID. Chen Qinglian chuckled. I thought you were out to hunt someone. Li Rue chuckled softly. Your perspective is valid. Investing in the financial market is inherently akin to a hunt. I aspire to remain the hunter, never the prey. You certainly won't be the prey, Chen Qinglian replied confidently, recalling Li Rue's fervent purchasing spree. But why have you paused? There are still over $900,000 left. Li Rue shrugged. There are only so many bitcoins available in the market. If I were to acquire them all, how would others participate? I still rely on them to drive up the prices for me. Investing wisely, without reckless engagement, allows others to toil for my profit. This is the essence of Li Rue's strategy. Furthermore, he has even more exhilarating tactics in store. Chapter 21. Far Voyage Star Garden. Li Rue's initial wave of frenzied shopping resulted in the acquisition of 50,000 bitcoins for less than $40,000. To the average person, investing such a sum in a seemingly obscure asset like Bitcoin would undoubtedly appear insane. However, for Li Rue, who was aware of Bitcoin's meteoric rise in his past life, it felt akin to receiving a gift. For the time being, Li Rue decided to refrain from further purchases, allowing true Bitcoin enthusiasts some space and time. After all, the total supply of Bitcoin is limited to 21 million coins, and only a few million have been mined thus far. If Li Rue were to purchase too many, it would disrupt the normal trading dynamics of the market. Li Rue's ultimate objective is to amass around 500,000 bitcoins within 3 to 5 years, representing 2.5 of the total supply. This figure serves as a ceiling. Exceeding it could trigger unpredictable ripple effects and potentially raise alarms within the capital markets. For instance, Satoshi Nakamoto, the enigmatic founder of Bitcoin, is considered a significant risk factor for its price. It is estimated that Nakamoto holds approximately 5 or 1 million bitcoins. Should his identity be revealed, or if he were to significantly liquidate his holdings, it could destabilize the entire cryptocurrency market, leading to a decline in Bitcoin's value. Li Rue also hopes to leverage capital to work on his behalf, hence 500,000 bitcoins is a reasonable target. By diversifying investments and storage, while maintaining a low profile, he can ensure substantial returns while minimizing his impact on market trends. Moreover, this potential profit is already immense, exceeding $50 billion at the prices prior to his journey. Such a fortune would secure a place within the top 10 of the domestic billionaire rankings of that era. Contentedly closing his browser, Li Rue turned to Chen Qinglian and said, "Thank you for your computer." Chen Qinglian smiled and replied, "It seems you might make quite a bit of money. Is thank you all I get for such a significant favor? How about I gift you 5 bitcoins? Li Rue inquired. Chen Qinglian responded, "I would rather not. If you truly wish to express your gratitude, perhaps you could treat me to a meal instead. Make sure you don't regret turning this down later." Li Rue hinted meaningfully. During their lunch break, Li Rue and Chen Qinglian visited the Qianda shopping mall again, this time without any unexpected interruptions, enjoying a delightful meal together. After lunch, as they exited the mall, someone unexpectedly thrust a flyer into Li Rue's hand. "Sir, madam, this is for a newly opened upscale community, predominantly featuring 6-story villas and townhouses. The location is excellent, with prices starting at per square meter. Full payment qualifies for a 5% discount." The young man distributing the flyers hastily summarized, barely considering Li Rue as a potential buyer before moving on to distribute more. Li Rue examined the flyer closely. Far Voyage Star Garden? He was quite familiar with this community. In his past life, he had a client residing there, and he had once visited. At that time, Li Rue noted the community's prime location and convenient transportation, being merely a few hundred meters from the subway station and easily accessible by car. Nearby, there were reputable hospitals and large supermarkets, but most importantly, it boasted an excellent school district. Moreover, Yuan is a relatively rare community within the Second Ring Road, primarily composed of low-rise villas, boasting a serene and pleasant internal environment, a perfect sanctuary amidst the hustle and bustle. With such numerous advantages, property prices are naturally high. Li Rui recalled that a client had purchased a villa of over 100 square meters for more than 14 million, translating to an average price exceeding 120,000 per square meter. Yet, at this very moment, the newly launched villas at Yuan Hangxing Yuan are surprisingly priced at only a fraction per square meter, with discounts available. What is there to hesitate about? It is undoubtedly a prime opportunity to purchase. Investing in real estate is the most prudent strategy Li Rui could conceive. He had specifically set aside funds for this purpose. Even if all other investments were to falter, the property would ensure his financial security for the remainder of his life. Sister Chen, are you free? Would you accompany me to view some properties? Li Rui inquired, waving a flyer. Chen Qinglian glanced at it. Yuan Hangxing Yuan. Xinkai Road? That area seems to be part of the old city, rather chaotic, and the subway won't be operational for years. Apart from its proximity to the city center, it seems to lack merits. Are you certain you want to invest there? Li Rui replied. Let us go take a look first. The drawbacks Chen Qinglian mentioned are indeed present at this moment. However, as time progresses, with the complete demolition of the old city, the emergence of large commercial complexes, the opening of the subway, and the completion of new road plans, Yuan Hangxing Yuan will transform from having flaws to an abundance of advantages. By that time, property prices would have skyrocketed, rendering them unaffordable for ordinary families. This is the current value low point of Yuan Hangxing Yuan, and Li Rui certainly would not let this opportunity slip by. Considering the proximity of the Guangdong issuing house, Li Rui hopped onto his electric scooter, carrying Chen Qinglian, and navigated through the congested traffic towards Xinkai Road. Upon entering Xinkai Road, they were greeted by a cloud of dust. The area was filled with old houses undergoing demolition and bustling construction sites, creating a scene of chaos and pollution. Cough, cough, cough. Chen Qinglian coughed while brushing off the dust clinging to her skirt, which was a luxurious Chanel gift from Li Rui. Li Rui, however, felt exhilarated. While the construction sites appeared grimy and disorganized, it wouldn't be long before they transformed into towering buildings, representing unimaginable wealth. Upon arriving at the sales office of Yuan Hangxing Yuan in the middle section of Xinkai Road, the environment here was slightly better, with small buildings taking shape. Yet, the ground of the entire community was riddled with large pits, making it difficult for Li Rui to connect this site with the upscale, verdant community he remembered from his past life. The sales office was sparsely populated, with two saleswomen idly chatting at the entrance. An electric scooter slowly approached and parked at the door. Initially mistaking it for a delivery, they were taken aback when they recognized Chen Qinglian on the back seat. Their eyes lit up with surprise. Having dealt with affluent clients frequently, the saleswomen were well acquainted with luxury brands and immediately recognized that Chen Qinglian was adorned in the latest Chanel collection. Just her ensemble alone was worth over 100,000. She was undoubtedly a wealthy and significant client. However, one question lingered. Why would such a wealthy client arrive on an electric scooter? Despite the myriad of questions swirling within their minds, the two young women eagerly approached, respectfully addressing Chen Qinglian. Good day, madam. Are you here to view the property? Chen Qinglian gestured towards Li Rui, stating, I am not here to view. He is. I am merely accompanying him. Both saleswomen were taken aback. Is he not the driver but rather a prospective buyer? Surely you jest. Who would come by electric scooter to inspect a residence? This is a future upscale villa community, and electric scooters are prohibited from entering. The short-haired one quickly devised a plan, saying, by lawn, I suddenly feel quite unwell. Could you take over the reception? With that, she dashed away in haste. Left with the long-haired saleswoman, she wore a perplexed expression and introduced herself. I am Bai Lan, the sales consultant for Unit 418. It is a pleasure to assist both of you. Please follow me, and I will provide an overview of the property details. Bai Lan displayed commendable dedication, taking a full half hour to elucidate the general information about the community before inquiring, what are your impressions? Do you have any questions? Just then, a powerful roar of an engine reverberated from outside, unmistakably signaling the arrival of luxury vehicles. Chapter 22. Appreciation Potential of Maserati. Just as she complained of a stomach ache and expressed her reluctance to entertain Li Rui, the short-haired saleswoman Aisha sprang up and dashed outside. The others followed suit, eager to pursue their primary clientele, those who drive luxury cars. As for those on electric scooters, it was already a stroke of luck if someone would attend to them. Bai Lan could only lament her misfortune today. Not only were there no Maserati clients, but even the four-wheeled patrons were absent, leaving only the two-wheeled ones. Chen Qinglian had gone to the restroom, leaving Li Rui standing alone before the sand table, lost in contemplation. Aisha, beaming with delight, escorted a young couple into the sales office, evidently victorious in the recent contest for clients. The man was short and stocky, unremarkable in appearance yet clad in trendy attire. The woman, tall and alluring, wore heavy makeup and carried the latest LV handbag, swaying with every step. Their demeanor suggested they were affluent. Seemingly, the man intended to purchase a home for the woman, exactly the type of clients every saleswoman adored, with a high probability of closing a deal. As Li Rui pondered, a disdainful snort interrupted him from behind. Li Rui? He turned to see who it was. What a coincidence to encounter an adversary here. The short, stout young man who had just entered was none other than Zhou Yunhao. I thought that electric scooter outside looked familiar. It truly is you. Hee. Struck it rich last night and decided to buy a house today? Truly a peasant mindset. Earn some money and immediately seek a nest, Zhou Yunhao sneered. Li Rui replied nonchalantly. Indeed, I inadvertently earned quite a sum. Spending it is the only way to alleviate the discomfort. You don't seriously think 35 million is a lot, do you? Zhou Yunhao seethed with jealousy internally, yet refused to show any weakness verbally. It's enough to buy several apartments, Li Rui chuckled. Zhou Yunhao's expression turned ashen. Suddenly, he pulled the woman beside him closer, exclaiming, Darling, do you think this guy looks like a wealthy individual? The woman cast a dismissive glance at Li Rui, retorting, Not at all. Zhou Yunhao laughed heartily. Did you see that electric scooter outside? Do you know who it belongs to? It's his. Ha ha. Arriving on an electric scooter to buy a house, how absurd. Li Rui could hardly be bothered to engage with them. Zhou Yunhao continued, Why didn't Yao Xishuan accompany you? I never truly cared for her. I merely wanted to have some fun. Since she doesn't appreciate my attention, so be it. I have no shortage of women around me. What's so entertaining about a naive girl like Yao Xishuan? This one here is a gem. The woman deliberately puffed out her chest, flaunting herself before Li Rui. Oh, Li Rui chuckled. Just then, Chun Qinglian returned from the restroom, curiously asking, Li Rui, are these two your friends? Zhou Yunhao was taken aback. This was simply too stunning. Chun Qinglian, already blessed with striking features and exceptional poise, was adorned in a Chanel gown and high heels today. Carrying the latest handbag, her overall aura reaching new heights. She would fit seamlessly on a celebrity red carpet. In contrast, the woman beside Zhou Yunhao appeared utterly lackluster. A mere commonplace figure. I'm not very familiar with him. Li Rui smiled faintly, suddenly grasping Chun Qinglian's hand and saying, Qinglian, let us take another look. Chun Qinglian was startled by Li Rui's gesture and address. Her first instinct was to pull away, but she quickly regained her composure. She replied softly, Of course. I will accompany you for as long as you wish to look. As she spoke, her heart inexplicably quickened, watching Li Rui lead Chun Qinglian away. Zhou Yunhao felt a surge of frustration. Young Master Zhou, what troubles you? The woman beside him asked affectionately. Aren't we here to purchase a villa? Zhou Yunhao impatiently pushed the woman aside. Initially, he found her appealing, but after seeing Chun Qinglian, he couldn't help but question his previous judgment. This scoundrel not only struck gold but also enjoyed romantic fortune. First, there was Yao Xishuan, and now this woman. Why did he deserve such luck? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Meanwhile, at the model of the villa, Chun Qinglian discreetly slipped her hand out of Li Rui's grasp. I apologize. Li Rui murmured. It's all right. One must always give face to men in public, but let this be the last time. Chun Qinglian smiled. Li Rui awkwardly scratched his head, wondering why he still couldn't maintain his composure after 2 lifetimes. However, Chun Jia's hand is truly soft. Chun Qinglian diverted the topic, asking, What do you think of the place? What are your thoughts? Li Rui inquired. After pondering for a moment, Chun Qinglian replied, I take back my previous statement. This community is quite impressive. I believe it has significant appreciation potential. Oh, what leads you to that conclusion? The most crucial factor for property appreciation is location. I initially thought the area was messy and chaotic, but having just examined the location map, I discovered that the community is strategically situated, with convenient transportation right next to the subway station. And what else? Currently, the vicinity is filled with construction sites. And there are no commercial amenities, but this should only be a temporary situation. It is in close proximity to the city center, and once all the buildings are completed, a substantial influx of population will follow. At that time, will we still worry about amenities? There is a top-tier hospital nearby, and the schools in the area are commendable, capable of meeting various needs. So your conclusion is? I believe the appreciation potential of purchasing a property here will surpass that of other locations. Li Rui nodded with satisfaction, affirming that he had indeed chosen wisely. Xinlian's insights regarding property prices even surpassed some so-called real estate experts. Miss, please prepare a quotation for me, Li Rue called to Bailan. Bailan was secretly glancing at Aisha, who was energetically promoting the villa to Zhou Yunhao, feeling a wave of jealousy. Suddenly hearing Li Rue's call, Bailan was momentarily dazed, thinking she had misheard. Prepare a quotation? Could it be that this customer on the electric bike truly intends to buy a property? Can he afford it? Regardless of whether Li Rue could afford it or not. Since he had made the request, Bailan naturally had to oblige. Both of these villas are 7 stories tall, starting at a price of yuan per square meter. The first floor includes a charming garden and a basement, while the top floor boasts a delightful terrace. Although the prices vary by level. Each unit features a layout of 127 square meters, comprising 3 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and 2 bathrooms, making it exceedingly suitable for family living. Currently, a 5% discount is available for full payment. Taking the second floor, which is the most affordable as a standard, the total price after the discount amounts to yuan. And it also includes 5 years of property management fees. Is this the lowest discount available? Li Rue inquired. Could there be a further concession? Bailan responded. If you can provide a deposit today, I can request an additional discount from my superiors. Li Rue then asked, is the 5% discount applicable for loans as well? To which Bailan replied, I would need to consult with the manager. Do you have proof of income and savings? If not, securing a loan from the bank may prove to be somewhat problematic. Just as Bailan finished speaking, a cheer erupted in the hall. The 3 turned to see Aisha excitedly waving her arms and exclaiming, Congratulations to Mr. Zhou and Miss Wang on signing for Villa number 7. Chapter 23, I want 2 villas signed? Bailan stared blankly at the exuberant Aisha, her heart filled with envy. The small villas each spanned approximately 300 square meters, priced at a staggering amount per square meter, making each one a luxury residence worth tens of millions. With Aisha securing such a substantial deal, her commission for the month would be astronomical. If she hadn't attended to them, perhaps that deal would have been mine. Bailan cast a glance at Li Rue. Nevertheless, Bailan upheld her professional ethics. Having taken on Li Rue's case, she was determined to provide dedicated service to the end. Mr. Li, Miss Chen, if you truly have an intention to purchase, I shall communicate with the manager to secure the best possible discount for you. How does that sound? Bailan inquired. Li Rue nodded, saying, I appreciate your assistance. As Bailan departed, Li Rue turned to Xinlian and asked, What is the maximum loan amount your bank can extend to me? Xinlian was taken aback. You intend to take out a loan to buy a house. Otherwise, with your wealth, why not pay in full? Xinlian simply could not comprehend. Li Rue chuckled softly. Using one's own money to purchase property? That would be foolish. If one can secure a loan, one should certainly utilize the bank's funds. Firstly, property values are poised for a meteoric rise over the next decade. Regardless of the purchasing method, it is bound to yield substantial profits, making this a remarkably secure investment devoid of repayment risks. Secondly, personal capital is inherently limited. Leveraging bank funds allows one to maximize returns. Funds that could otherwise purchase merely 10 properties can now acquire 30. Finally, when considering the relentless pace of inflation, obtaining a loan for property is imperative. What currently appears as a staggering repayment figure will gradually become manageable, even trivial, in light of inflation. Xinlian calculated. Based on your deposits with our bank, we can extend a loan of up to 80 million. 80 million? Li Rue mused internally. Just as he contemplated this, Zhou Yunhao approached, his arm draped around a captivating woman, declaring, I've secured villa number 7, and the deposit alone was 2 million. With my wealth, purchasing here is quite feasible. You should promptly return home and buy a few houses with your earnings. Who knows, it might sustain you for a lifetime. I fear you may afford the house, but struggle to maintain it. Li Rue shot him a glance, thinking to himself that in a month, his company would likely face bankruptcy, and he wondered how Zhou Yunhao would manage the remaining payment. Not receiving a response from Li Rue, Zhou Yunhao, feeling disgruntled, turned to Xinlian. Beautiful lady, I fail to understand what you see in him. Is it his meager earnings from selling paintings? Hesitating over a mere 1 or 2 million for a dilapidated villa? How embarrassing. If you were with me, you could stay in my newly purchased villa at your leisure. And what about me? The alluring woman interjected, clearly displeased. Zhou Yunhao retorted, You can go away. Don't hinder my conversation with the lady. Furious yet unwilling to offend Zhou Yunhao, the captivating woman shot a venomous glare at Xinlian, as if all the blame rested upon her. Xinlian shook her head, saying, Sir, we are not acquainted. I would appreciate it if you could speak more courteously. Zhou Yunhao chuckled. Indeed, we are unfamiliar now, but a conversation will surely change that. Li Rui frowned. Zhou Yunhao, it would be best for you to keep your distance and not impede my home purchase. Haha. Zhou Yunhao laughed heartily. Sales assistant, come here. Aisha hurried over and asked, Mr. Zhou, what can I do for you? Zhou Yunhao pointed to Li Rui and stated, you claim to be establishing a high-end community, so you must not sell properties to just anyone for profit. There should be a threshold for the homeowners. I have heard that some newly affluent individuals, having made a bit of money, suddenly lose sight of their own social class. If such people purchase homes, it will undoubtedly diminish the prestige of the community. Inform your manager that if you sell properties to such individuals, I shall forego the villa. I do not wish to be neighbors with low-quality nouveau riche. Aisha was taken aback. Having sold properties for several years and encountered many difficult clients, she had never before heard such unreasonable demands. Were it not for the substantial commission, she would have retorted, is your quality so high? What? Do you no longer wish to sell the villa? Noticing Aisha standing there in shock, Zhou Yunhao snapped, why are you just standing there? At that moment, Bailan arrived with the sales department manager. Mr. Li, our manager has arrived. Bailan, unaware of the ongoing situation, introduced the man behind her to Li Rui. The man approached and shook hands with Li Rui. Suddenly his eyes brightened in surprise. Chen Qinglian, is that you? Chen Qinglian recognized him as well. Yuan Fong, you work here? Yuan Fong replied with a smile. I have always been with Yuan Hang Real Estate. I was just transferred here last month as the sales department manager. So, are you looking to buy a property? Not for myself. I could never afford a place here. It's for my friend. Chen Qinglian quickly explained. This is my university classmate, Yuan Fong. Yuan Fong shook hands with Li Rui, somewhat astonished by his youth, while also speculating about the relationship between Li Rui and Chen Qinglian. At that moment, Zhou Yunhao's sardonic voice cut in. So you were the manager here, huh? Let me ask you, whose business do you intend to prioritize, his or mine? Yuan Fong was taken aback. Aisha quickly relayed Zhou Yunhao's demands. Yuan Fong thought he must have misheard. The situation was utterly absurd. Zhou Yunhao continued, is there any need for consideration? My order amounts to millions, while this tops out at 200,000. Surely, you can discern which is more profitable? Li Rui sighed. So your implication is that the one with more money should take precedence. Is that correct? Zhou Yunhao sneered. You could interpret it that way. If I were to spend more, could I demand that they dismiss you? Li Rui inquired. Zhou Yunhao chuckled. If you are willing, that could be arranged. But I advise you to guard your little fortune carefully. You do not assume that simply purchasing a villa concludes the matter, do you? What about renovations? With only a few million at your disposal, be cautious not to run out of funds halfway through and end up living in an unfinished house. That would be truly embarrassing. Li Rui smiled. Manager Yuan, I just reviewed the property and found it quite appealing. Thus, I plan to purchase 2 units. Zhou Yunhao burst into laughter. I thought you had more clout. It took you this long just to decide on 2 units? However, upon glancing at the expressions of those around him, Zhou Yunhao realized something was amiss. Everyone gasped, their faces a portrait of disbelief. What had transpired to evoke such astonishment? Was it merely 2 sets of houses? At most, they would amount to 4 or 5 million. What was so remarkable about that? Wait, what had that young man just said? 2 sets? 2 units? 2 units. Zhou Yunhao's eyes widened in realization. He was the fool in this scenario. Li Rui was not purchasing 2 villas, but rather 2 units of villas. Each unit comprised 7 floors with a total of 14 apartments. Thus, 2 units amounted to 28 apartments. Calculating at an average price of 2 million per apartment, that totals 58 million. Did this young man truly possess 58 million? Zhou Yunhao could scarcely fathom it. Although he was the sole heir of a publicly listed company's chairman, the funds he could freely access were merely 2 to 3 million. For this villa purchase, he could only provide a deposit, with the balance dependent on his family's financial support. Yet, here was Li Rui, casually wielding over 50 million. Even if he had earned 35 million the previous day, where did the additional 20 million come from? Chapter 24. Enormous loan. Zhou Yunhao's first reaction was disbelief. He thought, Li Rui is boasting. 2 buildings? Really? Why not buy the entire neighborhood while you're at it? He laughed heartily, clutching his stomach. Ha ha ha. Could you at least draft a plan before you start boasting? 2 buildings would cost over 50 million. Even if you made over 30 million a few days ago, you're still short by more than 20 million. Not only Zhou Yunhao, but the others present also found it hard to believe that Li Rui could afford 2 units of luxury apartments. A group of saleswomen regarded Li Rue with skepticism, and Bai Lan, filled with embarrassment, lowered her head, questioning what misfortune had led her to take on such a client. Even Chun Qinglian was taken aback. Only then did she grasp why Li Rue had inquired about the loan amount from Bank. He was contemplating the purchase of 2 buildings. Has he lost his mind? This is buying real estate, not groceries. Who buys unit by unit? Yuan Fong was momentarily stunned but managed to force a smile. Mr. Li, please. This is all just a joke. He too doubted that Li Rue could buy 2 units, thinking it was merely a matter of pride against Zhou Yunhao. Li Rue pointed at Chun Qinglian and said, Manager Yuan, do you doubt my financial capacity? She can vouch for me. I am not jesting. Yuan Fong turned to Chun Qinglian, who took a deep breath and nodded. Mr. Li's financial standing is indeed sound. He is our esteemed VIP at Bank. A black card holder. Our credit limit for him is 80 million. What? A chorus of gasps echoed around the room. Esteemed VIP of Bank. Black card holder. An 80 million credit limit. This truly is a wealthy individual. Yuan Fong's eyes brightened. He knew Chun Qinglian's character well. She would never lie about such matters. Mr. Li, I sincerely apologize for my earlier presumptions. Do you truly intend to purchase both units? Yuan Fong asked, astonished and delighted. Li Rue nodded. Pointing towards the 2 units in the center of the community, I want both of those units. Yuan Fong felt a wave of dizziness. Happiness had struck him unexpectedly. Excitedly. He replied, Mr. Li, these 2 units comprise a total of 28 apartments, with a total price nearing 60 million. Are you certain you want them all? Li Rue smiled. That depends on your sincerity. Someone just mentioned that whoever has more money should do business with whom. Zhou Xiao and I can only choose one. You decide. All eyes turned to Zhou Yunhao. His face darkened. You dare. Li Rue replied calmly, if you can manage the first day of the month. I can handle the 15th. What is there to fear? Zhou Yunhao threatened Yuan Fong. Manager Chung of Yuanhang Real Estate is a friend of my father. If you treat me this way, I will report to Mr. Chung and have all of you dismissed. Yuan Fong appeared troubled. Mr. Li, this. Li Rue earnestly advised. Zhou Xiao, you can still take your deposit back. Enough nonsense. I have decided to buy this villa. Zhou Yunhao scoffed. Li Rue shrugged. I was merely being considerate. Well, I hope you won't regret it. Regret it? In just a month, Zhou Yunhao would surely regret his decisions. A farcical scene concluded with Li Rue's concessions. No one paid any further attention to Zhou Yunhao's order. Yuan Fong, accompanied by the deputy manager, the sales director, the financial director, and Bai Lan, attended to Li Rue. Chun Qinglian also enlisted the help of a lawyer friend to review the contract for Li Rue while coordinating with the bank for the loan. The total price for the 2 buildings was calculated. Yuan Fong stated, Mr. Li, the 2 units comprise a total of 28 apartments, and after a 10% discount. The total price amounts to amount. Your down payment is 30%, equating to amount. UFA Bank is offering you a 30-year loan with a total of amount. The repayment will be structured as equal principal and interest, totaling amount, of which amount is interest, resulting in a monthly payment of amount. Do you have any questions? Upon hearing these figures, the room felt nearly suffocating. Over 40 million in loans, more than 30 million in interest, and monthly repayments exceeding 200,000. Could Li Rue truly manage such a substantial sum? Even Chun Qinglian felt a twinge of anxiety. What if Li Rue's financial chain faltered midway, leaving him unable to repay the loan? Li Rue furrowed his brow slightly. Observing this, Yuan Fong assumed Li Rue felt the pressure and quickly added, actually, 2 units are indeed excessive. You could purchase fewer. Typically, he ardently promoted sales, eager for customers to buy as much as possible. However, this time, he genuinely hoped Li Rue would buy fewer units, as the repayment burden would be overwhelming, even for him as the seller. Li Rue muttered, Is that all for the monthly payment? The others were left speechless. Is that all? When did 20,000 become a mere trifle? They, of course, were unaware that, relative to the anticipated future increase in property prices, such a monthly payment truly appeared insignificant. In just a few short years, Li Rue would only need to sell 5 or 6 of the 28 apartments to settle all his loans. The remaining units would be pure profit. Let us sign the contract, Li Rue declared. Yuan Fong was taken aback. Just like that? Do you not have any other concerns? Suddenly, Li Rue remembered something and pointed to Bai Lan, saying, It was this young lady who introduced me earlier. I found her work ethic quite commendable. Do not forget to reward her with a commission. No problem, no problem. Yuan Fong nodded repeatedly. Bai Lan, well done. Bai Lan was left in a state of disbelief. Is it possible that my ancestors are smiling down upon me? How could such fortune befall me? Indeed, purchasing a home for the affluent resembled buying vegetables. With the assistance of Chun Qinglian and the lawyer, Li Rue swiftly signed 28 purchase agreements, a number he had never before managed throughout his life, leaving his hands sore from writing. By the time all formalities were completed, it was already past 7 in the evening. Mr. Li, you have helped me secure such a significant deal. I am immensely grateful. Are you free this evening? I would like to treat you and Qinglian to dinner. Yuan Fong joyfully suggested after finalizing the contract. With commissions exceeding 300,000, Yuan Fong would earn around 100,000. Having earned such a sum, he certainly wanted to express his gratitude to Li Rue. Simultaneously, he harbored a subtle intention, hoping to forge a connection with Li Rue, the affluent benefactor, as there might be opportunities for collaboration in the future. However, Li Rue shook his head, stating, "There is no need for a meal. I have matters to attend to this evening." He had just received news from Chen Qinglian that the account for trading American stocks had finally been activated, and he could commence trading that very night. In just over an hour, at 9 a.m., on October 6, 2010, American time, the stock market would open punctually. This marked a historic moment. The reborn Li Rue was about to enter the arena, ready to unleash his prowess, engaging in a savage slaughter, vanquishing deities and Buddhas alike. The first victim beneath his blade would be Greenfield culture. Chapter 25, The Frenzied Short Selling on the Island of Hong Kong. At the office of Muddy Waters Research Company located on Austin Road in Tsim Sha Tsui, one finds a newly established entity, registered in the United States, that has been operational for merely half a year. It occupies 2 modest rooms as its office space. The employees of Muddy Waters frequently enter and exit, burdened with cumbersome documents. To outsiders, their activities appear to revolve around financial operations, yet the essence of their business remains shrouded in mystery. In truth, their primary focus is short selling. A few months prior, Muddy Waters orchestrated a significant stir in the market. They issued a series of 6 reports targeting Company D, alleging severe fraudulent activities, misappropriation of funds, and inflated revenue and asset valuations. They assigned a strong sell rating on Company D's stock, projecting a target price below $1, while the stock was trading at $9 at that time. The reports sent shockwaves through the market, resulting in a staggering 13% decline in Company D's stock price on the subsequent trading day. Despite Company D's continuous clarifications and defenses, the market skepticism proved difficult to dispel. Within a month, the stock plummeted to $5, suffering a decline of over 80% and incurring a market value loss of $200 million. Throughout this ordeal, Muddy Waters reaped substantial profits. They had borrowed 1 million shares of Company D from Merrill Lynch a month in advance, selling them in the market for $9 million. Following this, they disseminated negative information regarding Company D, suppressing the stock price. When it finally dropped to $5, they repurchased the 1 million shares for $5 million, returning them to Merrill Lynch. After deducting the repurchase cost and a portion of transaction fees, the remainder constituted their profit. This marked Muddy Waters' inaugural venture into short selling, yielding remarkable financial rewards. Buoyed by their triumph over Company D, Muddy Waters now set their sights on a new target. "Carl, the materials you requested are all here," announced the secretary as she entered the office and placed a hefty stack of documents on the desk of Carl Thompson, the CEO of Muddy Waters. At just 35 years of age, Thompson was in the prime of his life, yet he was already showing signs of balding, a testament to years of cerebral exertion. Perusing the topmost document, Thompson's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. Indeed, Greenfield culture has established shell companies, fabricated contracts, inflated revenues, and issued false invoices. The evidence is irrefutable. The secretary, elated, inquired, "Shall we proceed?" Thompson nodded. "We can commence drafting the report. However, prior to that, please inform Yang to prepare accordingly." "Understood," the secretary replied, turning to leave. Thompson tapped the documents before him, reveling in his keen instinct. Months earlier, he had stumbled upon an article in Barron's that revealed Greenfield culture had changed auditors thrice and chief financial officers 4 times in the past year, along with 2 revisions of their previous financial statements. The astute Thompson recognized that something was amiss. After months of covert investigation, an array of evidence lay before him, indicating that Greenfield culture faced issues far graver than those of Company D. What delighted Thompson even more was that the stock price of Greenfield culture was hovering around a lofty $32 million. If it could be driven down below $1 million, the profits would be extraordinarily substantial. Thus, he decided to commence his plans. Meanwhile, Li Rue also began his own endeavors. He discovered Greenfield Culture on the magnesium stock website. The current stock price of Greenfield Culture stood at $32.71 million, with a market capitalization exceeding $700 million. The Zhou family held a 19.7% stake, barely amassing a fortune nearing $1 billion. However, such prosperous days were about to come to an abrupt end. Transitioning from $1 billion in wealth to $1 billion in debt could occur with just a few consecutive drops in stock prices. In his previous life, although Li Rue had not accrued significant wealth, he possessed a considerable breadth of financial knowledge and was well versed in various financial instruments, making him quite familiar with short selling. There are two methods for short selling. The first method involves borrowing stocks from various brokerage firms, selling them at the current market price, and subsequently repurchasing them at a lower price after the stock price declines, returning the borrowed stocks to the brokerage. The profit from this method is the difference between the selling and repurchasing prices. The second method entails purchasing put options, wherein the buyer pays a premium to acquire the right to sell at a specified price before a designated date, with the option to decide whether or not to execute the contract upon expiration. This method carries lower risk, as the maximum loss is limited to the premium paid if the option is not exercised. Ideally, Li Rue should have opted for the second method. However, selling a large volume of options could potentially alert the market. Moreover, the previous life's retail investor-led assault on short sellers during the Wall Street upheaval would not occur for another decade, prompting Li Rue to choose the direct borrowing method. At 9 o'clock in the evening in China, it was 9 o'clock in the morning in the United States, and the stock market officially opened. What are the steps required to short a stock? The answer is simply one. Li Rue had already activated a margin account that allowed for both financing and securities lending. After selecting Greenfield Culture on the website, he directly clicked to short sell. The system automatically facilitated the borrowing of stocks from the brokerage, and once in possession, he promptly sold them. Stocks were sold at a total of $1 million. This was merely the beginning, as Li Rue still needed to wait for the agreed repayment date of December 5th to repurchase the shares from the market and return them to the brokerage to complete the transaction. If all went smoothly, by December 5th, Li Rue would only need to spend $1 million to buy back the same shares. The profits from this endeavor were astonishingly significant. Having accomplished all this, Li Rue felt a sense of satisfaction, now waiting for the turbulent waters to work in his favor. In Yenzhou, a certain skyscraper remained brilliantly illuminated late into the night. Within a spacious room, dozens of screens flickered with stock charts from around the world. A group of traders was intently monitoring various national markets, issuing buy and sell orders. Suddenly, one trader furrowed his brow, hesitating for a moment before rising to approach the adjacent office. Inside the office, a handsome and refined middle-aged man, approximately 40 years of age, was engrossed in reading. It was an autobiography published by Zhou Zhonghua, the chairman of Greenfield Culture. In truth, it was a self-aggrandizing, privately printed internal publication, the means of its acquisition unknown. "Mr. Yang, we have a situation," the trader announced as he entered. "What is it?" the man inquired. The trader remarked, "Just now, the stock price of Greenfield Culture experienced a fluctuation. Someone sold off shares, driving the price down to $30.22 magnesium dollars." The man narrowed his gaze, pondering. Such a substantial sell-off. Could it be that an institution has received insider information? The trader shook his head, judging by the nature of the transaction. It does not appear to be an institutional move. Could it merely be a coincidence? The man replied coldly, "Continue to monitor Greenfield Culture. Employ a more subtle approach to short selling. We must eliminate it quietly and without a trace, understood? Please have the brokers you know investigate who the seller is. As long as it's not an institution, let them proceed." "Understood." The trader acknowledged and took his leave. The man lightly tapped his fingers on the table, producing a rhythmic sound, and muttered to himself, "Who could it be?" Chapter 26. The launch of INS. Having successfully shorted Greenfield Culture, Li Rue found himself in high spirits. However, this was merely the beginning. The next step involved prudent investments. His notebook was filled with the names of stocks anticipated to soar in value over the coming years. Netflix, with a staggering increase of 3,767, buy. Market Access, rising by 3182, buy. A Biomed, up by 2121, buy. Companies like Amazon and Apple, which had not even reached a 1,000 increase, failed to capture his interest. He only begrudgingly added a few shares due to their dominant positions in the industry. The last entry was for the biopharmaceutical company Neurocrine Biosciences, currently priced at $2.50. How intriguing. I recall its stock soaring to over 150 during my previous life. Certainly worthy of investment. After a flurry of purchases in the U.S. stock market, Li Rui decided to pause. The profits from these stocks over the next decade would ensure a lifestyle of extravagant spending. For now, he would wait until the profits from shorting greenfield culture materialized before pursuing other investments. Stretching lazily, Li Rui prepared for bed. Today had been a splendid day. A day when all his wishes seemed to come true. After his evening routine, he hummed a tune as he climbed into bed, only to suddenly freeze. What date was it today? October 6th, 2010. Wasn't there a significant event that occurred on this day in my past life? What was it again? A sudden realization struck him, and he smacked his forehead, his phone. Grabbing his Nokia from the bedside, he frowned. This wouldn't do. He needed an Apple device. Recalling that Yao Sichuan used an iPhone, he dialed her number. Why are you calling so late? Her voice was thick with sleep as the call connected. Li Rui chuckled. Is it not just past 10? You're already in bed? Yao Sichuan retorted. A good night's sleep is essential for healthy skin, which you ought to know. Now, what is it? You have an iPhone 4, right? Could you log into the App Store for me and search for an app? What app? Instagram. Could you check if it's available? Hold on. Half a minute later, her languid voice returned. Yes, it seems to have just been launched today. Exactly, Li Rui exclaimed, clenching his fist in excitement. If memory served him right, today marked the official launch of Instagram, the most popular online platform for sharing images and videos in the ensuing years. Within just one day, Instagram gained its first user, exceeding 1 million within a month, and reaching 7 million in 9 months. By the time Li Rui traversed into this new reality, Instagram's user base had already surpassed 1 billion. Such a wildly successful application was bound to attract the attention of major corporations for acquisition. Just 2 short years later, Facebook was set to invest a staggering $1 billion to acquire Instagram. And the initial venture capitalists who invested in Instagram were all exiting with returns that were 100-fold. While it was too late to invest in Facebook, the opportunity to invest in Instagram was simply unmissable. Moreover, this was not merely an investment opportunity. It was an exceptional chance to penetrate Silicon Valley and engage with the intricate web of the internet industry. If one aspired to become wealthy, there was no swifter route than to head to the United States and immerse oneself in Silicon Valley, profiting from foreign earnings to spend at will. What a delight. Aside from Instagram, there must be other companies worthy of investment. I must take the time to recollect and organize my thoughts, Li Rui pondered deeply, momentarily forgetting that there was still a certain Yao Sichuan on the other end of the line. The round-faced beauty, listening to the incessant beeping from the receiver, was infuriated and felt like hurling her phone. Was this the reason he called me in the dead of night? Li Rui, you rascal, an absolute scoundrel. I shall no longer pay you any mind. What purpose does this software serve? Is it for photography? It seems rather intriguing. The following morning, Li Rui awoke. October 7th marked the final day of the extended holiday. He had no specific plans, but the events of the previous night made him realize it was time to upgrade his equipment. As the saying goes, to excel in one's craft, one must first sharpen their tools. His Nokia phone had become outdated, and it was imperative to acquire a smartphone without delay. Earlier in the year, Apple had launched the 4th generation of its iconic device, while the Android system was flourishing, propelling the rapid development of 4G technology domestically. The mobile internet had embarked on a fast track of accelerated growth, and Li Rui wished to hitch a ride on this wave, starting with a new phone. Moreover, there was the matter of his transportation. Although riding an electric bicycle was environmentally friendly, it came with its own set of inconveniences. In the future, when attending business events, it would hardly be appropriate to arrive on an electric bike. That would not be a clever disguise, but rather a sign of foolishness. He also needed to consider relocating, as his current apartment felt rather cramped. With an increasing number of responsibilities on the horizon, space would undoubtedly become a premium. After some contemplation, Li Rui decided to call Yao Sichuan. It was far more convenient to shop with a woman by one's side. The first call went unanswered. The second call also met with silence. Li Rui refrained from trying again. After a brief interval, Yao Sichuan returned his call. As soon as the line connected, her irritated voice echoed through. Why did you stop calling after just 2 attempts? Perplexed, Li Rui replied. You didn't answer. Why would I call again? That was intentional. Who told you to disregard me after only half a conversation yesterday? Did I? Li Rui paused, recalling that indeed such an incident had occurred. You actually forgot. Yao Sichuan was infuriated. How could this man be so oblivious? Did he truly not regard her at all? Li Rui quickly apologized. I'm so sorry. I had an unexpected matter come up yesterday and completely overlooked you. Please don't be angry. Allow me the chance to make amends, will you? And how do you intend to make amends? Yao Xishuan inquired. How about treating you to a grand meal? And perhaps inviting you to accompany me for some shopping? Shopping? That sounds delightful. Yao Xishuan brightened. So, where shall we meet? After agreeing on a time and place, Li Rui hung up the phone, only to realize he had forgotten to remind Yu Xishuan about the details. Although I engaged in shopping today, it was not a leisurely stroll through the streets, as the items I sought were rather peculiar. Never mind, I shall discuss it further upon our meeting. Before setting off, Li Rui reached out to Chen Qinglian, requesting her assistance in inquiring about the procedures and processes for establishing a venture capital firm domestically. You intend to venture into capital investment? Chen Qinglian exclaimed in astonishment. With the pursuits of Bitcoin, real estate, and now venture capital, she felt that Li Rui was taking exceedingly ambitious strides. Let us not forget that Li Rui currently bears a mortgage of several tens of millions, should any issues arise with his financial chain. It could lead to a catastrophic collapse. However, she found herself at a loss for how to dissuade him and could only say, many of my classmates are in finance. They should be quite knowledgeable. I will inquire on your behalf. Li Rui responded, I would greatly appreciate it. After ending the call, Chen Qinglian felt a stir of anxiety. In truth, the more Li Rui invested and the more frequently he utilized his funds, the greater the profit she and the Guangdong issuance would reap. Yet, for reasons unknown to her, Chen Qinglian wished for Li Rui to proceed with caution and stability, rather than dabbling in multiple ventures as he currently was. I must find a suitable time to have a serious conversation with him, she contemplated. Chapter 27. Upgrading equipment. Li Rui and Yao Xishuan arranged to meet at the Marriott Hotel, situated in one of the most bustling commercial districts of Haizhou, where several large shopping malls abound, offering everything from mobile phones to automobiles and real estate. As Li Rui stood on the street, he felt a tap on his shoulder. He turned to look, but found no one there. When he turned back, Yao Xishuan stood before him, her face adorned with a child's mischievous pride. How childish, Li Rui remarked, his expression one of disbelief. Yao Xishuan's eyes widened in surprise. If you dare to call me childish, then I can only say you are like a 3-year-old. The two burst into laughter, playfully teasing each other for a moment before Yao Xishuan asked, What do you wish to buy? I think I'll start with a mobile phone, Li Rui replied. I'm still using an outdated Nokia feature phone, and I plan to upgrade to a smartphone. The nearby mall housed a mobile phone store, and as they entered, the staff greeted them enthusiastically. Welcome. Are you looking to purchase a phone? Do you have a specific model in mind? Li Rui replied straightforwardly, Do you have the iPhone 4? The staff, sensing a significant sale, beamed with delight. Of course, we have genuine Hong Kong stock, completely authentic. Although, it is a bit pricey. Li Rui did not inquire about the price and continued, What is the latest Android model? Please show it to me. If you prefer Android, you've come to the right place. We just received the HTC Desire yesterday. It boasts the highest specifications of the year and is equipped with the latest features. The staff animatedly detailed the phone's capabilities. I'll take both of these and please set up 2 SIM cards for me, Li Rui interrupted, having barely listened to the remainder of the pitch. Huh? You want both? The staff was taken aback. Yao Xishuan chimed in, astonished. Aren't you going to try them out? Li Rui shook his head. No need to test them. In my view, any smartphone these days will merely suffice, so why waste time on trials? He reiterated. Please set up 2 SIM cards for me. Within 10 minutes, Li Rui had swiped his card, purchasing 2 phones for nearly 10,000 yuan. As they exited the store, Yao Xishuan expressed her discontent. Why didn't you negotiate the price? Li Rui chuckled. There is no need to haggle over inexpensive items. Later, when I buy something pricier, you can help me negotiate. Yao Xishuan was taken aback. What expensive item are you planning to buy? Li Rui pointed ahead. A car? The first floor of Huatai Mall differed from other shopping centers as it did not host luxury boutiques but rather showcased flagship stores for high-end automotive brands. Along the southern street, Ferraris, Lamborghinis, and Bentleys were lined up in a row, while the northern side featured Mercedes, BMWs, and Audis. Li Rui pulled Yao Xishuan towards the Bentley showroom, eager to enter. Yao Xishuan was startled and firmly grasped his hand. What are you doing? Why are you going in there? Just to take a look, Li Rui replied casually. Yao Xishuan gasped in horror. But this is Bentley. And what of it? Li Rui inquired. Yao Xishuan paused, then slapped her forehead. Oh right, I forgot. You won 250 million. And just the other day you made an additional 35 million from selling paintings. You are quite the tycoon. How could I forget that? Li Rue, bemused, responded. Do I really not seem like a wealthy person? The two then stepped into the Bentley showroom. Meanwhile, on the other side of Huatai Mall, at the flagship Mercedes-Benz store, two acquaintances of Li Rue were also examining cars. Qi Gang was seated inside a Mercedes G500, exclaiming, "This vehicle is remarkable. Its elevated chassis provides excellent visibility, and its off-road capabilities must be impressive." Outside the car, Sun Chuan timidly inquired, "Darling, don't you already have a car? Why do you want to change it?" This couple had quarreled twice and reconciled just as many times, akin to a bond sealed with super glue, inseparable. Qi Gang scoffed. "Every time I see that second-hand Porsche, it reminds me of you and Li Rue, and it infuriates me. I shall never drive a second-hand car again. I want a brand new one." Sun Chuan quickly reassured him. "Please don't be upset. It's all my fault. I promise I will never make you angry again and will dedicate myself to you. Now that's more like it." Qi Gang responded. "What is so great about that, Li Rue?" He asked, "Just a nouveau riche." The more Qi Gang admired the G500, the more he desired it, prompting him to inquire about the price. After learning the cost, Qi Gang felt a sense of dilemma. The vehicle was priced at an astonishing $1.7 million. And he didn't have that kind of money on hand. "Can't you offer a discount?" Qi Gang asked. The salesman, smiling politely, replied, "I'm sorry, Mr. Qi, but this is the official price set by the company. We can only offer you some interior accessories. Unfortunately, we cannot reduce the price any further. If you find this price too steep, we do have a used 2008 model available at a lower cost. I refuse to buy a second-hand car." Qi Gang shouted angrily. The salesman was taken aback, thinking, "Aren't you in the second-hand car business? Why can't you drive one? Have you been traumatized?" Unable to purchase a new car and unwilling to settle for a used one, Qi Gang huffily pulled Sun Chuan out of the Mercedes dealership. "Darling, are we not buying it?" Sun Chuan asked. Qi Gang shook his head. "Not for now. By the way, didn't you mention wanting to take pictures in a Bentley last time? I'll take you there." "Really?" Sun Chuan, with her face still swollen, was thrilled at the prospect of taking photos. Qi Gang replied, "I'm friends with the deputy manager at the Bentley store. A quick visit will suffice." Sun Chuan was overjoyed. "That's wonderful. I want to take several photos to post on QQ Space to make my classmates envious." The couple made their way to the Bentley flagship store, and upon entering, they were greeted by the sight of a luxurious and opulent Bentley Mulsanne prominently displayed in the showroom. This was the latest model of Bentley's luxury sedan. Once one glimpsed its brand, considerations regarding engine specifications, power, torque, and transmission became irrelevant. Buyers of this vehicle are not concerned with such parameters. They are solely focused on prestige. Sun Chuan's eyes widened with wonder, eager to hop in for a photo opportunity. Qi Gang's friend, Wang Xin, the deputy manager, emerged to greet them. "What brings you here?" Wang Xin asked. Qi Gang replied with a smile, "Just came to see you." "How is business?" Wang Xin responded. "There are usually no customers throughout the month. Today is quite fortuitous. We just sold a car." Qi Gang remarked. "Those who can afford your brand are undoubtedly true wealthy individuals. By the way, would it be possible for my girlfriend to borrow one of your cars for a few photos?" "Which model would you like to photograph?" Wang Xin inquired. "The new Mulsanne." Qi Gang replied. Wang Xin's expression turned troubled. "Well, that's somewhat inconvenient. That Mulsanne has just been sold, and the owner is currently signing the contract. It wouldn't be ideal if the owner saw us." Qi Gang quickly responded, "You are absolutely right. It is best not to tamper with such prestigious vehicles. If we were to damage it, the cost would be unbearable." Hearing that photographing the Mulsanne was off the table, Sun Chuan felt a profound disappointment, ultimately settling for the older flying spur tucked away in the corner. Wang Sun took Qi Gang for tea, while Sun Chuan immersed herself in her own photography. Despite the new Mulsanne costing $6 million, compared to the older flying spurs $2.5 million, both being Bentleys, Sun Chuan remained quite enthusiastic about her shots. Just then, she noticed someone opening the door of the Mulsanne. Chapter 28. Call Uncle. As Sun Chuan noticed someone approaching Mushang, she took a closer look, only to be taken aback by the sight of Yao Xishuan. To Sun Chuan's astonishment, Yao Xishuan proceeded to open the door of Mushang's car. "Yao Xishuan, what are you doing?" Sun Chuan exclaimed. "Sun Chuan." Yao Xishuan was equally startled upon seeing her. "Close the car door immediately," Sun Chuan commanded. Yao Xishuan, looking bewildered, asked, "Why?" Sun Chuan replied, "Do you think you can just touch that car? If you damage it, can you afford to pay for it?" Yao Xishuan nodded. "That's a good point. But how come you are here?" Sun Chuan tossed her hair and smirked. "If you can come, why can't I? I'm here accompanying Qi Gang to buy a car. Are you and Qi Gang not broken up yet? Yao Sichuan giggled, covering her mouth. Sun Chuan glared at her. Yao Sichuan, I haven't settled scores with you yet. How dare you flirt with Li Rue? Do you have no shame? Yao Sichuan flushed. Don't say that. Li Rue and I are just ordinary friends. We merely had a meal together. The lack of conviction in her voice was palpable. Was it just a meal? They had also attended an auction and gone shopping together recently, growing rather close, it seemed. Sun Chuan scoffed. You're something else. Back in college. I thought you were quite innocent, but it turns out you were just a schemer. You've latched onto Li Rue because he has become wealthy, haven't you? Let me tell you, Li Rue is mine. Keep your hands off him. Yao Sichuan, puzzled, replied, but you and Li Rue broke up ages ago, didn't you? Sun Chuan placed her hands on her hips. That doesn't matter. Yao Sichuan was left speechless, shaking her head as she opened the car door again. Don't touch it. Sun Chuan shouted. Why can't I? Yao Sichuan retorted. This is a car my friend bought. Your friend bought it? Yao Sichuan exclaimed in surprise. Sun Chuan stood tall. To be precise, it was purchased by Qi Gang's uncle. You mean the buyer is Qi Gang's uncle? Yao Sichuan stifled a laugh. Sun Chuan, irritated, said, what are you laughing at? With someone like Li Rue, a nouveau riche. How can his connections compare to Qi Gang's family? The influential figure who bought this car has watched Qi Gang grow up. Mentioning his name would send shivers down your spine. Yao Sichuan sighed. Sun Chuan, although I never liked you. I didn't expect you to change so much in just 2 years since graduation. What's wrong with me? Sun Chuan sneered. Are you jealous of me? Let me tell you, I discarded Li Rue because I grew tired of him. You're only fit to take over. Yao Sichuan shook her head. I truly feel sorry for Li Rue. All those years of youth and sincerity wasted. What did you say? Repeat that. Sun Chuan erupted in fury. Do you believe I won't have someone throw you out right now? Yao Sichuan, uninterested in further engagement with Sun Chuan, simply sat inside the car. Get out. Sun Chuan seethed with rage. She couldn't even bring herself to sit in the car for a selfie, while Yao Sichuan was so brazenly comfortable. You, woman. Not only are you stealing my Li Rue, but now you want to take my car too? Sun Chuan had completely lost her composure and rushed forward, intent on pulling Yao Sichuan out. What are you doing? At that moment, a furious shout rang out from behind as someone rushed up and pushed Sun Chuan aside. Turning to look, she was astonished to find it was Wang's senator brother Wang. Why are you pulling me away? Hurry and get her out. Sun Chuan exclaimed. Wang Sen's face was ashen. Who is your brother Wang? I don't even know you. Brother Wang? I'm Qi Gang's girlfriend. Sun Chuan stammered in confusion. Qi Gang arrived shortly thereafter, bewildered. Brother Wang, what on earth are you doing? Wang Sen barked. What is wrong with your girlfriend? How dare she disturb our esteemed guest? Esteemed guest? Qi Gang peered into the car, his expression turning blank upon realizing it was Yao Sichuan. Wang Sun shot a fierce glare at the two of them and addressed Yao Sichuan. Miss Yao, I sincerely apologize for our negligence that allowed her to disturb you. I hope you were not frightened. Yao Sichuan shook her head. It's nothing. She was just joking with me. As long as it was merely a joke. Wang Sun sighed in relief. Mr. Li has already signed the contract and will arrive shortly. Qi Gang and Sun Chuan were left in stunned silence. What was happening? Why was Wang Sun showing such deference to Yao Sichuan? Wait, who was Mr. Li? Could it be? A sense of foreboding surged in their hearts. In the next moment, a throng of people entered the hall with great fanfare. The person at the center of it all, surrounded like a star, was none other than Li Rue. As he walked, he flashed a bitter smile. Manager Zhao, could you refrain from being so ostentatious? I'm not quite accustomed to it. Accompanying him was Zhao Gang, the general manager of the Bentley flagship store, who replied with a smile, Mr. Li. Others would want the whole world to know when they purchase a car. You are far too low-key. Rest assured, it will just be a photo. And you want to be in the spotlight during promotions. Li Rue nodded. That's good to know. Li Rue. Upon seeing him, Qi Gang and Sun Chuan gaped in disbelief. Li Rue, equally flabbergasted, remarked, what are you two doing here again? They do say that enemies meet on narrow paths, but this is rather too narrow. I assent it. Haizhou is so large, yet I run into you two every day. As Yao Sichuan stepped out of the car, she asked, Li Rue, is this luxurious Mulsanne yours? Sun Chuan inquired. Li Rue affirmed, indeed, it is. You, heartless wretch. When we were together, you wouldn't even buy me an LV bag, yet you bought Yao Sichuan a Bentley. Sun Chuan erupted in fury. She was on the brink of madness. Knowing that Li Rue had become wealthy was one thing, but witnessing his extravagant spending firsthand was another. The gleaming, Opulent Bentley Mulsanne before her was simply too much for her to bear. It should have been her sitting in that car. Yao Xishuan stepped out and smiled. Qi Gang. Didn't Sun Chuhan just say that the person buying the car was your uncle, who watched you grow up? Why didn't you call him when you saw him? Qi Gang was bewildered. What uncle? I had no idea Li Rui was my uncle. His rage boiled over. You've already cheated on me. And now you're claiming him as an uncle? Husband, please let me explain. Sun Chuhan was flustered. Explain what nonsense? Qi Gang exclaimed, swinging his arm for another slap. From this moment on, you shall walk your own path, while I tread my solitary bridge. Let us sever our ties. After striking her, Qi Gang shot a resentful glare at Li Rui and departed. Yao Xishuan blinked and took Li Rui's arm, saying, Darling, we've purchased the car. It's time for us to take a joyride. Li Rui was momentarily taken aback. Although he understood that Yao Xishuan was trying to provoke Sun Chuhan, was it truly appropriate for her to cling to him in such a manner? Well, it felt rather nice. Li Rui, Sun Chuhan fumed, her nostrils flaring with anger. Don't blame me. If there is any blame, it lies with your own choices, Li Rui replied, shaking his head. The car, under the engine's roar, departed from the flagship store amidst applause, leaving behind Sun Chuhan, who became increasingly agitated, sorrow overwhelming her as she burst into tears. Chapter 29, Maoyuan advertising. As the Bentley glided through the streets, neighboring vehicles instinctively veered away, fearful that a mere brush could lead to financial ruin. Li Rui, too, was cautious. His insurance would only take effect 24 hours later, and any scrape would necessitate him covering the repair costs himself. How does it feel? Yao Xishuan asked with a playful smile. Quite good, Li Rui nodded in response. Yao Xishuan pouted. Is that all? Driving a luxury car worth millions. And that's all you can say? Li Rui shrugged. What else should I feel? In truth, he was puzzled by his lack of excitement. This Mulsanne was a luxury car he had never even dared to dream of in his past life. And now, only days into his rebirth, he was already behind the wheel. Were he another young man in his 20s, he would likely be over the moon. Yet, deep down, he felt like an almost 40-year-old man, unable to muster genuine exhilaration. Perhaps it was the journey of pursuing and achieving goals that he truly cherished, rather than the goals themselves. Didn't you say there was something else? Yao Xishuan sensed a shift in the atmosphere and skillfully redirected the conversation. I find my current apartment too small. I'm considering renting a new place. Do you have any recommendations? Li Rui inquired. What are your requirements? Yao Xishuan asked. After pondering briefly, Li Rui replied, nothing too specific, just convenient transportation, a quiet environment, and a spacious room. My uncle's place fits your criteria perfectly. It's a 2-bedroom apartment of over 100 square meters, situated in a pleasant community, right by the subway station. It happens to be vacant at the moment. I have the keys. Shall I take you to see it? Yao Xishuan offered. That sounds splendid. Will renting from your uncle be a bit cheaper? That's my uncle, not yours. Yao Xishuan's cheeks flushed, her lips pouting playfully, though she was not genuinely upset. Under Yao Xishuan's guidance, Li Rui drove to the Jiahe community. This area, located on the outskirts of the inner ring, boasted an excellent environment and location, with attentive property management services. As they approached the entrance, the security guard initially requested Li Rui to present an entry card, but upon noticing the Bentley, he promptly waved them through without a word. Such is the convenience that luxury vehicles bring. Most people assume that a Bentley driver cannot be a wrongdoer. After all, it was still 2010, and the trend of renting luxury cars to feign wealth was relatively uncommon. In another decade or so, even stockings could be purchased in bulk. What then of Bentleys? Upon parking and entering the community, they ascended to view the apartment. Located on the 17th floor of Building C, Unit 1702 was a spacious, bright 2-bedroom apartment, impeccably clean and furnished with all necessary appliances. How could such a delightful apartment remain vacant? Li Rui wondered aloud, feeling quite satisfied yet slightly bemused. Yao Xishuan sighed. Don't get me started. This apartment was originally purchased by my uncle for my cousin. But she moved to Linen to start a business shortly after and has returned in over 2 years. Oh, Li Rui nodded, then it's settled. I'll rent this place. With Yao Xishuan's connection, there was no need for a formal contract. Li Rui directly transferred a year's rent to her uncle, thus securing the lease for the apartment. In a year's time, the property at Far Voyage Star Garden would be ready for occupancy. Li Rui had meticulously planned to merge the 4 top-floor apartments in the 2 buildings into a spacious flat exceeding 400 square meters, offering a level of comfort surpassing that of a villa. After renting the residence, he swiftly contacted both a moving company and a cleaning service to commence their tasks simultaneously. By 5 in the evening, the space was transformed into a pristine abode. Standing before the floor-to-ceiling windows, he gazed at the distant twinkling lights of towering buildings. A sense of tranquility settling within him. Since the moment of his rebirth until now, he had felt as though he were ensnared in a dream. It was only in this very moment, amidst the ambience, that Li Rue realized he would forever remain anchored in this slice of time. "What are you looking at?" came the voice of Yao Sichuan from behind. Clad in an apron, she emerged from the kitchen, a plate of succulent crayfish in her hands. Li Rue turned with a smile, exclaiming, "Wow, it smells amazing. I must sample your culinary skills. Wash your hands first." Yao Sichuan's sharp voice echoed through the room. Laughter and cheerful banter ensued, evoking a desire to freeze time in that delightful moment. On the morning of October 8th at 7:30, the blaring of the alarm clock jolted Li Rue awake. He rose, brushed his teeth, washed his face, and donned his attire before heading out to work. Logically speaking, with a fortune exceeding several hundred million, Li Rue should have resigned by now. However, he chose to remain in his position for a while longer, as he aspired to acquire the advertising company where he currently worked, Juni Building. His own company, Yuan Advertising, occupied the 17th floor of Juni Building. Since his graduation from university, he had been working at Yuan Advertising, enduring a meager salary of only 700 yuan after deductions for social insurance and housing funds. Tirelessly toiling while catering to the whims of clients, truly the lowest tier in the industry. Driving his Bentley to the underground parking lot, Li Rue parked in the company's designated space and took the elevator directly to the 17th floor. Upon entering the office, he had barely settled into his workstation when the design director, Li Jun, hurried toward him. Dressed in a tailored suit with slicked-back hair meticulously styled, Li Jun's appearance could not mask the looming crisis of middle-aged baldness. While the staff affectionately referred to him as Brother Jun, behind his back, they called him Mediterranean not out of malice but due to his excessively shrewd demeanor and notoriously poor interpersonal relations. Li Jun approached, slamming a stack of documents onto Li Rue's desk. "Li Rue, what is going on with this project? Didn't the client ask you to revise it before the holiday? What on earth have you changed?" Li Rue glanced at the documents, noting they pertained to an advertisement design for the Qinchin Deer TT manufacturer. The client had clearly stated prior that the draft was ready for finalization. How had they suddenly changed their mind? "Brother Jun, the client previously said it was ready for final draft previously is one thing, now is another. The client says the draft is unsatisfactory. You need to rewrite it immediately. This advertisement is set to launch next month, and if there are any delays on your end, I will deduct from your salary." Li Jun barked without room for discussion. Normally, Li Rue would have argued back, but at that moment, he merely smiled softly. "All right, I will rewrite it." Li Jun huffed dismissively and turned to leave. Just then, a captivating figure entered the office, instantly brightening the atmosphere as if 1,000 flowers had bloomed. Every pair of eyes in the room sparkled with newfound light, including Li Rue's. His decision to remain employed was not solely based on his ambition to acquire the company. A significant part of it was indeed for that enchanting presence. Memories from a past life surged forth, vividly intertwining with the enchanting figure before him, evoking a profound sense of nostalgia in Li Rue. Yi Bingling, the chairwoman and general manager of Yuan Advertising Company, shared the same age as Li Rue, with her tall and curvaceous physique. She had once been crowned the champion of the Haizhou University model competition. Although she donned merely a black professional outfit, her figure was exquisitely accentuated, captivating the attention of all around her. She was breathtakingly beautiful. Within the entirety of Yuan Advertising Company, at least a dozen individuals, known to Li Rue, were drawn solely by the prospect of witnessing this stunning chairwoman daily, willingly accepting salaries below the industry average while laboring beyond its norms. Li Rue had once been among this throng, yet his feelings had since evolved. In his eyes, Yi Bingling was no longer merely an object of admiration but also a pitiable young woman. Chapter 30, Expelled. "Good morning, Mr. Yi." Li Jun approached with a face full of flattery. This fellow, nearing 40, sported a bald patch reminiscent of the Dariem Basin, and it was baffling how he spent his days orbiting around Yi Bingling, harboring intentions akin to an old bull pursuing tender grass. Yi Bingling replied coolly, "Good morning." Directorly, Li Jun was unfazed by her demeanor, for Yi Bingling was known for her icy temperament, perpetually shrouded in an aura of frost, seldom revealing a smile to anyone. Within the company, Employees held a dual sentiment towards her. They were enamored by her breathtaking beauty and physique, yet intimidated by her frigid disposition that kept others at arm's length. Yu Bingling cast a glance around the office and stated indifferently, "The long holiday has concluded. Everyone should refocus their energies on work. Should anyone exhibit negligence or laziness, do not blame me for being ungracious." A heavy silence enveloped the room as no one dared to utter a word. With that, Yu Bingling strode towards her office with the grace of a model. Observing her swaying silhouette, Li Rui felt a whirlwind of emotions. Who would have imagined that such a stunning female leader would, in just a few short years, be compelled to marry someone she did not favor, leading to a life of melancholy? While lost in thought, Li Jun's voice boomed in his ear. "Li Rui, why are you daydreaming? Did you not hear what the chairman said? I expect your revised proposal before the end of the day. If the client is still dissatisfied, don't bother coming to work tomorrow." Using trivial matters as a means of authority, Li Rui scoffed internally before turning on his computer to work. Wasn't it merely an advertisement copy? In his previous life, he lacked the experience to write effectively. However, in this rebirth, a plethora of ideas flowed through his mind. Just wait, this time the copy would surely be astonishing. During the morning, when no one was paying attention, Li Rui composed the advertisement while also dabbling in stock trading. It was the first day post-holiday, and the stock market had reopened with astonishing turnover rates, the indices glowing red, reflecting a thriving atmosphere. Yet, Li Rui was aware that among the hundreds, if not thousands, of stocks, very few would endure until 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The most promising stock was undoubtedly the one he had been monitoring for some time, JG Technology. Early in the day, during the concentrated bidding, JG Technology was valued at 14.19 yuan, and without hesitation, Li Rui placed several substantial orders. Whether it was the influence of those large orders or the stock's pre-existing momentum, the price of JG Technology steadily rose once the market opened at 9:30. Li Rui continued to accumulate shares, amassing a total of 2,000 lots by the end of the morning, spending a hefty 3.2 million yuan. After acquiring 2,000 lots, Li Rui decided to pause, allowing the market to stabilize. Otherwise, the rapid price increase would adversely affect his average acquisition cost. Just as he halted, someone approached him, saying, "Li Rui, Brother Jun wants you in his office." After a brief hesitation, the person lowered their voice and added, "The chairman is in Brother Jun's office. It seems he just lost his temper, so you'd best tread carefully." Li Rui frowned. It was merely an advertisement copy. Why the urgency? Upon entering Li Jun's office with the document in hand, Li Rui knocked on the door and was greeted by the sight of Yu Bingling seated on the sofa, her expression frigid and exuding an air of coldness. "Chairman, Director Li, what brings you to seek my presence?" Li Rui inquired. Li Jun slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "Li Rui, how audacious of you. I instructed you to revise the Client S document, yet you chose to indulge in stock trading during work hours. What do you take this company for?" Li Rui was momentarily taken aback, pondering how he had been found out. Li Jun continued, "Are you curious how I came to know? During the long holiday, the chairman had surveillance cameras installed in the office to monitor employee productivity. It appears that on the very first day back, I caught you slacking off." Li Rui nearly slapped his thigh in frustration, realizing his oversight. He recalled a similar incident from his past life, albeit involving different colleagues. The butterfly effect, surely it was the butterfly effect. At that moment, Yu Bingling's voice rang out, icy and resolute. "Li Rui, you have been with the company for over a year now. You should be well aware of the rules. Neglecting your duties and engaging in activities outside work hours is a serious violation of company policy." With a sigh, Li Rui confessed, "Chairman, I apologize. I admit I was trading stocks during office hours. Whatever punishment the company deems fit, I will accept it. When one errs, one must take responsibility. Since you have acknowledged your transgression, gather your belongings," Yu Bingling instructed. Li Rui, taken aback, asked, "I'm being dismissed?" Yu Bingling nodded, affirming, "Indeed. Is this a warning to others?" He queried. "Given that your focus is elsewhere, the company cannot retain you, lest it jeopardize your future. Rest assured, you will receive all due compensation," she replied. Li Rui thought to himself, "You think I desire to remain employed here? My intention was to acquire your company." "Chairman, are you certain about this decision?" he asked, a hint of resignation in his tone. Leaving the company would complicate his plans to acquire it, so remaining as an employee seemed the more prudent option. Yu Bingling coldly stated, "If I were to grant you an opportunity, would that be fair to the diligent employees?" "You need not say more. Expedite the handover of your current responsibilities and proceed to the HR department for your salary and compensation. Very well, Li Rui said, tossing the document onto the floor before turning to leave. Since you wish to expel me, I shall not cling to my position. When I return atop my rainbow cloud to acquire the company, we shall see if you are willing to offer yourself. Once Li Rui had departed, Li Jun wiped the sweat from his brow and remarked, Chairman, this incident is a result of my lax management. I request to be penalized. Please approve my self-imposed punishment. Yu Bingling responded, Indeed, the company culture requires a thorough cleansing. Your performance for this month will be halved. With that, she rose to leave. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon the document Li Rui had discarded. The open pages caught her attention with their neatly inscribed lines. Bending down to retrieve the document, Yu Bingling began to peruse its contents. Li Jun hurriedly said, Chairman, I will delegate this copy to someone else, and it will surely be completed on time. So you need not worry. Yu Bingling interrupted him with a wave of her hand, softly reciting, You are the Hollywood of Hong Kong. The flourishing blossoms of Jin Yuqing. The azure sword of Lian, the martial arts of the glasses king. The lyrics of the illustrious Wang Wai man. The tobacco of Lin Yutong, the long gown of Liang Shirqiu. The rolling gaze, the toothbrush and the rhinoceros. The ever-changing world is but my whispered secrets. Upon finishing the last line, a faint blush graced Yu Bingling's cheeks, a sight rarer than encountering a penguin in an Arctic ice cave. Li Jun, oblivious to Yu Bingling's expression, blurted out, I asked him to write the copy, and what on earth is this nonsensical drivel? It is truly wise of the chairman to expel such a detrimental influence. Yu Bingling paid no heed to Li Jun's comments, turning to the next page to continue reading. The ink must dry for poetry to attain eternity. Yet, the sweetness between us is what shall endure forever. After reading, her face grew even warmer, and she spat out. Rogue. Chapter 31. No resignation. Li Rui returned to his workstation, beginning to gather his belongings. Several colleagues approached him, inquiring, what happened? Li Rui shrugged. I've been dismissed. The news startled everyone. With a sigh, Li Rui explained, I was caught trading stocks during work hours by the surveillance cameras. The chairman personally ordered my immediate departure. He gestured towards the small cameras peeking from the ceiling. A wave of sympathy swept through the group. Quickly finishing his packing, Li Rui intended to seek the HR department for his final paycheck when Li Jun hurriedly approached, saying, Li Rui, come with me to the chairman's office. Li Rui frowned. What more could there be? I've already been dismissed. The chairman won't reprimand me further. Tell her I won't accept her salary. And she has no right to lecture me. Li Jun hesitated, his expression shifting as if a thought crossed his mind. He forced a smile. It's good news, really. You should hurry. Good news? What could possibly be good when one has been fired? Li Rui pondered for a moment before deciding to give Yu Bingling another chance. Upon entering Yu Bingling's office, he found her sitting upright behind her desk, exuding an imposing aura. However, Li Rui felt remarkably at ease. Even without a fortune of billions, he no longer feared this woman. Miss Yi, did you call for me? Li Rui asked directly. Yu Bingling was momentarily taken aback by this address, but quickly realized his intention, shaking her head slightly. You certainly have a unique character. Li Rui chuckled. I studied the humanities. It's different from the sciences, which emphasize precision. In the humanities, a bit of personality is essential. Yu Bingling picked up a document. Shaking it slightly, you do have a distinct character. Can you explain the thought process behind this proposal? Li Rui replied, in such a fiercely competitive market. With product quality and technology being comparable, the only way to find a selling point is through product culture, creating additional attributes. This product can be marketed from the angles of romance and ethics. My series of poetic proposals merges the product attributes of TT with a romantic essence, crafting a powerful romantic identity. In truth, this proposal was the work of Du, a renowned creator from the previous life, whose new proposals had sparked countless admirations. As an advertising professional, Li Rui had always held Du's works in high regard, having researched each one thoroughly. Now, he shamelessly presented Du's work, embellishing it with his interpretations, uncertain whether Yu Bingling would be persuaded by this tactic. Yu Bingling listened intently, flipping through the document and reading aloud the titles of the poems: Bathrobe, Mirror, Wine Glass, Infinite Transformations, Pause, Quadrant Game. How come I never noticed you had such talent before? Li Rui was momentarily at a loss for words, wishing to question whether he had truly been so lacking previously. Upon reflection, he realized that in his past life, he had indeed fallen short, lacking the abilities that this series of proposals demanded. Yi Bingling set down the document and remarked nonchalantly, "So you believe your performance at work has been commendable, and thus you choose to indulge in idleness, utilizing the salary I provide to pursue your own affairs?" Li Rui had anticipated further praise from Yi Bingling, yet was taken aback when her tone shifted to one of admonition. He shrugged and replied, "Miss Yi, I have already acknowledged my mistakes and accepted the appropriate penalties. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave." As he turned to depart, Yi Bingling coldly interjected, "Halt." With a sense of resignation, Li Rui paused and turned back, asking, "Miss Yi, do you have any other matters to discuss?" Yi Bingling stated, "I have reconsidered. I shall not terminate your employment. Therefore, you must continue working for me." Li Rui chuckled, "I'm afraid that your word alone does not suffice. If you wish for my services, I am not inclined to oblige." Yi Bingling inquired, "Are you intending to resign?" To which he affirmed, "Indeed." She replied coolly, "Then allow me to enlighten you on some legal matters. According to Article 37 of the Labor Law, should you wish to resign, you must provide the company with a 30-day notice. Even if you resign now, you are still obliged to work for 30 days. Otherwise, the company may seek compensation for any losses incurred as per Article 90 of the Labor Law." Li Rui smiled, thinking, "Are you attempting to intimidate me with legalities? Do you realize what I lack the least at this moment?" Nevertheless, he had no genuine desire to leave. In his previous life, during a time of great hardship, Yi Bingling had lent him 20,000 yuan, aiding him through his struggles. When he returned to repay her, she was already facing difficulties yet still inquired if he needed further assistance. Li Rui was not one to lack gratitude, so he decided to indulge Yi Bingling's whim. For he owed her a debt of kindness from his past existence. Heartless capitalist, he muttered under his breath, "If you say I cannot resign, then I shall return to work." Yi Bingling leaned back in her chair, her chin slightly elevated. While she may not have perceived the allure of her posture, to Li Rui, it radiated brilliance and exquisite beauty. "Very well, I shall allow you to revel in your arrogance for a time. Once I acquire the company and take on the role of chairman, you shall serve as my secretary, and then we shall see how you carry yourself." Li Rui mused as he turned to leave. After Li Rui's departure, Yi Bingling resumed her reading, softly reciting lines from the document. "I lie at 180 degrees, while you sit at 90 degrees, forming a framework within the coordinate system, limited to the first and second quadrants. Bah! A rogue is not to be feared. Rather, it is the cultured rogue that incites trepidation." Having been dismissed, Li Rui returned, and the whispers among the staff subsided. After lunch, Li Rui returned to his workstation, only to realize he had little to occupy himself with. The document had been submitted for client review, and there were no new projects at hand. Thus, the afternoon promised to be leisurely. He brewed a cup of tea, hesitating to add goji berries, for at the tender age of 25, indulging in such a concoction might lead to misunderstandings with his female colleagues. Sipping his tea, he reopened his stock trading application, unapologetically engaging in trading during work hours. The momentum of Jinkong technology was promising, prompting Li Rui to increase his holdings by an additional 2,000 shares. His ambition was resolute. In Li Rui's meticulous planning, the average cost of acquiring shares is estimated to be around 17 yuan, with a total investment of 34 million. He anticipates that the peak price of Jinkong technology will soar to 55 yuan, with a strategic reduction point set at approximately 50 yuan. Conservatively estimating, this investment is expected to take 1.5 months, yielding a profit of 66 million. Just 2 paintings of spring river flower moon night. Sipping tea and trading stocks, the afternoon drifts away. Once the tea in his thermos is finished, Li Rui casually engages in a brief chat with a female colleague in the tea room, savoring a leisurely pace of life. However, upon returning to his workstation with the thermos in hand, he is taken aback to find Yi Bingling tinkering with his computer. The vibrant red and green candlestick charts cast an unusual glow upon her ice-like visage, creating an odd juxtaposition. Oh no! Being caught twice in a single day? Could this be an indication of a lack of respect towards the chairman? Chapter 32. Someone above the atmosphere was distinctly peculiar, with the employees of Maoyuan advertising seemingly wishing to disappear into their computer screens, scarcely daring to breathe. A bold few cautiously raised their heads, casting sympathetic glances towards Li Rui. With a sense of resignation, Li Rui approached, saying, "Chairman, I was wrong. Please, dismiss me." Yi Bingling, however, remained unresponsive, her gaze fixed on the screen. Clearing his throat, Li Rui repeated, "Chairman?" Turning her head, Yi Bingling regarded Li Rui with a penetrating look, uttering not a word. Before departing, Li Rui stood in stunned silence. Was that it? He had anticipated a tempestuous reprimand or perhaps an immediate dismissal in front of all his colleagues. Yet Yu Bingling simply walked away without a word. Chairman, you're not going to fire me? He called out. Yu Bingling shuddered but did not pause, continuing on her way. Scratching his head, Li Rui pondered whether his talents had reached such heights that even being caught slacking off would not result in his dismissal. His colleagues were equally astonished, whispering among themselves, puzzled by Yu Bingling's uncharacteristic demeanor that day. As Li Rui took his seat, he remained perplexed until his gaze fell back on the screen, where he suddenly had an epiphany. Yu Bingling was taken aback. Displayed on the screen was Li Rui's stock position, Jin Gong Technology, 4,000 shares, with a profit of 7, totaling a value of 67 million yuan. In just a few hours since entering the market and increasing his holdings that morning, Li Rui had already amassed over 400,000 yuan in profit. It seemed Yu Bingling had not anticipated that one of her company's inconspicuous employees could possess such substantial funds and earn tens of thousands in a single day, leaving her momentarily unable to process the revelation. Oh no, I can no longer maintain a low profile, thought Li Rui, scratching his head. It seemed that slacking off at the company had proven less discreet than he had hoped. One misstep and his situation was laid bare. Yet, perhaps this was fortuitous, as he had intended to demonstrate his capabilities to Yu Bingling eventually, thus saving him the effort. Back in her office, Yu Bingling sat in silence for a while before instructing her secretary to retrieve all of Li Rui's documents from the Human Resources Department. Once she had the materials in hand, she perused them multiple times, growing increasingly bewildered. According to Li Rui's resume, he hailed from a modest town, with both parents being ordinary workers. His academic performance had been unremarkable, and after graduation, he had entered the company, leading an unremarkable life with no apparent distinctions. However, if Li Rui were merely an ordinary individual, what then accounted for the 67 million yuan in his stock holdings? Despite her control over such a large company, Yu Bingling could not muster 6 million yuan in spare cash for stock trading. Initially, she thought she must have misread the figures. It took her several careful examinations to confirm that the account indeed belonged to Li Rui. In other words, an inconspicuous employee beneath her could be wealthier than she was. At last, Yu Bingling understood why Li Rui had appeared so indifferent when she announced his dismissal. Anyone possessing 6 million yuan in capital, earning tens of thousands from stock trading in a single day, would hardly care about a meager salary of 4,000 yuan a month. Upon discovering that Li Rui had once again been slacking off to engage in stock trading, Yu Bingling had initially been inclined to unleash her fury. Regardless of an employee's capabilities, if their work attitude is improper, they must not be retained. Otherwise, a single rotten apple may spoil the entire barrel. However, upon witnessing Li Rui's stock account, she found herself at a loss. She had never encountered such a situation in the past. She had always possessed an air of superiority and confidence when dealing with others, accustomed to addressing issues from a position of power. Yet, Li Rui's account made her realize that her words and actions might not exert any influence over him, causing her long-established confidence and arrogance to crumble in an instant. Dismiss Li Rui? Such a capable and enigmatic employee was indeed difficult for Yu Bingling to let go. Retain Li Rui? What if he spent his days idly trading stocks? Could she afford to overlook such behavior? Chairman, I've heard that Li Rui is trading stocks again. This fellow is incorrigible. Should we dismiss him immediately? At that moment, Li Jun entered the room. Yu Bingling waved her hand. What feedback did the client have regarding Li Rui's proposal? Li Jun paused in surprise. The client was very pleased and even inquired if subsequent proposals could be equally impressive. Then let's assign him specifically to this project? Yes. Arrange for him to have a private office. Li Jun thought he had misheard. Although Li Rui's work attitude was lackadaisical, his proposals were commendable. The company's policy dictated that rewards should be given for merit and penalties for faults. He would lose all performance bonuses for spending work hours on stock trading this month. Yet his proposals had received client approval, warranting a reward. Yu Bingling articulated her thoughts carefully. Li Jun nodded in confusion. Also, place his office next to mine. I will supervise him, Yu Bingling added. Chairman, next door is me? Then you can relocate elsewhere, Yu Bingling replied. Li Jun's face fell. But is there an issue? Yu Bingling frowned. No issues, Li Jun said with a long face. Once Li Jun exited, Yu Bingling opened her schedule. She had a crucial meeting that evening concerning the company's future and survival. Initially planning to attend alone, She now felt that someone would be fitting to accompany her. After a moment's thought, she casually opened her computer and accessed the stock system. Total account assets, 0. 77 yuan estimated profit and loss for the day, 0. 13 yuan floating profit and loss, -0. 92 yuan golden shadow media, -5. 7 daxing entertainment, -6. 3 Weifeng media, -4. Wenyi Bingling covered her forehead and sighed softly. Why do I not understand investments? As closing time approached, Li Rue sluggishly packed his belongings. Several colleagues approached him, giving him a thumbs up. Trading on company time again, and this is the second consecutive time without dismissal. Impressive. Li Rue chuckled awkwardly. Stop mocking me. Who dares to mock you? Everyone's saying you have someone backing you. Otherwise, how could you disregard even the chairman? They exclaimed in astonishment. Li Rue was at a loss for words. Just as he was about to explain, Li Jun made his appearance. Li Rue, gather your belongings, Li Jun said with a grim expression. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze, realizing that the inevitable had come to pass. He had indeed been dismissed. With a sigh, Li Rue lamented, you all see. I truly have no support from above. I am leaving. Do not think of me, for we shall meet again in the mountains and rivers. What are you talking about? Li Jun frowned. You are not being dismissed. Rather, you have been assigned to an independent office. From now on, you will be solely responsible for the promotion of the beloved project. Everyone was taken aback. Having been caught slacking off and trading stocks on 2 occasions, he had not only avoided dismissal but had also been promoted? Li Rue, oh Li Rue, how can you still claim that there is no one supporting you from above? Chapter 33. Riding in my car, Li Rue pushed aside the design director, Li Jun, and relocated to the independent office adjacent to the chairman's. The news swiftly spread throughout the company, prompting many to sneak over to verify its authenticity. When they beheld the nameplate outside Li Jun's former office replaced with Li Rue's, they were utterly astonished. What transgression had the Mediterranean committed to warrant such a demotion? I am not concerned with the Mediterranean's misdeeds. Rather, I am intrigued by how Li Rue came to possess an independent office. I've heard whispers that he has influential connections above him. Could that possibly be true? Just how formidable must those connections be? Amidst the swirling speculations, Li Rue entered his new office, cradling his personal belongings. Indeed, this is the second most luxurious office in the entire company, quite splendid. Li Rue touched this and patted that, his spirits lifted. Yet, he remained puzzled as to why he had been assigned an independent office, particularly next to Yi Bingling. I recall that during school, teachers often dealt with the most mischievous students by relocating their seats to the front of the classroom, right under the teacher's watchful gaze. Could it be that Yi Bingling had once been a teacher? Whatever the case, I shall make use of it for now. Whistling a tune, Li Rue tidied up his office, glancing at the clock to find it was nearly time to leave for home. Exiting the office, he cast a glance next door, only to find the door closed and the lights off. Yi Bingling had already left. In a past life, it seemed that during this very period, she had suffered an investment failure, leading to a cascade of consequences. Li Rue mused that he must quickly earn her trust to help her navigate this predicament. He took the elevator down to the underground parking garage, leisurely making his way to retrieve his car. Approaching the company's parking area, just as he was about to retrieve his keys, 2 glaring headlights suddenly illuminated him, blinding his vision. Li Rue shielded his eyes, wondering who could be so inconsiderate. A familiar voice called out from the glow, Li Rue, come here. The chairman? Li Rue recognized the voice and felt a sense of bewilderment. Stepping away from the harsh light, he finally discerned a black Mercedes S350 with its window lowered, revealing a delicate hand adorned with a jade bracelet resting on the window frame, captivatingly beautiful. As he approached, he saw Yi Bingling, her expression frosty, seated within the vehicle. Chairman, is there something you need? He inquired. Yi Bingling remained focused ahead, stating, accompany me to a meeting tonight. Li Rue paused, meeting with clients? Chairman, I've already clocked out. With a cold demeanor, she replied, consider it overtime, triple pay. This isn't merely about the pay. 5 times the salary. All right then. Li Rue promptly hopped into the passenger seat. Yi Bingling cast a sidelong glance at him. Aren't you curious about what we'll be doing? Li Rue chuckled. With 5 times the pay, I'm open to anything. As long as it doesn't involve selling me off. Yi Bingling shook her head and pressed the ignition button. However, there was no response. She pressed it again. Yet still, no sound emerged. Yi Bingling furrowed her brows, exclaiming, what is going on? After fiddling with the controls a few more times, the car remained unresponsive. She turned to Li Rue and asked, can you figure out what's wrong? Li Rue, puzzled, replied, Chairwoman, has this vehicle ever had its battery replaced? Batteries? This is not an electric car. Why would it need a battery change? Yi Bingling retorted. Ah, a female driver. Li Rue, with a hint of resignation, pointed to the central console, saying, Do you see that icon with the positive and negative symbols? That is the battery indicator. Its continuous flashing signifies that the car battery is depleted, hence the vehicle cannot start. Yi Bingling paused, realization dawning upon her. That icon has been flashing for several days. Li Rue, amused yet exasperated, responded, Did you never consider why it was flashing? It's as if the battery is pleading for help. I assumed it was charging, as my phone does the same when it charges. Interesting perspective, she mused, although it was not entirely without merit. With a furrowed brow, Yi Bingling inquired, So, what should we do now? Li Rue replied, We must replace the battery. I can contact a professional mechanic to assist. How long will that take? Well, if he brings the battery, plus the time to install it, it would take at least an hour and a half. That is too long. Yi Bingling shook her head. The car will stay here. We shall take a taxi. She reached for her phone to call for a ride. Li Rue hesitated before suggesting, Chairwoman, if you do not mind, you could ride in my car. Yi Bingling shot back coldly. You expect me to ride your electric vehicle to meet our partners? I require 4 wheels. I've upgraded to a 4-wheeler, Li Rue replied. Upon recalling the over 6 million in Li Rue's account, Yi Bingling nodded. Where is your car? Li Rue produced his keys and pressed a button. Beep. The right side Bentley emitted a melodic chime, heralding its owner's return. Yi Bingling was taken aback. Though she was a typical female driver, she was familiar with some top luxury car brands. Previously, upon noticing an unfamiliar car parked in a company spot, she had contemplated reporting it to the property management, only to discover it was a Bentley, which dispelled her intentions. Anyone capable of affording a Bentley was either wealthy or influential, and Yi Bingling certainly did not wish to offend such individuals. It was only at this moment that she realized the car belonged to Li Rue. You drive a Bentley to work? I thought you always rode an electric vehicle? Yi Bingling inhaled sharply. She knew Li Rue was affluent, but his wealth exceeded her expectations. Yes, I purchased it yesterday. Yesterday. Yi Bingling maintained her composure. It's quite a fine vehicle. How much did it cost? 6 million. 6 million again. With 6 million in his stock account and another 6 million for the car, he possessed a net worth of 10 million. Yi Bingling pondered, finding it curious that he earned a mere 3,700 a month despite such wealth. Had she not reviewed Li Rue's resume, she might have suspected him to be a wealthy heir merely indulging in life experiences. Since he is not a wealthy heir, where did his money originate? A startling conjecture emerged in Yi Bingling's mind, causing her to glance at Li Rue with a slightly altered expression. Li Rue, puzzled, asked, Chairman, why are you looking at me like that? Nothing, Yi Bingling replied. Let's go. Once they settled into the Bentley, Yi Bingling found it considerably more spacious and comfortable than her own Mercedes. Li Rue started the engine and sped off towards the address Yi Bingling provided. As she gently inhaled, she noticed that, apart from the typical scent of a new car, there lingered a faint hint of perfume. Women are often attuned to such details, prompting her to speculate that a woman had recently occupied this vehicle. While pondering this, Yi Bingling felt something hard beneath her, and upon reaching into the crevice of the seat, she retrieved a tube of lipstick. Dior HF50? This vibrant red lipstick seemed more suited for a sophisticated woman of 40 or 50. A jolt of realization struck Yi Bingling. Women 3 years older than men embrace wealth. Women 30 years older bestow empires. She began to piece together the origin of Li Rue's fortune. Chapter 34. Investment Opportunities Boss. Who are we meeting today? Could you give me a hint in advance so I can prepare? Li Rue casually inquired as he navigated through the bustling traffic. Yi Bingling, with an impassive demeanor, returned her lipstick to its place and replied coolly, We are meeting a friend who has a promising investment opportunity that I wish to explore further. Li Rue's interest was piqued instantly. This must be it. In his previous life, Yi Bingling faced failure in her investments, leading to her company's collapse and overwhelming debts, which forced her into an unfulfilling marriage. Rumor had it that her husband was unfaithful and had tendencies towards domestic violence, resulting in a dismal existence for her. By that time, Li Rue had already transitioned to another company, and upon hearing the news, he felt a profound sense of regret. He had once admired this capable yet aloof beauty of a CEO, and he did not wish for her to meet such a tragic fate. Having been given a second chance at life, Li Rue was more than willing to lend her a hand. What kind of investment opportunity? Li Rue casually asked, feigning indifference. Yi Bingling replied, Are you familiar with group buying? Group buying? Li Rue was well aware. In November 2008, a company named Groupon was established in America, achieving profitability the following year and raising $140 million in funding. During that time, domestic internet enterprises predominantly relied on replicating successful American models. With Groupon's experience, a plethora of group buying websites began to emerge in early 2010, flourishing like mushrooms after rain. At its peak, there were as many as 5,000 group buying sites in the market, resulting in fierce competition that was dubbed the Battle of Thousands of Groups. Currently, capital was flooding into the group buying industry, and any company with a modicum of capability felt compelled to launch a group buying website. Little did anyone anticipate that within a mere 2 years, 5,000 group buying websites would either collapse, go bankrupt, or be sold off, leaving only one victor, Groupon. Those who invested in Groupon reaped substantial rewards, while the vast majority of other funds vanished without a trace. At present, the group buying frenzy was in full swing, and everyone envisioned a bright future, aspiring to emulate Groupon's success. It was only natural for Yi Bingling to consider investing in group buying. However, she remained blissfully unaware that this was a treacherous pitfall. No matter how much wealth or connections one possessed, plunging into this venture would lead only to demise. I know about Groupon, Li Rue stated. Yi Bingling continued. The person I am meeting today aims to create China's version of Groupon. Li Rue chuckled. With 5,000 group buying websites, each claiming to be the Chinese Groupon. The reality is that only one can emerge victorious, while the rest are mere cannon fodder. Yi Bingling widened her eyes slightly in surprise. What are you laughing at? Li Rue replied. I also aspire to be the David Ogilvy of this country. David Ogilvy, the founder of the renowned advertising agency Ogilvy, is revered as the father of advertising and serves as an idol for all advertising professionals. With this remark, Li Rue reminded Yi Bingling that while aspirations are commendable, the ability to realize them is an entirely different matter. Unexpectedly, Yi Bingling remarked, if you can maintain today's level of writing in the future, there may be opportunities for you. Li Rue wanted to clarify that she misunderstood his intention, yet he felt an inexplicable sense of comfort. Yi Bingling continued. When the time comes, do not refer to me as your employer. Simply say you are my boyfriend. Li Rue was taken aback. Yi Bingling inquired, what? Are you unwilling? It's not that I am unwilling. Li Rue hesitated, admitting, I've never done anything like this before, so it will require more compensation. Yi Bingling fell silent for a full minute before reluctantly squeezing out a few words. 10 times the salary, is that sufficient? Quite enough. Thank you, chairwoman. Just don't call me chairwoman later. Call me Bingling, Yi Bingling instructed. Do not speak carelessly, just listen attentively. When I require your input, you must convey your most genuine thoughts to me, understand? So, am I essentially an advisor? Li Rue asked. Yi Bingling offered no further response but closed her eyes. She felt a twinge of regret for having involved Li Rue. Could this money-driven fellow truly assist me? It was too late to change her mind now. Li Rue might not be of much help, but at the very least, he could serve as a shield. I hope nothing goes awry. Yi Bingling sighed deeply within. Half an hour later, the Bentley arrived at the Haifeng Hotel. As they approached the hotel entrance, Yi Bingling unexpectedly linked her arm with Li Rue's. Li Rue's mouth fell slightly open. In his mind, Yi Bingling always embodied the image of a strong woman, making it difficult to imagine her linking arms with a man. Don't overthink it, just walk inside, Yi Bingling whispered. Li Rue's limbs became stiff, akin to a marionette. As he was led into the hotel by Yi Bingling, he noticed that all eyes were cast upon them with envy. This sensation was even more exhilarating than cruising down the street in a Bentley. Upon reaching the hotel lobby's coffee bar, they found someone waiting. It was a young, handsome gentleman dressed in a suit, initially engrossed in his iPad. Upon lifting his gaze and spotting Yi Bingling, his face instantly lit up with a broad smile, only to have it vanish the moment he noticed her linked arm with Li Rue, his expressions shifting with a fluidity that rivaled the art of Sichuan opera face-changing. Edward. Sorry to keep you waiting. Yi Bingling greeted as she approached Edward while still holding Li Rue's arm. Edward stood. I just arrived as well. Bingling, who is this? Allow me to introduce. This is my boyfriend, Li Rue, Yi Bingling stated. Boyfriend? Edward's expression soured slightly. During their university days, Edward had relentlessly pursued Yi Bingling, yet had never received a favorable response. He had intended to leverage this investment opportunity to reignite his efforts, but was caught off guard by Yi Bingling's sudden introduction of a boyfriend, utterly derailing his plans. However, being an elite in the business world, he quickly regained his composure, forcing a polite smile as he extended his hand to Li Rui. Hello, I am Edward. Hello, I am Li Rui. Li Rui reluctantly released Yi Bingling's arm to shake Edward's hand. As the three settled into their seats, the atmosphere grew somewhat tense. Would you like to drink? It was Edward who broke the silence. Cappuccino, Yi Bingling said softly. He wants an Americano. Li Rui was tempted to suggest a different choice, pondering whether drinking an Americano at this hour would jeopardize his sleep later. Yet Yi Bingling interjected, Darling, aren't you fond of Americanos? Well, indeed, Li Rui conceded, considering the allure of a tenfold salary. When the coffee arrived, Edward cast a sidelong glance at Li Rui and, with a hint of hostility, inquired, Mr. Li, how did you and Bingling come to know each other? I was unaware she had a boyfriend. As Li Rui chuckled in response, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his foot. Yi Bingling's stiletto heel had pressed down upon him, a subtle reminder to tread carefully with his words. Chapter 35. A grave mistake. The tale of how I came to know Ice Ling is quite lengthy. Li Rui sighed, adopting a solemn and nostalgic demeanor. I still remember that day. The sky above the Potala Palace was an exquisite shade of blue. You met in Tibet? Edward exclaimed, astonished. Ice Ling. When did you go to Tibet? Yi Bingling thought to herself, I have never been to Tibet. This fellow is simply spouting nonsense. And she exerted a bit more pressure with her feet. Hiss. Li Rui inhaled sharply. What's wrong? Edward inquired, puzzled. Li Rui replied, It's nothing. Merely reminiscing about that legendary and romantic encounter, and I am overwhelmed with emotions. Ahem. Yi Bingling, noticing Li Rui's increasingly absurd remarks, cleared her throat to steer the conversation away. Edward, we can discuss this later. Do you have the investment plan with you? Edward nodded and handed over his iPad. It's all in here. Take a look. Yi Bingling opened the iPad and began to peruse its contents. Edward's gaze returned to Li Rui, growing more irate with each passing moment. He could not comprehend what made Li Rui superior to him. His appearance, physique, and looks were all rather ordinary. Furthermore, he was far too young. At this age, without a family background, one is often at the nascent stage of their career and lacks substantial capital. Edward was well acquainted with Yi Bingling during their university days. She had been an aloof and proud swan, turning down numerous suitors from affluent families without exception. After graduating and taking over her family's advertising company, he had heard that Yi Bingling had rebuffed many entrepreneurs' advances, maintaining her principled demeanor. He found it hard to believe that Yi Bingling would choose a wealthy heir. So could it be that Li Rui was exceptionally capable? Yi Bingling indeed had a penchant for accomplished men, but I am quite remarkable myself. Having returned from studying abroad, I have achieved considerable success and am on the brink of becoming the next Andrew Mason, the CEO of Groupon. Is it possible that such qualifications pale in comparison to Li Rui's? Could it be that Li Rui has employed some unscrupulous tactics? The more Edward pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Yi Bingling had never been in a relationship after graduation. She devoted herself entirely to her career and might not be aware of the world's treachery. Perhaps Li Rui had masqueraded as a successful individual to deceive Yi Bingling. With this thought, Edward resolved to test the waters. If he discovered that Li Rui was indeed a fraud, he would expose him on the spot. Li Rui, you appear to be younger than both Ice Ling and me, don't you? Edward remarked. I am 25 years old, Li Rui replied. Only 25? That is not long after graduating from university. Edward exclaimed. Yes, just over a year since graduation. Oh, and what do you do now? I also work in advertising, Li Rui responded. Yi Bingling, who was still engrossed in the iPad, lifted her head, fearful that Li Rui might slip up. Edward produced his business card. So, you are also an elite in the advertising industry. Once my group buying website launches, there will be ample demand for advertising services. Let us exchange business cards. Li Rui accepted Edward's card, which was exquisitely designed, adorned with an impressive array of titles. The most significant title is CEO of Wanchuang. While others engage in the fierce competition of 1,000 groups, you leap straight to 10,000 groups. Quite impressive. Edward spread his hands, awaiting Li Rui's business card. However, Li Rui chuckled and said, I rushed out today and forgot to bring my business cards. I will provide them to you another day. Edward smiled faintly, displaying a demeanor of grace. No matter. Mr. Li, what are your thoughts on the current group buying market? Do you have any valuable suggestions? Upon hearing this, even Yi Bingling slightly raised her head, showing considerable interest. Li Rui replied with a subtle smile, My suggestion is simple. Do not waste money on group buying. Li Rue. Don't be absurd, Yi Bingling exclaimed. A flicker of displeasure crossed Edward's eyes, yet he maintained his gentlemanly demeanor, saying, Bingling, let him speak. In the entrepreneurial phase, we must gather diverse opinions to avoid missteps. Perhaps Li Rue possesses genuine insights in this regard. He was eager for Li Rue to elaborate further. As the more he spoke, the more likely his true nature would be exposed, allowing Yi Bingling to see who the real young talent was, and who was truly worthy of trust. Li Rue did not hold back. Bingling, are you contemplating investing in this project? Yi Bingling hesitated for a moment before responding. From the current perspective, the project's prospects appear promising. I believe group buying is not only a current trend, but also a future direction worth exploring. Edward responded enthusiastically, precisely. You possess promotional resources, and I have the technical and operational team. It is a perfect match. Li Rue inquired, what is the total investment required for the project? Who will provide the funds, and how will equity be distributed? Edward explained, I will personally invest $3 million, calculated as $5 million based on operational technology and merchant resources. Bingling will invest $5 million, calculated as $3 million based on promotional resources. The total investment is $16 million. I will hold 51 of the shares, while Bingling will hold 49. I plan to capture 15 of the market share in Haijiu within 3 months and then seek venture capital. The A round must raise at least $10 million in funds. Once the money is secured, we will expand immediately, aiming to acquire 30 market share within a year. And after establishing a foothold in Haijiu, we will initiate B round financing. He spoke eloquently, nearly showering Li Rue with his enthusiasm. Wait a moment. Li Rue waved his hand. What is it? Edward frowned. Li Rue stated, everything you have mentioned is mere speculation. You are gravely mistaken. Li Rue. Yi Bingling was infuriated. Did I not tell you to be quiet until I ask you to speak? Do you no longer want your tenfold salary? Yet Li Rue disregarded Yi Bingling entirely, bluntly asserting, your assessment of the market structure is fundamentally flawed. Do you believe group buying is a market with strong regional characteristics, where everyone can flourish and share market shares peacefully? You are mistaken, utterly mistaken. In the era of the internet and the forthcoming mobile internet era, any business model supported by technology will inevitably lead to an oligopoly. In other words, there will be only one victor in this market. The rest will perish. 30 market share? You are deluding yourself. It is either 100% or nothing at all, with no middle ground. Both Edward and Yi Bingling were taken aback. The notion of perspective that Li Rue spoke of had never crossed their minds. Yi Bingling contemplated inquiring about Li Rue's rationale. Silence, and allow me to speak. Li Rue interjected. Yi Bingling was astonished. Have you become so immersed in the role of a boyfriend that you have forgotten your true identity? I am your superior. Yet, a sudden realization struck her regarding the $6 million in Li Rue's stock account and that luxurious Bentley, leaving her feeling somewhat insecure. As the employer, she was not necessarily wealthier than her employee. Chapter 36. Speechless after reprimanding Yi Bingling, Li Rue felt a sense of relief. However, he was acutely aware that if he did not articulate some substantial insights, he would inevitably face dire consequences. Firstly, you have invested a mere $8 million, and you expect to engage in group buying? This is not an industry where one can achieve more with less. Everyone is fervently burning through funds. Even tens of millions to billions may not suffice. With your paltry $8 million, how long do you anticipate sustaining this venture? To put it bluntly, your investment will yield no returns. Edward's complexion darkened. $8 million is just the initial funding. We will secure additional financing. Financing? Are you certain you can endure until that day arrives? Moreover, I just heard you mention that the merchant resources in your possession are worth $5 million. Huh. What a ludicrous notion. Do you believe that in the realm of group buying, merchants are more crucial than users? You seem to think your merchant resources are invaluable. But let me enlighten you. Users are paramount. Ultimately, this market is a buyer's market. You must provide the best experience to attract users. Only then will merchants be willing to collaborate with you. Otherwise, no matter how many merchant resources you possess, you will end up with none left. Edward's expression grew increasingly grim. Not only do I have merchant resources, but I also possess technical expertise and an operational team, a large team of over 100, with extensive experience. Ha ha ha. Li Rue chuckled, shaking his head in disbelief. What a series of miscalculations. You have yet to establish a business framework. Yet you have amassed over 100 individuals. What are your labor costs? What is your efficiency? What is your error rate? If you could resolve issues through technology and product, would you require so many personnel? It is not merely the quantity of personnel that matters at times. Too many can hinder efficiency. Edward retorted angrily. You have no understanding of management. All personnel are organized according to the most advanced management models and protocols. Li Rui scoffed. Stop trying to bamboozle me with foreign concepts. Protocols and processes are merely aimed at enhancing efficiency and minimizing errors. But in the ever-evolving world of group buying, such rigidity will only impede progress. Edward's face turned an even deeper shade of green. Every word from Li Rui struck a chord. He felt indignant, but found himself unable to counter. Li Rui continued. Moreover, there exists one crucial and potentially fatal flaw in your reasoning. You spoke incessantly about Series A and Series B funding, as if simply seeking it would guarantee financial backing. That is exceedingly naive. Currently, participants in the group buying sector either have the backing of substantial corporations or have already secured funding. Which of them is not more formidable than you? Lasso. Com is nearing the completion of 2 rounds of financing. Nuomi. Com has already amassed 300 million in investments. Dajang Dimping has thrived for 7 to 8 years. If one were to invest, why would they choose you, a modest website with nothing to offer, over them? In the O2O group buying industry, the competition hinges on product quality, execution, and capital. Even if the first 2 are exemplary, without funds, your venture will perish tragically. Edward was left utterly speechless. Yi Bingling was in a state of turmoil. Initially, she found Edward's proposal to be exceptionally detailed and had nearly made a decision to invest, pending the final negotiations. However, after listening to Li Rui's remarks, she realized that Edward's plan overlooked several critical issues and was merely filled with grandiose promises. Had she blindly trusted Edward and hastily invested, she might have faced a disastrous outcome, as Li Rui had warned. Yet, a sense of reluctance lingered within her. Li Rui, with your extensive knowledge, why don't you take charge of the group purchasing? Li Rui shook his head. Even if I were to take the lead, the outcome would still be catastrophic. He possessed a keen self-awareness. He had merely acquired a rebirth advantage, not an invincible one. In the fierce competition of myriad groups, the emergence of the Mate Yuan was a result of favorable timing, geographical advantages, human factors, and various capital strategies. Furthermore, regardless of how Wang Xing evolved later, during the inception of Mate Yuan, his vision, awareness, and decisiveness were unparalleled. Even with his rebirth advantage, Li Rui knew he could not rival Wang Xing. Thus, he intended to invest in Mate Yuan without any ambition to contend for dominance. Then, does that mean investment in group purchasing is indeed unwise? Yi Bingling felt a pang of disappointment. Edward, upon hearing this, abruptly awakened. Bingling, do not heed his nonsense. I have returned from studying abroad, equipped with advanced experiences from the United States. Trust me, group purchasing holds great promise. Yi Bingling retorted. What about the issues Li Rui just mentioned? How do you plan to address them? Edward, the returnee, found himself at a loss for words. The so-called advanced experiences eluded him. Yi Bingling sighed. I shall reconsider this investment proposal when I return. While she claimed to need time for contemplation, it was evident to Edward, assuming he had sufficient intellect, that she would not invest further. Bingling, could you think it over again? Edward was unwilling to concede. Yi Bingling, however, stood up. I'm sorry. I'm a bit tired. I'll take my leave now. We can discuss this another time. Before Edward could utter another word, Li Rui had already taken Yi Bingling by the arm and flashed a faint smile at him. Thank you for the coffee. Goodbye. As the two gracefully departed, Edward stood in a daze for a prolonged moment before suddenly seizing his iPad and smashing it onto the ground. The sound of shattering echoed. It was the newly released iPad from March, worth over 5,000 yuan as a gray market item. What a pity. Upon exiting the hotel, the night breeze was refreshing and invigorating. Yi Bingling struggled for a moment before shaking off Li Rui's arm. Li Rui inwardly criticized. What a heartless woman. Turning her back immediately after use? Once back in the Bentley, Li Rui cleared his throat and remarked, Chairwoman, I may have spoken too bluntly just now. Please don't take offense. Yi Bingling shook her head. Not at all. Your insights were quite reasonable. Thank you. If it were not for your words, I might have already decided to invest, which would have been a disaster. Li Rui thought to himself, of course it would have been a disaster. I have rescued you from a grim fate in the latter half of your life. How will you express your gratitude? A moment later, Yi Bingling spoke. Li Rui, if group buying cannot be invested in, what do you think of Zhenshi Group? Its film company is seeking investment, and I intend to contribute a sum. Zhenshi Group? Li Rui nearly choked on his own words. Yi Bingling. Oh, Yi Bingling. Do you possess a script for investment failure? I have only just pulled you out of the wolf's den, and now you wish to plunge into the tiger's lair? Compared to the group buying website, Jinsure Group is a veritable bottomless pit. If one were to fall in, they would never escape. He was filled with a plethora of questions. Chairman, why the urgency to invest? Yu Bingling paused for a moment before replying, I am a bit hungry. Let us discuss this over a meal in the restaurant. Chapter 37. Who's treating this meal? Li Rui drove to a nearby restaurant, reminiscing about the ups and downs of the Jinsure Group along the way. Renowned as a colossal investment entity, Jinsure Group originated from the video industry and was hailed as the premier entertainment stock. In August of this year, it made its debut on the growth enterprise market, with its stock price soaring, swiftly entering the 100 billion club. In the subsequent years, Jinsure Group expanded into film, mobile phones, sports, home appliances, agriculture, sales, and the automotive sector, at one point boasting a market value exceeding 180 billion yuan. Becoming the highest valued company on the growth enterprise market, thus pinning a legendary tale of entrepreneurship. The chairman of Jinsure Group, Jin Guo, also known as Jin Bus, enjoyed a period of unparalleled glory, becoming a paragon of self-made entrepreneurship. However, myths are ultimately ephemeral. Jinsure Group's simultaneous foray into numerous industries led to an insatiable burn of capital, and its purported internal ecosystem lacked the ability to generate revenue, which ultimately resulted in a rupture of its financial chain. In 2016, Jinsure Group began its downward spiral, plummeting rapidly. By 2020, it had completely delisted, leaving behind a trail of debris and countless debts. Even Jin Bus himself fled abroad to escape his creditors, vanishing without a trace. The collapse of Jinsure Group devastated innumerable investors. Yi Bingling, who intended to invest in Jinsure Film and Television, noted that at its inception, the company attracted investments from numerous celebrities, with each individual reaping returns of several times their initial investment when the stock price was high. However, as the stock price plummeted, their investments evaporated. A well-known actress, famous for portraying the virtuous daughter-in-law, suffered a loss of 60 million. Another renowned star, known for her portrayal of a regal character, along with her variety show husband, lost 50 million. A former dance king from northeast China, known for his portrayal of a gangster, faced a loss of 20 million. Countless other prominent stars were similarly ensnared. Li Rui was unaware of how Yu Bingling had secured this investment opportunity and couldn't help but inquire, Chairwoman, do you know anyone from Jinsure Group? Yu Bingling replied, you know Lu Xiaoli, right? The actress who collaborated with our company on an advertisement. She invited me to her birthday party a few days ago, where I met Tian Wei, the wife of the Jinsure Group owner. Tian Wei mentioned that Jinsure Film and Television is currently seeking financing, and the prospects for development are promising. They intend to integrate into Jinsure Group's ecosystem to create a comprehensive industrial chain. Many celebrities are eager to invest, and I wish to invest a portion as well. Li Rui was certainly aware. This year, Lu Xiaoli had yet to dominate the hip-hop scene, nor had she publicly announced her relationship with Xiao Liang. The virtuous daughter-in-law was striving to help her husband repay debts. The regal character's representative work had yet to be released, and she had not yet earned the title of regal. Her husband's variety show, Running, would not see success for several years. The former dance king from northeast China was still not a standout in the variety scene. At that moment, Jinsure Group was not yet the future pitfall it would become. Its owner was aiming for the Forbes billionaire status, while the owner's wife had risen to become one of the most prominent women in the entertainment industry, consistently taking center stage in various group photos. Even if Li Rui were to inform Yu Bingling that Jinsure Group would collapse in a few years, she would not believe him. This matter required a more subtle approach to persuade her. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Li Rui parked the car, and the two proceeded inside. Upon reaching the doorway, Li Rui abruptly halted, inquiring, Chairman, who is treating for this meal? Yi Bingling felt her temper reaching a boiling point. Throughout her life, every man she encountered had been courteous, eager to please, and treated her as though she were a princess. She recalled her university days, when men eager to dine with her could line up from the school gate to Paris. Yet, here was Li Rui, brazenly questioning who would foot the bill. What an insufferable cad. I will, she managed to utter through gritted teeth, her annoyance palpable. Wonderful. I can order freely then, Li Rui murmured. Yi Bingling feigned ignorance, fearing she might truly faint from exasperation. Upon entering, they took their seats and perused the menu. Li Rui showed no restraint, ordering 5 or 6 dishes in one breath. Yi Bingling remarked coldly, can you possibly finish all this food? If not, we can take it to go, Li Rui replied without lifting his gaze. Waiter, Another serving of seafood fried rice with extra seafood and less rice. Yi Bingling, the epitome of aloofness, felt the urge to cover her face upon hearing his words. She regretted bringing Li Rui to her favorite restaurant. The familiar waiter cast her a peculiar glance, likely wondering how the goddess had ended up with such a companion. Finally, after placing the orders, Yi Bingling composed herself and asked, Li Rui, were those opinions on group buying truly your own? Internally, Li Rui thought, of course not. Those were merely reflections from my past life, gleaned from financial magazines. However, in the presence of a woman, a man cannot admit to ignorance, so he nodded affirmatively, indeed. They are insights I've derived from my observations and reflections. Yi Bingling's gaze towards Li Rui shifted, revealing a hint of appreciation. She could not deny that despite his miserly tendencies, he possessed a unique perspective on economic matters. Had it not been for Li Rui, her investments would have surely floundered, potentially leading to disastrous consequences for both her advertising firm and the Yi family. Contemplating such dire outcomes, she found herself less irritated by Li Rui and began to perceive his quirks as the hallmarks of a talented individual. It is human nature. After all, when one harbors affection for someone, every action they take seems right. Conversely, when there is disdain, every gesture appears wrong. Yi Bingling's perception of Li Rui wavered between fondness and aversion, gradually tilting towards the former. At that moment, Li Rui took out his phone and began fiddling with it. Yi Bingling frowned. When others dined with her, they actively sought conversation, hoping to coax her frigid demeanor into revealing more. Yet here was Li Rui, engrossed in his device, seemingly oblivious to the lack of gentlemanly decorum. Unable to contain herself, she remarked, Li Rui, are you not aware that using your phone during a meal is quite impolite? Li Rui replied, I apologize, Chairman. I am not merely playing on my phone. The magnesium stocks are about to open, and I need to place a few orders. Magnesium stocks? Yi Bingling exclaimed in surprise. You are investing in magnesium stocks? Li Rui nodded affirmatively, as she pondered the returns from Li Rui's domestic stock account. Yi Bingling found herself intrigued by the performance of his investments in magnesium stocks. However, her self-respect and sense of propriety forbade her from inquiring directly. She could only await Li Rui to divulge the information himself. Generally speaking, if a man had made a profit in the stock market, he would boast about it, inflating a modest gain into a grand tale of wealth. Yet, Li Rui remained engrossed in his screen, tapping away, offering no hints at all. Yi Bingling attempted several times to find the right moment to speak, but each opportunity eluded her, leaving her feeling quite perturbed. Shortly thereafter, the dishes arrived. Li Rui casually placed his phone on the table, and it was then that Yi Bingling caught a glimpse of the screen, which was awash in a sea of green. Inwardly, she mused. No wonder he refrained from mentioning it. It seems he has incurred losses. He deserves it. But wait. The verdant hue of the magnesium stocks might signify an increase in value. Chapter 38 In the ordinary domestic stock market, red signifies a decline while green signifies an increase. Conversely, in the magnesium stock market, green indicates a rise and red a fall. Yi Bingling, accustomed to seeing green, initially assumed that Li Rui's stocks were declining. It took her a few moments to realize her mistake. It was not a fall, but rather a rise. Moreover, judging by the curve, the increase appeared substantial. She pondered silently about how she could sneak a glance at Li Rui's holdings. After much contemplation, she raised her hand and called out, Waiter, a bottle of wine, please. The waiter, somewhat surprised, noted that Yi Bingling was a regular customer who typically ordered only mineral water. Not only had she never requested wine, but she had never even ordered a juice. Today, however, she was requesting alcohol, and with this fellow, unthinkable. With a sense of melancholy, the waiter went to fetch the wine. Li Rui was also taken aback. He remembered Yi Bingling as someone who abstained from alcohol. What had prompted this change? Was there a hidden motive? As the adage goes, men do not get drunk, and women do not have a chance. Could she be thinking? Just as Li Rui was lost in thought, the wine arrived. Miss Yi, this is the MOT Shandong Rose from the LVMH group. Is that acceptable? The waiter inquired, presenting a bottle of delicate pink wine. Yi Bingling nodded. The waiter opened the bottle and poured wine for both of them, bowing slightly as he said, Enjoy your drink. Yi Bingling raised her glass. Let us have a sip. Li Rui lifted his glass in response. Is this for celebration or gratitude? Yi Bingling remained silent and downed her drink in one go. A toast? Li Rui was astonished, following suit and emptying his glass. The taste was rather mediocre. Do you not have anything to say to me? Yi Bingling set her glass down and gazed intently at Li Rui. A slight flush graced her cheeks, harmonizing beautifully with the pink bottle. What is there to discuss? Li Rui replied, bemused. I've reviewed your sum. You come from an ordinary family. Both your parents are regular workers. You attended an ordinary elementary school, a standard middle school, and a typical high school, eventually enrolling in an unremarkable department at Haijo University. Your university performance was average. You were neither a student council member nor a recipient of scholarships. Your post-graduation employment record has also been quite unremarkable, with your achievements in the company over the past year and more being equally so. I am curious how someone with such a common background has come to own a Bentley. Unable to contain herself, Yi Bingling voiced her lingering doubts. Li Rui chuckled. Chairman, that information pertains to my personal privacy. It seems unnecessary to disclose it to you. I can guess. Yi Bingling suddenly felt a surge of anger. Li Rui was taken aback. You guessed it? Yi Bingling nodded vigorously. Indeed, I have. Li Rui shook his head. I do not believe you. I have evidence. Yi Bingling recalled the lipstick nestled in the crevice of her seat, her agitation growing. Just as Li Rui was about to inquire about her evidence, his phone rang. It was a call from Yao Xuan. He gestured an apology and answered the call. Li Rui, I think the Dior lipstick I bought for my mother yesterday might have been left in your car. Can you help me look for it? Is that so? It may be in the back seat. I'll check for you shortly. What are you doing? Dining out with a client. Oh, then you carry on. Make sure to rest early tonight. Don't overexert yourself. You too. Li Rui hung up the phone and turned to Yi Bingling. Chairwoman, what evidence did you just mention? Yi Bingling was momentarily speechless. The voice from the recent call had been quite loud, and she had clearly heard that the lipstick was unrelated to the chaotic transactions she had imagined. Drinking. Her face flushed crimson as she seized the bottle of wine and filled her glass, seeking to drown her embarrassment and intoxication, one glass after another. She quickly emptied an entire bottle, her complexion turning rosy and her spirits gradually lifting, completely shedding her usual frigid demeanor. Chairwoman, you should stop drinking. It's enough. Li Rui advised. No, I want another glass. Really, you should stop. I am the chairwoman. If I say I want another glass, then I shall have it. But you are already intoxicated. I am not drunk. You drink with me. 3 bottles of MOT Shandong Rose were consumed until not a drop remained. Yi Bingling's eyes glazed over as she stared at Li Rui and giggled foolishly. Li Rui, do you know why I asked you to accompany me to meet Edward? Because I saw your stock account. It appears you are quite adept at trading, and I believe you understand investment. My family does not wish for my success. They want me to marry early, but I refuse. I want to prove with my abilities that women can excel in their careers. The company has recently encountered troubles, and our performance has been declining. The pressure is immense. I want to turn the situation around through investment, but I lack knowledge. And my family is unwilling to assist me. Thankfully, I brought you along. Otherwise, I would have been deceived by Edward. Do you know? My investments cannot fail. If they do, I will have to marry, and I do not wish to marry that man. Some people become silent when intoxicated, while others become chatty. Yi Bingling, usually as composed as ice and sparing with words, fell into the latter category when drunk, spilling her secrets like beans from a bamboo tube. Li Rui finally understood her urgency to invest. He had indeed heard that the company was facing some issues in his previous life, but he had not anticipated the severity to the extent that Yi Bingling had to rely on a side venture to salvage the situation. Moreover, from her words, it seemed her family had continuously pressured her to marry. Perhaps this was the fundamental cause of her tragic fate in her previous life. Indeed, everyone has their own struggles. Even a remarkable woman like Yi Bingling is not exempt. Thanks to you today. Thanks to you. Yi Bingling mumbled for a while before suddenly tilting her head and falling asleep. Chairwoman, Yi Bingling? Hello? Li Rui was at a loss. What should he do? He attempted to use Yi Bingling's phone to contact her family or friends, only to be thwarted by the phone's password lock. I have no idea where she lives. Li Rui sighed helplessly. Chairwoman, don't blame me for this. He hoisted Yi Bingling onto his back and exited the restaurant. There happened to be a 3-star hotel nearby. At this moment, Li Rui could not concern himself with the establishment's prestige and could only check in at the closest one. As they walked toward the hotel, Yi Bingling continued to mumble. I had thought you were being supported by a wealthy patron, hehe. Edward seemed rendered speechless by your remarks, quite handsome indeed. Would you teach me how to invest in stocks? Li Rui chuckled softly. Chairman, I never imagined you harbored such a little girl in your heart. Ding dong. Ding dong. Yi Bingling was roused from her slumber by the sound of the doorbell, her eyes fluttering open in a daze. Her first sensation was a throbbing headache. In the next instant, she jolted awake. Where am I? Fragmented memories intertwined with a slight ache surged forth, leaving Yi Bingling utterly bewildered. Then she realized she was clad in pajamas, lying in a hotel room. Beneath her pajamas, she wore only intimate garments. How did I end up here? Who changed my clothes? What transpired last night? Yu Bingling felt a chill enveloping her. At that moment, a voice called from outside the door. Chairman, are you awake? Chapter 39 The Crown Prince Li Rui? Is it him? A surge of fury ignited within Yu Bingling. How dare the scoundrel treat me in such a manner? Yu Bingling leaped from her bed and rushed to the door, only to freeze in place. Li Rui stood at the threshold, a breakfast tray in hand and a broad smile on his face. Chairwoman, I've brought you breakfast. Unsure of your preferences, I opted for a delightful fusion of Eastern and Western cuisine. The tray was adorned with bread, milk, eggs, sausage, soy milk, fried dough sticks, tofu pudding, and buns. Yu Bingling trembled with rage. Li Rui, do you think this will earn my forgiveness? Huh? Li Rui appeared perplexed. What have I done? What did you do to me last night? Yu Bingling demanded angrily. Li Rui replied, you were intoxicated last night. Without your address or access to your phone. I had no choice but to carry you here to rest. What else could I do? I couldn't just abandon you on the street, could I? Yu Bingling retorted. You could bring me to rest, but why? Why? Why did you treat me like this? Li Rui looked utterly bewildered. How did I treat you? Who changed my clothes? Yu Bingling inquired. Li Rui chuckled. Oh, the clothes? I asked the hotel staff to assist you. Not you? Yu Bingling asked in disbelief. Why would I engage in such unscrupulous behavior? Li Rui responded. At last, Yu Bingling breathed a sigh of relief. Her innocence remained intact. Yet, as the thought struck her that she had made such a fool of herself in front of Li Rui, she wished she could vanish into thin air. It was over. The persona of the icy goddess she had cultivated for years lay in ruins. Chairwoman, you drank quite a bit last night and hardly ate anything. You must be famished. Please, indulge yourself. We still need to get to work afterward, Li Rui said, stepping into the room with the breakfast. Yu Bingling stood there, astonished. For many years, no one had ever shown her such tenderness and consideration. Born into a prominent family, she had navigated a world rife with rivalry and betrayal among relatives. Devoid of genuine affection. At school, classmates either feared her background or coveted her beauty, each harboring ulterior motives. The professional realm was no different. Characterized by stark transactional exchanges where every act of kindness came at a steep price. Thus, Yu Bingling had cultivated a demeanor of indifference by withholding her emotions. She believed she could shield herself from harm. Until this moment, a crack had formed in her icy facade, allowing sunlight to seep through. As she sat down, somewhat dazed, and took a sip of soy milk, warmth enveloped her throat, as if it sought to melt her heart. Chairwoman. Just as Yu Bingling felt a swell of emotion, Li Rui cleared his throat. Huh? Yu Bingling's heart raced. Anxious that Li Rui might utter something that would deepen their relationship. About last night. The dinner cost $745, and the hotel room was $210. Totaling $955. If you could round it up to 3,000, that would be great. Yu Bingling's expression darkened. The soy milk lost its warmth, the sunlight faded, and her icy demeanor returned with a vengeance. Li Rui, you scoundrel. You have utterly ruined what could have been a beautiful day. As Yu Bingling exited the hotel, her expression remained dark and brooding. Li Rui found it rather curious how swiftly her demeanor had shifted. Was she still under the influence of alcohol? As they walked out in succession, they happened upon a couple at the front desk finalizing their checkout. The man stared in astonishment at the departing figures, his jaw nearly hitting the floor. The woman, enraged, pinched him sharply. Are you seriously ogling beauties in front of me? Do you not regard me at all? Ouch. That hurts. My dear, you've misunderstood. I wasn't looking at any beauty. You were clearly gazing at that stunning woman who just left. The woman was even more incensed. The man protested, but that's our chairwoman. Oh, really? She was taken aback. Your chairwoman? The ice queen you always mention? Here. Engaging in such activities? The man nodded vigorously. Indeed, and the person she is with is my colleague. During their drive to the company, Li Rui sensed an awkward tension in the air. He cleared his throat and ventured. Chairwoman, are you fond of stock trading? Yu Bingling replied coldly. I have a promising stock I could recommend to you. Feixiang integration appears to be a good option. You might consider investing. I believe there will be a significant market movement by next month. Li Rui fell silent, at a loss for words. Upon reaching the parking lot, Yu Bingling headed into the company first, while Li Rui lingered, timing his clock in. As soon as he stepped into the office, he was struck by an unsettling atmosphere. His colleagues regarded him with peculiar expressions, a complex mix of jealousy, envy, resentment, admiration, and even some affection. Li Rue was baffled. What was happening? As he pondered this, he entered his office, only to be confronted by a large figure emerging from behind him. You, Li Rue, my friend merely returned home to visit family. And you go and do something like this. Fatty? Li Rue turned to see the familiar face of Zhu Jianfeng, his colleague, affectionately nicknamed Fatty. Standing at 5 feet 7 inches and weighing 270 pounds, he was jovial and optimistic, the only one in the company with whom Li Rue shared a deep friendship. After leaving Maoyuan advertising in his past life, their encounters dwindled to occasional WeChat messages during holidays. Their next meeting would be in a realm beyond. Fatty's excessive weight and poor diet had led to diabetes and other complications, resulting in his untimely demise at the age of 32. In his wake, Li Rue wept bitterly at his funeral, lamenting the lack of attention he had given his friend. Given a second chance at life, Li Rue not only yearned to reshape his own destiny, but also sought to alter the fates of many others, ensuring that this lifetime would be devoid of regrets, be it for Yi Bingling, Fatty, or countless others. Now confess, what is going on between you and the chairwoman? Fatty demanded. What? Li Rue was taken aback. Fatty grinned mischievously. Still pretending, are we? Still pretending? This morning, someone observed you and the chairman emerging from the hotel together. Don't try to assert that your stay there last night was solely for business discussions. Li Rue gaped in astonishment. This seems rather difficult to clarify. The chubby fellow continued. The entire company is abuzz with the notion that you are the favored son-in-law of the current regime, and they are all eager to curry favor with you. I needn't say more, my friend. I am genuinely proud of you. The chubby man patted his shoulder, adding, however, you truly should be more generous. If you're taking the chairman out, why not choose a more upscale venue? Next time, avoid the Samsung Hotel, if you must. Opt for a 5-star establishment that befits the chairman's status. Should finances be a concern, my friend, I would lend you some. You can repay me once you truly assume the role of favored son-in-law. Chapter 40. Inextricable Li Rue finally comprehended why everyone regarded him with such peculiar gazes. It turned out they had mistaken him for a royal consort. Just yesterday, he had fervently declared to everyone that he had no connections, and in the blink of an eye, he had been elevated to the status of a consort. However, the truth is, there was nothing between him and the chairperson. Li Rue felt a twinge of grievance, while his portly friend beamed with delight. Now that you've secured the chairperson's favor, you should at least be promoted to general manager, right? As your good brother, you ought to arrange a director position for me, the chubby man said with glee. Stop daydreaming and get back to work. Li Rue kicked him lightly. The chubby man rubbed his rear and replied earnestly, in wealth and honor, do not forget your friends. Scram. Yi Bingling was oblivious to the events unfolding outside. Her mind was consumed with thoughts of the previous night. Did I inadvertently reveal my innermost feelings to Li Rue? Oh dear, why did I drink so much? I shall never touch alcohol again. Once she managed to regain her composure, Yi Bingling recalled Li Rue's recommendation and hastily opened the stock software on her computer. The current price of Feixiang integration was around 10 yuan, with mediocre performance, categorizing it as rather unremarkable among thousands of stocks. For the past few years, its price had fluctuated around 15 yuan, and it was now at a 2-year low. Is this stock worth investing in? Yu Bingling found herself hesitating. At that moment, the office door swung open. Yu Bingling's expression darkened. Who barges in without knocking? However, upon seeing the visitor, her irritation dissipated. The newcomer was tall and fair-skinned, with delicate features that possessed a classical beauty, strikingly out of place in contemporary society. Tang Shi, what brings you here? Yi Bingling exclaimed. Aren't you busy preparing for your new play? Tang Shi was one of Yi Bingling's few close friends. Although their personalities were quite different, they had unexpectedly harmonized in their interactions, frequently enjoying tea, chatting, and shopping together. They shared an unspoken bond. Unlike Yi Bingling, who exuded an aura of aloofness, Tang Shi radiated the warmth and charm of a gentle and beautiful neighbor, prompting an instinctive desire to befriend her. Tang Shi shut the door behind her, her excitement palpable. I heard you're in a relationship, so I came to interrogate you. Yi Bingling was taken aback. Who told you that? Tang Shi replied. I met with Li Jun today to discuss the magazine cover, and he informed me. Li Jun must be out of his mind. Yi Bingling could scarcely believe it. Tang Shi continued. He said your boyfriend is an employee of the company. Oh, Yi Bingling. You always caution me against dating male actors you work with, yet here you are, nibbling on the grass right next to your burrow. Are you engaging in some unspoken rules? That is not true. Yu Bingling vehemently denied. Still in denial? Li Jun mentioned that his name is Li Rue, and you specifically had him transferred to the office next door for convenience. Tang Shi glanced towards the adjacent office. And others saw you both leaving the hotel together this morning. Yu Bingling felt on the verge of madness. This was utterly absurd. When did I ever enter into a romantic relationship with Li Rue? Moving him next door was not intended for the convenience of a romantic liaison. And then there was last night. Yu Bingling suddenly realized that even jumping into the Yellow River would not cleanse this matter. A solitary man and woman emerging from a hotel early in the morning would raise suspicions about their relationship. Bang. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. And Yu Bingling slammed her fist onto the desk, causing pain that nearly brought her to tears. Seeing her in such distress, Tang Shi was taken aback. What are you doing? It's not that I'm forbidding you from dating. I'm merely concerned about you being deceived and want to help you navigate this. I am not in a relationship. Li Rue and I. There is nothing between us. Yu Bingling retorted angrily. Her words, however, carried a hint of insecurity. Although nothing had indeed transpired between them, the events of the previous night had been steeped in ambiguity. All right, I believe you. Just because you went to a hotel does not imply anything. Tang Shi replied with a playful grin. But can you tell me what kind of person he is? You. Fine. I'll be honest with you. Yu Bingling understood that if she did not come clean at this moment, clarification would be impossible. Half an hour later, she recounted the events of the previous night in detail. Tang Shi was left speechless, and before Yu Bingling could finish, a barrage of questions erupted. Did you say he is just over a year out of college and is already a stock trading expert, with over 6 million in his account? He drives a Bentley? The new Bentley Mulsanne? Wow, I want to ride in it. It sounds like he is quite capable, seeing the potential in group buying so clearly. I always thought Edward was unreliable. Thank goodness Li Rue saved you. You were so intoxicated, and he took you to a hotel without doing anything? Is there something wrong with him physiologically? Yu Bingling was infuriated. Can you refrain from being so sordid? How is this sordid? I'm merely considering your future marital happiness. Tang Shi said earnestly. Yu Bingling was left speechless. Ever since you finished filming Sword Immortal, the legendary Hero 3, you've gone astray, becoming quite the smooth talker. Tang Shi chuckled. All right. I won't tease you anymore. Seriously, this man seems quite decent and suitable for you. Don't be ridiculous. Nothing could happen between us. Yu Bingling shot her a glare. Yet, deep down, she felt a flicker of joy. Despite having worked at the company for over a year, she had little impression of Li Rue. However, the day's interactions had left a profound memory, stirring her heart. Really? You wouldn't want such a wonderful man? Then introduce him to me. Tang Shi beamed. He is right next door. You can go meet him yourself. Yu Bingling retorted with a scoff. Tang Shi pouted. Do you think I'm afraid? She then moved to open the door to the next room. Yu Bingling quickly interjected. Come back. Tang Shi laughed brightly. Are you scared? We truly have nothing going on. I've already told you. I just want to learn about stock investments from him. Look. This is the stock he recommended to me. Yu Bingling pointed at the computer screen. Tang Shi cast a glance and remarked, is it truly that remarkable? I too delve into stock research, yet I was unaware of any positive news regarding FaceYoung integration. It seems to me that you have been blinded by love, believing every word a man utters. I haven't. Yu Bingling's rebuttal lacked conviction. Tang Shi blinked and suggested, why don't we have lunch together? I shall put him to the test. If he passes my examination, I shall believe you are genuinely only learning from him. Then I shall inquire with him. Yu Bingling replied somewhat perplexedly. Perhaps, she too desired to share a lunch with Li Rue. Chapter 41. The future flower dan at 11:45 in the afternoon. In a high-end restaurant near the company, Li Rue gazed at Tang Shi across the table, feeling a surge of astonishment. Tang Shi, one of the renowned four little flower dawn of the 85 generation in his past life, the goddess of the Eagle Television Festival, celebrated for her graceful demeanor and intellectual poise, a first-tier star. If memory serves me right, Tang Shi had just finished starring in the television drama Sword Immortal, The Legend of Heroes, and was preparing for the historical drama Step by Step, which would catapult her to fame. Next year, upon the airing of Step by Step, she would achieve immense popularity, solidifying her status in the entertainment industry. Currently, while Tang Shi had gained some recognition, it paled in comparison to her future fame, as no one had approached her for an autograph even after 5 minutes in the restaurant. During these 5 minutes, Tang Shi scrutinized Li Rue from head to toe, increasingly finding him rather unremarkable. According to Yu Bingling's description, Li Rue had effortlessly exposed Edward's true nature, a feat that could only be described as extraordinary. In Tang Shi's imagination, Li Rue should have been a strikingly handsome, charming, and elegant man. However, this initial meeting shattered her fantasy. While Li Rue was somewhat attractive, Tang Shi had grown accustomed to the striking figures in the entertainment industry, leading to an elevated standard of beauty. By her criteria, Li Rue was merely average. "Let us have a chat." Tang Shi decided to be direct. "What shall we discuss?" Li Rue felt as if he were being interrogated. "Let us talk about your situation," she proposed. "Are you a local of Haizhou?" "I'm from Yinshan. I only came here after passing the entrance exam for Haizhou University," Li Rue replied, stealing a glance at Yi Bingling, who had her head down, obscuring her expression. "Oh, an outsider. Where are you currently residing? Have you bought a place?" "I'm renting at the moment," he answered. "Any plans to buy a house in the future?" "Only by purchasing a home can you truly consider yourself a Haizhou local," she remarked. "I have bought one," he stated casually. "Oh, how large is it?" Tang Shi inquired nonchalantly. "Approximately 3,000 square meters," he replied with an indifferent tone. Tang Shi, having just taken a sip of tea, nearly choked. She and Yi Bingling exchanged glances, incredulous at his lack of tact. "Are you referring to a residence or a factory?" Tang Shi chuckled. "Residential. I purchased 28 units," Li Rue declared. "Bingling, your friend is quite something." Tang Shi shook her head, evidently skeptical. However, out of respect for Yi Bingling, she chose not to press further, though in her mind she had already lowered Li Rue's score. "I heard you're quite skilled at stock trading?" Tang Shi shifted the topic. "Not bad, I suppose," Li Rue replied. "How much have you earned?" she inquired, her curiosity piqued. Li Rue chuckled lightly. "Isn't it a basic social etiquette to avoid asking a woman her age and a man his income?" Tang Shi rolled her eyes. "Your response makes it clear. You must have lost a considerable amount of money." Li Rue chose not to argue, which Tang Shi interpreted as a sign of guilt. Her assessment of him continued to dwindle. In her eyes, Li Rue was simply too ordinary and overly boastful to be worthy of Yi Bingling. "Did you really purchase a 3,000 square meter house? Why not claim you acquired the Forbidden City instead?" As for stock trading, Tang Shi knows someone who excels in that realm, possessing a demeanor entirely distinct from Li Rue's. Thus, Tang Shi perceives Li Rue as a charlatan, having somehow managed to brainwash Yi Bingling. "Never mind, let us eat." Tang Shi was disinclined to inquire further. Li Rue, already famished, unceremoniously picked up his chopsticks and seized the fattiest piece of beef belly. Tang Shi cast a glance at Yi Bingling, conveying disbelief at her admiration for such a man. Yi Bingling covered her face, unable to bear the sight. At that moment, a voice of astonishment rang out nearby. "Mr. Li." Li Rue turned to see Yuan Fong, the sales manager of Yuan Hang Real Estate, accompanied by several well-dressed young men and women, all evidently elites in the real estate industry. "Ah, Manager Yuan, what a coincidence." Li Rue swallowed the piece of beef belly and greeted him with a smile. Yuan Fong replied, "Indeed, quite fortuitous. I invited a few friends for a meal, and from afar, I spotted you. Upon closer inspection, it truly is you. No wonder I heard magpies chirping this morning. It is indeed a sign of encountering a benefactor like you." Yi Bingling and Tang Shi exchanged bewildered glances, thinking that this person was excessively obsequious. Yuan Fong continued. "In fact, this is my first visit to this upscale restaurant. My colleagues insisted that I treat them after hearing I secured a substantial deal with you." He then turned to the others, saying, "Haven't you all been curious about what a major client who purchased 2 buildings looks like? Here he is, Mr. Li, the largest owner of Yuan Hang Xing Yuan." The crowd surged forward, each presenting their business cards. "Hello, Mr. Li. I am Xiaochun from Yuan Hang Jing Yuan. Here is my card. Yuan Hang Jing Yuan offers high-end, scenic high-rises along the river, currently providing a 10% discount for major clients." "Mr. Li. I am Xiao Lu from Yuan Hang Sheng Yuan. Our focus is on row villas, dedicated to providing an exceptional living experience for discerning clients." "Mr. Li. I am from Yuan Hang Xint. We welcome you to view our properties." Li Rue, flustered, accepted the business cards, nodding as he said, "I will review them upon my return and will reach out if I am interested." Yuan Fong promptly replied, "Mr. Li, we shall not intrude on your meal with friends any longer." MMM, Li Rue nodded. They departed, and as he resumed eating, he noticed that Yi Bingling and Tang Shi were regarding him with peculiar expressions. Feeling a twinge of embarrassment, he asked, "Do you wish to try this piece?" Tang Shi cleared her throat and said, "You go ahead, Li Rue. But what were those people about just now?" Li Rue casually replied, They are all real estate agents. And how do you know them? I heard them say you were a major client. Tang Shi inquired further. Oh, did I not mention it? I purchased 28 properties, Li Rui chuckled. Yi Bingling and Tang Shi gasped in astonishment. 28 properties? If true, how could that be possible? If false, why were those sales managers so enthusiastic towards Li Rui? The minds of the two women were in a state of disarray, to the extent that they even forgot to pursue their inquiries further. It was only after they finished their meal and prepared to settle the bill that they discovered Yuan Fong had discreetly taken care of the entire tab, which amounted to over 1,000 yuan. How could one possibly let a friend cover such an expense? This meal should be my treat, declared Tang Shi. Li Rui chuckled and replied, he has earned me several 100,000 in commissions. What harm is there in treating him to a meal? Several 100,000 in commissions? This is only 2010. Had it been 2020, Tang Shi would undoubtedly have given a thumbs up and exclaimed, you truly are a master of subtlety. On their way back to the company, Li Rui walked ahead, while Yi Bingling and Tang Shi lagged behind. Tang Shi pulled Yi Bingling aside and whispered, I still suspect this guy is boasting. Let us team up later and see just how much money he has in his stock account. Chapter 42. Cotton Futures. Upon returning to the company, Li Rui entered his office, brewed a cup of tea, and leisurely opened the futures trading software. He had already invested in stocks, purchased Bitcoin, shorted Greenfield Culture, and acquired 2 properties. He had nearly exhausted all avenues for investment. Now, he intended to focus his energy on speculative trading in futures. The return on investment has tangible limits, while speculative returns are boundless, particularly in the realm of futures speculation. One could ascend to celestial heights or plummet into the abyss. In 2010, among all futures commodities, cotton stood out as the most captivating and suitable for speculation. Especially in the latter half of the year, both futures and spot prices of cotton repeatedly set historical highs, presenting a grand bull market. In a previous life, a futures mogul astutely seized this opportunity, initially transforming his capital of 150,000 yuan within a month, then escalating it to 6 million yuan in 6 months, and ultimately reaching an astonishing 3 billion yuan within a year, before reversing his position to short and completing the legendary rise from 0 to 2 billion yuan. This market surge commenced in August, and although Li Rui had missed the first wave, he was not perturbed. Over the next year, cotton prices would experience dramatic fluctuations akin to a roller coaster, with each pivotal moment indelibly etched in Li Rui's memory. Forget about 2 billion. If Li Rui were sufficiently ambitious, accumulating 20 billion would pose no challenge. Li Rui accessed the software to check cotton prices. At that moment, the price stood at yuan ton, projected to reach yuan ton by the end of October, and a staggering yuan ton by the end of November. The price differential of yuan per ton promised unimaginable profits. Li Rui transferred 50 million yuan into his futures account and simultaneously activated a 20 times leverage, the maximum allowable under domestic futures market regulations. This meant that his 50 million yuan could effectively be treated as 1 billion yuan for investment. However, it also implied that any fluctuations exceeding 5 would trigger a margin call on his funds. The greater the potential reward, the higher the risk. Yet for Li Rui, the equation comprised only rewards, devoid of risk. As the futures market opened that afternoon, Li Rui plunged in to establish his positions. He initiated 2 major long contracts simultaneously, seizing the opportunity. This was merely the beginning. The futures market operated on a daily settlement system, whereby profits and losses were reconciled at the end of each trading day, allowing gains to be reinvested. Typically, futures traders employed a pyramid investment strategy, for instance, starting with an investment of 100,000 yuan. If profits were realized, they would invest 50,000 yuan next, then 30,000 yuan, gradually reducing their commitment to mitigate risk. Li Rui, however, was different. He aimed to reinvest all daily profits into his positions, resulting in a reverse pyramid of capital that would grow increasingly substantial over time. This was a method of maximizing both returns and risks, yielding either immense profits or catastrophic losses. Some even likened it to gambling, in the most reckless form at that. Li Rui was certainly not a gambler. Rather, he was akin to the dealer in a game of chance. In such a scenario, everyone else faced losses, with the dealer being the sole victor. Having completed his preparations and finished his cup of tea, Li Rui rose to step outside for a refill. Just as he exited, the door to the adjacent chairman's office swung open, and Tang Shi peeked out, calling back, "He's gone. Hurry." Yi Bingling hesitated behind her, expressing her concern. "Isn't that a bit inappropriate?" You did peek last time, didn't you? Tang Shi replied, that was unintentional. So, do you want to take a look or not? Tang Shi inquired. After a moment of hesitation, Yu Bingling nodded. What are we waiting for then? Tang Shi exclaimed, taking Yi Bingling's hand as they stealthily slipped into the next office. Standing at the threshold, Tang Shi said, I'll keep watch. You check his computer. Yi Bingling murmured in agreement, moving around to the back of the desk. Her gaze fell upon the screen, and she was immediately taken aback. Tang Shi, peering outside, asked, Did you find anything? When no response came, she turned back, puzzled. What's wrong? Did you find nothing? To her astonishment, she saw Yi Bingling covering her mouth, her face a mixture of shock and disbelief. What is it? Tang Shi pressed. Yi Bingling lifted her head, her expression filled with terror. Li Rui has invested 50 million in cotton futures, with 20 times leverage. What? Tang Shi's mouth fell open, scarcely able to believe her ears. They both had some understanding of futures trading and were acutely aware of the immense risks involved. It could be said that should the cotton market merely sneeze, Li Rui's 50 million would vanish into thin air. Is this true? Tang Shi abandoned her lookout, rushing over for a closer look. Upon seeing the screen, she too was left speechless. He must be out of his mind, she murmured to herself. Meanwhile, Li Rui returned to his office, noticing the door slightly ajar. Strange. I could have sworn I closed it, he muttered. Having made his purchases, it was time to focus on his work. He opened a document, recalling the brilliant copy he had encountered in his previous life. Before long, the workday came to a close, and as Li Rui began to gather his belongings, a knock echoed at the door. Come in, he called without looking up. The door opened, yet no sound followed. Li Rui glanced up to see Yi Bingling and Tang Shi standing at the entrance. The sight of the two radiant and captivating women momentarily disoriented him. Chairman, is there something you need? He inquired. Yi Bingling seemed to have summoned considerable courage. Li Rui, I need to speak with you. Please, come in, Li Rui urged, rising from his seat. Would you like some tea? We're not in the mood for tea, Tang Shi replied. Li Rui, puzzled, asked, what has happened? Tang Shi explained. It's because of you. Bingling has been worried about you all afternoon. What is wrong with me? Li Rui asked, growing even more surprised. Yi Bingling interjected. I'm sorry. This afternoon we secretly entered your office and checked your computer. We learned about your investment in cotton futures. Li Rui was left speechless, realizing that he must remember to lock the door next time he left his office. Yi Bingling continued, Your audacity is astonishing. You actually invested such a substantial sum and leveraged it 20-fold. Are you not aware of the inherent risks? With just a minor fluctuation, you could potentially lose everything. I am aware, Li Rui nodded. Knowing the risks, yet you still dare to proceed. Tang Shi exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. Li Rui chuckled and replied, Of course. I possess confidence. You must be out of your mind. Tang Shi retorted, visibly annoyed. Bingling, let us leave him be. He'll understand the risks once he has lost everything. Li Rui smiled and said, Who says I am losing? The trading platform has just completed the settlement. Would you care to see the fruits of my labor today? Yi Bingling and Tang Shi exchanged glances and approached the computer screen. Main cotton futures, latest price, 00. Change, 90. 00, position volume, profit, chapter 43, half-year plan 9. 9 million? Tang Shi nearly lost count of the string of zeros. Yi Bingling was equally astonished. 9 million? Li Rui earned 9 million in a single day. Under their watchful gazes, Li Rui lightly clicked the mouse, reinvesting the 9 million profit. What are you doing? Tang Shi exclaimed, You've already earned so much. Why not take your winnings? Li Rui replied nonchalantly. You are a star, yet you seem so inexperienced. It's merely 9 million. There is plenty more to come. Tang Shi felt her cheeks flush. Although she had starred in several dramas, her earnings had never been substantial, and 9 million was indeed a considerable sum for her. Li Rui continued. Today is just the beginning. The cotton market will remain favorable until next year. By then, I will naturally know when to withdraw. Next year? Both Yi Bingling and Tang Shi were bewildered. Earning 9 million a day, if this continued until next year, how much would he accumulate? However, such fortune is rarely seen. Even Buffett could not achieve such consistent earnings. Why should Li Rui be any different? Upon returning home, Li Rui chuckled at the memory of Yi Bingling and Tang Shi's stunned expressions. Unfortunately, he had an important task to attend to that evening. Otherwise, he would have enjoyed teasing them further. After a light dinner, Li Rui logged into QQ, his ID also named Hunter, a moniker he had used for years. He searched through his classmates list until he found his target, by Yue Guang, Yuna. Yuna was Li Rui's high school classmate, an academic prodigy who achieved the highest score in the liberal arts in the Yunshan province entrance examination. She enrolled in the foreign language department at Yenzhou University and later studied abroad in the United States, being one of the top students in their class. Hunter, old classmate. Are you there? It's Li Rui. I have something to consult you about. After sending the message, Li Rui patiently awaited a response. At this hour. It should just be morning in the United States. He wondered how long it would take for her to reply. As he browsed the news online and jotted down notes in his notebook, time ticked away. After 2 or 3 hours had passed. Just as Li Rui began to think he might not receive a reply that night, the QQ notification chimed. By Yue Guang. What brings you to think of me, old classmate? Li Rui felt a surge of joy. His fingers danced over the keyboard as he replied eagerly. Hunter, academic genius, long time no see. By Yue Guang indeed. It's been a while since we last met at the gathering in Yunshan during our sophomore year. How have you been? After exchanging pleasantries. By Yue Guang, didn't you say you needed to ask me something? Hunter, I heard you were studying at Stanford. Have you ever come across Instagram? By Yue Guang, what is that? Hunter, it's a photo editing app. If you have an iPhone, you can find it in the App Store. By Yue Guang, I use an Android phone, but my roommate has an iPhone. Let me ask her. Please hold on for a moment. A few minutes later, new messages appeared on the screen. White Moonlight. I came across an intriguing filter application, which my roommate is also using. Why are you inquiring about it? Hunter, the founder of Instagram is a Stanford alumnus, making him your senior. The company is located near the university, and I find them quite fascinating. Unfortunately, I cannot reach them. Would you be so kind as to assist me in obtaining a contact? White Moonlight. What are your intentions? Hunter, to be frank, I am contemplating investing in this company. In a distant apartment building near Stanford University in San Francisco, Yuna chuckled softly. What are you laughing at? Her roommate inquired. Puzzled, Yuna replied, Oh, it's nothing. A high school classmate, whom I haven't spoken to in years, suddenly claims he wishes to invest in a company in America and wants my help to make contact. Isn't that a good thing? Her roommate responded. Yuna shook her head. I happen to know his background. He comes from an ordinary family, graduated from university, and works at an advertising firm, earning only a few thousand each month. How could he possibly invest in an American company? Her roommate laughed. Then why would he say such a thing? Is he trying to catch your attention? That ploy is rather foolish, isn't it? What a pity. I actually had a decent impression of him in high school. I never expected him to turn out like this. Yuna sighed, simultaneously typing a message. White Moonlight. All right, I shall inquire on your behalf. Hunter, thank you immensely. Once accomplished, I shall reward you handsomely. As he closed the chat window, Li Rui felt a sense of elation. Instagram is a company brimming with potential. Whether awaiting a lucrative acquisition by Facebook or pursuing independent growth, both paths are exceptional choices. He even contemplated the possibility of using Instagram as a central platform to develop a new social network, potentially supplanting Facebook's future dominance and constructing an internet ecosystem empire. However, Instagram still seems to lack a certain essence, unless that software. A name suddenly sparked in Li Rui's mind. There was still time. If he could secure it, perhaps genuine opportunities awaited. The more he pondered, the more exhilarated he became, envisioning a grand strategy and feverishly jotting down notes. By the time he finished, it was 11 o'clock, and his notebook was filled with a myriad of incomprehensible symbols and sketches, while his plans gradually crystallized. Centered around this core, he envisioned developing an ecosystem primarily focused on communication, social interaction, and content. From this nucleus, he aimed to pursue control and resource integration. Safeguarding the core industry. Li Rui murmured to himself, yet, it requires substantial funding, immense amounts. Just for the initial investment, a conservative estimate stands at 30 billion in American dollars. He had thought his pace of earning was swift enough, but it now seemed inadequate. Money is perpetually in short supply. Fortunately, there remains a little time. It cannot extend beyond April next year. He has 6 months to amass 30 billion American dollars. Moreover, he requires personnel, both domestically and internationally. Time is of the essence. And the task is daunting. There is no time to waste. Let the work commence. Li Rui cast aside his notebook, his gaze fixed intently on the computer screen. The magnesium stocks had long since opened for trading. This time, he no longer adopted a moderate approach to investment, gradually reaping profits. Instead, he aimed for a ruthless onslaught. Eager to amass wealth rapidly, with a goal of earning 30 billion magnesium dollars within 6 months, propelling himself toward the colossal plan he envisioned. That night, The magnesium market was awash in blood. The following morning, Li Rue awoke with dark circles under his eyes, lamenting. How is it possible that this is even more exhausting than the 996 work culture of my previous life? At this rate, I fear I won't survive until 2025. With bleary eyes, he arrived at the office. As soon as he stepped through the door, a loud bang erupted, and a cascade of colorful ribbons and golden stars descended from above, showering him. Li Rue stood there, utterly bewildered, wondering what had transpired. Could it be that he was still dreaming, perhaps even dreaming of his own wedding? Chapter 44. Vlog Advertisement. Congratulations. Li Jun emerged jubilantly, fireworks in hand. The sound of applause reverberated around him, as colleagues lined up on either side, their hands clapping fervently until they turned crimson. What is happening? Li Rue brushed away the streamers from his hair, bewildered. With great enthusiasm, Li Jun exclaimed, Li Rue, congratulations. Qin AI is extremely fond of your copywriting and has decided to collaborate with our company long-term. You have done a tremendous service for us. Li Rue furrowed his brow. It's merely signing a contract. There's no need for such grandiosity, is there? I remember when the company signed significant contracts. The most we celebrated was with afternoon tea for everyone. This feels more like a wedding ceremony, rather awkward. Li Jun was taken aback. You don't like it? Li Rue chuckled in response. Of course. Li Jun quickly waved his hand. All right, everyone disperse. Clean up. The colleagues hurriedly tidied up, and in an instant, the office returned to its normal state, as if nothing had transpired. Only then did Li Jun force a smile. Shall we chat in your office? Upon entering the office, Li Jun busied himself with making tea, exceedingly attentive. Li Rue felt uncertain about his intentions. Brother Jun, what is this? Don't call me Brother Jun. Li Jun instantly retorted, call me A Jun. It feels more intimate. You call me A Jun, and I'll call you A Rue. Li Rue found it hard to utter that name, and quickly shifted the topic. Did you need something from me? Li Jun replied with a smile. Rue, you have been with the company for over a year now. I used to be quite stringent with my expectations of you at work, but that was merely to unlock your potential. Please do not hold any grudges against me. Li Rue thought to himself, rest assured. I want to forget the times you made things difficult for me. Nevertheless, he found it peculiar. It was just a contract signing, and Li Jun's enthusiasm seemed exaggerated, almost to the point of servility. A foreboding thought crept into his mind. Indeed, the next moment, Li Jun continued, A Rue, I am aware of your relationship with the chairman. You can rest assured that within the company, I will follow your lead. If you say east, I will go east. If you say west, I will go west. I am but a weapon in your hands. Wherever you point, I shall strike, ready to brave any peril for you. I knew it. Li Rue sighed softly. It seems the title of son-in-law is inescapable, his once illustrious reputation now tarnished. Yet, there was a certain satisfaction in this. Li Rue placed a hand on Li Jun's shoulder. Hey Jun, rest assured, as long as you follow my lead, I will not treat you poorly in return. Thank you, Brother Rue, for your esteem. Li Jun replied, visibly touched, as if willing to sacrifice for a true friend. Unbeknownst to him, Li Rue had seamlessly transitioned from A Rue to Brother Rue, completing a remarkable transformation. Brother Rue, there is one more thing, Li Jun said. Qin AI hopes you can provide another set of promotional copy, maintaining that high-quality, subtly romantic style. Li Rue inquired, where do they intend to place it? In magazines primarily targeting male audiences, such as Men's Wind, Fashion Men, and Sports Illustrated, Li Jun responded. Li Rue shook his head and said, you should tell the client that magazine advertisements have fallen out of favor due to their lack of timeliness and feedback. If you truly wish to make a splash, you must turn to Weibo. Weibo? Li Jun was taken aback. Can advertisements even be done there? Li Rue replied, you are an advertising professional. How can you be so out of touch with the current trends? The number of Weibo users is about to reach 50 million. And many celebrities have fans exceeding 1 million. Which traditional media can boast such extensive reach? That many. Li Jun's eyes widened in disbelief. Is that true? Li Rue continued. Seize the opportunity while Weibo is still emerging, as users are highly engaged. We can strategically position ourselves in the market for contraceptive products and establish our brand before others catch on. Once they do, they will merely be seen as imitating us. And this perception can easily translate into assumptions about product quality, which is precisely our forte. Indeed, that is quite insightful. Li Jun exclaimed, finally understanding. You handle the communication with the client, and I will take care of the copy. Remember, this is a high-tech new media advertising strategy. So we need to persuade the client to increase their budget. I understand. Li Jun nodded vigorously. With that, Li Jun eagerly went to discuss matters with the client. Meanwhile, Li Rui brewed himself a strong cup of magnesium coffee, finishing it in one gulp, which alleviated his lingering drowsiness. The morning was calm. The stock price of Jinkong Technology continued to rise steadily, and Li Rui took the opportunity to purchase an additional 4,000 shares in batches. With substantial trading volume as cover, his actions went unnoticed. Over in the U.S., Bitcoin prices experienced a slight decline, and Li Rui took advantage of this, once again sweeping the market. As for cotton prices, they continued to rise gradually. This wave of market trends presented no cause for concern, showcasing a nearly unilateral upward trajectory with no signs of retreat. Amid his busy schedule, Li Rui even managed to steal a moment for a brief nap, only to be awakened by the ringing of his phone. It was Yao Sichuan. He had not seen the charming young lady for 2 days, and he found himself missing her. Upon answering, he was about to crack a joke when he heard her sobbing. "What's wrong? Are you crying?" he inquired. But all he received in response was more weeping. "What happened? Who has wronged you?" Li Rui pressed, growing anxious. "Wah, Li Rui. It's all my fault. All my fault." She choked out. "Stop crying for a moment. What exactly transpired?" he asked. "Where are you? I will come find you. I'm on the street next to the company. I don't know where to go. Wah. Just wait for me." With that, Li Rui hung up and rushed outside. As he reached the entrance of the company, he encountered Yi Bingling and Tang Shi. Yi Bingling frowned and asked, "It's working hours. Where do you think you're going?" "I'm taking a leave," Li Rui responded curtly before continuing on his way. Yi Bingling slightly parted her lips, momentarily taken aback. Tang Shi looked utterly perplexed. "Aren't you the chairman? Why does he seem even more formidable than you?" Witnessing this scene, the employees exchanged covert glances of admiration, silently giving Li Rui a thumbs up. Prince Consort, impressive. Li Rui drove with fervor, reaching the vicinity of Yao Sichuan's company in less than half an hour. From a distance, he spotted her standing forlornly by the roadside. He parked the car and lowered the window, urging, "Get in." Once Yao Sichuan settled into the vehicle, he noticed her tear-streaked face. Her beautiful eyes were puffy from crying, and her light makeup had turned into a smudged mask. With her safely in the car, Li Rui felt a sense of calm wash over him. He tossed her a pack of tissues and began to meander along the road. Sometimes, presence speaks volumes more than consolation. Yao Sichuan curled up in the back seat, softly sobbing, only regaining her composure after a considerable time. "I'm hungry," she said, her voice tinged with shyness. "I know a delightful spot." Li Rui replied with a smile. 10 minutes later, in a secluded alley, they found themselves at a humble stall selling grilled cold noodles. Deliberating on how many eggs and sausages to add, each holding a portion of the grilled delicacy, they leaned against the rear of the Bentley, savoring their meal while engaging in conversation. Yao Sichuan lamented, "Greenfield Culture has canceled next month's exhibition. It's all my fault for dragging the company down." Chapter 45. Awaiting your apology. Zhou Yunhao is indeed a despicable individual, yet he possesses one commendable trait. He is a man of his word. When he vowed to take revenge on Yao Sichuan, he followed through without hesitation. Originally, Culture had planned to host an exhibition next month, to be executed by Huaiju Curatorial. However, this morning, without any explanation, Culture abruptly canceled the event. Huaiju Curatorial had already invested hundreds of thousands in advance, and now, with the cancellation, all their efforts would amount to naught. According to the contract, they had the right to seek compensation from Culture. But the dilemma lay in the fact that pursuing legal action could jeopardize future collaborations. Moreover, Culture was a publicly listed company, while Huaiju Curatorial was merely a small firm. Thus, engaging in litigation could lead to protracted and exhausting battles. Throughout the morning, a pall of gloom enveloped the company. Employees were no longer preoccupied with their salaries or bonuses for the month, but rather with the survival of the company itself. Yao Sichuan was acutely aware that the turmoil was directed at her, and the overwhelming pressure began to take its toll, leading her to a breaking point. After listening to her plight, Li Rui calmly reassured her, "Do not burden yourself with worry. I shall resolve this matter." "How will you manage that?" Yao Sichuan inquired. Li Rui replied, "I will consult a friend who can speak with Zhou Zhonghua." After escorting Yao Sichuan back to the company, Li Rui made a phone call. "Hello, Director Liu. This is Li Rui. I have a favor to ask of you." Following the call, Li Rui headed straight to the headquarters of Culture, located in the Green Energy Building. Outside the building, he waited for half an hour until a Mercedes-Benz S600 glided into view. The vehicle came to a halt, and a middle-aged man emerged. Lu Hong. Just days before the auction, the two met again. Li Rui greeted him with a smile. Thank you for your assistance, Director Lu. Lu Hong returned the smile. I abhor being in anyone's debt, whether financially or in favors. It is my honor to assist you in this matter. Then, shall we? Li Rui gestured towards the green energy building. As they entered, they approached the front desk. May I assist you? The receptionist inquired. We're here to see someone. Li Rui stated. Whom are you looking for, and from which department? Zhou Zhonghua. The receptionist widened her eyes in surprise. You wish to see our chairman? Do you have an appointment? No appointment, Li Rui replied. Please inform him that Mr. Lu Hang, chairman of Xinheng Investment Management Company, wishes to meet with him. The receptionist hesitated, her mouth slightly agape, before picking up the phone. Moments later, her expression shifted to one of astonishment, and her demeanor towards Li Rui and Lu Hong transformed entirely. After hanging up, she hurriedly said, Please follow me. The chairman is waiting for you in his office upstairs. They took a private elevator directly to the top floor of the green energy building. As the doors opened, a man resembling Zhou Yunhao to some extent stood waiting. Zhou Zhonghua, the actual controller of L Yekulture, scanned Li Rui's face before swiftly redirecting his gaze to Lu Hong, greeting him with a broad smile. Director Lu, what brings you here? You should have given me a heads up so I could prepare. In contrast to his arrogant son, Zhou Zhonghua exuded a sense of refinement and had the cunning demeanor of a seasoned fox. Lu Hang chuckled lightly and said, I received a call from this young friend on short notice and accompanied him here to mediate. Zhou Zhonghua paused, glancing up and down at Li Rui. And who might this be? I am Li Rui, Li Rui replied calmly. Hello, Chairman Zhou. Zhou Zhonghua nodded and said, Please come in, gentlemen. Let us discuss matters over tea. His office featured a dedicated tea room, where a beautiful secretary prepared tea for the three before excusing herself. After savoring a sip, Zhou Zhonghua addressed Li Rui. Young brotherly, I believe this is our first meeting. What brings you here? Li Rui smiled faintly. I merely wish to inquire about how Green Wild Culture, as a publicly listed company, views issues of contractual integrity. Is it the case that any contract signed can be dismissed as mere waste paper, with breaches occurring at will? What do you mean by that? Zhou Zhonghua inquired, puzzled. Li Rui recounted the unfortunate experience with Huaiju exhibition, concluding, as a company listed on the stock market, your actions not only reflect upon yourselves, but also upon the dignity of Chinese listed companies. Such chaotic breaches of contract could lead to severe consequences, even impacting your stock price. You exaggerate, young brother, Zhou Zhonghua chuckled. To him, Li Rui's remarks seemed alarmist. After all, it was merely a contract worth 100,000 or so. For a colossal entity like Green Wild Culture, it was of little consequence. Besides, even if the matter escalated, would the distant shareholders in America even care? Lu Hang also pondered if Li Rui was indeed making a mountain out of a molehill. Was my friendship worth merely a few 100,000? Zhou Zhonghua mused, I am not fully apprised of this matter, but if it is as you say, I will consult my subordinates and have them rectify it. The fact that he, a prominent CEO, would even acknowledge such a statement was already quite a concession. And this concession was made to Lu Hang, not Li Rui. Lu Hang felt satisfied and turned to Li Rui, who remarked, Is mere rectification sufficient? Shouldn't Zhou Yunhao apologize to Huaiju exhibition for his misuse of public resources? At this, Zhou Zhonghua's expression darkened, and even Lu Hong raised an eyebrow in astonishment. Zhou Zhonghua, his voice tinged with anger, retorted, Apologize to my son? When one errs, an apology is warranted. Otherwise, mistakes perpetuate endlessly, leaving no room for redemption. Indeed, Li Rui replied with profound significance. Zhou Zhonghua erupted in laughter. Is that amusing? Li Rui asked. Zhou Zhonghua shook his head. You're mistaken. What do you mean by misuse of public resources? I am the largest shareholder of Green Wild Culture. It belongs to my family. This is not public property. It is private. As for an apology from Yunhao, that is even more ridiculous. Would anyone dare accept it if Yunhao were to apologize? Chairman Lu, it is not that I lack respect for you. Rather, this young brother is simply naive. There is no need to pursue this matter further. Lu Heng was at a loss, wondering how a trivial issue had escalated to this extent. Yet, Li Rui merely smiled. Chairman Zhou need not rush to a conclusion. I believe that time will allow you to attain clarity, discerning right from wrong. I await your apology. With that, Li Rui rose and departed with determination. Lu Heng slightly nodded to Zhou Zhonghua before following suit. Zhou Zhonghua, his brow furrowed, suddenly shattered the cup in his hand upon the ground, exclaiming in disdain, Where did this lunatic come from? Chapter 46. Killing two birds with one stone as Lu Hong emerged from the green energy tower. He spotted Li Rui standing calmly by the roadside, which elicited a resigned smile from him. On the day of the auction, Lu Hong had formed a favorable impression of Li Rui, believing that this young man possessed considerable poise and would surely achieve greatness in the future. However, upon their reunion today, Lu Hong felt a tinge of disappointment. Li Rui's impulsiveness, idealism, and assumptions were evident. Zhou Zhonghua was no ordinary person. He was the chairman of a publicly listed company with a fortune of 10 billion. In every conceivable aspect, he was a man of stature. The fact that Zhou Zhonghua was willing to look into the contractual matters was already a significant concession, made in deference to Lu Hong. Yet, Li Rui had audaciously demanded an apology from Zhou Yunhao, leading to a breakdown in negotiations. What could have been resolved easily was turned into a discordant affair due to Li Rui's insistence on saving face. It could only be said that Li Rui was still too young. Lu Hang felt at a loss for words and could only say, Li Rui, do not take today's events to heart. In the future, if there are exhibition-related projects at my company, I can assign them to your friends. Li Rui countered. Does Director Lu think I care about a mere million or so in business? Lu Hang paused, shaking his head. Given that you earned over 30 million from a single painting, I presume it is of little concern to you. Li Rui smiled. Whether I care or not is irrelevant. Green wild culture has offended me. I will ensure they pay the price. The act of shorting green wild culture will eventually come to light. As a Chinese person, shorting a Chinese enterprise is wholly unacceptable. Moreover, commencing the shorting just a month before the Muddied Waters report, with substantial capital invested, will inevitably invite unfounded suspicions from those with ulterior motives. Li Rui sought to establish a legitimate rationale for his actions, and today's scene served that purpose. Why short green wild culture? Because of a grudge against the Zhou family, a sufficiently compelling reason. Lu Hong was not there to mediate, but rather to act as a witness. In the future, should anyone question Li Rui's motives, Lu Hong could provide testimony. At this moment, Lu Hang was completely oblivious to being utilized by Li Rui. Assuming he was merely speaking hypothetically, he felt somewhat helpless as he remarked, in business, it is important to cultivate amicable relations for prosperity. I shall give Zhou Zhonghua a call later. There's no need for that, Li Rui interrupted. Regardless, I must express my gratitude to Director Lu today. By the way, how is the Shui Mutong Yuan investment faring? Why do you ask? Lu Hang's expression shifted slightly. In May, Lu Hong had invested 10 billion in Shui Mutong Yuan, causing a stir in the financial sector, with his sights set on the concept of spin-off listings, hoping to profit handsomely. However, since the latter half of the year, policies had tightened incessantly, delaying the prospect of spin-off listings. While the market still held on to some optimism, Li Rui knew that the tightening policies would ultimately render this investment a loss for Lu Hong. Director Lu, if you continue to await the spin-off listing policies, your losses will only escalate. It would be prudent to divest sooner rather than later, Li Rui advised. Lu Hang inhaled deeply, realizing. So your intention in approaching me today was not merely for idle conversation. Li Rui chuckled. One might say it is a case of killing two birds with one stone. Lu Hang inquired, do you also have knowledge of stocks? Li Rui spoke with profound significance, whether one understands or not. The depths of the waters in Shui Mutong Yuan are far too profound for Director Lu to navigate. I happen to have some excellent investment opportunities at hand. If Director Lu is interested, we could discuss potential collaboration. Lu Hang's expression turned serious. For instance, we must find a suitable place to converse in detail, replied Li Rui. Lu Hang smiled. I know of a delightful CAF nearby, renowned for its cappuccinos and strawberry cakes. Oh, I happen to have a fondness for strawberries, Li Rui remarked. The two exchanged knowing smiles, casting aside recent matters as they walked side by side. You still know how to come back. At 4:30 in the afternoon, Li Rui finally returned to the company, only to be met by an irate Tang Shi charging towards him. Li Rui, taken aback, exclaimed, Miss Tang, aren't you an actress? Haven't you had any filming recently? Why do you spend every day in our company? Tang Shi retorted, of course. I have a project starting in a little over a month. Wait, why am I sharing this with you? Do you know that Bing Ling has been sulking all afternoon? Why is she upset? Li Rui inquired, puzzled. Tang Shi replied, I sent it because you were absent without leave. I took a day off. She didn't approve it. Then let them deduct my salary. Deduct your salary? Dream on. I foresee misfortune befalling you this time. Li Rui apprehensively stepped into Yi Bingling's office, only to find her wearing a frosty expression. However, Yi Bingling typically bore such a demeanor, so Li Rui, could not discern the extent of her anger. Chairwoman. Regarding this afternoon's matters, Yi Bingling interrupted him with a wave. Where is the copy? What copy? Our company just signed a long-term cooperation agreement with Chin AI, requiring a comprehensive promotional plan. As the head of copywriting, you ought to present your work. I ask you again, where is the copy? Yi Bingling spoke coldly. Li Rue responded. The agreement was just signed yesterday. I don't care when the agreement was signed. If the client demands the copy today, can you provide it? Yi Bingling pressed, eager to vent her pent-up frustration. This is unacceptable, she thought, growing increasingly irate. Do you believe that helping me yesterday grants you the right to disregard my authority as chairwoman? If I do not compel you to acknowledge your mistakes today and make you feel the harsh realities of the workplace, then I am not Yi Bingling. Noticing Li Rue's silence, she continued, Li Rue, I know you possess talent, but that does not excuse your disregard for work discipline. You have failed to fulfill your duties and have been absent without valid reason. This is utterly unacceptable. What do you mean by I? If you had completed the copy, I would not have minded if you were absent for a week. But have you finished it? Li Rue sighed. Yi Bingling felt a glimmer of satisfaction, assuming he was about to concede. To her surprise, Li Rue magically produced a folder from behind him. Chairwoman, here it is, as you requested. The copy is right here. Does that mean I need not come to work this week? What? Yi Bingling's eyes widened in disbelief, her face a mask of incredulity. Li Rue placed the folder on her desk, saying, Take your time, I will tidy up my things. It is already after work hours, so if there are any issues, we can discuss them tomorrow. With that, he slipped away. Yi Bingling picked up the folder and opened the first page. The subway sign reads, Hold on and stand firm. Tonight, I intend to remind you of the same. This morning, as I gazed into the mirror, I suddenly felt a bit bashful, as if it could see everything. As she read through the lines, Yi Bingling's face flushed crimson. When Tang Shi entered, she found it curious and asked, Bingling, why is your face so red? Are you feeling unwell? Not at all. Yi Bingling quickly shut the folder, cursing Li Rue inwardly. You scoundrel, you absolute rogue. Chapter 47. An unwanted blind date. Tang Shi, disheartened, approached Yi Bingling. What's wrong? Yi Bingling inquired, astonished by her demeanor. Tang Shi replied, Do you know how much he earned today? Did cotton prices rise again? Yi Bingling quickly realized. Tang Shi nodded. It increased by 90 yuan. Does that mean he earned 9 million? Yi Bingling exclaimed in shock. Tang Shi shook her head. Don't forget, he invested the 9 million he earned yesterday. Yi Bingling's jaw dropped. Over 10 million. A company as large as Maoyuan Advertising has an annual net profit of less than 10 million. Li Rue made that in a single day. Where can one argue against that? The two beautiful women exchanged incredulous glances, feeling as though they were ensnared in a dream. In the adjacent office, Li Rue reinvested his profits from the day before shutting down his computer, humming a tune as he prepared to leave. Just as he reached the door, his phone rang. It was his mother. Upon answering, Li Rue felt a rush of excitement. Since his rebirth, he had been unable to gather his emotions and hesitated to call home. Hearing the youthful voice of his mother, who seemed a decade younger, brought a mist to his eyes. Mom, have you missed me? Li Rue chuckled. What is there to miss? Right now, I just want to hold my grandchild. Otherwise, I'll be bored to death playing mahjong. The sound of tiles clattering accompanied her words. Li Rue's smile faltered. How could he have forgotten this? In his previous life, his parents' relentless matchmaking had left him exasperated. Eventually, he succumbed to the pressure and agreed to an arranged marriage during a New Year visit home. Reluctant to dwell on that memory, he cleared his throat and said, Mom, I'm still young. You're already 25. What do you mean by young? By the time I was 25, you could have been buying soy sauce. His mother retorted mercilessly. Times have changed, Li Rue lamented. Enough chatter. I had your cousin introduce a girl for you. You're meeting her tonight. You must go immediately, and I warn you, you must treat her well. Otherwise, don't expect to come home for the New Year. Mom. Li Rue attempted to ask further, but the line went dead. Listening to the busy signal, he couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity. Just as his mother's call ended, a text from his cousin arrived. Li Rue, I'm sending you the address. Get over here now. Remember to dress nicely. Li Rue sighed. To ensure a return home for the New Year, he had no choice but to attend this blind date. The CAF for the rendezvous was not far from his office, and by the time he arrived, his cousin had already made her entrance. Her name was Song Jia. Just a year older than Li Rue, they had grown up together, having both attended Haizhou University and subsequently found work in the same area. Upon seeing her, Li Rue expressed his frustration. You're older than me. Why aren't uncle and aunt urging you to marry? Song Jie smirked. Perhaps the Li family has a throne to inherit, which is why they're in such a hurry for you to marry and have children. Li Rui sighed. Cousin, help me navigate this situation today, and I'll treat you to Pizza Hut another time. Song Jie smiled mischievously. 3 meals. It's a deal. Li Rui was overjoyed. With his cousin as an insider, it should be quite easy to deceive his mother. Actually, the girl I introduced to you today is quite remarkable, Song Jie suddenly remarked. Li Rui shook his head. I am currently focused on my career and do not wish to consider love at this moment. Song Jie chuckled. With that pathetic job at your advertising company, earning just over 3,000 a month, what kind of career is that? I suggest you resign and join our company. Not only will you earn more, but there are also plenty of young women among the colleagues, allowing you to achieve both career and love. Li Rui replied. I have recently gained the chairman's favor. Have you received a raise? No. Then what's the use? Don't be fooled by your boss's empty promises. Only the bread you eat is real. As they conversed, the CAF door swung open, and a girl in a black suit entered. The first impression she gave Li Rui was somewhat reminiscent of Yi Bingling. Her features exuded competence and aloofness, though there was a significant disparity in temperament, perhaps akin to Yi Bingling after her downfall. Gu Xian, you've arrived, Song Jie greeted her. Gu Xian smiled faintly, exhibiting the unique elegance of a professional woman. Sister Song, I encountered a bit of traffic on the way. I apologize for being late. As she spoke, her gaze discreetly swept over Li Rui. Li Rui stood up. Hello, I am Li Rui. Hello, I am Gu Xian, she responded. Please, take a seat. Song Jie, beaming, ordered some snacks for a leisurely chat. They casually ordered pizza and some appetizers before officially commencing the matchmaking segment. Gu Xian stated, I am no longer young, and I approach matchmaking with the intent of marriage. I have gathered some information about you, and you meet most of my criteria. However, there are a few matters I must clarify beforehand. Song Jie quickly interjected, of course. We should be open about our conditions. If we are compatible, we can proceed. If not, we can simply be acquaintances. Gu Xian continued. I will be settling in Haizhou in the future, so I hope my future partner can purchase a house there. Song Jie displayed a troubled expression. Being Li Rui's cousin, she was acutely aware of the Li family's financial situation. Both of Li Rui's parents were ordinary workers. Although they had saved some money over the years, it was insufficient for a full payment on a house in Haizhou, and they might even struggle to gather enough for a down payment. As for Li Rui, Song Jie did not even consider his meager salary of 3,700 as a viable contribution. That amount was barely sufficient for survival, let alone purchasing a home. Is there a problem? Gu Xian inquired. Song Jie forced a smile. Buying a house outright is indeed a bit challenging, but a down payment should be manageable, right? Li Rui? You should express your stance. Li Rui, lost in thought, was jolted back by Song Jie's prompt, quickly nodding vigorously, no problem. Gu Xian frowned slightly. May I ask, if it's not too presumptuous, what your current salary is? My salary is 3,007, Li Rui answered candidly. As soon as he finished, he felt Song Jie step on his foot. Alas, it was too late. Gu Xian's brow furrowed even more deeply. I heard from Sister Song that you have already graduated for a year, yet your salary is still so low? Li Rui replied, I work at a small advertising company, and my boss is quite ruthless, hence the meager earnings. Several kilometers away, at a restaurant, Yi Bingling unexpectedly sneezed. Gu Xian shook her head. Currently, the price of houses on the edge of the inner ring of Haizhou is approximately 14,000 yuan per square meter. To purchase a 100 square meter house would cost 140,000 yuan. Assuming a 30-year loan with a 30 down payment, one would need to repay around 5,000 yuan monthly. My current salary is 5,800, and yours is 3,700. Do you believe this income level is sufficient? Not at all, Li Rui shook his head. With a net income of 9,500 minus 5,000 for the mortgage, only 4,500 remains. In Haizhou, it is exceedingly difficult to lead a quality life on such an amount. Gu Xian shrugged. Therefore, I think there is no need to continue this discussion. Chapter 48. Familiar friends stop. Seeing Gu Xian's refusal, Song Jie became anxious. In my view, it is quite romantic for young people to strive together to pay off their mortgage. Song Jie exclaimed. Although you earn little now, with a few years of hard work, a monthly salary exceeding 10,000 is easily attainable. At that point, the mortgage will not seem burdensome. Gu Xian pondered and asked, Li Rui, what are your thoughts on the future? Do you plan to seek a higher-paying job? Li Rui scratched his head and replied, I have no intention of switching jobs at the moment. Are you planning to remain at 3007 indefinitely? Gu Xin retorted coldly. As you mentioned, your company is quite small, and with a ruthless boss, a salary exceeding 10,000 is a distant dream. Li Rui began to respond, but Gu Xin interjected. No need to elaborate. My friend is coming over shortly. Her real estate sales department is currently hiring. You should submit a resume. Gu Xin continued. The real estate sector has immense potential for growth, and the earnings will undoubtedly surpass what you make at the advertising firm. If you can manage to increase your salary to over 5,000 within 6 months, I will give you an opportunity. Li Rui was taken aback. This woman exuded an excess of confidence. What made her, so seemingly ordinary, believe she could dictate the fates of others? He could foresee the futures of everyone around him a decade or more down the line, and none matched her self-assuredness. Well, I haven't made plans to change jobs just yet, Li Rui replied, shaking his head. Gu Xin frowned slightly. Don't be so quick to refuse. Do you know that my friend recently closed a deal and earned over 100,000 in commission? Isn't that income better than the stagnant salary you receive at the advertising company? 100,000. Before Li Rui could react, Song Jie gasped. Are you referring to that deal? Gu Xin nodded. Did you hear about it, Sister Song? Song Jie replied, such a significant event. How could I not have heard? It's fascinating how the wealthy operate. Buying a house seems as effortless as purchasing cabbage. Gu Xin remarked, I cannot comprehend the world of the affluent either. She then turned to Li Rui and said, You and I come from ordinary families, lacking the advantages of the wealthy, so we must strive even harder. My dream is to settle in Haizhou, to own a home and a car, to travel abroad, and to free myself from the mundane worries of daily life, ensuring that my next generation does not repeat my struggles. If you are willing to work alongside me, I will consider you. Otherwise, we should part ways and not waste each other's time. Li Rui was somewhat astonished. Had he encountered a woman like Gu Xin in his past life, perhaps he would have been motivated to improve himself and would not have ended up achieving nothing, even in this lifetime, where he possessed wealth beyond the reach of most. Gu Xion's words moved him. He realized that her confidence stemmed not from arrogance, but from a clearly defined ambition. Perhaps her aspirations were somewhat mundane, yet they were not misguided. Li Rui retracted his earlier internal criticisms and found Gu Xin deserving of respect. You speak very well. It is a pity we did not meet sooner, he said earnestly. Gu Xin responded, It is not too late now. If you genuinely wish to enter the real estate industry, I can offer you some advice. Just then, someone entered the CAF, glancing around. Gu Xinxin waved and called out, Bailan, over here. A hurried figure approached and said, I apologize for being late. Mr. Li. She covered her mouth, her face a portrait of disbelief. Li Rui was equally startled. Was this not the sales representative from the Far Voyage Star Garden? Do you know each other? Gu Xinxin and Song Jie both expressed their astonishment. Bailan replied, He is, cough, cough. Li Rui cleared his throat. We met at a public relations event. Ah, yes, indeed, we became acquainted during the event, Bailan quickly affirmed, nodding vigorously. Gu Xinxin blinked and said, How wonderful that you are already acquainted. Bailan timidly took a seat and softly asked, Gu Xinxin, is Li Rui your blind date? How is your conversation going? Gu Xinxin responded, I still need to assess him. Still need to assess? Bailan thought she had misheard. Such a young and affluent tycoon was rare to find. What was there to assess? Gu Xinxin explained. Li Rui's current job pays too little for him to afford a house in Haizhou. Isn't your company hiring? Could you possibly get Li Rui a position? Bailan was taken aback, confirming that the person before her was indeed Li Rui, her mind swirling with thoughts. Gu Xinxin's expectations seemed excessively high. Could someone who could easily put down a multi-million deposit for 2 buildings be considered underprivileged? Moreover, what role would they offer Li Rui in their company, president of the Homeowners Association? Bailan was at a loss for words until she noticed Li Rui winking at her. Being trained in sales, Bailan quickly replied, All right. I will take care of this matter. Thank you, Gu Xinxin exclaimed. Li Rui, this is a rare opportunity one fought hard to secure for you. You must seize it. If you meet my expectations within 6 months, I will consider dating you. Li Rui nodded. Thank you. I will work diligently and not bring shame upon you. Gu Xinxin added, Bailan, thank you. Bailan awkwardly replied, You're welcome, really. At that moment, a server brought out some snacks, and the group began to chat while eating. Gu Xinxin inquired, Bailan, how did you manage that big deal the other day? It's all the talk in Haizhou. They say the buyer is a coal baron. Is that true? Bailon glanced at Li Rue, who was engrossed in devouring chicken wings, and cautiously replied, "He is not a coal baron. He is quite a handsome young man." "Young, handsome, and wealthy?" Song Jia's eyes sparkled with interest. "Do you have a photo?" Bailon shook her head. "No, I cannot take pictures of clients. However, he is truly quite handsome." Song Jia scoffed. "That may not be the case. I suspect you were dazzled by the riches. Even if an ugly person were to buy a building with such wealth, they would still seem like a prince in your eyes." "Not at all. He is genuinely handsome and even brought along a particularly beautiful girl," Bailon said, sneaking another glance at Li Rue, who remained unresponsive, causing a slight flutter of anxiety within her. "Wow," Song Jia exclaimed enviously. "That girl must be very fortunate." Gu Xian gently remarked, "That may not necessarily be the case. I still believe that a woman's happiness should be in her own hands, rather than solely relying on a man. What do you think, Li Rue?" Li Rue, engrossed in gnawing on a chicken wing, found himself at a loss for words. Such inquiries posed years later would undoubtedly be a perilous challenge, where an ill-conceived response could provoke a backlash from feminist circles. Fortunately, the timely ringing of his phone provided an escape, and he quickly excused himself. As soon as he departed, Gu Xian turned her gaze towards Bailon and asked, "Do you have feelings for Li Rue?" "What?" The pizza slice in Song Jia's mouth fell in surprise, while Bailon was left utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 49. The Homebuyer. "Why do you say that?" Bailon exclaimed, her jaw nearly dropping in astonishment. Gu Xian replied, "I just noticed you stealing glances at Li Rue. I thought you might have an interest in him." Bailon hastily responded, "No way. I'm not worthy. I'm just not looking for a boyfriend right now. Then I can rest easy. Otherwise, I'd be worried about sending Li Rue into your company. It would be like a lamb entering a tiger's den." Gu Xian chuckled. Bailon also smiled, though her smile seemed somewhat forced. Upon returning to his seat after the phone call, Li Rue sensed the atmosphere was a bit awkward, though he was unaware of what had transpired. After chatting for a while longer, Gu Xian suddenly said, "It's about time. I need to head back to review my materials for the accountant exam, so I'll take my leave now. I should escort you." Li Rue felt it was both courteous and reasonable to accompany Gu Xian. Gu Xian shook her head and replied, "There is no need. My home is nearby. Sister Song and Bailon live farther away, so you should escort them instead. We can arrange to meet another day." With that, she departed. Li Rue felt a sense of relief. Being around Gu Xian felt akin to taking an exam under a watchful teacher, always anxious about revealing any mistakes. It was probably best to meet less frequently, ideally not at all. "I'll drive you both home," Li Rue said, turning to Song Jia and Bailon. Song Jia glanced at Li Rue and then at Bailon, suddenly exclaiming, "Oh, I just remembered I have some matters to attend to at work. You take Bailon home. I'll head back on my own." Without waiting for a response, she dashed away. Song Jia had always been this lively and impulsive since childhood, a trait that had never changed. Li Rue didn't pay it much mind and, as a result, failed to notice Bailon's flushed cheeks. "I'll drive you?" Li Rue inquired of Bailon. Bailon timidly asked, "Mr. Li, did I disturb you today?" Li Rue smiled. "You mean Gu Xian?" "Not at all. I came here to appease my mother. I didn't intend to go on a blind date," Bailon remarked. "Actually, Gu Xian is quite a wonderful person. Very ambitious, yes. I can see that," Li Rue replied. "But unfortunately, she is not suited for me. For reasons unknown." Bailon felt no disappointment for her friend. Instead, she experienced a sense of relief. As they conversed and exited the CAF, they began discussing the home buying process, and Bailon's spirits soared. Li Rue found her smile enchanting, as if she were a delicate white orchid. Suddenly, Bailon's phone rang. After answering, she displayed a hint of exasperation. "Mr. Li, there is an urgent matter at the sales office. I must return immediately. It's nearly 8 o'clock. What could possibly be happening at the sales office?" Li Rue exclaimed in surprise. Bailon sighed. "Such is our profession. We work whenever customers wish to view properties." "Then let me drive you. I'd like to take another look at your villa project," Li Rue suggested. Bailon was taken aback. "You're still considering buying a villa?" Li Rue explained. "If my parents move to Haizhou, they're accustomed to single-story homes and don't prefer high-rises. A villa would suffice for them." Bailon was speechless. How wonderful it must be to have such wealth, where a villa could be considered merely adequate. However, given Li Rue's financial capacity, this seeming modesty was indeed a reflection of his genuine affluence. Upon acquiring the Bentley, Bailon found herself at a loss for words. Despite possessing such wealth, he had chosen to ride an electric bicycle to purchase a house. Is it true that affluent individuals are often so unpretentious? Upon arriving at the sales office, she noticed a young couple admiring the display model. Bailan approached and greeted, Wang Dan, Zhao Kai, how do you do? The couple, adorned in designer labels and glimmering jewelry, unmistakably belonged to the upper echelons of society. Bailan, it has been a while, the woman said, raising her hand. Her gold watch nearly blinding in its brilliance. The man merely nodded, his gaze lingering on Bailan. Wang Dan and Zhao Kai were both high school classmates of Bailan. Li Rui walked over. Curious, Wang Dan inquired, Bailan, who is this? Bailan, feeling bashful, stammered, He is. I am Bailan's friend. My name is Li Rui, he interjected with a smile. Oh. Wang Dan's voice elongated in an odd manner. Zhao Kai, on the other hand, cast a hostile glance at Li Rui. Did you summon me for a specific reason? Bailan asked after the pleasantries. Wang Dan laughed. Zhao Kai and I are looking to purchase a home. We heard you were selling properties here and came to seek your recommendations. Bailan, surprised, exclaimed, Have you struck it rich? Wang Dan chuckled, Not us. It's Zhao Kai's father who has earned some money from contracts these past 2 years and wants to buy us a home in Haizhou for stability. I envy you, Bailan admitted. It's just a single house, Wang Dan replied casually. But you, I heard you've been doing well these past 2 years. Have you bought a house in Haizhou? Bailan awkwardly replied, I haven't purchased yet. How come you haven't bought a house yet? Wang Dan asked. Astonished, Bailan felt a pang of frustration. Was it necessary to ask? It was not due to a lack of desire, but rather a matter of affordability. Although uncomfortable, she explained, I am still saving for the down payment. Wow, I thought you would have bought a house by now. But with the soaring prices in Haizhou, it's understandable if you can't. So, it's perfectly normal for me to be unable to buy a house. Though Wang Dan's observation was factual, it somehow felt disheartening to Bailan. She struggled to regain her composure and said, You came to the right person. Our Yonghang, Xingyuan development boasts the best location, housing quality, and property amenities in the area. The villa design is an award-winning creation by a European designer. Wang Dan scoffed. Unfortunately, the area is too small. Only a little over 100 square meters. Zhao Kai and I previously viewed a high-rise of over 180 square meters, which barely suffices. Bailan opened her mouth, unsure how to respond. Li Rui sensed a tension in the air. It seemed this young woman was not merely here to purchase a home, but rather to flaunt her status. Wang Dan turned to Zhao Kai. Zhao Kai, why are you silent? I recall you had a crush on Bailan back in high school. Suddenly, everything clicked for Li Rui. Bailan also appeared to grasp the underlying dynamics. Zhao Kai cleared his throat and said, Why do you always bring up things from our childhood? Wang Dan chuckled. Childhood emotions are indeed pure. There is no need to consider family circumstances or careers, as long as there is affection, that is sufficient. However, I never took it to heart. Why are you so anxious? Do you still harbor feelings for Bailan? Bailan could no longer endure the conversation and quickly interjected. Well, how about you all continue your discussion? A friend of mine is also looking to buy a house, and I should introduce him. Wang Dan exclaimed in surprise, Wow, wanting to purchase a house at such a young age. Bailan, you must seize this opportunity and not let another good man slip away like you did with Zhao Kai. Li Rui, noticing Bailan's flushed face, smiled and remarked, Fortunately, Bailan didn't have eyes for your Zhao Kai back then. Otherwise, she would never have encountered a man as extraordinary as myself. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Bailan, Wang Dan, and Zhao Kai all shifted dramatically. Chapter 50. The president's visit. Bailan was taken aback by Li Rui's willingness to stand up for her complexion shifting from crimson to a soft pink, revealing her shyness. Wang Dan and Zhao Kai were equally astonished to be mocked by Li Rui in person, their expressions darkening considerably. Wang Dan retorted sarcastically, Oh, so you are the legendary paragon of virtue, are you? I wonder in what way you excel. Could it be that you surpass my Zhao Kai? Zhao Kai wore a contemptuous expression, dismissing Li Rui entirely. Li Rui replied calmly, Whether I am admirable or not, Bailan is aware, and that suffices. There is no need to elaborate for you. Wang Dan scoffed, Then I shall see if this so-called paragon can afford a house. Li Rui, uninterested in her provocations, turned to Bailan and said, Please, do introduce me. Bailan led Li Rui to the model display, explaining, I believe Villa number 9 boasts the best location. Situated at the very heart of the Villa district. Directly in front lies an artificial lake, allowing one to enjoy picturesque views from the comfort of home. Moreover, it encompasses a 400 square meter courtyard, perfect for both the elderly and children to engage in activities. As Li Rui listened attentively, he nodded in agreement. Although he had visited the far voyage Star Garden in his previous life, he had never entered the Villa District, merely hearing praise for the quality of the property management. Now, with Bailon's insights and the model demonstration, he felt increasingly convinced of its suitability for his parents, reflecting on the regrets of his past life, where he was unable to care for his aging parents. A wave of melancholy washed over him. In this life, he was determined to provide them with the finest living conditions. From a distance, Wang Dan observed with a sneer, "Zhao Kai, how does it feel to see your beloved goddess with another man?" Zhao Kai bristled. "What nonsense are you spouting?" "Am I speaking nonsense? Just the other day, you were murmuring Bailon's name in your sleep. I recorded it, and you can't deny it," Wang Dan asserted. Zhao Kai stammered, I merely dreamt of her. What does that signify?" Wang Dan pressed. "And what of the photos of her you have saved on your phone? Don't think I am unaware of your little secrets. You have not forgotten her all these years. Otherwise, why would you so eagerly agree to come see Bailon about buying a house?" Zhao Kai sighed. "I thought you genuinely intended to purchase a property." "Of course, I intend to buy. However, I refuse to let Bailon profit from the commission," Wang Dan scoffed. Having said that, she pulled Zhao Kai over to Bailon and declared, "Bailon, I have decided to buy here. You know this is quite a significant sum, so I wish to deal directly with your manager to secure a larger discount." Bailon hesitated before finally managing a smile. "No problem. I will contact Manager Yuan for you. I apologize for any inconvenience caused by your trip." Wang Dan feigned innocence. "Oh, it's really no trouble at all. My friend is also looking to buy." Wang Dan's curiosity piqued. "Oh, which building are you considering?" "I initially wanted to choose the central A and B buildings, but unfortunately, they have been sold. I shall have to settle for the adjacent C building." Li Rue replied nonchalantly, "I am still contemplating my options." Take your time to consider, for purchasing a home is indeed a significant matter. If one were to spend such a considerable sum on a property that fails to meet their expectations, it would be quite distressing, Wang Dan chuckled. Once Wang Dan and Zhao Kai had departed, Bailon expressed her apologies, saying, "Mr. Li, I am truly sorry for the spectacle." Li Rue responded with a smile. "I discerned her intentions. She was merely here to assert herself. It's no fault of yours. Your beauty has drawn such attention." Bailon felt her cheeks flush, perplexed as to why her face was so warm. At that moment, a group entered the sales office, led by a middle-aged man clad in a suit, who surveyed the surroundings as if searching for something. The saleswomen were taken aback upon recognizing him. "President Shui." "Well, how did President Shui arrive here?" Curious customers turned to see a familiar face often featured in financial news, Shui Xiangui. As the president of Yuanhang Real Estate, Shui Xiangui had risen from humble beginnings, transforming Yuanhang from a small construction team into a publicly traded company within a mere decade, a truly inspiring journey. Despite the downturn in the real estate market over the past 2 years, Shui Xiangui retained his place on the Forbes billionaire list, boasting a fortune of around $1 billion. The sight of Shui Xiangui in the sales office not only thrilled the employees of Yuanhang, but also stirred excitement among the customers. Shui's gaze swept the room, a hint of delight gracing his features as he hastened toward the model display. Wang Dan and Zhao Kai's eyes sparkled. "We must be quite fortunate. President Shui has come personally to attend to us," Wang Dan exclaimed. Zhao Kai quickly adjusted his attire. "With President Shui personally involved, surely we should expect a generous discount? Don't just stand there. Let us greet him," Wang Dan urged, and they approached with beaming smiles. "President Shui, we are merely here to purchase a modest home. It is truly excessive for you to attend to us." Shui Xiangui paused, looking puzzled. "And you too are?" Zhao Kai promptly produced a business card, stating, "President Shui, I am Zhao Kai. My father is the general manager of Kaishan Construction Engineering Company, Limited." Shui Xiangui furrowed his brow, replying, "If you seek to discuss collaboration, please approach the engineering department. If you wish to purchase a home, kindly consult the sales staff." He did not take the business card, but instead bypassed the two and continued toward the model display. Zhao Kai's hands hung awkwardly in the air, his countenance turning a deep shade of red. Wang Dan was equally astonished. What just happened? Was President Shui here to attend to us? What is his purpose? Shui Xiangui walked directly to Li Rue, his face brightening with a smile. "Hello, Mr. Li. I am Shui Xiangui. I happened to be inspecting the properties here and heard that you, our esteemed client, were visiting. I made a special trip to pay my respects." Upon encountering the renowned real estate magnate, Li Rue was somewhat taken aback yet maintained his composure. "You were too kind, President Shui." Shui Xiangui continued, "Mr. Li, your last visit brought us a significant business opportunity. What insights do you have for us today?" Li Rue chuckled lightly. "I intend to purchase a villa for my parents." Shui Xianggui immediately responded, Mr. Li, your filial piety is commendable. I must lend my full support. Today, regardless of which building you choose to purchase, I shall guarantee you the lowest market price. Li Rui inquired, Is what you say true, Mr. Shui? To which Shui Xianggui responded with hearty laughter. I hope you remain unreserved. The less reserved you are, the more I stand to gain. Very well, Li Rui declared, pointing at the model. Recently, Bailon mentioned that the location of Villa Number 9 is the finest, and I concur. Therefore, I shall retain one for myself and acquire another to accommodate some relatives visiting from Haizhou. I intend to purchase the entire row. Shui Xianggui momentarily thought he had misheard. Are you suggesting that you wish to buy 3 buildings? Indeed, Li Rui affirmed. I will take numbers 8, 9, and 10, all of them. The room fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be distinctly heard. Particularly, Wang Dan and Zhao Kai appeared utterly flabbergasted. Chapter 51. The real estate tycoon, is he merely boasting? Wang Dan and Zhao Kai were convinced that Li Rui was indeed exaggerating. Purchasing a house is not akin to buying cabbage, particularly when it comes to villas. The smallest villas in Far Voyage Star Garden exceed 300 square meters. With a total price hovering around 10 million, this is far beyond the dreams of ordinary individuals. Although Zhao Kai's father had recently earned a considerable sum, it was merely sufficient to buy them a modest apartment in Haizhou. The thought of a villa was beyond their wildest imaginings. Yet, Li Rui spoke of villas. And not just 1, but 3. Was this not a clear case of boasting? Suddenly, Zhao Kai exclaimed, he must be trying to show off in front of Bailon. Wang Dan concurred, indeed. How could Bailon, a mere real estate agent, possibly have such affluent friends? Just as they believed they had unraveled the truth, someone in the sales office spontaneously began to applaud, and soon, a thunderous round of applause erupted. Shui Xianggui burst into hearty laughter. Last time it was 2 villas. And this time it's 3. Mr. Li, you truly bring surprises every time you visit. Since you were so generous, I cannot fall behind. How does an 85 discount sound? With the price of nearly 30 million for 3 villas, Shui Xianggui's offer was indeed exhilarating, effectively reducing it to the price of a single apartment. Thank you, Mr. Shui. Li Rui had heard of Shui Xianggui's generous nature in his previous life, and witnessing it firsthand today was indeed a testament to his reputation. You are my benefactor. I must express my gratitude. Shui Xianggui laughed heartily. Instructing his subordinates to handle the paperwork, shall we go have some tea? Certainly, replied Li Rui. By the way, the house price can be discounted, but the commission must remain intact. Shui Xianggui paused. The commission will definitely not be discounted. Li Rui nodded and inquired of Bailon. You should have saved enough for the down payment by now, right? Bailon trembled with excitement. From the previous 3 villas, she had earned over 100,000. Combined with this commission, she not only had enough for the down payment, but also for basic renovations. After years of hard work, assisting countless individuals in finding their homes, she could finally secure a foothold in this bustling metropolis. How could she not be elated? Li Rui continued, you should consider purchasing in Building C. It's close to my buildings A and B, allowing us to visit each other frequently. Bailon's face flushed crimson, leaving her at a loss for words. Are you Bailon? Shui Xianggui interjected with a smile. The last 2 villas were sold through you, weren't they? You are quite impressive, a young lady of considerable capability. Tomorrow, report to the Human Resources Department at the headquarters. I will arrange a new position for you. Bailon's eyes widened in astonishment. Thank you, Mr. Shui. It was a double blessing. All the saleswomen cast envious glances at Bailon. The commission from 3 villas amounted to another substantial sum. Being promoted from the sales office to the headquarters was akin to soaring to new heights. Just days earlier, Aisha, who had hosted Li Rui alongside Bailon, lamented her decision. Had she not judged by appearances that day, perhaps all this fortune would have been hers. Yet now, it was too late for regrets. As Shui Xianggui took Li Rui for tea, the saleswomen surrounded Bailon, offering both sincere and faint congratulations. Sister Bailon, once you reach the headquarters, remember to look out for us. When you first arrived at the sales office, your sister took great care of you. Do not forget her once you find success. Li Rui has been quite kind to you. He even remembered to request a commission on your behalf. Is there something more between you two? You must seize this opportunity. Bailon Ru, in a daze, was unsure of what to say. In the distance, Wang Dan and Zhao Kai stood frozen in disbelief. Wasn't he that fellow just boasting? When did Bailon become acquainted with such wealthy friends? Are we really buying a house? What for? Let us leave quickly. Embarrassed, the two hastily made their exit. In the tea room, the aroma of tea lingered. Shui Xiangwei took a sip and inquired, Mr. Li. You are quite accomplished at a young age. May I ask what field you are in? Li Rui replied, I am involved in investments. Ah. Shui Xiangwei displayed a keen interest. What areas do you primarily invest in? Stocks, foreign exchange, futures, and real estate. I engage in any venture that can yield profit. Li Rui responded. Shui Xiangwei expressed surprise. Indeed, heroes emerge from youth. At your age, I was still working at a construction site. Li Rui remarked, You jest, Mr. Shui. I have heard of your remarkable journey from humble beginnings to becoming the president of a publicly listed real estate company, seizing the opportunities presented by urbanization. There is much I can learn from you. Shui Xiangwei chuckled. I did not realize you were so well acquainted with my story. It seems you have been following the real estate market closely. Li Rui nodded. Given the lucrative nature of the real estate industry, I certainly pay more attention to it. Lucrative? Shui Xiangwei shook his head. Real estate is quite challenging at present. To be candid, the sales figures for my newly developed projects, Yuanhang Xingyuan and Yuanhang Ziniandi, have not been very promising. Yuanhang Xingyuan has benefited from your patronage, alleviating many of my concerns, yet Yuanhang Ziniandi remains stagnant, and I am quite troubled by it. Yuanhang Ziniandi? Li Rui was familiar with that community. Viewed through today's lens, it lies on the periphery of urbanization. However, with the rapid development of Haizhou over the next decade, it would soon transform into prime real estate, appreciating in value comparably to Yuanhang Xingyuan. He vaguely recalled that around May or June next year, Haizhou would revise its subway plans to include a station near Yuanhang Ziniandi, which would undoubtedly spur the entire area's growth. Homeowners who invested early in Yuanhang Ziniandi would profit immensely. This presents a tremendous opportunity for profit, Li Rui mused. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Shui Xiangwei suddenly asked, Mr. Li, would you be interested in investing in real estate? The year 2010 marked the end of a tumultuous period for the real estate industry and the dawn of a prosperous era. Some enterprises faltered and collapsed, while others that persevered soared to great heights. In his previous life, Yuanhang Real Estate weathered the storm and thrived in the following years, experiencing a staggering 35-fold increase in revenue, a 17-fold rise in core net profit, a 33-fold growth in land reserve value, a 27-fold increase in net assets, and a market capitalization surpassing $1 trillion, placing it among the top 10 real estate enterprises in the nation. It is indeed a worthy investment. Li Rui was uncertain how Shui Xiangwei managed to endure in his past life, but since he had come to him, he could not let this opportunity slip away. Is Mr. Shui in need of funds? Li Rui inquired. Shui Xiangwei appeared somewhat embarrassed, responding, In our line of work, we are perpetually short of capital. How much do you require? The more, the better. After a moment of contemplation, Li Rui stated, I can invest in you, but I have one condition. Please, go ahead. I want the exclusive sales rights for the Yuanhang New World, with a full repayment within a year. Li Rui's calm demeanor suggested he was not negotiating over several thousand square meters of property, but rather a truckload of cabbages. Shui Xiangwei's mouth fell agape. Having spent decades in business, he had encountered all manner of individuals, yet he had never met someone as audacious as Li Rui. Chapter 52. The grand deal. Are you saying you want to take over the entire Yuanhang Ziniandi? Not Yuanhang Xingyuan? Shui Xiangwei could hardly believe his ears. The practice of taking over sales is a prevalent strategy within the real estate industry, particularly in recent years as developers face tightening cash flows, making them more inclined towards methods that allow for immediate capital influx. Typically, a sales contractor would sign a contract with the developer, stipulating a base price and a sales period, while providing an upfront payment. During the sales period, the contractor devises their own sales strategies and pricing, with profits derived from the difference between the market price and the base price. Upon the expiration of the sales period, the contractor is obliged to purchase any unsold properties at the agreed base price. This approach may yield lesser profits for developers, but enables rapid capital recovery and mitigates risks. Conversely, the contractor assumes considerable risk, yet stands to gain significantly should property prices appreciate. Recently, Shui Xiangwei found himself in a precarious financial situation, urgently needing funds to sustain his company's operations. He had contemplated engaging a sales contractor, but was reluctant to part with the promising Yuanhang Xingyuan project. And Yuanhang Ziniandi seemed to attract no interest, leaving him in a quandary. Thus, when he heard that Li Rui was eager to take over Yuanhang Ziniandi, he thought he had misheard. Li Rui chuckled. I wish to take over Yuanhang Xingyuan. Would you be willing to part with it, Mr. Shui? The laughter that followed served to mask the awkwardness. After the laughter subsided, he added seriously, "Mr. Li, are you jesting?" Shui Xianghua, somewhat agitated, replied, "Would I make such a jest? If this is true, I can offer you the most favorable terms." "Then let us delve deeper into discussions," Li Rue responded. Upon returning to the sales office, even at the stroke of midnight, Li Rue's gaze remained resolute. Following closely behind him, Shui Xianghua radiated excitement, striding with renewed vigor. The general terms of cooperation had been mostly agreed upon. What remained was to finalize the contract. "Mr. Li, I hope we can enjoy a fruitful collaboration," Shui Xianghua said. Gripping Li Rue's hand tightly as they parted, reluctant to let go. "It will undoubtedly be a pleasant experience," Li Rue assured. Once Shui Xianghua departed, Bailan timidly approached. Having waited for Li Rue to return home, "What did you discuss with Mr. Shui?" she inquired. Li Rue replied, "We talked about a potential collaboration." "Collaboration?" Bailan exclaimed. Her mouth agape. Shui Xianghua is a towering figure in the business world. Any collaboration with him must involve tens of millions, if not billions, of investment. "By the way, I have a question for you," Li Rue continued. "Go ahead." Bailan's heart raced. "If I were to invite you to work for me, would you be interested? What would you have me do?" "I know nothing but selling properties." Bailan responded, astonished. "Exactly," Li Rue affirmed. "I want you to sell properties. I have taken over Yuanhang Xiniandi and am preparing for a significant endeavor. How about it? Would you be interested in assisting me?" Bailan was rendered speechless. Taking over Yuanhang Xiniandi? Previously, it comprised 2 villas, then 3. Now, it was an entire community. This was a deal worth billions. What manner of guest have I received? Li Rue observed her dazed expression and remarked, "No need to rush your response. Return home, rest well, and contemplate thoroughly. My door is always open to you." Bailan murmured in a dreamlike state. That night, Bailan tossed and turned, while Li Rue diligently pinned away, enduring yet another sleepless night. The following day, when Li Rue arrived at the company, yawning, it was already 9:37 a.m., a full 37 minutes late. As he approached the office door and opened it, the door to the adjacent chairman's office swung open. Yu Bingling emerged, her countenance frosty, and commanded, "Come to my office." Upon entering Yu Bingling's office, Li Rue curiously inquired, "Chairman, is the air conditioning in here set too low?" "It's quite cold." Yu Bingling retorted icily. "Li Rue, explain your tardiness. Do you think you can rest on your laurels just because you've managed to charm a few words? Do you believe I won't dismiss you on the spot?" Li Rue chuckled softly. "Chairman, you are mistaken. My lateness was for the sake of the company." "For the company?" Yu Bingling was incensed. "Do enlighten me on how your tardiness serves the company. If you cannot provide a satisfactory explanation today, I shall no longer tolerate your behavior." Li Rue presented her with a document, stating, "This is a project I secured for the company yesterday. I worked until past 4 in the morning to finalize this contract. Hence my lateness." Yu Bingling frowned. "I recall you are from the design department. When did you take on sales responsibilities?" Li Rue replied, "Is it forbidden for the design department to negotiate projects? The capable are often burdened with more work. Talented employees like myself are rare. Perhaps you should consider doubling my salary?" Yi Bingling inhaled deeply, striving to quell her rising anger, and picked up the document, preparing to scrutinize Li Rue's latest endeavor. She had resolved that if it was merely a trivial deal, she would not hesitate to publicly chastise him, setting an example for others. However, she soon found herself in shock. After a prolonged moment, she regained her composure and murmured, "Li Rue, is this truly the case?" "Absolutely," Li Rue affirmed. "You mean to say Yuanhang Real Estate wishes to collaborate with us?" Yu Bingling's typically impassive face illuminated with uncontainable excitement. "A large deal. Real estate companies are the favored clients of advertising firms, and Yuanhang Real Estate stands as a beacon in the hydro real estate sector. For a mid-sized agency like Maoyuan Advertising, securing a partnership with Yuanhang is an unparalleled opportunity, regardless of the potential profits. The mere fact of collaborating with Yuanhang Real Estate is worthy of grand celebration. In future negotiations, mentioning that our company has serviced Yuanhang would surely elevate our status. Moreover, the contract stipulates a 1-year collaboration with a sum that far exceeds Yu Bingling's expectations." She was elated. Yu Bingling felt an overwhelming urge to raise her arms in triumph. However, she suddenly regained her composure and turned her gaze towards Li Rue. Her overwhelming joy was tinged with an unsettling sense of insecurity. Such a lucrative contract would undoubtedly incite fierce competition among all advertising firms. How could it possibly have landed in Li Rue's hands? Could it be that this fellow had fabricated the story to deceive me? How did you secure this contract? Yi Bingling inquired. Li Rui replied, yesterday. While purchasing a property at Yuanhang Xingyuan, I encountered Shui Xianghua. We hit it off splendidly, and I managed to negotiate this deal effortlessly. Yi Bingling was left utterly astonished. You went to buy a house again. You had a fruitful conversation with Shui Xianghua, and you just happened to seal the deal? Li Rui, do you take me for a mere child of 3? Chapter 53. Registering a company. Yi Bingling suppressed the turmoil within her heart, striving to maintain a calm demeanor. Li Rui, didn't you just purchase a house? Why are you buying another one? Li Rui replied. The house I bought a few days ago was a Western-style villa for investment purposes. Yesterday, I acquired 3 more villas, intending for my parents to reside in them. 3. Can your parents even move in? Yi Bingling exclaimed in surprise. Li Rui explained, 1 for them, 1 for me, and 1 for relatives and friends visiting from Haizhou. Yi Bingling raised an eyebrow. Do you treat buying houses as casually as buying vegetables? How did you end up meeting Shui Xianghua? She managed to squeeze out the question through gritted teeth. Li Rui answered. He happened to be nearby and came over to greet me when he heard I was looking at properties. He specifically came to greet you? Yi Bingling found it hard to believe. After all, Shui Xianghua was not merely a small-time real estate mogul. He was a billionaire recognized by Forbes. Li Rui remarked. Is that so strange? If someone were to sign a multi-million-dollar contract with our advertising company, you would certainly go out of your way to say hello. Wouldn't you? Yi Bingling considered this and conceded the logic. She had indeed endured drinking sessions for contracts worth mere hundreds of thousands, so she could relate. However, the notion of her subordinate conversing so casually with someone like Shui Xianghua was hard for her to digest. If this was what wealth felt like, she mused that she had never truly experienced it. Tell me more about how the contract negotiations went, Yi Bingling inquired. Li Rui briefly recounted the details, deliberately omitting the fact that he had secured the entire project for Far Horizon New World. He aimed to shield Yi Bingling from any potential distress that might trigger about a depression. Yi Bingling detected no inconsistencies in his account and reluctantly accepted this reality. Li Rui, thank you, she said, her voice somewhat strained. Li Rui cleared his throat. It's nothing. This is what I ought to do. Yi Bingling felt a tinge of embarrassment. Forget what I said earlier. Don't take it to heart. What did you say? Li Rui teased her intentionally. Yi Bingling's cheeks flushed slightly, a rare sight that stirred something within Li Rui's heart. Let us put the past behind us. I'll remember this contribution, she said. Flustered, Li Rui yawned. I didn't sleep well last night, just take a good rest these days. Come to work when you feel like it. If not, that's fine too, as long as you ensure the coordination with Far Horizon Realty is smooth. Thank you, Chairman. I shall head home for a nap. Li Rui replied with a smile before turning to leave. Yi Bingling watched him depart and then reopened the contract, leaning helplessly against the chair. Feeling as if the world was too surreal, Li Rui, however, did not return home to rest. He left the company and headed straight to Yuexahang, where he sought out Xinxinglian. After a few days apart, Xinxinglian seemed to radiate a newfound charm, exuding the allure of a mature woman that caught Li Rui's attention immediately. Mr. Li, how may I assist you today? In the workplace. Xinxinglian exhibited a remarkably professional demeanor, maintaining her composure despite her relationship with Li Rui. This aspect of her character was what Li Rui admired most, her acute sense of propriety, always aware of the appropriate conduct for each occasion. I intend to establish a sales company and require talents in management, sales, legal affairs, and human resources. Li Rui presented a business plan, a product of his overnight efforts. Xinxinglian perused a few pages, her expression transforming to one of surprise. Are you aiming for a substantial venture? Li Rui replied, Indeed. I plan to collaborate with Yuanhang Real Estate, and we need to establish a company for the partnership, expeditiously. Yuanhang Real Estate? Xinxinglian inquired, puzzled. Weren't you purchasing a property there? How did collaboration come into play? Li Rui briefly explained. Xinxinglian gasped, You intend to take on the entire inventory of Yuanhang New World? That location is quite remote. Are you certain about this course of action? Li Rui chuckled. What? Do you lack confidence in me? If I dare to take it on, rest assured I have a comprehensive plan. After a moment of contemplation, Xinxinglian said, I know individuals at the agency. I can expedite the company registration. I will also keep an eye out for talent, though I cannot guarantee suitable candidates will be found. I will reach out to headhunters as well. Please assist me in this endeavor. Li Rui nodded in agreement. Once the business matters were concluded, Xinxinglian hesitated briefly before saying, Li Rui, when you commence sales, please reserve a unit for me. Huh? Li Rui was taken aback. With a smile, Xinxinglian responded, I happen to be looking to purchase a home as well. Since you are starting to sell properties, I won't need to search elsewhere. I shall support your business. Just remember to offer me a generous discount. New World is quite distant, lacking direct metro or bus routes. Are you certain about buying there? Li Rui asked. Chen Qinglian replied, I have no choice. My funds are limited, so I must purchase further afield. Li Rui sensed her disingenuousness. You are worried my development won't sell, aren't you? Alas, consider this. If it truly fails to sell, what use would your purchase serve? Although he perceived her approach as somewhat foolish, it warmed his heart. Rest assured, I will provide you with the utmost discount, he said with a smile. After leaving the bank, Li Rui found himself utterly exhausted, collapsing into bed as soon as he returned home. He slept deeply until dusk, awakening groggily to discover a multitude of missed calls on his phone. Yi Bingling, Chen Qinglian. Yao Xishuan, Bailan. Why are all these beautiful women calling me? After a moment's thought, Li Rui decided to return Bailan's call first. I've made my decision. I am available to assist you whenever you require, Bailan declared as soon as the call connected. Are you certain? Li Rui asked. Remaining at Yuanhang offers you vast opportunities for growth. Joining me means starting anew. Can you handle that? I'm certain, Bailan asserted decisively. Welcome aboard. Li Rui responded with a smile. Next, he called Yao Xishuan, who had no pressing matters but merely wished to check in. Li Rui surmised that she was seeking a date, but alas, there were too many matters at hand, and he could only feign ignorance of her intentions. Exchanging a few pleasantries before ending the call, next came Chen Qinglian. Li Rui, I have a thought concerning the company and recruitment, Chen Qinglian began. Why not acquire an existing sales company? With a simple transfer, you won't need to reapply for licenses, and you'll have an established sales team at your disposal. Li Rui's eyes brightened. Chen Qinglian continued, I have a friend who knows a business owner who is contemplating a company transfer. If you're interested, I can facilitate the connection. Excellent. Please make the arrangements promptly. With prospects for both the company and personnel taking shape, Li Rui felt buoyant and finally reached out to Yi Bingling. As soon as the call connected, Yi Bingling's voice pierced through the air like icy daggers. Li Rui, I am giving you 30 minutes. Return to the company immediately. Chapter 54-2 Proposals. Li Rui hurried back to the company, finding that most employees had already left for the day, with only the light in the chairman's office still aglow. As he approached the door, the light streaming through the crack revealed a breathtaking scene. Yi Bingling, seated behind her desk, appeared somewhat weary from a day's labor, stretching in a manner that was rather unladylike. Her entire body arched gracefully, her long neck resembling that of a beautiful, proud swan, while her flowing hair cascaded down like a waterfall. Her slender waist twisted into an enchanting curve, and her fair skin glimmered under the light, radiating an arresting luster. Such beauty! Li Rui pushed the door open and boldly took a seat. Yi Bingling raised an eyebrow and tossed a stack of documents towards him, instructing him to take a look. What is this? Li Rui inquired, puzzled. With a hint of pride, Yi Bingling replied, after you left, I meticulously studied the materials for Yuanshuang New World and developed a planning proposal. You did this? Li Rui was taken aback. Yi Bingling explained, my proposal employs a multi-channel, all-media approach, emphasizing the professionalism of Yuanshuang real estate while highlighting the future potential of Yuanshuang New World. The primary promotional methods include television, radio, newspapers, and posters, supplemented by fashion shows and concerts, ensuring a high-density, large-volume media investment that will instantly ignite citywide attention, creating a massive promotional momentum and leaving a powerful impression of limitless sales potential for prospective homebuyers. Truly, as the chairman of an advertising company, she radiated confidence when discussing her strategy, a sight to behold. Yet, despite her beauty and professionalism, her approach felt somewhat outdated. As Li Rui listened, he realized that these were merely old tactics. Over the years, the advertising industry had become complacent, relying on past successes. It made one wonder, did even the practitioners not grow weary of such repetitiveness? If Yi Bingling's promotional method were to be employed, the sales of New World might not improve significantly, while the media outlets in Haizhou would undoubtedly profit handsomely. This approach did not align with Li Rui's vision for promotion, nor did it fit within his budget. He sought to spend little, make a grand impression, achieve tangible results, and ultimately reap substantial profits. What do you think? Isn't it quite good? Yi Bingling asked eagerly, her expression reminiscent of a schoolchild awaiting praise from a teacher. Li Rui, aware of her expectations, smiled gently and said, Chairman, while your proposal is indeed professional and detailed enough for immediate execution, I believe it could benefit from some modifications. Really? Yi Bingling felt a surge of pride, after all. She had dedicated an entire day to crafting this proposal, and receiving Li Rue's acknowledgement brought her joy. Please, tell me what needs adjusting, she inquired excitedly. Li Rue picked up a pen and began to mark the document. This is too costly and can be removed. This is overly cliché and should be discarded. This is somewhat presumptuous and must be eliminated. Before long, the proposal was riddled with red crosses. Yi Bingling's expression soured considerably. Is this what you call a slight modification? This has completely negated everything. Li Rue finally remarked. Overall, this proposal is quite commendable. Chairman, you have worked hard. Yi Bingling's face flushed crimson, and she could hardly contain her frustration as she asked, Li Rue, have you not entirely dismissed my proposal? Do you harbor some discontent towards me? Li Rue cleared his throat and replied, How could I dare to have any objections towards you? I merely speak the truth. Yi Bingling, incensed, retorted, If my proposal is so deficient, then why don't you present an alternative? I am eager to see what novel ideas you can conjure. Li Rue, of course, was well prepared and handed her a USB drive. Yi Bingling paused. What is this? Surely it cannot be a proposal? You mentioned returning home to rest. Yet it seems you actually went home to work on a proposal. I have misjudged you. Li Rue silently thought to himself, Indeed, you have misunderstood. I did intend to rest, but I also crafted this proposal last night. Yi Bingling inserted the USB drive and began perusing the document, gradually revealing her astonishment. Li Rue had anticipated her reaction and secretly chuckled. Once Yi Bingling finished reviewing Li Rue's proposal, she exhaled deeply, massaged her tense temples, stretched her neck, and then looked earnestly at Li Rue. This is the proposal you devised? Advertising can be approached this way? She asked in bewilderment. How do you find it? Explosive or not? Li Rue replied with a smile, straightforward, audacious, and impactful. The results are substantial, and the costs are not excessive. I am confident that by the conclusion of the event, at least 100 million people across the nation will recognize the name of Yuanhang New World. Yi Bingling considered Li Rue's words somewhat exaggerated, yet she pondered that if everything were executed as per the proposal, it might indeed be achievable. However, she remained perplexed about what ideas were swirling in Li Rue's mind, leading him to conceive such a proposal, despite not being formally trained. She had diligently studied after assuming control of the company and believed herself familiar with various advertising strategies. Yet she had never contemplated that advertising could be conducted in such a manner. Upon reviewing it once more, Yi Bingling's excitement grew. Li Rue's proposal, though seemingly fantastical, possessed remarkable feasibility, and it could even be deemed devoid of difficulty. No one had previously attempted anything so audacious, yet she believed that after this, many would follow suit. Nevertheless, regardless of how others might imitate, Maoyuan advertising would be the first to undertake such an endeavor. Pondering this, Yi Bingling felt an overwhelming thrill. Momentarily forgetting her own painstakingly crafted proposal, which had been so ruthlessly criticized by Li Rue. Li Rue continued, Chairman, this contract represents an opportunity for both Yuanhang New World and our company. If executed well, it will yield mutual benefits and significant growth, but if mishandled, it will result in losses that cannot be recouped. So what do you think? Which proposal is superior, yours or mine? Yi Bingling truly wished to splash the water from her teacup onto Li Rue's face, yet she hesitated. You scoundrel, could you not express yourself more delicately? Must you be so blunt? Nevertheless, she endured. My proposal has some minor flaws. Once I take it back and refine it, it may very well surpass yours. However, for the time being, let us proceed with your plan. Yi Bingling hesitated for a moment. Can you take the lead on this project? Thank you for your trust. Chairman, Li Rue replied with a smile. I will ensure it is executed diligently. Dear, they also require your attention over there. Managing two projects simultaneously, will that not impose too great a burden on you? Yi Bingling inquired with concern. Li Rue offered a slight smile. There are various ways to cope with work-related stress, such as self-adjustment, taking a vacation to unwind, or even a salary increase. Yi Bingling gritted her teeth. As long as you successfully manage these two projects, I shall grant you a salary raise, bonuses, and annual leave. Every deserved reward shall be bestowed upon you. Is that all? Li Rue silently mused. I expected you might offer more. Chapter 55, Taking over Xingrue that evening. Yi Bingling hastily assembled a WeChat group, designated as the project team for the advertising strategy of the Far Voyage New World. Yi Bingling served as the group leader and the deputy head of the project team, while Li Rui assumed the role of the team leader. The company's executives, including the general manager, directors, and finance personnel, were relegated to mere group members, obligated to unconditionally support Li Rui's endeavors, with any issues leading to immediate dismissal. Within the group, a serene atmosphere prevailed, with everyone expressing their commitment to collaborate wholeheartedly and work diligently. However, behind the scenes, the entire company buzzed with excitement, as rumors spread that the son-in-law had officially ascended to a position of authority. On Monday, October 11, 2010, the 9th day of his rebirth, Li Rui drove directly to Maple Leaf Road. Located in the Jinpu district, Maple Leaf Road is the most prosperous area in Haizhou, housing numerous financial institutions, listed companies, large shopping malls, and government offices, creating an intensely commercial ambience where every inch of land is invaluable. Along Maple Leaf Road, 7 or 8 towering buildings, each exceeding 30 stories, stand in a row. It is said that each floor accommodates dozens of companies, contributing an astonishing sum in taxes annually. Upon arriving at the Sinan building in the middle of Maple Leaf Road, Li Rui parked his car and waited briefly before he spotted Chun Qinglian approaching with grace. Among the many white-collar women on this road, Chun Qinglian shone the brightest. Many hurried men rushing to work could not resist glancing back at her, leaving them in high spirits for the entire day. Upon meeting, Chun Qinglian introduced, "The company we are visiting today is called Xingrui Marketing Planning, a real estate agency specializing in property planning and sales." Initially, business was quite decent, but following the economic crisis in 2008, the owner suffered significant losses and, after 2 years of struggle, has decided to sell the company. Xingrui? Xingrui? Li Rui mused, sensing a promising omen. As they entered Sinan building, Chun Qinglian briefed Li Rui on the basic circumstances of Xingrui. The primary drawback was that business had almost ground to a halt, relying solely on a handful of old clients. Some capable employees, seeing no future, had opted to leave. On the upside, there were 6 months remaining on the lease at a reasonable rate, and the company possessed all necessary licenses and basic facilities, eliminating the need for reapplication, a significant saving of time and effort. Moreover, the company was free of debts, and the owner's asking price was quite low. Upon reaching the 17th floor, the two exited the elevator, maneuvered through a series of turns, and finally spotted the sign for Xingrui Marketing Planning. A well-dressed man wearing gold-rimmed glasses stood at the entrance and smiled upon seeing Li Rui, saying, "Mr. Li, it's a pleasure to meet you. This is my friend Lu Jie," Chun Qinglian introduced, somewhat flustered. Li Rui shook hands with Lu Jie, noticing the latter's slightly flickering gaze, as if secretly scrutinizing him. After their handshake, Lu Jie remarked, "Boss Chung has been waiting for you." Upon entering Xingrui, they were greeted by a row of cubicles. The internal layout of Xingrui had merged 2 offices, each over 60 square meters. One served as the workspace for employees, while the other housed the general manager's office, finance room, and departments for logistics and human resources. The space is modest but well-equipped, with a layout that is reasonably efficient. The cubicles are rather empty, with only half of the 10 desks occupied, and those present seem to be idly glancing around. Passing through the cubicles, one enters the office of the general manager, where Mr. Chung of Xingrui has already brewed some tea. The negotiations have proceeded smoothly. One party is genuinely interested in buying while the other is sincerely willing to sell, with the only question being whether a mutually agreeable price can be reached. Ultimately, both parties settle on a price of 430,000, leaving them both quite satisfied. Chun Qinglian's lawyer friend has been busy all morning finalizing the legal procedures for the transfer. Although the name change has yet to be executed, it can already be said that this company rightfully belongs to Li Rui. Mr. Cheng gathers all the employees to announce the news of the company's transfer. The staff appears to have anticipated this development and does not exhibit a significant reaction. Mr. Cheng shakes hands with Li Rui and says, "This is now in your hands. I wish you the best of luck." After bidding farewell to Mr. Cheng, Li Rui embarks on his first address. "Today marks my first day in charge, and I am acutely aware of the considerable challenges the company currently faces. Some employees have departed, leaving behind those who are emotionally invested in the company. Since I have taken on this responsibility, I am confident that I can guide the company back to a prosperous path. I assure you all that the benefits and welfare previously offered will only improve. As long as you all commit yourselves, we can certainly collaborate to strengthen and expand the company. A significant project is on the horizon, and I urge everyone to rejuvenate their spirits and embark on this journey together." Li Rui, still unfamiliar with the company's operations, refrains from elaborating further. He then instructs the employees to organize and hand over their current tasks as they prepare for the new project. Upon returning to his office, he is barely settled when there is a knock at the door. An employee from the sales department enters and immediately announces their resignation. In the past, when the company was struggling, you chose to stay. Now that I have just taken over, and the company is on the verge of improvement, why would you resign at this moment? Li Rue inquires. The employee chuckles and replies, "You're too young. I can't trust you." Li Rue furrows his brow and responds, "Very well, you may leave. But do not regret your decision." The employee laughs heartily. If anyone should regret, it's you for taking on this mess. As the departing employee exits, Li Rue turns to see Chun Qinglian with a slightly troubled expression. "Sister Qinglian, what is with that look?" he asks with a smile. Chun Qinglian forces a smile in return. "I regret introducing you to this acquisition. I only wanted a shell. The assets and personnel of this company are of little concern to me. I'll keep what is useful and let go of what isn't." Li Rue points to his head, stating emphatically, "What matters is the knowledge I possess, not the other aspects." "Sister Qinglian, you must have faith in me." Unable to contain herself, Chun Qinglian questions, "Are you truly confident? If sales do not improve, the money you have deposited in our bank will not suffice to cover the losses. I never engage in endeavors without assurance." Li Rue replies with a smile, "Give me 3 days to reorganize the internal structure of the company, and then we shall commence." Upon witnessing his confident demeanor, Chun Qinglian felt a sense of reassurance. Suddenly, Li Rue inquired, "Is Lu Jie your ex-husband?" "How do you know?" Chun Qinglian was taken aback. "Just a guess," Li Rue replied with a smile. "He seems like a decent person. What led to the divorce?" Chun Qinglian shook her head. "I prefer not to discuss him. By the way, the transfer fee of 430,000 includes a commission of 30,000 for him." "I am aware," Li Rue responded nonchalantly. "I have no qualms about others profiting from me. As long as he can assist me, whatever he earns is rightfully his." Chun Qinglian did not anticipate Li Rue's calm reaction. Stealing a glance at his profile, her emotions churned within her, a whirlwind of complexity. She found herself increasingly perplexed by Li Rue. Chapter 56. Win-win cooperation. After enjoying lunch, Li Rue escorted Chun Qinglian to the nearby Xinhui Road. In stark contrast to the chaotic scene on Maple Leaf Road, Xinhui Road is home to numerous large internet corporations. Among them are Penguin, Taodao, Yuanda, Xinlong, Wangyi, and Fox. The building before them, the Xinhui Building, is the branch office of Xinlong Company in Haizhou, comprising 18 stories, 8 for their own use and 10 for rental. Xinlong Company was one of the earliest enterprises in the nation to venture into internet business, once basking in glory, yet gradually falling behind amidst fierce competition. It was only last year, with the rise of Weibo, that Xinlong discovered a new business model. Today, the battle among major players such as Xinlong Weibo, Fox Weibo, Penguin Weibo, and Wangyi Weibo continues unabated, with Xinlong Weibo emerging as the most prosperous, boasting over 50 million users and ambitiously striving toward a target of 100 million. Upon entering the Xinhui Building, Li Rue was greeted by the spacious and luminous lobby, alongside an impressively grand reception desk, prompting an admiring click of his tongue. Indeed, internet enterprises are flush with funds. However, it is the investors' money they are spending, and naturally, one is less frugal when spending another's wealth. The receptionist, a young and attractive woman clad in a uniform that exuded charm, stood to greet them. "How may I assist you both?" she inquired. "I am from Maoyuan Advertising and wish to meet the manager responsible for Weibo promotion at your esteemed company," Li Rue replied, handing her a freshly minted business card. "Do you have an appointment?" she asked. Li Rue shook his head. "No, I'm sorry, but to meet a managerial-level leader, an appointment is required in advance. You may submit a request via email or phone, providing the necessary." "Wait a moment," Chun Qinglian interrupted. "Please call that manager and inform them that Chun Qinglian, Senior Financial Manager of Yuexinhang, wishes to meet." The receptionist paused momentarily, then nodded. "Please hold on." She made a call and returned swiftly. "You may proceed. Supervisor Su is waiting for you in room 1209 on the 12th floor." As they entered the elevator, Li Rue whispered, "How do you command such influence?" Chun Qinglian replied solemnly, "The funds used to construct this building were loaned to them by us at Yuexinhang." Li Rue chuckled. "Indeed, the influence of a creditor is quite substantial." Upon reaching room 1209, they met Su Ping, the manager of the Weibo promotion department. "You must be Manager Chen from Yuexinhang." "Greetings," Su Ping exclaimed warmly. though he overlooked Li Rui, presumably mistaking him for an employee under Chen Xinglian's command. Realizing this, Chen Xinglian smiled and said, "Supervisor Su, I am not the focus today. I am here accompanying Mr. Li Rui, who wishes to discuss a potential collaboration with your esteemed company." Collaboration? Su Ping appeared taken aback. Li Rui presented his business card. Maoyuan Advertising? Su Ping's expression turned quizzical. In his recollection, such a small to medium-sized advertising firm did not exist. Fortunately, the creditors held significant sway. After Su Ping served the tea, he inquired, "Mr. Li, could you elaborate on the specifics of the collaboration?" Li Rui handed over the proposal. As Su Ping flipped through the pages, his brow furrowed increasingly. Upon reaching the final page, he looked up and stated, "Mr. Li, I find your collaboration proposal somewhat perplexing. Are you suggesting that you wish to conduct promotional activities on Weibo without covering any expenses, while expecting Weibo to provide free traffic? Have you fully grasped the current market conditions?" Chen Xinglian, too, was taken aback. She had a vague awareness of Weibo's immense popularity. Its nature was akin to that of media outlets. Collaboration necessitated financial investment. Li Rui's proposition of engaging in promotional activities on Weibo without compensation was akin to advertising in a newspaper without payment, utterly implausible. Li Rui, however, responded nonchalantly. "It seems that Manager Su has indeed misunderstood. Hey Weibo, I would be grateful if you even acknowledged the necessity of payment." Su Ping's expression darkened. "What do you mean by that, Mr. Li? Are you questioning my professional standards? I concede that your proposal has merits, yet our company adheres to established regulations. Should you wish to conduct activities on Weibo, you must comply with our rules and remit the requisite fees. Otherwise, I regret to inform you that we must part ways." Li Rui sighed. "Very well. If Xinlong Weibo is disinterested, I shall approach Penguin Weibo instead. Perhaps they may be intrigued." He rose to leave with Chen Xinglian. At that moment, someone stood at the door, peering inside. "Are you Li Rui?" A woman in her 30s, wearing black-framed glasses and an elegant OL suit, stood at the entrance. Su Ping promptly rose. "Ms. Ma." Li Rui looked at her curiously, unable to recall having met her, but Su Ping's reaction indicated her high rank. "You appear puzzled, wondering who I am? That is understandable. As you do not know me," the woman smiled. "May I ask who you are?" Li Rui genuinely could not recognize her. The woman stepped forward, extending her hand gracefully. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Ma Wenxuan, Vice General Manager of Xinlong's Haizhou branch, responsible for media promotion and external relations. My father is Ma Xiaotian. You are Ma Ye's daughter. A pleasure to meet you." Li Rui exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. He had not expected Ma Xiaotian's daughter to venture out and forge her own path rather than inherit the family business. Her ascension to the role of Vice General Manager of Xinlong's Haizhou branch spoke volumes about her capabilities. Ma Wenxuan continued, "I have heard of your endeavors from my father and watched the video of that day. I was quite impressed. I recognized you immediately as I passed by the entrance." After exchanging pleasantries, Ma Wenxuan asked, "Mr. Li, what brings you here? Engaging in business discussions?" Su Ping trembled slightly and quickly replied, "Ms. Ma, Mr. Li is here to discuss collaboration. We are currently negotiating the details." The ability to adapt swiftly was quite impressive. Moments ago, he had expressed apologies. And now the narrative shifted to negotiations. Li Rui chose not to expose the ruse and merely smiled, saying, "Indeed. I have come to present a grand gift to your company." "Oh, what a grand gift." Ma Wenxuan appeared quite intrigued. "I have secured the sales rights for a residential community and wish to collaborate with Vblog for a joint promotional event," Li Rui explained. "I have devised a strategic plan that aims for a mutually beneficial outcome, which I just presented to Supervisor Su." "Is that so?" Ma Wenxuan turned to Su Ping. "Supervisor Su, what are your thoughts?" However, Su Ping found himself at a loss for words. He was uncertain about the nature of the relationship between Ma Wenxuan and Li Rui. In the realm of adulthood, the outward appearances of relationships often diverge from their true nature. Those who seem amicable in person may very well harbor deep-seated animosities in private. Conversely, individuals who maintain an outwardly indifferent stance might secretly share an intimate connection. Fearing he might inadvertently align himself with the wrong side, Su Ping hesitated to express his opinion. He could only muster a smile and replied, "I am still contemplating the feasibility of this proposal. Perhaps Mr. Ma could assist me in evaluating it?" Chapter 57. Unabashed how astute Ma Wenxuan is. Upon witnessing Su Ping's reaction, she discerned that there must be some issue with the collaborative project. Under ordinary circumstances, Ma Wenxuan would certainly refrain from meddling in affairs that do not concern her. As the vice president, Her role is to maintain an overarching perspective rather than to fixate on trivial details. However, today was different. It was Li Rui who had come to her. The young man whom her father praised highly, igniting a profound curiosity within her. She yearned to discover the nature of the project Li Rui presented and whether he truly deserved her father's esteem. Very well. I shall take a look and perhaps learn something in the process, Ma Wenxuan declared as she seized the proposal, perusing it intently. Li Rui exuded confidence. While Chen Qinglian felt a pang of anxiety, she was uncertain about the contents of Li Rui's plan. If Su Ping could not pass muster, how could Ma Wenxuan? Su Ping silently regretted having been so definitive earlier. As Ma Wenxuan continued to read, her astonishment grew. Was this a real estate promotion plan? How ingenious. Why hadn't she thought of this before? After a swift initial review, she flipped back to the first page and scrutinized it again. By the time she finished, half an hour had elapsed. It was not a matter of deliberately prolonging the review. Rather, the practicality of the proposal was so remarkable that it opened a door for Ma Wenxuan, revealing the boundless potential of vlog marketing. Overall, Ma Wenxuan would rate this proposal a 99, deducting a solitary point for Li Rui's stinginess. To think he intended to pay no promotional fees at all while expecting vlog to draw him 1 million followers for free. Had anyone else proposed such terms, Ma Wenxuan would have dismissed the proposal and walked away. Now, she understood Su Ping's reaction. It was rather dismissive of New Lang vlog. Yet, Ma Wenxuan continued to ponder the possibility of collaboration as she envisioned the vast prospects ahead. She could even imagine the sensational impact the project would generate upon its launch, potentially aiding vlog in achieving its modest goal of 100 million users ahead of schedule. It was no wonder her father held Li Rui in such high regard. This young man truly deserved it. After a moment of contemplation, Ma Wenxuan smiled and inquired, "Mr. Li, did you create this proposal?" Li Rui nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. Absolutely brilliant. Despite my extensive experience in this field, I have learned much from your work. I can state with confidence that if this project comes to fruition, it will undoubtedly etch a significant mark in the annals of vlog's development," Ma Wenxuan remarked. This was an exceptionally high appraisal. After all, Su Ping had been with New Lang for 7 or 8 years and had never before heard such commendation from Ma Wenxuan. Li Rui humbly replied, "You flatter me." Vice President Ma. Chen Qinglian exhaled in relief, yet she cast curious glances at Li Rui, eager to uncover what had elicited such admiration from the esteemed executive. Ma Wenxuan then turned to Su Ping, asking, "Supervisor Su, what are your thoughts?" Su Ping hesitated slightly and said, "Mr. Ma, I have some immature opinions." "It's all right. Please speak candidly," came the reply. There were certain things that Ma Wenxuan found inconvenient to articulate, necessitating Su Ping to take the lead. Su Ping understood. The project indeed possesses remarkable feasibility, and its prospects are quite promising. I fundamentally concur. The sole issue lies in the unreasonable costs. Our company has never encountered such a precedent. If we could reach an agreement on expenses, I believe this project could indeed be pursued, Su Ping stated. Ma Wenxuan smiled. "Li Rui, what are your thoughts?" Li Rui was aware of their desire for funding and responded directly, "For the entire project, my budget is merely 4 million. Every single penny of this sum must be allocated to the execution of the project. There are no surplus funds to compensate VBO. If your side finds this unacceptable, I can only express my regret." Su Ping widened his eyes. "Are you threatening me?" Li Rui shrugged. "The reason I brought the proposal to Xinlong first is due to your company's significant traffic impact. However, there are other VBO products in the market besides Xinlong. I could easily approach Hu Li or Penguin, and they would be thrilled to take on such a blockbuster project, giving them an opportunity to catch up with Xinlong. If this opportunity leads to a shift in traffic towards those competitors, I believe you wouldn't be too pleased. Would you?" Su Ping's face turned pale. "A threat? An unabashed threat? Who do you think you are to threaten our Mr. Ma? Do you not realize that Mr. Ma wait?" Su Ping suddenly noticed that Ma Wenxuan seemed to be seriously analyzing Li Rui's words. Could it be? In my eyes, Mr. Ma is wise and formidable, invincible. Yet this young man has managed to intimidate him? Li Rui continued, "Mr. Ma should be able to see that advancing this project is not merely about advertising for Yuanheng New World. It can also draw substantial traffic to Xinlong. In this era where traffic reigns supreme, and traffic equates to revenue, isn't that an immense benefit for Xinlong? I hope your side can adopt a more long-term perspective. With this endeavor, we can decisively overpower other VBO competitors, monopolizing the market, and then you can earn as much as you desire." Su Ping was rendered speechless. This project is indeed commendable, but isn't that a bit exaggerated? The Huli v. Bo and Penguin v. Bo are not flimsy entities. Why would they be defeated by a mere 4 million project? Chen Qinglian was also taken aback. In her impression, while Li Rui was somewhat aggressive, he was methodical in his approach, not the impulsive young lad one might assume. Yet now, Li Rui's air of confidence led one to suspect he wasn't here to seek collaboration with Xinlong, but rather to bestow an opportunity upon them. Is it a case of the big fish bullying the small? Ma Wenxuan also chuckled, acknowledging that Li Rui had a point. The potential of this project is indeed vast, and it must not be handed over to the competitors. Currently, Xinlong v. Bo is indeed a step ahead, yet many users simultaneously engage with several V-Boss. They gravitate towards whichever platform boasts more stars or offers more engaging activities. Brand loyalty has yet to form, and there is no protective barrier within the industry. If Li Rui's project truly advances within other Weibo platforms, it would undoubtedly exert a significant influence on the new Lang Weibo, potentially resulting in a substantial loss of users. Unless, Ma Wenxuan smiled, this project does not necessarily require your collaboration. There are other companies that would undoubtedly be willing to invest more to create a similar event. Upon hearing this, Su Ping's eyes lit up. In fact, this was also his line of thought. When he had previously declined Li Rui, he had been considering the possibility of collaborating with another company to launch a comparable event, which would surely yield remarkable results. Chen Qinglian, however, displayed a drastic change in her expression. How shameless. Initially, she believed that banks were the most unscrupulous industry in the world, only to discover that internet companies could be even more so. Li Rui, on the other hand, smiled radiantly. Excellent. This proposal is generously offered to your esteemed company. Li Rui rose to his feet, fortunate that he had reserved a few strategies. He hoped to engage in a friendly competition with you all to see whose results would prove more effective. Chapter 58. The betting agreement. Li Rui rose, departing without a trace of reluctance. Chen Qinglian hesitated for a moment before closely following. Su Ping secretly rejoiced, pondering to which well-connected company he should present the project. If the promotion yielded remarkable results, he could reap substantial benefits. Just as Li Rui was about to step out of the office, Ma Wenxuan suddenly interjected calmly. Don't be hasty, I still have words to express. Li Rui paused, not turning his head, and responded, Oh, what else does President Ma wish to say? Ma Wenxuan smiled, let us do this. I will further examine the project proposal, and by the latest, I shall provide you with a definitive answer before the end of today. Upon hearing this, Su Ping's heart sank. He was well aware of Ma Wenxuan's character, assertive, decisive, and efficient. Regardless of the magnitude of the matter at hand, she would resolve it with remarkable precision. The fact that she required an entire afternoon to analyze Li Rui's project indicated her genuine interest. Li Rui nodded. Very well, I shall grant President Ma the afternoon. I expect results by 5 o'clock. With that, he departed. Su Ping stood there for a moment, indignantly muttering, President Ma. That fellow is rather arrogant. The remainder of his words faltered as he noticed a rare expression of delight on Ma Wenxuan's face. It was over. Su Ping realized his prospects had vanished. Upon exiting the Sinwei building, Chen Qinglian hurried to catch up with Li Rui, expressing her concern. Li Rui, are you not worried that President Ma might appropriate your project? Li Rui chuckled. If she wishes to copy it, let her. At most, she can only grasp the superficial aspects, never the essence. Chen Qinglian sighed with slight relief. So what shall we do now? Unbeknownst to her, she had unconsciously aligned herself with Li Rui, forgetting her position as a senior financial manager at Yuexihang rather than merely Li Rui's secretary. Let us first enjoy a cup of coffee, then observe the stock market, and await 5 o'clock, Li Rui replied. Shouldn't we contact the people from Penguin and Fox? Chen Qinglian expressed her lingering concern. Li Rui shook his head. No need. They're a disorganized crowd. Only Xinlong can dominate the industry. This project must be conducted under Xinlong. Then why propose such stringent conditions? Why not allocate some promotional funds to Xinlong? Chen Qinglian queried. Li Rui chuckled. How presumptuous of them. I am aiding their accelerated growth. It is already generous of me not to require their sponsorship. They found a nearby CAF and took a seat. Li Rui opened the stock and futures software on his phone, monitoring the market trends. Chen Qinglian glanced at him and quietly inquired, How have your earnings been recently? Several tens of millions, Li Rui replied casually. Chen Qinglian was taken aback. Several tens of millions? Surely I must have misheard. The stock market reopened on October 8th, and today is only the 11th. You made several tens of millions in just 4 days? Even banks cannot achieve such rapid gains. How did you manage that? Chen Qinglian asked incredulously. Over 1 million from domestic stocks, several million from the magnesium stocks, and over 20 million from futures, Li Rui explained. Chen Qinglian found herself engulfed in existential doubt. Recently, she had been monitoring several prominent funds, boasting capital amounts soaring into the billions, supported by a multitude of financial experts and adept traders. Yet their earnings paled in comparison to the mere fractions earned by Li Rui. It was no wonder that, after winning the lottery, Li Rui chose to establish numerous accounts. Was he truly a master at this? Li Rui deftly maneuvered on his mobile device, buying and selling, building and reducing his positions. Fully engrossed in his activities, Chen Qinglian was left bewildered. Even as a professional, she struggled to comprehend his actions. While the untrained eye could only perceive a chaotic tapestry of red and green, utterly lost in the intricacies of Li Rui's maneuvers. Time sped by, and the stock and futures markets reached their settlements in succession. On this particular day, Li Rui completed his position in Jikong Technology, amassing profits exceeding 4 million. In the cotton futures market, a surge of 100 per ton added over 10 million to his earnings. Naturally, he reinvested this sum, expanding his capital and maintaining a full position, unperturbed by the risks of a margin call. Chen Qinglian observed with mounting anxiety. Several times contemplating advising Li Rui to temper his thrilling pursuits, yet she restrained herself. It was not that her sense of prudence came into play, rather, she recognized her inability to match Li Rui's thought process. Any rash suggestions would only serve to cloud his judgment, proving ineffective. Given this understanding, silence seemed the wiser course. As the time drew near, the two returned to the 12th floor of the Sinwei building, heading directly to Ma Wenxuan's office. Ma Wenxuan spoke candidly. Li Rui, regarding this project, our company is, in principle, willing to accept it. However, certain details require modification. Please proceed. Li Rui understood that the other party had made significant concessions and nodded with a smile. Ma Wenxuan continued. The upper management is very interested in this project and is willing to collaborate with you. To accommodate your project, they are prepared to alter the rules. But to ensure the smooth progression of the project and protect the interests of our company, we require you to sign a bet agreement. According to your proposal, the promotional period is set for 1 month, comprising 4 rounds. The company will fully support you, ensuring each round's promotion is executed impeccably. However, you must guarantee that the traffic attracted in each round meets the anticipated targets. This includes total topic volume, media coverage, media attention, incoming traffic, follower counts, comment numbers, and shares. Only upon meeting our data requirements can we progress to the next round. Should you fail to achieve these metrics, your company will incur certain fees. Li Rui smiled. Ma Wenxuan's approach had long been anticipated. Xinlong acknowledged the feasibility of Li Rui's proposal. Yet they remained uncertain about the extent to which it could be advanced. Eager not to miss this opportunity while avoiding excessive risk, Xinlong sought to hedge their bets. In this manner, even if the project did not yield the expected results, Xinlong would not find itself in a precarious position. While Xinlong was astute, it also exhibited a certain parsimony. It was no wonder that, despite possessing a golden goose like Vibo, it struggled against any internet giants in its previous life. Merely content to govern its own small territory, primarily due to its limited vision and ambition. Nonetheless, Li Rui recognized that this was indeed the most advantageous outcome for both parties, as Xinlong had no further concessions to offer. He nodded and said, "Certainly. I can sign right now." Ma Wenxuan was overjoyed and immediately handed over the contract she had prepared in advance. Li Rui, however, was not one to sign hastily. He had to trouble Chen Qinglian's lawyer friend to come over once more. By the time they finished signing the contract, it was already past 9 in the evening. It's quite late, and I assume everyone is yet to dine. There is a lovely restaurant nearby. My treat, Ma Wenxuan suggested. Li Rui was reluctant to go, as the stocks were already waiting for him. Yet Ma Wenxuan insisted, there is something at an upcoming auction that piques my interest, and I would like your expertise. Taken aback, Li Rui asked, you want me to provide insights? Ma Wenxuan smiled and replied, my father says your discernment surpasses that of many masters. Chapter 59. The enchantment of beautiful women. The esteemed Ma Xiaoyan's commendation brought a sense of elation to Li Rui. Why not indulge in the evening's festivities? He decided to temporarily set aside his concerns for the stock market, intending to rekindle his endeavors the following day. Upon arriving at the restaurant, the group perused the menu while Chen Qinglian and her lawyer friend engaged in light conversation. Su Ping, attuned to the ambience, discreetly lifted her phone, while Ma Wenxuan retrieved a portfolio from her briefcase. The portfolio contained a catalog for the 2010 winter auction of modern and contemporary calligraphy and painting by the Jiadangqing International Auction Company. Prior to significant auctions, such companies distribute similar catalogs to their esteemed clients, showcasing detailed descriptions, images of the lots, and estimated prices, allowing clients to familiarize themselves with the items and formulate bidding strategies. These catalogs are typically limited editions reserved for high-profile clients. Given Ma Xiaotian's prominent status in the art collection community, it was unsurprising that he would possess such a catalog. However, Li Rui found it peculiar. Ma Xiaotian's collecting style leaned towards the ancient, with a particular fondness for antiquities, displaying little interest in modern pieces. The two works by Zhang Daqian from his collection were rare finds indeed. Yet, the catalog Ma Wenxuan presented was dedicated to modern and contemporary works, starkly contrasting her father's collecting preferences. Li Rui suspected it was her personal interest. Indeed, Ma Wenxuan remarked, "I have been influenced by my father and enjoy collecting as well. However, unlike him, I have a penchant for artworks from the revolutionary era." Li Rui nodded in understanding. Many, like Ma Wenxuan, were drawn to the vibrant era of revolution. With its distinctive style, which was highly sought after in today's collectibles market, consistently appreciating in value. I have my eye on a few paintings, but I'm uncertain about their authenticity. I would like your assistance, Ma Wenxuan continued. Li Rui cleared his throat and said, "Ms. Ma, I believe there may be a misunderstanding. I merely stumbled upon a fortunate find at your father's auction. It was sheer luck, not expertise. If you seek my counsel, you may be mistaken." "Oh, really?" Ma Wenxuan replied, surprised. But Mr. Jean Wuxian mentioned that such coincidences are rare. Li Rui, taken aback, realized his cautiousness had been ineffective against her keen insight. Ma Wenxuan smiled and opened the catalog, saying, "Please, do make an effort to assist me." Li Rui, momentarily speechless, feigned interest in the catalog. Upon closer inspection, he was astounded. As fate would have it, he recognized the artwork. In his previous life, this piece had been the subject of considerable debate regarding its authenticity. "What do you think?" Ma Wenxuan asked enthusiastically. "This piece, The Fruits of the People by Mr. Tang Qi, measures 5.6 square feet and was created in July 1973. It was acquired directly from the artist. Isn't it splendid? The starting price is 140,000. I believe it can be secured for under 200,000. Li Rui replied, "Do you wish to hear the truth or a comforting lie?" "Certainly the truth." "Then do not purchase it. This painting is problematic." "How can it be problematic?" Ma Wenxuan exclaimed, perplexed. Jiadang has always maintained a strong reputation in the industry. If there were issues with the painting, it would never have been put up for auction. Li Rui spoke calmly. Tang Qi has painted 3 pieces titled The People's Fruits. One has been sold, one is at the Tianjin Museum, and one is in the Haizhou Museum. I have seen the piece at the Haizhou Museum, and its style and colors are remarkably similar to this one, albeit with slight differences in detail. After conducting my research, I believe this is the painting that was sold, which is why I wanted to acquire it. Ma Wenxuan interjected. Li Rui shook his head. Impossible. Why is it impossible? All 3 paintings by Tang Qi measure exactly 18 square feet. Ma Wenxuan fell silent for a while. Li Rui thought she was saddened, but unexpectedly, she suddenly smiled and said, "Master Jean was right. You truly are a wolf in sheep's clothing. I've been fooled." Realization dawned on Li Rui. This woman was far too cunning. She was not here for advice, but rather to test him. Alarm bells rang in his mind. Yet he maintained his composure on the surface. In times like these, one must remain unflustered, projecting an air of confidence. Ma Wenxuan, indeed, seemed taken aback by Li Rui's demeanor. "Aren't you surprised at all?" Li Rui replied, "What is there to be surprised about?" "At the auction, did you truly discern the issue with Spring River, Flower Moon?" Ma Wenxuan's eyes widened. "That cannot be disclosed." Li Rui smiled, fully aware that Ma Wenxuan was eager to know the answer, yet he deliberately avoided the topic. After dining, it was quite late, and Li Rui drove Chen Qinglian and her lawyer friend home. Upon seeing Li Rui's car, both Ma Wenxuan and Su Ping were astonished. In 2010, a Bentley still commanded attention. Regardless of who was behind the wheel, it would draw admiring glances. Ma Wenxuan exclaimed, "Can I borrow it one day?" Li Rui chuckled. "President Ma, you jest. With your vast enterprises, would you truly concern yourself with such a modest vehicle?" With that, he sped away. Ma Wenxuan watched the Bentley's silhouette fade, a slight smile playing at her lips. "President Ma, about this project?" Su Ping leaned in. Ma Wenxuan replied, "Give it your all. If we execute this project well, both of us can advance by year's end. Su Ping's eyes lit up, no longer lamenting the opportunities that had slipped away. Chen Qinglian exited the vehicle, greeted Li Rui, and returned home. Lu Jia was already drinking, with 5 or 6 beer bottles strewn across the floor. Upon seeing Chen Qinglian return, he drunkenly remarked, "Why are you back so late? Were you celebrating with that Li fellow? Should I congratulate you?" The new boss lady of Xingrui? Chen Qinglian frowned. "What nonsense are you spouting? I've told you repeatedly that I am merely friends with Li Rui." "Friends? If you were just friends, why are you so concerned about his affairs? I heard Xingrui is up for transfer, and you immediately reached out to help?" Lu Jia scoffed. "If you cannot speak respectfully, I would prefer you to remain silent," Chen Qinglian retorted, shaking her head. Suddenly, Lu Jia stood up, reaching for Chen Qinglian's arm. Chen Qinglian recoiled. "What are you doing?" Lu Jia chuckled. "I earned a 30,000 commission today, and I'm feeling jubilant." "You celebrated with Li. Why not celebrate with me as well?" Chen Qinglian coldly replied. "Lu Jia, we are already divorced. Do not act inappropriately," Lu Jia remarked, "after all these years of marriage. What pretense is there?" As he spoke, he reached out indiscriminately. "Get away." Chen Qinglian retaliated with a kick to Lu Jia's leg. Seizing the opportunity as he doubled over in pain, she swiftly slipped into the room and locked the door behind her. Outside, Lu Jia's furious roar echoed as he smashed a bottle. "Chen Qinglian, don't think I'm oblivious to your intentions. You're merely infatuated with his youth and wealth, hoping to latch onto a rich man. Have you forgotten? You're a divorced woman of considerable age. Do you truly believe he would be interested in you? Even an old ox desires tender grass. Stop dreaming." Chen Qinglian huddled in the corner, tears streaming silently down her face, as she resolved within herself, "Tomorrow, I must move away." Chapter 60. The Culture of Wolfishness. On October 12th, it rained. The sky was a tapestry of clouds, alternately unleashing torrential downpours and then clearing to reveal patches of blue. As Li Rui entered the company, the rotund man approached him with a knowing smirk. "Have you had a stroke?" Li Rui inquired. The man shot him a glare. "Bah? You never have anything good to say. If you haven't had a stroke, why the grimace?" Li Rui chuckled. The man lowered his voice. "You didn't show up yesterday. Where were you?" "I was out on business," Li Rui replied. The man gestured toward Yi Bingling's office. The chairwoman was in a foul mood all day, scolding many people. "The Mediterranean is nearly in tears over it. Everyone blames your absence, so please don't skip work again. We truly can't bear it." Li Rui initially thought his friend was exaggerating, but as he reached the office door, Yi Bingling emerged, her expression as cold as ice. "Li Rui, where were you yesterday?" she asked icily. Surprised, he responded, "Chairwoman, didn't you assign me to the new project? I was out pursuing it yesterday. Did you achieve any results?" Yi Bingling's eyes brightened. "I successfully negotiated with the new Lang V Bo," Li Rui stated. "Really?" Yi Bingling's mouth fell open in disbelief. It wasn't until she reviewed the contract that she accepted his claim. "How did you manage that?" As she scrutinized the details, her astonishment grew. New Lang V Bo was offering their promotional services at no cost? "Of course, I appealed to their logic and emotions, illustrating the mutual benefits of our partnership. Mr. Ma, the head of New Lang V Bo, was quite reasonable and quickly recognized the project as potential, signing with me on the spot. It was that simple," Li Rui explained. Yi Bingling remained skeptical, yet with the contract in hand, she had little choice but to trust him. "I need to negotiate a contract with the agency for far-sailing New World today. The owner there can be quite difficult, so it might take some time," Li Rui mentioned. Yi Bingling immediately replied, "Go ahead without any hesitation. No matter what conditions they propose, the company and I stand firmly behind you. What if there are business expenses? Fully reimbursed. And what about expenses that cannot be invoiced?" Yi Bingling's expression darkened slightly. "Those expenses can be reimbursed, but yours will come out of your own pocket." "How stingy," Li Rui muttered under his breath as he slipped away. Once outside the company, Li Rui felt buoyant. The agency for far-sailing New World was Xingrui, and he was the owner. He could sign the contract however he pleased. After all this, Li Rui aimed to secure a substantial deal from Maoyuan Advertising, alleviating Yi Bingling's financial strain and preventing her from making reckless investments. Additionally, he genuinely needed an opportunity to establish his influence in the realms of new media, advertising, and real estate. Maoyuan Advertising and Xingrui Company were merely starting points. With the rain falling, traffic in Haizhou became congested. By the time Li Rui arrived at Xingrui Company, it was already 10 in the morning. The office was enveloped in silence as Li Rui entered, only to discover the vacant cubicles outside, devoid of any personnel. Scattered on the floor were a few wads of litter, leaving one to wonder if the cleaning had been attended to yesterday. Voices emanated from within the office, prompting Li Rue to approach slowly, standing at the door with his ear inclined to listen. Look, if you have connections, you should leave quickly. This company is bound to falter. Just yesterday, Xiao Su resigned and joined Heng Yuan Real Estate, where the base salary is reportedly 4,000. The new boss is quite young and probably sees us as practice. Just look at the time. People still haven't arrived. If it weren't for the mortgage, I would have left long ago. Li Rue gleaned the essence of their conversation and chuckled inwardly. The decline of Xing Rue was not a recent phenomenon. Those with talent and connections had already departed, leaving behind individuals that could aptly be described as frail and incapable. To deal with such personnel, one must employ certain tactics. Creak. Li Rue pushed the door open. The employees, caught in their complaints, were startled, and upon recognizing him, they all lowered their heads. You're all here? Li Rue smiled. Sister Sun from finance offered a forced chuckle, saying, We haven't received any assignments yet. We were just chatting. Well, the boss has arrived. Everyone should quickly return to work, someone suggested. Wait. Li Rue interjected. Since you're all present, I would like to share a few words. The room fell into silence. Li Rue began. I once read a book titled Wolf Totem. I wonder if any of you have encountered it? No one responded. He hadn't anticipated any familiarity with the book and continued. This narrative recounts the experiences of a young intellectual sent to the grasslands in the 1960s and 70s, detailing the intricate relationship with the wolves of the prairie. From this book, I have deduced 3 characteristics of wolves. First, wolves possess an acute sense of smell, adept at seizing opportunities. In the vast grasslands, wolves remain fixated on their prey, ready to pounce at the slightest chance. Second, wolves exhibit an indomitable spirit, charging forward without fear of failure. When attacking sheep, they latch on firmly, not satisfied with merely killing one, but striving to bring down as many as possible in the shortest time. Greed, persistence, and a refusal to yield. Third, wolves are social creatures with a strong sense of teamwork, rarely acting alone. The adage even a fierce tiger fears a pack of wolves speaks to this truth. The audience remained largely unresponsive, some even puzzled, unable to fathom the relevance of Li Rue's discourse. Was the company transforming into a zoo? Li Rue then shifted his tone, stating, Inspired by this book, I have also deduced 3 principles of wolf culture applicable to our company operations. From this day forth, Xing Rue shall operate in the manner of a wolf pack. First, we must keenly observe our competitors and market shifts, seizing opportunities as they arise. Second, we must embody a spirit unafraid of loss and a belief in never giving up, actively confronting competition. Third, we must harness the power of teamwork, with each individual striving towards the company's development. Only those who can adhere to these 3 principles may remain with the company. Those who cannot may resign and leave at this moment. The employees exchanged glances, bewildered. If they were capable of leaving, they would have done so long ago. Their prolonged presence here can be attributed to a mindset of merely enduring each day as it comes. Suddenly transforming them from monks into wolves has left them somewhat bewildered. In the previous era, numerous internet companies championed a culture of aggression, with Huahua and Xindu being the most prominent examples. Tracing its roots, the culture of aggression can be linked to the legalist philosophies of ancient scholars. The law constrains individuals through stringent regulations, techniques entice them with substantial rewards, and authority intimidates them with formidable power. What Li Rue has just demonstrated is the exercise of authority. Now it is time to introduce both the law and the techniques. Li Rue stated calmly, I do not expect each of you to make a decision immediately. You may take some time to reflect and provide me with your responses within 3 days. Now, everyone, step outside. I will announce the upcoming work plan. Chapter 61. A lesson in consequences. Starry Rue Company has dwindled to a mere 12 employees. 1 manager, 1 accountant, 1 HR representative, 1 administrative staff, 1 receptionist, and 7 sales personnel. Among them, there are 9 men and 3 women, the latter occupying the roles of accountant, administrative staff, and receptionist. The employees stand in their cubicles, some visibly anxious while others remain indifferent. Starry Rue has been on the brink of collapse for quite some time. The former owner, Mr. Chung, attempted numerous strategies to revive the company, all of which ended in failure. If an industry veteran like Mr. Chung could not succeed, what hope could there be for a young and somewhat audacious individual like Li Rue? Li Rue raised a stack of documents. This is the exclusive sales contract for the Yuan Hang New World project, starting today for the next year. Our company will undertake the sales responsibilities for this development. What? The employees were left in stunned silence. The name of Yuanhang Real Estate is well known throughout Haizhou. To secure the exclusive sales rights for one of their properties is nothing short of remarkable. Yet, why does Yuanhang New World sound so unfamiliar? Li Rui distributed the contracts, urging everyone to review the details. As they skimmed through the documents, their spirits sank. They had expected a prestigious development, only to discover it was situated in a remote area. It made sense. If the property was easy to sell, Yuanhang would not have sought exclusivity, preferring to profit directly. Thus, this contract, which initially appeared as an opportunity, was in reality a potential pitfall. Should sales fail, the burden of purchase would fall upon them, a daunting financial responsibility. Could it be that the new boss had been deceived? Alas, this young leader, having just entered the workforce, was in for a harsh lesson. Once they had finished perusing the documents, Li Rui continued, in a moment. We shall collectively head to the Yuanhang New World sales office to prepare for our sales efforts and enter a wartime mentality. This project represents a chance for Starry Rui to rejuvenate. It is up to you whether you wish to languish in a moribund company or strive for success. Furthermore, regarding the commission bonuses from sales, I will compile a detailed list and share it with you all tonight. I assure you, as long as you exert effort in selling the properties, each of you will receive your rightful rewards. The contract is law, the bonuses are strategy. Together, they create a powerful synergy. The employees exchanged glances, some displaying excitement while others remained unresponsive. Li Rui observed carefully, analyzing each individual's character, determining who would remain and who would be dismissed. Those who could contribute would be retained, those who could not would be discarded. In the future, Li Rui's team must function with precision, leaving no room for inefficiency. Li Rui arranged for the administration to hire a minibus to transport the entire company towards Yuanhang New World. The location of the development currently lies on the outskirts of the urban-rural fringe. After departing from Jinpu district for a full hour, the surroundings transformed into dilapidated houses, vast stretches of wasteland, and booming factories, with noticeably fewer vehicles on the road. Dominating the landscape are either under construction or completed residential complexes, most of which appear desolate and uninviting. Upon witnessing this scene, the employees felt a chill in their hearts. What a desolate location this is. Almost on the outskirts of the countryside, who would venture so far to purchase a home? Only Li Rui remained composed, envisioning how everything would transform over the next decade and beyond. The dilapidated buildings would be dismantled, giving way to hospitals, schools, shopping centers, and parks. Expanses of barren land would be redeveloped into a university town, attracting hundreds of thousands of young consumers. The booming factories would be relocated further away, and numerous residential complexes would rise from the ground. This area would become a treasure trove of wealth in the future. As the car came to a stop, Li Rui was the first to alight. The invigorating air greeted him, revealing lush trees, blooming flowers, and an artificial lake where several ducks leisurely paddled about. Shui Stingwei, a renowned real estate magnate, understood the shortcomings of the location and sought to compensate through the environment. Although the sales performance of the Far Voyage New World project was lackluster, the community's greenery and surroundings were commendably well maintained, offering a refreshing natural ambience to those accustomed to city life. However, whether such a sensation could rejuvenate sales remained uncertain. Moreover, the surrounding environment was still far from commendable, with vast construction sites and vacant land encroaching, rendering the serene Far Voyage New World an incongruous presence. Having surveyed the environment, Li Rui's gaze then shifted to the overall community layout. 16 buildings comprised 10 24-story high-rises and 6 11-story mid-rises. The high-rises featured 3 elevators serving 4 units per floor, while the mid-rises had 2 elevators serving 3 units per floor. Although this arrangement might seem cramped a decade hence, it was still reasonable by current standards. The community had been on the market for over a year, yet half of the buildings had reached their maximum height, with sales proving disappointingly meager. Currently, out of 960 high-rise units, only 103 had been sold, while 32 out of 198 mid-rise units had found buyers. No wonder Shui Xinggui's finances were somewhat strained. Holding such a substantial inventory would challenge anyone. The sales office, however, was impressively designed, yet the entrance was devoid of attendants. Li Rui and his entourage strode into the sales center, only to find it eerily empty, save for a large model display dominating the central hall. With no staff in sight, with low sales translating to minimal commissions, the sales staff lacked motivation. The absence of enthusiasm further dampened potential buyers' spirits upon witnessing the desolation, creating a vicious cycle of dwindling sales. The employees of Xingrui were momentarily taken aback by this scene, astonished to encounter their counterparts in such a predicament. Were they not merely drifting through their days? Li Rui cleared his throat, the sound echoing through the hall. Moments later, a voice emerged from the adjacent area, looking to view the property. After a minute's delay, someone sauntered over. Upon seeing the crowd in the hall, they were startled and quickly called out, "Manager Wang. Manager Wang." 5 more minutes passed before Wang Qin, the manager of the Far Voyage New World sales office, along with a total of 22 staff members, finally stood before Li Rui, lined up for inspection. Wang Qin, a middle-aged woman in her 40s, adorned her face with a sycophantic smile as she addressed Mr. Li, General Manager Li. "I was just conducting a meeting to motivate everyone in anticipation of the new boss's arrival. Rest assured, in the coming year, we shall wholeheartedly support your endeavors, ensuring that the sales at Yuanhang New World reach new heights." Li Rui chuckled softly, suddenly pointing to a building in the model. "Could you enlighten me on how many units in this building have been sold?" Wang Qin opened her mouth but found herself at a loss for words. Li Rui continued, "In the past month, what has been the average selling price of the units? What is the income level of the clients? How many members are in their households? And in which areas do they work? What prompted them to choose this community? Have you conducted any statistics or research?" Wang Qin still could not utter a single word. Li Rui remarked, "Manager Wang, I believe that your role at New World is not suited for you. You may gather your belongings and return to Yuanhang. Let them arrange a new position for you." A profound silence enveloped the room. It was evident to all that the new boss was making a stark example to the rest. Chapter 62. Li Rui's injury. Wang Qin was aware that her performance at work had been inadequate. Yet she did not anticipate that the newly appointed boss would terminate her employment so swiftly. "Mr. Li, I acknowledge that I have fallen short in my duties, and I regret my mistakes. Please grant me another opportunity. I assure you I will be diligent. Please, do not send me back to the group." "It would be too humiliating," Wang Qin stammered. Li Rui replied coolly, "You may stay, but I have already selected someone for the position of sales office manager. If you wish to remain, you must start from the ground up." Wang Qin was at a loss for words. "Take your time to consider," Li Rui said, dismissing her and moving to the sand table to survey the expanse of this new venture. Li Rui harbored confidence in the future of the Far Voyage New World. Once the new subway plans were unveiled in 6 months, there would be no need for extensive marketing. The properties would be snatched up promptly. However, there were still 6 months to navigate. This period represented an opportunity for him to validate certain aspects, engage in marketing, train his team, and craft his personal brand, all relying on the upcoming months. In half a year, Li Rui aspired to become a marketing luminary in the advertising realm, equipped with a formidable team capable of achieving victory, and to establish a distinct personal image within the Haijiu business community. By that time, he would no longer need to depend on the black card issued by Yueshi to signify his status. His name would suffice. After indulging in these contemplations for a considerable while, he turned and announced, "Today, there are 3 tasks at hand. First, we must clean the office, starting tomorrow. The sales office will present a completely new image to the public. Second, we need to refine our regulations. All rewards and punishments will be strictly enforced, merit will be duly rewarded, and transgressions will incur penalties. Third, we must familiarize ourselves with the team. The sales office and Xingrui company will merge as one, indistinguishable from one another, working toward a shared goal." For the entirety of the day, Li Rui found himself exceedingly busy. He led by example in the cleaning efforts, meticulously refined the regulations, and facilitated the integration of the team. By the end of the day, he felt as though he had reached the brink of exhaustion. While others may have been reborn in the embrace of beauty or wielding power over the world, he found himself laboring like a dog. Fortunately, after a day of restructuring, both the aging and the inexperienced from Xingrui, as well as the disparate assemblage at the sales office, exhibited a noticeable transformation, at least in terms of morale. This team, however, would not suffice for arduous battles. They could barely hold the fort. Nevertheless, the initial campaign would primarily focus on publicity, allowing him to gradually cultivate the team thereafter. As he concluded his workday and made his way home, Li Rui called Yi Bingling. "You sound quite exhausted," Yi Bingling observed, her tone laced with concern. Feeling a flicker of joy from the attention of the beautiful chairwoman, Li Rui replied, "It's been a challenging day. Their demands were excessively stringent, and I've been engaged in a battle of wits with them all day." "What was the outcome?" Yu Bingling inquired eagerly. Li Rui sighed. We're still a bit short, but I can see the light at the end of the tunnel. I estimate that in 2 or 3 days, we will certainly prevail. That is wonderful. Yu Bingling's excitement was palpable even through the phone. After indulging in a few more light-hearted exchanges with Yu Bingling, Li Rui hung up the phone. Chuckling to himself, this chairwoman was far too easy to deceive. As I was preparing to head home, a call from Qin Qinglian interrupted me. Hello, Sister Qinglian, I answered. Li Rui, can you come to my house? Her voice trembled with urgency. Instantly alert, I inquired, what happened? Before she could articulate her thoughts, the sound of shattering glass echoed through the receiver. I want to move out, but Lu Jie has gone mad and is smashing things. I'm hiding in my room, too scared to come out. Qin Qinglian exclaimed in terror. Should I call the police? I suggested. I don't want to involve the authorities. Can you come and get me? She pleaded. Don't hang up. I'll be there in no time. I pressed the accelerator, and my Bentley surged forward like an arrow. Despite its poised and dignified exterior, the car's acceleration was undeniably fierce. As I raced along, I maintained communication with Qin Qinglian. Sister Qinglian, don't be afraid. I'll arrive shortly. If he tries to harm you, just shout loudly. I'm close. Just give me 5 more minutes. Ignoring the traffic lights I ran, I reached her building in merely half an hour. Without allowing the vehicle to fully stop, I leapt out. Sister Qinglian, which floor is your apartment on? I called out as I ascended the stairs. 401. She sobbed. Upon reaching the 4th floor, I pounded on the door of apartment 401. Open up. Lu Jie, I know you're inside. Open the door. If you're a man, speak to me directly and spare the woman. A loud thud announced the door's opening. Lu Jie stood there, intoxicated, his eyes bloodshot and a bottle clutched in his hand. I knew it was you. He sneered. What's the rush to take Qin Qinglian home for some illicit affair? Stop your nonsense and step aside. I barked. Lu Jie spat back. You're the one tempting my wife, and you think you have the right to be here? Just because you have money, you believe you can ruin our relationship? Nonsense. Qin Qinglian has already divorced you. Who she chooses to be with is her own business and has nothing to do with you. I retorted as I attempted to push past him. You dare enter, and I'll take you down. Lu Jie threatened, raising the bottle menacingly. I responded with a cold smile. Try it. I have plenty of money. If you so much as lay a finger on me, I will destroy you. Lu Jie hesitated. Recalling the lavish gifts Qin Qinglian had received and the considerable sum I had spent acquiring Xingrui Company without a second thought, I seized the moment to shove Lu Jie aside and stride into the room. Sister Qinglian, don't be afraid. I'm here. Lu Jie, fueled by rage, hurled the bottle at my back, shouting, You're seducing my wife. I'll kill you. Hearing the wind rush past, I swiftly dodged. And the bottle shattered against the wall, sending shards flying. A piece of glass grazed my arm, drawing blood. In response to this sneak attack, I pivoted and delivered a swift kick to Lu Jie's abdomen, sending him sprawling across the room. Upon witnessing Li Rui bleeding, Lu Jie was jolted from his stupor, exclaiming in a state of panic, I didn't mean to. He scrambled to his feet and fled. With a loud crash, Qin Qinglian, hearing the commotion, rushed out of her room. Upon seeing Li Rui's bloodied arm, she nearly fainted. Are you all right? She inquired, hastily applying a towel to his wound. Before Li Rui could utter a word, she seized his arm and dashed outside, insisting there's a hospital nearby. Qinglian Jie. Li Rui attempted to explain, but she was already pulling him along at breakneck speed, leaving him no chance to stop. Upon arriving at the emergency room, Qin Qinglian, visibly anxious, questioned the doctor. Doctor, how serious is his injury? The doctor furrowed his brow and replied, Fortunately, you arrived in time. Otherwise what? Qin Qinglian's heart raced in her chest. Otherwise the wound would have healed on its own, the doctor chuckled, adding, with this type of injury, a simple application of antiseptic will suffice. There is no need for a tetanus shot. Chapter 63. Temporary cohabitation. Li Rui and Qin Qinglian walked side by side down the street, a bandage affixed to his arm. Qin Qinglian's face was flushed. Why didn't you say anything sooner? I intended to, but you dragged me along so quickly that I couldn't get a word out. Li Rui replied innocently. Qin Qinglian shot him a fierce glare. Since you're fine, you'll help me move my luggage later. Hey, I'm an injured party. Minor injuries don't keep one off the battlefield. Upon returning to Qin Qinglian's home, Lu Jie was likely too frightened to show up, as he had yet to return. The two gathered their belongings and made their way downstairs. A neighbor lady spotted them and asked in surprise, Qinglian, where are you off to? I'm moving away. Thank you for all your care over the years, Qin Qinglian replied. The neighbor sighed. Moving is for the best. That scoundrel Lu Jie is not worthy of you. Is this your boyfriend? He is quite handsome. Young man, Qinglian is a good girl. You must treat her well. Mayam. Qinglian attempted to clarify. Li Rui interjected, don't worry, Mayam. I will take good care of Qinglian. I'll make sure to bring her back to visit you. Once they were in the car, Qinglian admonished, what nonsense are you spouting? Now she is misunderstood. Li Rui chuckled, where to next? I've rented a small place near my workplace. Qinglian provided the address. As they arrived at her rented accommodation, Li Rui was taken aback. You rent it here? He frowned at the sight of the dilapidated, chaotic, and low-rise tenement building before them. It's close to the bank, and the rent is affordable, Qinglian explained. No way. Li Rui shook his head. Why not? She queried. Just because. It's perfectly fine here, Qinglian insisted. It's filthy and disorderly. You often work late. What if something happens to you? Li Rui countered. In 2010, there were not nearly as many surveillance cameras as there would be later. The city's darker corners still harbored crime, and he could not bear the thought of a single woman like Qinglian living in such a place. It's all right. Qinglian began, but before she could finish, Li Rui had already started the car. What are you doing? She exclaimed in surprise. You will inform the landlord that you won't be renting anymore. But I've already paid the deposit. I'll compensate you. Then where will I stay tonight? Stay at my place. Qinglian fell silent, her face burning with embarrassment, torn between rejection and an exhilarating flutter in her heart. Throughout the journey, neither spoke. Li Rui concentrated on driving while Qinglian stole glances at his profile, her thoughts a whirlwind. Staying at Li Rui's home, what did that signify? As a woman who had been married, she could not feign ignorance. She had to acknowledge the peculiar feelings she harbored for him, though she never contemplated taking that step. Deep down, she felt unworthy of Li Rui. He was young, affluent, and exceptionally talented. What sort of woman could he desire? If not someone untouched by the scars of a previous marriage? Even inviting him over for assistance today had taken immense resolve, for she had no other man in Haizhou to rely on. Now, as the car headed toward Li Rui's residence, every second felt like a battleground between her reason and her emotions. She was uncertain about what the night would bring, feeling a mix of fear and an inexplicable sense of anticipation. Upon arriving at Li Rui's residence, he effortlessly carried his luggage upstairs while Qinglian, hesitant and trailing behind in small steps, felt as though every passerby was observing her, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Once inside the elevator, the atmosphere grew oddly silent with just the two of them. Qinglian was on the verge of losing her composure, convinced she needed to shatter the silence. Clearing her throat, she inquired, how many rooms do you have? Immediately, she realized the awkwardness of her question, having arrived at his home. Asking about the number of rooms seemed to imply she would be comfortable sharing a space with him, should there only be one. What am I doing? Qinglian thought, wishing she could cover her face to hide her embarrassment from Li Rui. 2, Li Rui replied. Qinglian exhaled softly in relief. Upon entering his apartment, she was taken aback. Given his wealth, she had anticipated opulent decor, yet it was a rather ordinary abode, with a somewhat feminine touch. Li Rui explained. This is a rental. The furnishings belong to the previous owner, a young woman. Oh. Qinglian nodded in understanding. Li Rui gestured towards the slightly smaller bedroom, stating, I'll take the master bedroom. Moving my things would be too much trouble. You can have the smaller room. That's perfectly fine, Qinglian quickly assured him. You can tidy up. She stepped into the bedroom, leaving the door ajar, only to realize her heart was racing. She was bewildered by how she had ended up here with Li Rui. A solitary man and woman sharing a room. Wasn't that rather inappropriate? However, having come this far, could she leave now? After a fierce internal struggle, she noticed the silence outside. Peeking through the door crack, she saw Li Rui engrossed in his computer, intently focused on the screen displaying the vibrant and fluctuating stock market. In that moment, Qinglian's heart settled, realizing she had been overthinking. Li Rui's future appeared boundless, while her own seemed to lead to an inevitable conclusion. They were destined to inhabit different worlds. Why worry about a fleeting intersection? After organizing her belongings, feeling sticky and uncomfortable, she stepped out of the room and said, Li Rui, I'm going to take a shower. Okay, Li Rui replied without turning, his attention fully captivated by the screen. While the market teetered with volatility, he remained unflinching, unlike others who either lamented or celebrated. He was reaping the rewards quietly. After reviewing his holdings and witnessing the daily rise in profits, Li Rui felt a sense of contentment. Having also engaged in a modest acquisition of a few hundred bitcoins, he began to feel the need to relieve himself. He strolled towards the bathroom, only to momentarily forget something important as he reached the door, lost in thought, and casually opened the bathroom door. The steam rose gently, the light danced alluringly, revealing a pristine and inviting space. With a sudden thud, Li Rui swiftly shut the door, swallowed hard, and turned back to his computer. The vivid scene from moments ago lingering in his mind. Several minutes later, the restroom door creaked open, and Qin Qinglian emerged. An unspoken understanding hung in the air, as if everyone tacitly agreed to act as though nothing had transpired. It was not until they were on the brink of slumber that Qin Qinglian reminded Li Rui of the broken lock on the restroom door, indicating it required repair. "I shall arrange for it to be fixed tomorrow," Li Rui replied, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him. That night, perhaps due to the novelty of the new bed, Qin Qinglian found it difficult to sleep. Li Rui, too, tossed and turned, drifting into dreams of past lives and present moments, visions of countless figures. Among these dreams, he beheld a singular blue lotus, standing gracefully, its form exquisite and voluptuous, delicately veiled by the rippling waters, a sight of unparalleled beauty. Chapter 64, Misleading Promotion, October 13, 2010. At the crack of dawn, Li Rui fiddled with his phone to contact Yuna. At that moment, it was evening in the United States, and Yuna might be online. "Hunter, old classmate, have you inquired about that matter we discussed last time?" Though only a few days had passed, Li Rui felt a sense of urgency. The progress of Instagram was measured in days. Within just a month of its launch, it had amassed 1 million users. The sooner he entered the fray, the lesser his investment would be. Moreover, who could predict when Facebook would set its sights on Instagram? With his current capabilities, Li Rui was far from being able to contend with Facebook. He could only seize the opportunity before Facebook reacted. Otherwise, once they took action, he would have no chance whatsoever. After a long wait with no response, Li Rui contemplated and sent another message. "Hunter, I am unsure how far you are from them, but it might require some expenses to reach out. If it is convenient, please send me your PayPal account, and I will provide you with an activity fee." Still, there was no reply. Li Rui could only bide his time, as he knew no one else in the United States. Rising from bed and heading to the living room, he was greeted by a delightful aroma. To his surprise, a breakfast was laid out on the dining table: toast, fried eggs, and sausages, all artfully arranged and exceedingly appetizing. Beside the breakfast lay a note: "Thank you for your hospitality. I will find a place as soon as possible. I have to go to work now, so I prepared this breakfast for you. I hope you enjoy it." Li Rui scratched his head, pondering over the woman's thoughtfulness. After a hearty meal, he drove to Yuan Advertising. Upon arriving at the company, he summoned all the advertising designers. "Everyone, the project we have received this time is of paramount importance. It pertains to the future development of Yuan Advertising. It will determine whether we continue to battle with thousands of small and medium-sized advertising firms in the low-end market or soar to become a major advertising company. This is our chance. Director Li Jun, I require you to personally oversee the preparation of all promotional materials for the Yuanchang New World today," Li Rui stated directly. The team understood the gravity of Li Rui's words, especially since Yu Bingling placed great emphasis on this matter. All expressed their commitment to give their utmost effort. Li Jun, shedding his usual acerbity, inquired, "What specific requirements do we have for the promotion?" Li Rui handed over a set of previous promotional materials from Yuanchang Group and said, "You may draw inspiration from these, but two aspects must be emphasized: the environment and the potential. I do not care how you write it, but it must be grandiose." However, Li Jun displayed a troubled expression. "But, regarding potential, we cannot fabricate it out of thin air, can we? I have conducted research, and currently, there is nothing there. It is unlikely that we will see any potential in the next decade. Even as a homebuyer, I would probably avoid that area." Li Rui rolled his eyes, thinking to himself that Li Jun's imagination was rather limited. What he disregarded now, he would find unattainable in 3 years. If every product were to be advertised truthfully, what would be the purpose of our advertising agency? I want you to create grand visions. Paint the picture broadly. Exaggerate as you wish. I will take responsibility for any issues that arise. Then, let us give it a try, Li Rui declared. With his words, Li Jun felt compelled to refrain from further objections, assuring that he would wholeheartedly commit to the task. After offering them a few words of encouragement, Li Rui promptly transitioned to the Sinway building. Upon arrival, he convened a meeting with the marketing department, imparting valuable lessons before hitting the road once more. As he drove, a melancholic thought crossed his mind. Am I the President of the United States? Why must I be so relentlessly busy? What purpose does my wealth serve if I have no time to enjoy it? The Bentley came to a halt before an old residential complex. The residents, upon seeing such an opulent vehicle, began to murmur among themselves, curious about its purpose. Shortly thereafter, a woman clad in a professional attire, by lawn, emerged from the complex and entered the car. The sight of her departure sent the residents into a frenzy. That young lady resides in Unit 701 of Building 3. I heard she is a real estate agent. How can someone in her line of work afford such a luxury? And who is that young man driving her? Is he her boyfriend? I've always heard that real estate agents meet affluent individuals. It appears to be true. Perhaps I should encourage my granddaughter to pursue a career in real estate. With your granddaughter's looks, she would only scare the wealthy away. The Bentley glided smoothly along the road as Li Rue engaged by Lon in conversation. Resigning hasn't affected your commission, has it? No. President Shui has given his approval. They wouldn't dare to withhold it. Old Shui is probably cursing me behind my back for stealing away his top saleswoman. I'm hardly that beautiful. Bailon replied, her cheeks flushed. Li Rue, sensing the moment for levity had passed, shifted the topic. Once we arrive, I shall appoint you as the manager of the sales department. There is a crucial task that requires your leadership. Do tell, Bailon responded. The initial target clientele consists of civil servants from government agencies, doctors from local hospitals, and teachers from schools, especially professors and lecturers from nearby universities. We can promise them significant discounts or waivers on property and parking fees. If they are willing to view the properties, we can provide transportation or reimburse travel expenses, along with gifts. Essentially, we must employ any means necessary to entice them. But these clients tend to have high expectations regarding location. They likely wouldn't consider Yuanhang Ziniandi. Why focus on them? Bailon questioned, her curiosity piqued. She had diligently researched the advantages and disadvantages of Yuanhang Ziniandi, concluding that Li Rue might be targeting the wrong demographic. Li Rue smiled. I'm aware. I never intended to sell to them. Bailon was even more puzzled. Then what is your intention? Li Rue explained. The primary aim is to subtly disclose the identities of these prospective buyers when a significant number of them come to view the properties. This will create the impression that hospitals and schools are relocating nearby, or that a university town is being established. Bailon gasped in astonishment. Isn't that misleading advertising? Li Rue chuckled inwardly. At present, it may be considered misleading, but in 6 months, it will no longer be so. With the introduction of the new plan, it is not merely hospitals, schools, and university towns that will emerge. A plethora of commercial facilities will sprout like mushrooms after a rain. In due time, all those who purchase homes will express their gratitude towards me. Just follow my instructions, said Li Rue without further explanation. Bailon hesitated for a moment before nodding and responding. All right, I shall comply. However, when can we expect a surge of prospective buyers? Very soon. Li Rue replied with a smile. This weekend, the first wave of promotional efforts will commence, so you should prepare in advance. Otherwise, I fear I may be overwhelmed. Upon arriving at the far-sailing New World, Li Rue announced Bailon's appointment. Initially, some were skeptical, believing Bailon to be too young. However, when Li Rue casually revealed that Bailon had recently shocked the real estate industry with her sales of 28 properties, earning hundreds of thousands in commissions, all doubts dissipated. In this industry, age and experience hold little significance. What truly matters is the ability to sell properties and earn commissions. Everyone eagerly anticipated making their first sale under Bailon's leadership. Chapter 65. Advertising collaboration. While Bailon was imparting knowledge to everyone, Li Rue seized a moment to sit down and check his messages on his phone. A notification from QQ indicated a new message. By Yue Guang, I apologize. I have been preoccupied with work and haven't had the opportunity to respond. As soon as Yuna came online, Li Rue promptly replied. Hunter, Yuna, I assure you that your trip will not be in vain. Please provide me with your PayPal account, and I shall transfer the payment to you. In a distant land. Yuna's roommate chuckled. Send it to him and see if he follows through. If he does, he genuinely seeks your assistance. If not, he surely has ulterior motives. Yuna hesitated. That doesn't seem right. Yet her roommate snatched the laptop and swiftly typed out Yuna's PayPal account, exclaiming, I've encountered many men like him. He deserves a taste of reality. Yuna attempted to intervene, but it was too late. She sighed. He was quite amiable in high school. What has changed in these years? Society is a vast melting pot. People inevitably transform, her roommate remarked dismissively. After a considerable pause, Li Rue remained silent. Her roommate teased. Well, It seems he has nothing further to say. He was merely putting on a facade, expecting you to engage politely. Now that you've sent your account. P.S. In a predicament. I doubt he will dare to chat with you again. Yuna shook her head, feeling a twinge of disappointment. Just then, her phone chimed with a notification. Yuna glanced at her screen and was instantly taken aback. Xiaoya, she exclaimed. What is it? Her roommate inquired. Sipping her yogurt. Li Rui just transferred me $10,000. Her roommate sputtered, spraying yogurt everywhere. Really? As she rushed to Yuna's side and confirmed the newly deposited funds in her PayPal account, she was left utterly speechless. At that moment, Yuna's QQ received another message. Hunter, I just sent you some money. Did you receive it? Yuna and Xiaoyu exchanged bewildered looks. Astonished that it was indeed him, Xiaoyu gasped, Nana, didn't you say this classmate comes from an ordinary family and only earns a few thousand? How could he possibly send you such a substantial amount? Yuna, equally incredulous, replied, I have no idea. Could he genuinely require assistance? Her QQ chimed again. Hunter, have you not received it yet? The transfer speed from the United States is rather slow, isn't it? Panicking, Yuna exclaimed, what should I say to him? Xiaoya's eyes gleamed with mischief. This is a wealthy individual. You cannot let this opportunity slip by. If you are at a loss for words, allow me to assist you. With that, she seized the laptop and began fervently typing. Bai Yueguang. I received it, but why such a large sum? Should I return it? Hunter, this amount is a token of compensation and gratitude for your assistance. If it is convenient, please expedite your contact with the Instagram representative. I have some crucial matters to discuss with him. White Moonlight, very well. I shall not attend class or work tomorrow. I will certainly assist you in locating them. Hunter, I am immensely grateful. White Moonlight, by the way, it has been ages since we last saw each other. I am quite curious about your recent endeavors. What have you been up to? Hunter, I am still engaged in my usual routine, working at an advertising company. Xiaoya and Yuna exchanged glances. Xiaoya, puzzled, remarked. Could it be that he is working for the company and using their funds? No wonder he is so generous. Yuna quickly seized the notebook back, stating, Do not ask unnecessary questions. I will handle it myself. Her hands rested on the keyboard, yet she found herself at a loss for words. Suddenly, another message popped up on the screen. Hunter, I have some matters to attend to, so I must log off. Please leave me a message once you find Instagram. Thank you. With that, Hunter's avatar disappeared. Yuna, momentarily taken aback, finally confirmed that Li Rui did not harbor any romantic interest in her but genuinely required assistance. At that moment, Xiaoya took the laptop and opened the browser to search for information about Instagram. What are you doing? Yuna inquired. Xiaoya replied. I am looking for the address of Instagram. I will accompany you tomorrow. You will accompany me? Indeed. Such an enjoyable affair cannot proceed without my presence. Are you perhaps interested in Li Rui? Did you really notice that? Having lived together for 2 years, how could you possibly conceal your thoughts from me? I must warn you, do not flirt with him. What? You think you can prevent me from flirting while you do not? That is a selfish act. Akin to occupying a restroom without using it, a deplorable waste of societal resources. Xiaoya, I shall compete with you. Who fears whom? Come on. Li Rui temporarily set aside matters from the distant United States, racing back to Maoyuan Advertising to review the urgent advertising copy produced by Li Jun and others. After a cursory glance, he could only describe it as mediocre. He had to concede that boasting is indeed a skill. Even those in advertising can be inept at it. For instance, phrases like vast green land, unobstructed views, mountains and waters delineated, my heart boundless sound rather pedestrian. This is not boasting, it is akin to raising cattle. Moreover, phrases such as poetic dwelling, returning to nature, desiring to behold a 1,000-mile view, ascending to greater heights did emphasize the natural environment, as per his instructions. Yet were those latter 2 lines of classical poetry meant to be taken seriously? What left Li Rui utterly speechless was the presence of several lengthy essays. These verbose compositions incessantly described the community's environment and even linked it to the trend of global warming. Do prospective homeowners truly possess the leisure to peruse such content? Would they not perceive our advertising company as deranged? Li Rui, is this acceptable? Li Jun had the audacity to inquire. Li Rui sighed. What if I were to say it is not? Li Jun's face flushed crimson. We genuinely exerted ourselves. I acknowledge your efforts. However, your thinking remains entrenched in the past. You are far from keeping pace with the times. Li Rui shook his head. Never mind. I shall take matters into my own hands. Visions of classic cases he had encountered in his past life flooded his mind, and suddenly, a brilliant idea sprang forth. Quickly, Contact our dear friends and inquire if they would be interested in collaborating with Far Voyage New Horizons. Li Rui and Li Jun, along with others, were left in a state of bewilderment. A partnership between a TT manufacturer and a real estate company? How could this possibly work? Would it be buying TT and receiving a house, or purchasing a house and receiving TT? Neither scenario seemed appropriate. However, since Li Rui had made such a request, they could only hasten to execute it. Meanwhile, Li Rui was fervently scribbling away. In just half an hour, he completed the draft and handed it to Li Jun, saying, "Director Li, take a look and see what you think." Upon receiving it, Li Jun's mouth fell agape, utterly astonished. The others swiftly gathered around, and after reading it, they were almost inclined to pay homage. Could an advertising collaboration truly reach such heights? This was simply extraordinary. Chapter 66, Film and Television Investment. When Yi Bingling returned to the company, it was nearly closing time, yet the office remained brightly lit, with many employees engrossed in their work. The atmosphere in the company had notably improved, she mused, ever since a certain individual ceased to show up for work. The previous lethargy that had plagued the office had vanished, proving that the absence of a single troublesome element could indeed transform the entire environment. Just as Yi Bingling's spirits lifted, a familiar figure emerged. Li Rui. Startled, she wondered how he managed to appear so unexpectedly. "Chairman, you're back at this hour?" Li Rui queried nonchalantly, a toothpick dangling from his mouth. Yi Bingling furrowed her brow. "What have you been up to today?" "I've been quite busy," Li Rui replied, counting off his tasks on his fingers. "I've been parched from negotiating contracts, exhausted from planning, and overwhelmed while brainstorming ideas. I've been working tirelessly since morning, truly dedicating myself to the company to the point of exhaustion." Stop. Are you hosting a vocabulary competition?" Yi Bingling interjected, urging him to cease. "Didn't I assign you to negotiate contracts? Why are you back here working on planning and copywriting? Those tasks should be delegated to Li Jun and his team." With a wry smile, Li Rui responded, "Can you trust Li Jun and his crew to produce anything worthwhile? If I presented their work to the client, they'd surely kick me out the door." Yi Bingling's brow knitted slightly. She recognized the truth in his words. As a small to medium-sized company, Maoyuan Advertising struggled to attract top-tier talent from the industry, often relying on mediocrity like Li Jun, resulting in plans and proposals that, while not entirely worthless, lacked any standout qualities. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been so astounded by the exceptional copy Li Rui had crafted just days prior. It had been far too long since she had encountered such brilliant creativity within the company. "What shall we do? Can you manage?" Yi Bingling asked with growing concern. Li Rui sighed. Given the tight deadlines, Her heart sank as she quickly devised several alternatives in her mind. If all else failed, she might have to recruit talent from larger firms, albeit at a steep price. Yet, in order to secure valuable contracts, that might be the only option available to her. As she contemplated, Li Rui continued, "I will have to take matters into my own hands and create a plan myself." I also facilitated a collaboration between Qingqing AI and Yuanhang Ziniandi, securing an additional 400,000 in promotional funds for our company. "Excuse me? What did you just say?" Yi Bingling questioned, convinced she had misheard. Li Rui then presented a proposal, stating, "Please review this, Chairman." Yi Bingling began to peruse the document. Minutes later, her face flushed crimson. Is there truly such a proposal? The realization struck her. Li Rui was undeniably audacious. How else could one explain the provocative nature of his plans and the unabashedly bold copy that seemed to cater to the most risky preferences? Yet, she found herself admiring him. How did he conceive such an ingenious connection between the TT manufacturer and real estate developments? Was this a stroke of fate orchestrated by the god of matchmaking or mere happenstance? Yi Bingling could not ascertain. But she was confident that this proposal would undoubtedly create a significant stir in the market. "You truly are a master of surprise." Yi Bingling could only make such an assessment. Li Rui chuckled, saying, "I shall take it as the chairman complimenting me." Yi Bingling thought to herself, "With such a thick skin, even if I scold you, you would interpret it as praise." Li Rui continued, "Does the chairman wish to provide further guidance?" "No need." Yi Bingling hastily declined. Li Rui shrugged, "Then I shall return to my work." "Wait." Yi Bingling called out, "I have a dinner engagement later. Accompany me. But I still have some tasks at hand. Put them off until tomorrow. I have come across an investment project, and I need you to oversee it." Yi Bingling mustered her courage to voice this, signifying her complete acknowledgement of Li Rui's capabilities in certain aspects. Li Rui was at a loss for words, wondering if she was perpetually in need of assistance, always jumping at every opportunity. Since Tangshi introduced it, I must go take a look, he thought. Yu Bingling noticed Li Rui's displeasure and quickly offered an explanation. After explaining, she found it peculiar, questioning why she felt the need to justify herself. As if she had committed a wrongdoing. I am the chairman. He is merely my employee. Is there a necessity for me to explain? Yet, Yu Bingling merely pondered this. Feeling quite anxious, fearing Li Rui might refuse her request. Let us go. Yu Bingling breathed a sigh of relief as Li Rui nodded in agreement. They walked in silence until they reached the Ritz-Carlton Hotel. Upon entering the lobby, Tangshi approached them. Bingling, why are you so late? Oh. Why did you bring Li Rui? Tangshi exclaimed. Yu Bingling replied, for such a significant matter, I wanted Li Rui to help me oversee it. Tangshi contemplated for a moment and said, all right. However, Li Rui, please observe more and speak less during the dinner. Wait until the meal concludes to voice your thoughts. Do not offend anyone. Understood, Li Rui replied. The three of them proceeded to the private room. Tangshi whispered, tonight, we will be meeting people from the production team, including producers, directors, screenwriters, and several actors, to entertain a few potential investors. There's a fellow named Bianco, who has reportedly been trading stocks since 1992. With a fortune exceeding billions. Yu Bingling exclaimed, to make billions from trading stocks, how impressive. It dawned on her that someone nearby had also recently profited significantly from stock and futures trading, seemingly even more remarkable. Tangshi added, the production team still has a shortfall of 20 million. We primarily hope Bianco can invest. When you enter, seek an opportunity to converse with him and see if you can secure some investment. Yu Bingling inquired, do you genuinely believe this production will succeed? Tangshi retorted, of course. With a stunning beauty like me as the lead, how could it possibly fail? Li Rui, overhearing this, felt a spark of interest. If this investment was for Tangshi's starring role in Step by Step, he might consider investing a little. If memory serves, during its airing, Step by Step achieved a viewership rating of 1.72, making it the champion among television dramas in that time slot. In its initial year, it garnered over 300 million views online, subsequently airing on numerous satellite channels and local stations, winning countless awards at major television festivals, and yielding substantial profits for its investors. Most importantly, this drama has propelled several stars to fame. Tangshi has suddenly risen to become one of the four little flower dames. Wu Long, who had previously faded from the limelight, has regained popularity due to this drama. Zheng Ying, Yuan Hong, and Lin Xin have also begun to shoulder significant roles, establishing themselves as the backbone of male actors in the entertainment industry for the next decade. As they spoke, the three arrived at the door of a private room. Upon opening the door, a loud voice resonated from within. An investment of 10 to 20 million is nothing to me. As long as Tangshi agrees to share a few drinks, I will gladly invest 20 million. The atmosphere became somewhat awkward in an instant. Chapter 67. A drink for money. Tangshi, your timing is impeccable. Just as I was mentioning you, Brother Bien interjected. Producer Kai-chan swiftly shifted the topic to alleviate any potential awkwardness. Tangshi, a seasoned individual accustomed to various situations, brushed off the idle chatter with a smile and said, Sister Kai, Director Wu, everyone, allow me to introduce my friend, Yu Bingling, the chairwoman of Maoyuan Advertising. She is interested in investing in our production. As Tangshi stepped aside, the crowd's attention was captured by Yu Bingling. Kai-chan rose, beaming. So this is Miss Yi. Tangshi has spoken of you on numerous occasions, but I must say, I did not expect you to be so stunning. You surpass many of our actresses in beauty. Others nodded in agreement. Yu Bingling truly warranted such praise. Her looks and figure eclipsed those of most actresses, especially with her naturally ethereal aura, surpassing even the enchanting Lu Fei. Brother Bien, who had just been boasting, now stood with his mouth agape, saliva almost spilling over. Tangshi guided Yu Bingling and Li Rui to their seats, and all eyes were riveted on Yu Bingling, while Li Rui's presence seemed to be of no consequence. Suddenly, Brother Bien wiped the corner of his mouth and produced a gleaming gold business card. Hello, Miss Yi. I am Bien Yuanren. Here's my card. Yu Bingling accepted the card, feeling its weight, and remarked, this is gilded? Brother Bien, brimming with pride, replied, it costs over 500 yuan to produce one. I wouldn't give it to anyone less significant. The room fell silent, as none had received Brother Bien's card. As Yu Bingling examined the card, noting the numerous titles of honorary chairman and advisor, it was akin to witnessing a nouveau riche flaunting a wrist adorned with an array of watches. So it is you. Mr. Bien. A pleasure to meet you, Yu Bingling stated. Bien Yuanren extended his hand, hoping to seize an opportunity, but Yu Bingling feigned ignorance, gracefully taking her seat. He was left to retract his hand in disappointment. Once everyone settled, Kai-Chun inquired, "Miss Yi, are you considering investing in our production?" Yi Bingling responded, "I heard from Tang Shi that both the writing and directing are of high caliber, and even before filming has commenced, Mango TV has already reserved it. The investment potential is promising. I am looking to expand my business, hence my interest." Kai-Chun felt a surge of joy. "We do have a funding gap, and if Miss Yi could lend her support, it would be most beneficial." Suddenly, Bien Yuanan interjected, "Producer Kai, did I not just mention that the investment matter is in my hands?" He then boasted to Yi Bingling, "You may not be aware, but I recently established a film company aiming to invest in 100 television dramas within 3 years and make a foray into the Oscars." The room fell into silence, with no one daring to remind Bien Yuanren that the Oscars are an accolade for films. Yi Bingling raised an eyebrow, her tone cool. "Mr. Bien, that is quite an ambitious endeavor." Not receiving the anticipated enthusiasm, Bien Yuanren assumed he needed to amplify his bravado. "It's merely 20 million. For me, that is just a matter of a price surge. Television series are a slow means of generating income if one seeks quick profits. The stock market is the way to go. If you have idle funds, consider investing in my company, and I assure you that your investment will double within a year." He boasted, and the audience could only nod in agreement. However, Li Rue, uninterested, picked up his chopsticks and began to eat heartily. After a lengthy monologue, Bien Yuanren noticed that everyone was listening while Li Rue continued to feast, which irked him. "Miss Yi, who is this? Your employee?" he inquired. "He is my friend." Yi Bingling hesitated before replying. Tang Shi added, "I forgot to introduce everyone. This is Li Rue." Bien Yuanren chuckled. "Your friend seems unfamiliar with the finer things in life, attending such an elite gathering and only focusing on eating." "Bien, please refrain from being overly disrespectful," Yi Bingling interjected, raising an eyebrow. While she could criticize her own employee, she would not tolerate disrespect from outsiders. Seeing Yi Bingling's fierce defense, Bien Yuanren became more spirited. "Miss Yi, it's not my intention to meddle. When discussing business, one should not bring along individuals of lesser stature. It tarnishes your reputation." Yi Bingling replied coldly, "Who I choose to accompany is my prerogative and does not require your concern, Mr. Bien." Bien Yuanren's expression darkened. Sensing the tension, Kai-Chun quickly suggested, "Mr. Bien, let us return to the topic of investment. When can we expect the 20 million to be transferred?" Bien Yuanren cleared his throat. "My funds are currently tied up in the stock market. Once I liquidate a portion next week, I can invest." Kai-Chun beamed. "Thank you, Mr. Bien. Allow me to raise a toast to you." The others lifted their glasses as well. However, Bien Yuanren interjected, "Wait, my investment comes with conditions. Tang Shi, as the lead actress in this production, you are bound to achieve great success upon its release. How do you plan to express your gratitude?" Tang Shi forced a smile. "I am certainly grateful at heart and will always remember the opportunity you have given me, Mr. Bien. Gratitude expressed only in sentiment is insufficient. Let us make it tangible. How about sharing a toast? 1 glass for 10 million, 2 glasses for 20 million, and no cap on the amount. What do you say?" A simultaneous feeling of disgust arose in everyone's minds. Yi Bingling's expression darkened. "Mr. Bien, do not presume that your wealth entitles you to humiliate others. Tang Shi will not accept such terms." "Refusal, is it?" Bien Yuanren sneered. "If you do not invest, then there will be no funding at all." "If you refuse to invest, I shall." Yi Bingling declared, "Producer Kai, I am willing to invest 5 million unconditionally." Kai-Chun hesitated. 5 million is insufficient. Bien Yuanren burst into laughter. "Miss Yi, you present such a grand facade, yet can only muster 5 million? Yi Bingling felt a twinge of embarrassment. Indeed, 5 million was all she had, and any more would jeopardize the operations of Maoyuan advertising. Initially, she had thought this some substantial, but now she felt belittled. Bien Yuanren chuckled and stood up, declaring, "Producer Kai, Tang Shi, you have merely 3 minutes to deliberate. Will you exchange 2 cups of wine with me for 20 million? Or will you take 500,000 from Miss Yi? The choice is yours." Kai-Chun looked to Tang Shi for assistance, and Tang Shi hesitated as well. The production team had nearly completed their preparations, and only 20 million stood in the way of commencing their project. Bien Yuanren was undoubtedly the most sincere investor. If they let him slip away, who knew how long they would have to wait for another opportunity? "I am doing this for the sake of the crew." Tang Shi bit her lip, preparing to take a leap of faith. At that moment, Li Rue set down his chopsticks and remarked nonchalantly, "Isn't it just 20 million? I shall invest." Chapter 68. Sudden announcement. All eyes were fixed upon Li Rue's face. After a moment, Some erupted in laughter, while others chuckled or wore bitter smiles. The actors from the crew, who were snickering, shook their heads, deeming the young man utterly brazen. Kai-chun, wearing a pained expression, felt increasingly that the situation was spiraling out of control. Today's endeavor was likely doomed to fail. In contrast, Bien Yuanren laughed uproariously, clutching his belly. "Ha! With your naive demeanor, if you can come up with 20 million, I will devour all the plates on this table." Li Rue ignored him completely and stated, "By tomorrow, once I sell a few stocks, the 20 million will be readily available." He had borrowed Bien Yuanren's earlier words. Upon hearing this, Yu Bingling and Tang Shi's eyes lit up. They were aware of the substantial funds in Li Rue's stock account, which were more than sufficient for investment. However, Bien Yuanren's laughter grew even more derisive. "Learning from me? Kid, do you even know how to trade stocks? When I was raking in profits, you were still in diapers." Tang Shi could not restrain herself. "Who says Li Rue can't trade stocks? He has made a lot of money." "A lot? How much? Enough to cover today's meal?" Bien Yuanren scoffed. Tang Shi replied, "Li Rue could make enough to shock you. Just a few days ago, he recommended a stock to me called—" "What was it again?" "Feixiang Integration," Yi Bingling interjected. "Yes, Feixiang Integration," Tang Shi exclaimed indignantly. "Li Rue said this stock would rise, so I secretly bought 100 lots." Li Rue was taken aback. He had merely mentioned it offhandedly, not expecting Yi Bingling and Tang Shi to take it seriously. He was surprised that Tang Shi actually purchased 100 lots. Unfortunately, it seemed rather insufficient, indicating her lack of confidence. "Feixiang Integration?" Bien Yuanren erupted in laughter as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke. "Thank goodness you bought so little. Otherwise, you would have lost your pants." "What?" Tang Shi gasped. Bien Yuanren continued. "Feixiang Integration is a notorious penny stock that has lost money for 2 out of the last 3 years. Its primary industry is on the verge of collapse, and its debts are staggering. The largest client is also undergoing a transformation. Purchasing Feixiang Integration at this time? You must be fearless." Tang Shi was aghast. "That can't be true." Bien Yuanren whipped out his phone, opened a stock trading app, and found Feixiang Integration. "Look at these candlestick charts. It has suffered several consecutive large declines. Only someone completely ignorant of stocks would dare to invest in such garbage." Tang Shi's face paled. "So, the several tens of thousands I invested might be lost?" "Ha." Bien Yuanren laughed uncontrollably. "You better sell first thing tomorrow morning. If you manage to lose only 10, consider yourself lucky. If you wait too long, you might find yourself trapped." "Don't sell," Yu Bingling suddenly interjected. "Tang Shi, I believe in Li Rue. I bought 1,000 lots, and I'm not selling." Tang Shi was astonished. Didn't you say Li Rue was just fooling around? So you bought some too?" Li Rue was even more surprised. Who would have thought that the seemingly aloof Yu Bingling was secretly building her position while maintaining a facade of calmness? Moreover, having purchased 1,000 shares. "Well, Chairman, you have finally made a correct investment decision." Bien Yuanren could scarcely believe it. "You trust this inexperienced youth over my seasoned expertise in the stock market? I believe you have lost your minds." "Fine, I shall wait to see when he manages to earn 20 million. Kai-chun quickly interjected. "Bien, calm down. How about this? I will drink a few glasses with you until you are satisfied, all right?" Bien Yuanren rolled his eyes. "Kai, though you are quite attractive. You are over 40, and I prefer the youthful beauty of Tang Shi and Miss Yi." Kai-chun's expression darkened. The director and several other actors rose to persuade him. And only then did Bien Yuanren slowly take his seat, adopting a haughty demeanor. "I can grant you another opportunity. However, Tang Shi must apologize to me. And as for this lad, let him scram." Bien Yuanren pointed at Li Rue. Kai-chun hesitated. "Tang Shi, what do you think?" Tang Shi took a deep breath. "If Li Rue leaves, then I shall leave as well." You no longer wish to star in this production?" Kai-chun exclaimed in astonishment. Tang Shi replied, "I wish to perform, but I cannot sacrifice my dignity for a mere role. It is only a drink." Kai-chun was on the verge of tears. At that moment, Li Rue calmly stated, "Kai, my 20 million will be deposited tomorrow." Kai-chun forced a smile, "Mr. Li, please do not jest." "I never make such jokes," Li Rue replied. "By the way, you may now check the stock market announcements. You will be quite astonished." "Stock market announcements?" The group, puzzled, opened their phones and accessed the domestic stock market website, where they indeed discovered several newly issued announcements. One particular announcement caught their attention. Feixiang Integration announces restructuring plan. Feixiang Integration is restructuring? The crowd was taken aback and hurriedly clicked to read more. The announcement indicated that Feixiang Integration intends to acquire several assets from its actual controller, Huang Industry, through a targeted issuance, totaling 3.6 billion yuan in aviation electromechanical business, which, if successfully completed, would significantly enhance the company's performance and profitability. They were all astonished. Anyone with even a modest understanding of the stock market would recognize the implications. This is an extraordinarily positive development. After the market opens tomorrow, Feixiang Integration is sure to soar, and it may very well hit the ceiling. Is this for real? Tang Shi covered her mouth. Does that mean I could earn a considerable fortune? Yi Bingling, too, was flabbergasted. After purchasing shares in Feixiang Integration a few days prior, she had felt a twinge of regret, questioning her faith in such an unreliable individual as Li Rui. Having just heard Bian Yuanren disparage Feixiang Integration, her confidence had wavered, and her support for Li Rui had merely been a matter of pride. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Feixiang Integration had announced such momentous news, leaving her utterly speechless. Her 1,000 shares were worth over 1 million, and with just a single surge, she would gain 100,000. All thanks to Li Rui. Suddenly, the room echoed with Bian Yuanren's curses. How is this even possible? How could Feixiang Integration possibly undergo a sudden reorganization? This must be a falsehood. The crowd chuckled quietly, questioning how the official website could possibly disseminate such misinformation. Bian Yuanren, in a fit of frustration, exclaimed, "Isn't it merely a case of a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse? What is so remarkable about that? I refuse to believe that you can earn 20 million from a single stock." Yet, Li Rui suddenly interjected, "Director Kai, what about 3.5 million migwents? I just sold a stock and made a profit of several million migwents. If that is acceptable, I shall transfer 3.5 million migwents to you." 5 minutes later, the production team's account reflected an additional 3.5 million migwents. Gazing at the cascade of zeros, the crew was left in stunned silence. Even Bian Yuanren was taken aback. It turned out that this young man was not a simpleton but rather an impressive individual with worldly experience. Chapter 69, Real Estate Endorsement. Bian Yuanren slipped away. Having been publicly humiliated, he could scarcely bear to remain. Li Rui became the center of attention. Kai-Chun expressed her heartfelt sentiments, saying, "Mr. Li, I truly apologize for the misunderstanding. We failed to recognize your esteemed status and mistook you for Ms. Ye's employee." Li Rui smiled lightly and replied, "In truth, you were not entirely mistaken. I am indeed an employee of General Manager Yi, currently serving as a planner at Maoyuan Advertising." The crowd was taken aback. Maoyuan Advertising's prowess was unfathomable. How could a mere planner possibly command a 20 million investment for a television drama? Yet, hadn't he, the chairman, just stated that they could only allocate 5 million? This company was rather peculiar. Was the chairman poorer than the employees? Or perhaps the employees were wealthier than the chairman? Yi Bingling's face flushed, and she fought the impulse to kick Li Rui, saying coolly, "Li Rui is an outstanding employee of our company, far more capable than I, the chairman." The onlookers suddenly understood and exclaimed, "A strong general has no weak soldiers under him." The ensuing banquet was lively, filled with clinking glasses and laughter. Li Rui took the opportunity to engage in a meaningful exchange with producer Kai and director Wu. His investment in the drama Step by Step was merely a stepping stone for forging connections within the film industry. After all, he held a substantial portfolio of copyrights for Liu Cixin's novels and harbored dreams of constructing a domestic version of Universal Studios, both endeavors requiring the support of the film community. As the evening drew to a close, the guests bid farewell, and after seeing off producer Kai and others, Li Rui turned to find Yi Bingling and Tang Shi whispering together, causing him to squint in curiosity. The night breeze tousled their hair, rendering them breathtakingly beautiful. Yi Bingling exuded a cool radiance akin to the moon, while Tang Shi resembled a splendid orchid blooming in the night, prompting Li Rui to feel grateful for the creator's generosity in bestowing such exquisite beings upon the world. "Thank you for today," Tang Shi approached him, saying, "If it weren't for you, I shudder to think how Bian would have further humiliated others. I truly don't know how to express my gratitude." Li Rui chuckled. "If you wish to show your appreciation, I have a suggestion." "What do you have in mind?" Yi Bingling warned, positioning herself protectively behind Tang Shi. "I advise you not to presume that your wealth grants you leeway for unscrupulous behavior." Li Rui was at a loss for words. "Chairman, is that how you perceive me?" Yi Bingling realized she might have overreacted and shook her head in mild embarrassment. Tang Shi interjected, all right, Bingling, no need to worry." "Li Rui, how can I express my gratitude?" Li Rui replied, "Our company is currently representing a real estate project for promotion. Would you be interested in becoming its spokesperson? Endorse a real estate project? Tang Shi was taken aback. Li Rui explained. The community under Yanheng boasts commendable architectural design and an ambience reminiscent of the picturesque Jiangnan water towns, which resonates with your own elegance. Would you be willing to earn some extra income? Absolutely, I could use the money. Tang Shi readily agreed. In truth, even if she were in need of funds, she might not typically consider endorsing a real estate project, as it could diminish her perceived status. However, in her desire to express gratitude to Li Rui, she set aside such concerns. Though she is not particularly famous at the moment, Tang Shi remains oblivious to the fact that in 6 months, she will undoubtedly rue her decision to not negotiate for a higher endorsement fee with Li Rui. With a sense of satisfaction, Li Rui has effortlessly secured Tang Shi's endorsement, knowing that she will soon rise to prominence. When the new subway plan is announced and homebuyers flock to the sales office, their astonishment upon discovering that the spokesperson is the popular star Tang Shi will be quite amusing. Should he persuade Tang Shi to purchase a property in the New Horizons area? Perhaps he could even use the house as a form of payment for her endorsement. Given its inevitable appreciation in value, he mused, feeling it would not be a disservice to her. After dropping off Yu Bingling and Tang Shi, Li Rui returned home in a leisurely manner. Upon entering, he sensed something amiss. The air was fragrant, a scent of air freshener. To his astonishment, his previously disheveled room, which had succumbed to his laziness, was now immaculate. The shoe rack at the entrance, once a chaotic heap of shoes, now displayed them neatly arranged. The small dining table was spotless, adorned with an additional potted flower. As he ventured further into the living room, he found it utterly pristine. Even the clothes he typically tossed onto the couch were now neatly hung on a brand-new rack. Li Rui stood in the center of the living room, momentarily questioning if he had entered the wrong apartment. Just then, the kitchen door swung open, and Chun Qinglian peered out, asking, "Why are you back so late? Have you eaten dinner?" In that instant, Li Rui felt a wave of nostalgia, as if transported back to a previous life. After a long day at work, that familiar voice from the kitchen would inquire if he had dined and whether he would like a late-night snack. Calculating the timeline, she had yet to arrive in Haizhou. "What are you thinking about?" Chun Qinglian's voice brought Li Rui back to reality. "Did you tidy up?" He managed to smile, inquiring. "Yes," she replied. "I finished work early today and decided to clean up a bit." "You don't mind, do you?" Li Rui chuckled. "Who would mind a clean home?" "I just feel a bit embarrassed. You've worked hard." "It's no trouble at all. I tidy up at home every day," Chun Qinglian began. But then her expression dimmed as she recalled something. Quickly shifting the subject, Li Rui said, "I've already had dinner, but I could still eat a little more." "I'll prepare something for you," Chun Qinglian said, gracefully striding into the kitchen. As Li Rui returned to his room to change clothes, he was taken aback to find that his bedroom had also been tidied. The previously scattered undergarments were nowhere to be found. Stepping out of the bedroom, he discovered they were neatly hung on a rack to dry. Li Rui felt that Chun Qinglian was truly remarkable in her domesticity. Once he had changed, he found that Chun Qinglian had prepared a simple bowl of vegetable noodles topped with a poached egg, yet it felt extraordinary. "Is it delicious?" she asked. "Mm." Li Rui replied, not lifting his head, though his eyes glistened with unshed tears. He longed for his mother, for the woman she once was in his previous life. Life may have started anew, with countless differences, yet some emotions remain eternally unchanged. After finishing his meal, Li Rui insisted on washing the dishes before sitting down at his computer to review the day's earnings. From domestic stocks, he garnered a profit of 700,000. In cotton futures, his earnings soared to 14 million. In magnesium stocks, he amassed an intraday profit of 400,000 magnesium dollars. The speed at which he was accumulating wealth was astonishing, yet Li Rui still felt it was insufficiently swift. At this rate, he would barely accumulate 3 billion magnesium dollars in 6 months. He needed to cast a wider net. There had been no news from Lu Hong, and the repayment from New World would not materialize for at least 6 months. Li Rui mused to himself, "I need quick money now." With a click of his finger, he opened a website filled with an array of sports match scores. There was no faster method to earn money than this, but, unless absolutely necessary, it would be wise to refrain from such ventures. Chapter 70. Urgent need for investment. In the heart of San Francisco, nestled between 2nd and 3rd Streets, stands an edifice known as South Park. Within the confines of Office 164, the floor is strewn with discarded soda bottles, coffee cans, and rolls of toilet paper. The curtains are tightly drawn, with only the flickering glow of computer screens illuminating the space. Kevin, The server has crashed again, Mike Krieger exclaimed in frustration, cradling his head. When on Earth can we upgrade to a high-capacity server? This marks the third outage today. At this rate, we will lose all our users. Krieger, a graduate of Stanford University, currently serves as a product experience designer and engineer for Instagram and is one of its co-founders. Adjusting his wire-rimmed glasses, he glanced at the mirror hanging on the wall, where he beheld a weary visage, his hair disheveled like a bird's nest, and his eyes bloodshot from exhaustion. Having gone 36 hours without sleep, he felt as though he might collapse at any moment. His partner, Kevin Systrom, was not in much better shape. As another co-founder of Instagram, he had forsaken a lucrative position at Google to embark on this venture, anticipating a promising start, yet he found himself utterly drained. Fortunately, he had managed to catch a few hours of sleep the previous night, and now, emerging from his sleeping bag, he ruefully stated, "I am at my wit's end. We have already scaled 3 times, and we're out of funds. If user growth continues at this pace, even selling all my organs wouldn't suffice." "Then let us go find some money," Krieger retorted. "Isn't that your job? I have numerous tasks to attend to. So I've brought in a fellow to stand in for me. His name is Josh Riedel. He should be reporting in today." Systrom splashed cold water on his face, then made his way to the computer. In the next moment, all worries vanished as he raised his arms in jubilant celebration. 200, 000, 200, 000, 200, 000. We have reached 200, 000 users. Ha ha. Mike, how many days has it been since we launched? 4, 5, or 6? To acquire 200, 000 users so swiftly. We are bound for success. Krieger shot him a glare. Be quiet. If we do not resolve the server issues promptly, those 200, 000 users will vanish in a day. Look, I just rebooted the server, and the load is already at 75. I have no solutions either. Systrom muttered, unless we can secure some investment. I hope Josh can live up to his bravado and bring in a substantial sum. Why don't we seek funding from Jack? Krieger inquired, perplexed. The Jack he referred to was none other than Jack Dorsey, the founder of the currently thriving Twitter. Twitter, initially established in 2006 as a counterpart to Weibo, had grown to boast 150 million users, making it a formidable rival to Facebook in the social media arena. During his tenure at Google, Systrom had made several industry connections, including Dorsey himself. Before the advent of Instagram, Jack Dorsey emerged as one of the initial seed users who aided in its promotion. He exhibited a keen interest in the platform and expressed intentions to invest. However, Strom was somewhat reluctant, harboring an inherent aversion to large corporations, fearing that accepting investment would compromise their autonomy. Yet, the pressing issue remained. Without financial resources, server expansion was unattainable, and without such expansion, accommodating a growing user base would be impossible, thus stifling Instagram's potential for growth. The dilemma of freedom versus survival loomed large. I will consider it. Once Josh arrives, I will have him inquire with Ronnie and Chris if they have any interest. Regardless, we are in dire need of funds, Strom sighed. As the two men wallowed in their despondency, the doorbell rang. It must be Josh, Strom exclaimed, leaping to the door. Moments later, an exclamation of surprise echoed from the entrance. Craig approached, and upon recognizing the visitors, he too was taken aback. Instead of the archetypal disheveled Silicon Valley engineer clad in plaid, 2 young women with Asian features stood before them. Beautiful ladies, how may we assist you? Strom inquired with curiosity. The visitors were Yuna and Zhu Xiaya, who had skipped their classes at Stanford to traverse a significant portion of the Bay Area to reach them. Is this the Instagram company? Zhu Xiaya, the more vivacious of the two, inquired loudly. Indeed, whom are you seeking? We are international students from Wa country. My name is Wei, and this is A. We are currently studying at Stanford University. We were sent by a friend who hoped to discuss certain matters with your esteemed company, Zhu Xiaya explained. People from Wa country are aware of our company? Strom marveled, finding it hard to believe that someone from such a distant land would know of his nascent venture, which had only recently been established. Certainly, we are also a nation passionate about the internet, Yuna chimed in. My friend recommended your app to me on its very first day of launch. Your friend possesses remarkable insight, Strom acknowledged with a nod. At that moment, Craig interjected, Kevin, it is impolite to leave these 2 lovely ladies conversing at the door. Should we not invite them in? Would you care to come in for a soda? Exchanging glances, Yuna and Zhu Xiaya discerned that the 2 weary-looking men, seemingly deprived of sleep for weeks, were not malicious, and thus mustered the courage to step into the office. Although termed an office, it resembled more of a cluttered space, featuring a long table strewn with computers and various photographic equipment. The most prominent feature was a whiteboard facing the entrance, covered in an array of symbols, indicative of numerous brainstorming sessions. "Please, take a seat." Strom realized only after he spoke that there were merely 2 chairs in the office, both stained with the perspiration of himself and Krieg, rendering them unsuitable for the ladies. "No need for formalities. Let us get straight to the point," Yuna interjected hastily. "We have come primarily to request your contact information on behalf of a friend who is interested in investing in your company." "What?" Both Strom and Krieg were taken aback. An investment from Huagua? They had never imagined they would hear such news. Are the Huagua people wealthy? Strom hesitated before asking, "Could you elaborate further?" Chapter 71. I only invest money. As Chun Qinglian cradled her cup of water, she approached the bedroom door, only to find Li Rui still seated before his computer. Engrossed in stock market trends, she gently reminded him, "You should get some rest. Staying up late isn't good for your health." Li Rui turned with a smile. "Yes. You go ahead and sleep. Thank you for cooking the noodles." Chun Qinglian returned a warm smile and retreated to her room. After closing the door, she hesitated for a moment but chose not to lock it, trusting that Li Rui was not the kind of person to breach her privacy. Lying in bed, she could hear the sounds of typing and conversation from outside. A mix of Mandarin and a foreign language filled the air. It was her first time hearing Li Rui speak in the latter, which piqued her curiosity. There seemed to be a young woman's voice, fluently conversing in that language. Intrigued, she pondered who Li Rui could be chatting with at such a late hour. Surely, it must be someone significant to him. Could it be a foreign girlfriend? Restlessness took over as her mind replayed the moments since she had met Li Rui, tossing and turning. Just as she was on the verge of drifting into slumber, the door creaked open. Startled awake, she remained still, turning her body away from the door, beads of nervous sweat forming on her brow. Was it Li Rui? What could he possibly want? Her heart raced with uncertainty, torn between confronting him or feigning sleep. If he intended to do something, should she resist? As she wrestled with these tumultuous thoughts, Li Rui's voice broke through the silence. "Qinglian Jie, are you asleep?" A wave of relief washed over her as she rubbed her eyes, pretending to just awaken. "What's wrong? Could you contact a lawyer friend? I have an urgent matter that requires an investment contract to be prepared immediately." Now, Chun Qinglian glanced at the clock. It was 2:30 in the morning. "Yes, now." Li Rui insisted emphatically, "It's extremely important and urgent. It must be done at once." "All right." Chun Qinglian understood that Li Rui would not make such a request without cause. She proceeded to call the lawyer while Li Rui returned to his computer, his heart racing with excitement as he scanned the overflowing chat records. Yuna had finally reached out to him, even arranging for him to video chat with Instagram's founders, Strom and Krieger. Although the transcontinental connection was somewhat choppy and his foreign language skills were not yet fluent enough for direct dialogue, with Yuna's assistance, their communication flowed relatively smoothly. Li Rui candidly expressed his enthusiasm for Instagram, showering the 2 American programmers with compliments that left them beaming with delight. Once the mood lightened, he articulated his investment intentions. Both Strom and Krieger, Stanford graduates and esteemed professionals, were not swayed merely by flattery. They had their own considerations. For Instagram to thrive, it needed to seek investment, which was a given. However, they held high expectations regarding the amount of investment, equity share, control over the company, and the identity of the investor. The investment amount cannot be too minimal. According to their calculations, a minimum of $25 million is required to satisfactorily upgrade the servers, concurrently developing a superior version and enhancing social functionalities. In terms of equity distribution, Strom currently holds 80 of Instagram's shares while Krieger possesses 20. They aspire to maintain a ratio of 40-10, with no further dilution permitted. Regarding control over the company, both individuals demand absolute autonomy, ideally with investors merely providing capital, leaving all operational management and development responsibilities to them. Moreover, the identity of the investor is of utmost importance. They prefer investors who are insiders within Silicon Valley, as this could yield additional benefits. For instance, Jack Dorsey, as the founder of Twitter, could undoubtedly generate significant publicity for Instagram. Similarly, they aim to connect with Ron Conway's son, Ronnie Conway, who is renowned for his investments in Google and Facebook. Additionally, Chris Sacca, another legendary angel investor, is celebrated for his success with Twitter. Li Rui, as a Chinese national, finds himself at a considerable disadvantage, lacking any influence in Silicon Valley compared to these 3 potential investors. Sensing their hesitation, Li Rui candidly stated, "Let me express my position frankly. Firstly, I have great confidence in Instagram's development prospects. Therefore, I am willing to invest $5 million for a 30 stake. Both Strom and Krieger were taken aback. Their psychological price point was $25 million for 50 equity, though they lacked substantial confidence. Whether it be Jack Dorsey, Ronnie Conway, or Chris Sacca, they embody both angels and devils, motivated solely by maximizing profits. If they could relinquish 55 of their shares in exchange for an investment of approximately $1 million, they would be amenable. However, they were unprepared for the generous terms presented by Li Rue, which far exceeded their expectations. Based on this investment amount, the valuation of Instagram, which had just launched a few days prior, had already soared to $5 million. Not only were Strom and Krieger astonished, but Yuna and Zhu Xiaoyao were equally taken aback. Zhu Xiaoyao whispered, "Yuna, your classmate is incredibly wealthy, isn't he?" Yuna shook her head in confusion. "I have no idea. I haven't seen him in years. Does he have a girlfriend? If not, I might just make a move," Zhu Xiaoyao said enthusiastically. Yuna pinched her. "Don't be ridiculous. What, are you planning to keep him for yourself? You must afford me a fair chance to compete. Such a diamond bachelor is hard to come by." "Zhu Xiaoyao, you are being absurd." As the two girls whispered, Strom and Krieger exchanged glances, highly intrigued by Li Rue's proposal. Yet, they still harbored concerns. "If we accept your investment, how will you involve yourself in the company's operations?" Krieger cautiously inquired. Li Rue smiled and remarked, "My only mode of involvement is financial investment. Apart from that, as someone utterly ignorant of programming and operations, I shall refrain from offering any opinions on your decisions. I simply wish to be a hands-off manager." To ensure they understood his intent, Li Rue requested Yuna to assist with the translation. Strom's expression brightened, for he valued control over the company above all. In his view, Instagram must evolve independently, retaining its unique character, while he and Krieg required ample space to showcase their abilities. Even the most formidable investors would find no acceptance from Strom should they attempt to dictate terms to Instagram. "May we take this into consideration?" Strom inquired. Li Rue nodded in acquiescence, by all means. While they engaged in their discussions, Li Rue retreated to Chen Xinglian's room, where the earlier scene unfolded. The waiting period was fraught with tension and excitement, and it was not until an entire hour had passed, with the sky over Haizhou beginning to brighten, that Strom and Krieg returned to the screen. Li Rue understood that the moment of destiny had arrived. Would this mark the beginning of their venture into Silicon Valley, conquering the Bay Area, seizing the heart of America, and sweeping through the internet? Or would they face setbacks, leading to a gradual but steady rise? Chapter 72. Reaching an agreement. In the video footage, the figures of Strom and Krieg appeared. After a moment of contemplation, Strom addressed Mr. Li Rue, stating, "After much deliberation and discussion with Krieg, we have tentatively agreed to your investment." Below the screen, out of sight of the others, Li Rue clenched his fist but maintained a composed demeanor as he replied, "I sincerely appreciate your decision. I shall strive to become one of the finest investors in the world, working together with you to elevate Instagram into a remarkable company." "Wait a moment. I believe there are some details we still need to finalize," Strom interjected hastily. Having previously worked at Google, he possessed a profound understanding of various venture capital risks and proceeded to outline a series of requirements, primarily aimed at establishing the equity stakes and responsibilities of both parties. Li Rue accepted each stipulation, yet one condition was non-negotiable. He insisted on the right of first refusal for future investments. No matter how many financing rounds Instagram may undertake in the future, Li Rue would retain the right to subscribe to all or part of any newly registered capital. This provision ensured that his shares and control over Instagram would never be diluted. To put it another way, should Li Rue's foray into Silicon Valley ultimately fail, he would still stand to gain hundreds of times his investment when Instagram eventually sold in 2 years. After reaching a general consensus, Li Rue requested Yuna's assistance in collaborating with Strom to seek professional lawyers and financial advisors in the vicinity of Silicon Valley to draft a formal investment contract, acknowledging that this process would require some time. "As a gesture of my sincerity, prior to signing the contract, I shall inject $300,000 USD. Please expedite the expansion of your servers. I encountered difficulties logging into Instagram 3 times yesterday due to server congestion," Li Rue stated. Krieg blushed, admitting, "We are indeed in dire need of funds, but with your contribution, I assure you that the server issues will be resolved within 3 days. No, within 2. "That would be splendid," Li Rue replied with a smile. "By the way, as a devoted user rather than merely an investor, I would like to offer a small suggestion. Please, go ahead, Krieg urged. Could you expedite the release of the Android version? An increasing number of people around me are adopting Android phones. This is a substantial market that cannot be overlooked, Li Rue proposed. Krieg responded, previously, we lacked sufficient manpower, and as you know, we had no funds to hire more engineers. With financial resources now at our disposal, we will certainly seek an expert in the Android system. Excellent, Li Rue continued. Additionally, I believe one of Instagram's most commendable aspects is its community. Is it possible to leverage the relatively established user relationships of Twitter, Facebook, and Flickr to enable sharing and retweeting functionalities? By importing related friends into the community, we could foster a vibrant atmosphere and disseminate our platform rapidly without incurring substantial promotional expenses. Strum exclaimed in surprise, what a splendid idea. Mike, in the next version, I want to see these features implemented. Krieg dashed to the whiteboard, eagerly jotting down the suggestions proposed by Li Rue, exclaiming, I already have ideas swirling in my mind. Ha ha ha, I can envision a million users beckoning us. Strom, with utmost seriousness, remarked, Li, you are truly an exceptional investor. Your insights are immensely valuable to us. Li Rue replied, this perspective merely reflects my stance as an ordinary user. The decision to implement rests entirely with you. The sum of $300,000 will soon be credited, and once the investment contract is officially signed, an additional $2 million will be promptly transferred. I shall endeavor to visit you in the United States soon. I hope by then we can raise a toast to our success. Absolutely. Strom and Krieg erupted into hearty laughter. Li Rue shut down his computer and rubbed his eyes, realizing yet again he had endured another sleepless night. A friend informed him that the legal documents would likely be organized by the end of the day, followed by coordination with the American side. The investment process could be completed within a week at the earliest. Xinxinglian approached, handing him a cup of hot water. After taking a generous sip, Li Rue contemplated. Could you kindly inquire if your friend would be willing to serve as my full-time legal advisor? Regardless of her current salary, I would offer her double. I will ask her, Xinxinglian nodded. I shall take my leave now. I am utterly exhausted. Li Rue felt a heavy weariness wash over him. Thankfully, he was still young. Had he been in his 40s in his past life, such sleepless nights could have dire consequences. Upon returning to his room, he collapsed onto the bed, falling into a deep sleep. When he awoke, it was already 11 o'clock in the afternoon. Thursday, October 14th, 2010. Outside the window, rain fell incessantly, droplets tapping lightly against the glass. Such weather was perfect for a restful slumber. Emerging from his bedroom, he found breakfast left by Xinxinglian on the dining table. Though slightly cold, it remained quite delicious. Li Rue casually turned on the television, where the show If You Are the One was being replayed, with the bald host Ming Fei engaging in spirited discussion. He switched channels to a news segment announcing this year's Nobel Prize winners. In the category of literature, the Peruvian poet Mario Vargas Llosa received the award, while Haruki Murakami once again faced disappointment, eliciting a wave of sighs from netizens. Li Rue chuckled, thinking to himself, this is just the beginning. He will continue to be overlooked, even Mo Yan's win eludes him. Changing the channel once more, he found a sports network predicting this year's Champions League prospects. Li Rue recalled that this year, football in the country was beginning to take off, with the Hengyuan team, sponsored by Hengyuan Real Estate, set to commence from the top league, paving the way for a future dynasty in football. Subsequent events would reveal that financial backing alone could not salvage the nation's football. Yet it at least gifted fans with cherished memories of star-studded matches. Could I, having returned to life, rescue the nation's football? Li Rue pondered, ultimately deciding against it. Such feats may be beyond even the divine. A mere reincarnate like me should refrain from meddling. If one truly wishes to invest in sports, esports presents a far more suitable option than traditional football. That year, the influential game League of Legends had already been operating in the United States for a year. Yet it would take another year before entering the domestic market. In this year, Principal Wang has yet to venture into the realm of esports, as gaming remains an uncertain path for the youth, with professional players earning a pitifully low salary. During this time, Riot Games is still a small enterprise. While Steam has begun to take shape, offering enticing discounts, mobile gaming is just beginning to show signs of resurgence. If one could seize the opportunity to invest early, integrating Instagram with the companies envisioned by Li Rue, a complete industrial chain could undoubtedly be established. The more Li Rue contemplated this plan, the more feasible it appeared, prompting him to promptly document his thoughts in a notebook. Within its pages, filled with dense lines of wealth codes. Li Rui believed that if he could achieve even half of what was outlined, he would effortlessly ascend to the status of the world's richest individual. Chapter 73. The CEO's visit. The rain continued to pour, creating a languid atmosphere. Li Jun called to inquire about the details of the vlog promotional event scheduled for tomorrow. However, Li Rui, wishing to indulge in laziness, feigned illness, suggesting that Li Jun make the decisions himself. After hanging up, Li Rui buried himself under the covers and slipped into a deep slumber, only to awaken in the evening, feeling remarkably refreshed and invigorated. The vitality of youth is truly remarkable. Upon waking, hunger struck, prompting Li Rui to inspect the contents of his refrigerator. He decided to venture downstairs in search of sustenance. Lamenting the late rise of Mate Yuan and Me. In Haizhou, back in 2010, ordering takeout via mobile phones was not yet commonplace. Making a phone call or booking through a website was the norm. Me had likely been established for 2 years by then, but its growth had been sluggish, only beginning to surge after receiving investment from Jinsha Venture Capital the following year. As for Mate Yuan's delivery service, it would not emerge until 3 years later, after the dust settled from the fierce group buying war, allowing Mate Yuan to dominate the market. Should I invest in Me? Li Rui pondered seriously. As for Mate Yuan, he was reluctant to work with Wang Xing, finding him too cunning. Just as he was about to head downstairs, his phone rang. It was Yi Bingling. He answered casually. Hello, General Manager Yi. You're unwell? Yi Bingling inquired bluntly. Cough, cough, cough. Li Rui hastily faked a cough. Yes. I worked late last night and caught a bit of a cold. Give me your address. What address? Your home address. I've made some soup to bring over. Li Rui was incredulous. Yi Bingling could cook soup? General Manager Yi, there's no need to be so courteous. Tell me the address immediately, or the soup will get cold. Really, it's not necessary. Li Rui, don't make me ask a third time. Jiahe Community, Building C, 17th floor. Room 1702. Li Rui relented. I'll be there in 20 minutes. Yi Bingling hung up the phone. Immediately, Li Rui removed his clothing and began jogging around the living room to warm himself up. He scattered a few packets of cold medicine around, poured a glass of hot water, and prepared a warm towel, concocting a scene of illness. Before long, the doorbell rang. Li Rui wrapped himself in a blanket and shakily approached the door. Standing at the entrance was Yi Bingling, one hand gripping a damp umbrella and the other carrying a thermal container. Her black suit, soaked by the rain, clung to her. With strands of hair sticking to her forehead, her slightly disheveled appearance surprisingly more stunning than her usual composed demeanor. General Manager Yi, it's just a minor cold. You didn't have to come all this way, Li Rui began, but before he could finish, Yi Bingling briskly entered. Do you think I care about your well-being? I'm concerned about the promotional event tomorrow. Yi Bingling placed the thermal container on the dining table, her tone cool as she surveyed the room. Li Rui quickly reassured her. Rest assured, General Manager Yi, I will personally oversee the promotional event tomorrow. There will be no issues. That's good. Yi Bingling noticed the cold medicine on the table. Have you taken your medicine? Having finished her meal, I feel considerably better now, Li Rui remarked. Yi Bingling nodded, saying, Drink the soup. I brewed it myself. Li Rui took the thermos to the kitchen, poured a bowl of soup, and upon returning to the dining area, he discovered Yi Bingling standing at the doorway, observing a row of women's shoes on the shoe rack. All belonged to Chen Qinglian, featuring elegant high heels, casual flats, vibrant sports shoes, and delicate pink slippers. He initially anticipated Yi Bingling would inquire about the owner of the shoes, but to his surprise, she remained silent and returned to the table. Li Rui contemplated offering an explanation but felt that doing so would only draw more attention to the matter. Thus, he simply sat down opposite her and took small sips of the soup. The flavor was unexpectedly delightful, yet it bore an oddly familiar taste. After a moment of hesitation, he asked, Is this pig stomach soup from Huaji Kanji Shop? Huaji Kanji Shop, located near the office, is well known for its delectable porridge, noodles, and rice dishes, particularly its famous pig stomach soup, which Li Rui often enjoyed with his friend, Fatty, during lunch, making him intimately familiar with its flavor. Yi Bingling appeared momentarily taken aback. You could tell? I knew it. Li Rui glanced at Yi Bingling's fingers, with her delicate hands seemingly untouched by labor. It was hard to believe she could have made the soup. I deceived you. In truth, I cannot cook, Yi Bingling confessed softly. Li Rui nodded, acknowledging her admission. Feeling a bit awkward, Yi Bingling asked, Do you have an apple at home? Allow me to peel one for you. Without waiting for Li Rui's consent, She opened the refrigerator and indeed found an apple. 30 seconds later, she exclaimed in surprise, a drop of blood trickling from her fingertip. Li Rui covered his face. Realizing that this seemingly delicate woman was rather clumsy, he quickly fetched a Band-Aid. Here, let me wrap it for you. With a furrowed brow, Yu Bingling extended her finger. Their proximity allowed Li Rui to catch a faint whiff of her subtle fragrance. Fortunately, due to their previous intimate encounter at the hotel, he had developed self-control. Conversely, Yu Bingling's breath quickened, her face tinged with a blush, her toes, hidden within her socks, pressed down nervously, almost leaving an imprint on the floor. After examining the wound, Li Rui sighed in relief. Fortunately, it's not too deep. Otherwise, you would have needed a tetanus shot. He carefully bandaged her finger. Once her finger was tended to, Li Rui picked up the apple and a knife, swiftly peeling the fruit and offering it to her. Here, have an apple to replenish your strength. As Yu Bingling held the apple, her nose inexplicably felt a bit sour. Since her childhood, she had seldom tasted the warmth of family. Her parents were perpetually preoccupied with business. The remarks from uncles and aunts were often laced with barbs, and her siblings competed fiercely for attention. All driven by a singular goal, wealth. It was precisely because she was born into such a household that her icy demeanor was cultivated. This fade, which appeared formidable, concealed a vulnerability that only she understood, a profound yearning for love. Deprived of affection at home, she craved love even more. Yet, throughout her education and into her career, the men she encountered were increasingly repugnant. Whether it is the allure of her noble lineage or the envy of her exquisite beauty, those who surround her, lacking the merit to deserve her affection, seem utterly unworthy. Yu Bingling even questions whether she is doomed to a life of solitude, cursed to remain alone forever. She had believed that her heart would never flutter for any man again. Yet, as she clutched the apple that Li Rui had peeled for her, her heart raced uncontrollably. Yu Bingling gazed at Li Rui, a man she had previously overlooked, who in recent days had left an indelible impression on her. He possessed a quality that Yu Bingling yearned for yet could not attain. With her eyes slightly dazed, she whispered, Li Rui, At that moment, the door creaked open, and Qin Xinglian entered. Chapter 74. The inferno. The rain continued to pour, creating a rather awkward atmosphere. The moment their eyes met, Yu Bingling and Qin Xinglian were both startled. Yu Bingling felt a sense of panic akin to being caught in a compromising situation, while Qin Xinglian experienced an unsettling tension that suggested her arrival was ill-timed. Yu Bingling abruptly stood up, stammering, I should take my leave. Qin Xinglian retreated slightly, saying, I seem to have left something at the office. Ms. Yi, Sister Xinglian, please do not misunderstand each other, Li Rui interjected, sensing the disquiet in the air. Allow me to introduce you. A minute later, Yu Bingling and Qin Xinglian managed to muster polite and courteous smiles as they shook hands. Are you his personal financial advisor? Yu Bingling inquired nonchalantly, feigning ignorance. I was not aware that banks offered such services. Her question carried a hint of ambiguity. Was she inquiring whether banks indeed provided personal financial advisors, or was she questioning why a personal advisor would reside with their client? Qin Xinglian, being an astute woman, discerned the underlying ambiguity in Yu Bingling's inquiry but chose to feign ignorance. With a smile, she replied, State-owned banks do not offer such services. However, our Guangdong Bank is a commercial institution, and we prioritize our clients' needs. Personal financial advisors are a specialized service for clients with assets exceeding 100 million, encompassing all aspects of life. If Ms. Yi has any inquiries, you are welcome to consult with us at our bank. Yu Bingling was momentarily taken aback, disregarding the subtle provocation in Qin Xinglian's response, as her mind fixated on a few words. Assets exceeding 100 million. Li Rui possessed over 100 million in assets? Although Yu Bingling had long known about the astonishing returns on Li Rui's stock and futures accounts, and that his Bentley Mulsanne was not a vehicle any ordinary wealthy individual could drive, hearing such information from Qin Xinglian was still overwhelmingly shocking, leaving her momentarily dazed. Her father, that ever-busy businessman, who prioritized profit over family, had surely not amassed such wealth over the years, had he? Sensing the precariousness of the situation, Li Rui quickly suggested, well, you both haven't had dinner yet, so why not we go out to eat? However, Qin Xinglian raised the takeout box in her hand, saying, I brought back some Xiaoyang's pan-fried buns. Li Rui was at a loss for words. I'll change my clothes and heat up the buns. Ms. Yi surely won't mind such a humble dinner, right? For some reason, the usually composed Qin Xinglian now appeared to embody the essence of the house as hostess, her gentle smile radiating an unexpectedly assertive aura. Li Rui was resolute in his desire not to dine with these two women, It was hardly a meal, but rather a descent into the inferno. Before he could voice his thoughts, Yu Bingling calmly stated, "I adore pan-fried buns, thank you." Li Rui, let us continue our discussion. As she gracefully sat down, she added, "Let us finalize the details for tomorrow's Weibo promotion." Li Rui pondered. Had it not already been settled? What more was there to discuss? Yet, Yi Bingling did not seek his opinion at all, and began to express her thoughts with great eloquence. Tomorrow is Friday, and the traffic on V-Blog during the weekend is exceptionally high. However, we must be mindful of several issues, particularly avoiding the nightlife hours of the young demographic, especially those aged 25 to 35 who are in urgent need of housing. We should strive to create an immediate impact with our promotional efforts. This had all been decided by Li Rui, and he doubted the necessity of reiteration. At that moment, Chen Xinglian emerged in her loungewear, and Li Rui noticed that she had subtly enhanced her makeup. As she passed the dining table, Chen Xinglian casually asked, "Li Rui, shall we mix the soy sauce, vinegar, and chili oil as usual?" Li Rui was bewildered as to when he had adopted such a routine. Yi Bingling's pace of speech suddenly quickened. The copy for V-Blog must be reconsidered. There can be no typographical errors. Meanwhile, Chen Xinglian remarked, "Is 2 minutes in the microwave sufficient?" Yi Bingling raised her voice slightly. After the first wave of impact, it is crucial to maintain the momentum. The announcement for the second wave must be clear and precise. Should we serve juice or cola? Perhaps juice, as carbonated drinks are not beneficial for health. Your ideas regarding the second wave of prizes are intriguing, but might they lead to misunderstandings among the audience? Do you prefer apple juice or orange juice? Li Rui's mind buzzed with confusion, akin to being amidst the clamor of a bustling marketplace. He discerned the subtle rivalry between the two women. One resembled a local power, constantly displaying concern and understanding for Li Rui, while the other was a formidable force, exuding an overwhelming attitude. How to navigate this predicament? Should he feign a high fever and collapse? Ding. Finally, the microwave ceased its operation. Li Rui hastily interjected, "Director Yi, I'm feeling a bit hungry. Shall we eat first and discuss later?" He disregarded the notion of feigning illness, rushing into the kitchen to assist Chen Xinglian in serving the pan-fried dumplings while also retrieving the juice and cola. The three of them took their seats. With a carefully arranged seating arrangement, the two women sat across from each other, reminiscent of a strategic standoff. Li Rui positioned himself in between, remaining neutral. Chen Xinglian smiled. "Li Rui, will you have juice or cola? Juice is healthier." Yi Bingling remarked coolly. "Li Rui, don't you usually prefer cola?" Li Rui cleared his throat and replied, "Juice is delightful, and cola is also good. I enjoy both. I plan to start with a glass of juice, followed by cola." Yi Bingling and Chen Xinglian simultaneously shot him a glare, and an inexplicable tension filled the table. Li Rui feigned ignorance, serving each of them a pan-fried dumpling. "Here. Have some more." Afterward, he himself grabbed a dumpling, heedless of its heat, and bit into it voraciously, exclaiming, "Delicious, truly delicious." Observing his demeanor, the two women fell silent and began to eat quietly. The atmosphere at the dining table was strangely awkward. No one spoke. Only the sounds of chewing filled the air. Li Rui soon finished his dumpling and softly remarked, "I'm done." Chen Xinglian lifted her gaze. "You have some grease on your lips," she said, pulling out a tissue, ready to wipe his mouth. On the other side, Yi Bingling simultaneously reached for the tissue box. The air seemed to crackle with electricity. Li Rui also raised his hand to wipe the grease from the corner of his mouth with his sleeve, then remarked, "I have a bit of a stomachache. I need to use the restroom." Before the two women could react, he dashed into the bathroom, locking the door behind him, resolutely determined not to emerge. Chen Xinglian glanced at Yi Bingling, who in turn looked at Chen Xinglian, and the two shared a knowing smile. This was a battle, and it did not necessarily have to involve Li Rui directly, yet once women felt the stirrings of competition, they simply could not afford to lose face. Moreover, for beauties of their caliber, who had never faltered in their allure throughout their lives, conceding to one another was utterly unacceptable. "Manager Chun, you must be of a considerable age, aren't you?" Yi Bingling inquired nonchalantly. The sound of Li Rui, having caught this question from the bathroom, was unmistakably followed by the crash of his phone against the floor. Chapter 75. The battle begins. Li Rui emerged from the restroom, somewhat taken aback. In the kitchen, two women were engaged in lively conversation, entirely devoid of the anticipated tension. "Do you need any help?" he inquired, stealthily probing from the kitchen entrance. "No need." The two women replied in unison. Li Rui felt even more perplexed. How had they transformed from adversaries to allies so swiftly? Women truly are a conundrum more intricate than Goldbach's conjecture. Even after living 2 lifetimes, he could not fathom the whimsical thoughts swirling within their charming minds. Having tidied the kitchen, Yi Bingling stepped out and remarked, "It's getting late, Li Rui. You should rest well. We'll see how you perform tomorrow evening." "Rest assured, Chairman. I've got it all covered," Li Rui replied promptly. Yi Bingling nodded and added, "Then, until we meet again. Chile, do not forget our shopping trip this weekend." "Absolutely," Chen Qinglei responded with a beaming smile. After bidding farewell to Yi Bingling, Li Rui turned to Chen Qinglei with a look of suspicion. "Sister Qinglei, what is the relationship between you and Yi Zong?" "What do you mean?" Chen Qinglei retorted. "Weren't you two just? Wasn't there a hint of rivalry earlier? How did you suddenly become such close friends?" Li Rui inquired. Chen Qinglei smiled lightly. "I have only just met Yi Zong. We have no entanglements of interest. So how could there be any rivalry?" Li Rui yearned to assert that it was perhaps due to him, but such a statement felt excessively narcissistic, leaving him momentarily speechless. Chen Qinglei continued, "Do not overthink it. Men, truly, are both ordinary and self-assured." With that, she retreated to her bedroom, slamming the door behind her. Li Rui was left bewildered. What on earth was happening? Even the following morning, he remained puzzled, yet he was aware that Chen Qinglei was undoubtedly upset with him. Evidenced by the absence of breakfast. After satisfying his hunger at a nearby breakfast shop, he made his way to the sales office. Following 2 days of training with Bailan, the transformation of the Xingrui company and the sales office staff was indeed remarkable. The environment of the sales office had undergone significant changes, with numerous areas adorned with traditional decorations and ink wash paintings gracing the walls, exuding both charm and a hint of literary elegance. The female employees were uniformly attired in Hanfu-style uniforms, which, at that time, were not as popular as they would later become, providing a refreshing visual appeal. Bailan, in a simple yet elegant long dress, appeared gentle and lovely, reminiscent of Zhao Yaji from the legend of the New White Snake. "You are truly beautiful," Li Rui praised enthusiastically. Bailan blushed and replied, "Don't tease me. Does it really look good?" "Of course," he affirmed. "If young couples come to purchase a home, it would be best if you do not receive them. I'm afraid the bride might feel jealous." "You still dare to say that?" Bailan exclaimed, shyly stamping her foot. Li Rui then asked, "Are the promotional materials ready?" Bailan, with a hint of shyness, replied, "My dear, from design to production, we have been working around the clock for 48 hours. I just received the samples." "Are you certain you want to send out such items? Don't you find them quite interesting?" Li Rui countered. "Where are the samples? Show them to me." Bailan's face flushed. "I refuse to show you. Let someone else do it. I shall go and see how well they have prepared." With that, he dashed away. Li Rui scratched his head and murmured to himself, "What is there to feel embarrassed about?" Once he confirmed that everything was in order at the sales office, he made a visit to Xinlong Company to finalize a few details before heading back to Maoyuan Advertising to make the final preparations. Today, all the employees of Maoyuan Advertising were in position, entering a state of readiness akin to wartime. Everyone was acutely aware that the company was facing a battle of destiny. Should they succeed, they would achieve resounding acclaim, no matter where they might go thereafter. They could proudly declare that they had personally participated in that momentous night which shook the national advertising industry. But what if they were to fail? How could failure even be an option? Such a grand endeavor could never falter. Yet, despite their confidence, the absence of their leader instilled a degree of unease, particularly for Yi Bingling, who had arrived at the office early and had already conducted several inspections. It was clear to everyone that the chairman was not merely conducting inspections. She was anxiously awaiting Li Rui's arrival. How could he, fully aware that today was a momentous occasion, still not be here? Just as the atmosphere became increasingly tense, Li Rui finally arrived. As he entered the company humming a tune, he sensed that the ambience was amiss. Everyone appeared taut as a bowstring, their faces etched with anxiety and urgency. "What is wrong with you all?" Li Rui inquired, puzzled. Li Jun rushed over, visibly relieved, and said, "Li Rui, you finally arrived. Everyone has been waiting for you." "Waiting for me?" Li Rui was taken aback. Li Jun forced a smile and explained, "Tonight marks the beginning. Who can remain as relaxed as you?" Li Rui chuckled. "Please do not be overly tense. It may lead to mistakes later on. I suggest everyone take a moment to unwind. Those who wish to rest should do so, and those who wish to play may indulge for a while. Let us all reconvene by 5 o'clock sharp." This. Li Jun hesitated, wondering if the chairman would approve. "This project is under my purview, and I shall make the decisions. Everyone is free for now, but remember to return promptly at 5. Li Rui waved his hand. A cheer erupted. And aside from those in essential roles, the office quickly emptied. By the time Yi Bingling noticed, the office was already deserted. Li Rui, what have you done? She seethed. Li Rui shrugged. To conserve energy for tonight, surely you wouldn't want everyone dozing off at a critical moment? Yi Bingling hesitated. Yet you should have consulted me. Li Rui responded earnestly. Leave these minor matters to me. As the chairman, you should focus on the overarching strategy. Yi Bingling paused, realizing the validity of his words. As the chairman, I must embody the stature of my position. I shall strategize from within, while Li Rui executes from afar. Very well. Then I shall entrust this to you. Yi Bingling nodded. However, upon returning to her office, she felt something was amiss. Was that not tantamount to doing nothing but observing? Time flew swiftly, and soon it was 5 in the evening. As the workday drew to a close, employees of Maoyuan Advertising returned in droves, each one poised for action, ready to engage in the impending showdown. Li Rui commenced the distribution of tasks. Some were assigned to liaise with Weibo, others to monitor data, while a few managed accounts. Simultaneously, the staff at Xinyan's Haizhou branch were also laboring diligently. Today marked a significant occasion for Maoyuan Advertising, Yuanhai Ziniandi, and Xinyan Weibo alike. Seated in her office, Ma Wenxuan observed the gradual yet sluggish rise of Weibo traffic and felt it was time to take action. She dialed Li Rui's number and stated, "It's nearly there. The traffic has hit a bottleneck and requires your stimulation." "Understood," replied Li Rui. "Let the battle commence." Chapter 76. Surging Traffic. Friday, October 15th, 2010, 8:09 p.m. On an unremarkable weekend evening, a group of young individuals concluded a week of labor, having just savored their dinner, and were prepared to indulge in their leisure. Many among them, having grown weary of Happy Network and Rinrin, shifted their focus to the most popular platform, Vblog. Eager to discover which celebrities had joined and to check the number of their own followers. During this period, Vblog's traffic reached a peak. "Honey, could you please check if anyone commented on the post I made this afternoon? You only have a mere 20-some followers. How could there be comments so quickly? Just look. Will you?" Zhou Hui and Chen Li were a couple navigating life in Haizhou, with both their careers and relationship firmly established, reaching the stage of discussing marriage and homeownership. After dinner, Chen Li was impatient to log onto Vblog. Zhou Hui, unable to resist his girlfriend's enthusiasm, opened the computer, accessed Vblog, and entered the homepage, only to let out a soft gasp. The evening atmosphere on Vblog seemed markedly different from the daytime, featuring a trending search category and a leaderboard. 1. Far Voyage New World $1 Million Lottery. Hot. 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 2. Lu? Chen? Na? Wei? Who is the true queen of Vblog? Hot. Hot. 3. Is my girlfriend a nine-tailed fox really that beautiful? Hot. 4. The trending list is arranged according to user search volume, reflecting the current popular trends on Vblog. It appears rather intriguing. Zhou Hui mused as he read the explanation of the trending list and casually clicked on the top entry. The page transitioned, albeit sluggishly. What is the matter? Are there unusually many people online today? Zhou Hui wondered, noting the unusual lag. Chen Li emerged from the bathroom, having washed her face and donned a cucumber mask. Are there any comments? Just a moment. Vblog is lagging. It might be due to the newly launched trending list feature. Why is it so slow? Chen Li approached, observing the loading page with confusion. Could there be an issue with Vblog's network? Zhou Hui checked the broadband connection, finding no issues, and began to complain. ISN TV Blog's server supposed to be robust? A few months ago, when Tian Hefei announced her concert, the website worked smoothly. At that moment, the slowly loading page finally presented its content. Chen Li leaned closer, realizing Zhou Hui had not accessed her Vblog but rather another. Irritated, she exclaimed. "Didn't I ask you to open my Vblog? What is this you're looking at? Far Voyage New World? Are you considering buying a house?" Zhou Hui shook his head vigorously. "No, I just casually clicked on the top trending post. Far Voyage New World. Is that a property by Far Voyage Real Estate?" They had indeed contemplated purchasing a home, and a flicker of interest ignited within them. "I've never heard of this community. Where is it located?" Chen Li inquired, perplexed. Zhou Hui was equally puzzled as to why a real estate project was trending at the top of Vblog. Like countless internet users, they were witnessing this ranking for the first time, mistakenly believing it to be sorted by real-time traffic, completely unaware that in the years to come, the trending list would become a realm teeming with peculiarities. Once the page fully loaded, Chen Li intended to check the location of the property but suddenly caught sight of the staggering number of comments and shares on this Weibo post. rendering him momentarily speechless. How is that possible? Zhou Hui inquired. Look at the comments and shares. Could the program be malfunctioning? Chun-Li exclaimed. Zhou Hui focused his gaze, equally astonished. The number of comments. The shares. This is utterly outrageous. How could a property post attract such an overwhelming response? It is worth noting that even the most popular Weibo posts by Yao Chun do not garner such attention. Statistical analysis indicates that among 1,000 followers, only 100 regularly view the posts of those they follow. From those, merely 10 are inclined to comment, and among those 10, only 2 might share the post. Yao Chun's posts average around 2,000 comments and 500 shares, suggesting that approximately 200,000 fans actively engage with her content, a remarkable figure indeed. Yet, this property post boasted nearly 20,000 comments and shares. Could it be that 20 million people are paying attention to this Weibo? No wonder the page took so long to load. It must be due to the overwhelming traffic. What exactly did it post to captivate such a large audience? Both Zhou Hui and Chun-Li, filled with curiosity, turned their attention to the content of the Weibo. To celebrate the 20th anniversary of Yuanhang Real Estate, 1990 to 2010, and the opening of Yuanhang New World, Maoyuan Advertising, in collaboration with Xinlong Weibo and Yuanhang New World, we'll hold a lottery event every Friday night at 2000 hours for 4 consecutive weeks, starting from October 15th. Today marks the first round, where 113 lucky winners, in honor of the anniversary on November 3rd, will be drawn from users who comment and share, each receiving cash. The lottery deadline is October 21st at 2400 hours, with results announced on Friday, October 22nd, when the second round will commence. The two were utterly astonished. Honey, is this for real? Are they really giving away cash? It seems to be an official event organized by Xinlong, so it shouldn't be a scam, right? Should we share and comment? Absolutely. Buying a lottery ticket costs 2 yuan. This is a free opportunity. Why not take it? Similar to Zhou Hui and Chun-Li, there are tens of thousands, even millions of young individuals across Huaghua, all drawn to the newly introduced trending feature. Upon entering, they found the Weibo post from Yuanhang New World prominently displayed at the top. After comprehending the content, they were all left in utter disbelief. Previously, there had been lottery events on Weibo, but none had been conducted with such grandeur and lavish prizes. The prospect of winning cash simply by commenting and sharing was too enticing to resist. Moreover, one individual's participation is insufficient. Hasten to inform family, relatives, friends, classmates, and colleagues. Those with a Weibo account should promptly log in to partake in the event, while those without should register immediately to join. The sluggishness experienced by Zhou Hui and Chun-Li upon opening the page is not due to their network issues, but rather because the new Lang Weibo server is overwhelmed by the influx of users, teetering on the brink of collapse like a candle in the wind. The volume of users is staggering. At the headquarters of Xinlong in Yenzhou, despite having received prior notification from the Haizhou branch and having increased server capacity in advance, the technical department was nonetheless astounded by the unprecedented surge in traffic. The servers they had prepared were instantaneously overwhelmed, one after another, with 20 sets of servers succumbing in succession. As they watched their backup servers dwindle, they urgently sought assistance from their superiors. The superiors were initially taken aback, then became exuberant. It is foreseeable that tomorrow, the technology sections of numerous major portal websites will feature this event prominently on their front pages. Chapter 77. Intense excitement. The phone from the Yenzhou headquarters rang in Ma Wenxuan's office. She was engrossed in the traffic analysis displayed on her computer screen, her face flushed with exhilaration. Upon hearing the news from her secretary, she swiftly composed herself and picked up the receiver. Hello, Mr. Chao. This is Ma Wenxuan. Congratulations. This project has been executed remarkably well, and the response has been overwhelmingly positive. Over a dozen media outlets have reached out to us, hoping for in-depth coverage. The voice of CEO Chao Wei resonated from the other end. The vlog was a project championed by Chao Wei, aimed at securing a foothold in the new media era and reclaiming the glory once held by Xinlong. Within Chao Wei's strategic framework, the vlog was both the core and the focal point, with all operations of Xinlong revolving around it. Despite the current dominance of Xinlong's vlog in the market, the relentless pursuit by competitors such as Penguin and Fox Network kept him on his toes. Each day was consumed with thoughts on how to outmaneuver these rivals and monopolize the market. Today, the project led by Ma Wenxuan had exploded in success. According to the data, in just the past hour, Xinlong's vlog had gained 3 million users, with traffic increasing 8-fold, and the number of concurrent users reaching 14 million. All 20 additional servers activated, and even with the subsequent 50 servers, it was still insufficient, with another 100 servers currently connecting. It had truly exploded. The opportunity that Chao Wei had been seeking and anticipating had arrived unexpectedly. One could only imagine the dismay on the faces of competitors who, already at a disadvantage, would now be left in a defensive posture, scrambling to recover. The thought of this brought a smile to Chao Wei's face, and he naturally lavished praise on the one responsible for this success. Ma Wenxuan was thrilled. Receiving commendation from her superior meant a great deal. Thank you, Mr. Chao. The outcome of this project exceeded my expectations. I will delve deeper into its potential and continue to expand its influence. Ma Wenxuan had long prepared a speech, and this was the perfect moment to utilize it. Chao Wei's delight grew as he listened, and he remarked, "Your meticulous preparation speaks volumes about your capabilities. Wenxuan, after this project, would you be interested in moving to Yenzhou?" Ma Wenxuan trembled at the thought. The position of vice president at the Haizhou branch, while deemed executive, was still a significant distance from the true core of Xinlong. A move to Yenzhou would signify her ascent toward the true seat of power within Xinlong. Such an opportunity would not be overlooked by anyone. Instinctively, she was about to agree. However, a fleeting figure crossed her mind, causing her to hesitate momentarily. From the receiver, Chao Wei's voice inquired, "What's wrong? Are you hesitant to come?" Ma Wenxuan hesitated for a moment and said, "Mr. Chao, regarding this project, I have some matters to report to you." She then meticulously presented the entire context of the project to Chao Wei, concluding with, "Mr. Chao, the entirety of this project, from its inception to planning and execution, has been solely accomplished by Li Rue. I merely played a role in facilitating communication. I personally feel that Li Rue's intuition and capabilities in the realm of new media far exceed expectations. Therefore, I have a thought to temporarily remain in Haizhou and attempt to recruit him into the Xinlong team. What do you think?" There was a brief silence on the other end of the line. Ma Wenxuan felt a twinge of anxiety. Would Chao Wei think I am ungrateful? Should I have refrained from mentioning Li Rue? What am I even thinking? Just then, Chao Wei chuckled. "Wenxuan, I am truly pleased that you have such thoughts. I wholeheartedly support your approach, and my invitation will always stand. The matter of bringing Li Rue on board is entirely in your hands. If you require assistance from headquarters, do not hesitate to ask. I look forward to seeing you and Li Rue in Yenzhou in the near future. Thank you for your trust, Mr. Chao. I will strive to meet your expectations." Ma Wenxuan felt her heart ignite with fervor. Even more fervent was Xinlong's Weibo. From the moment it appeared on the trending list, the traffic index skyrocketed, forming a significant upward trend. Whether it was Chao Wei, Ma Wenxuan, Yu Bingling, or Li Jun, even Li Rue himself, they all underestimated the explosive power of the weekend combined with traffic, trending topics, lotteries, and cash incentives, as well as the ancient adage of 1 passing to 10 and 10 to 100. The reposts on Weibo, recommendations among netizens across platforms, shares among friends and family, and even the media's endorsement all contributed to the surge in traffic. This explosive growth continued until 2 a.m., when it finally began to stabilize, and by that time, the Weibo post from Yuan Hangzini Andy had become the most commented and shared post since Xinlong's Weibo public beta, leaving all the major celebrities far behind, their taillights barely visible. The comments and shares both exceeded 1 million. In just 6 hours, as the weekend continued to unfold, the final numbers for comments and shares became unpredictable. Among the comments, various voices emerged. Is there really a cash prize? It can't be a scam, right? How will the lottery be conducted? It better not be like the lottery with its hidden manipulations. If I don't win, it must be rigged. The developers are always complaining about being broke. Yet a simple lottery yields over 1 million. Remember, the wool comes from the sheep. May I ask where this Yuan Hangzini Andy development is located? I'm looking to buy a house. To the person above, this development is quite remote. Take my advice, don't buy. The person above is right. That place is as desolate as can be. The comments varied widely, encompassing praise and criticism, admiration and sarcasm, yet no one cared, because the reputation had been established. At the northernmost tip of the kingdom lies a frigid expanse of ice, while the southernmost reaches bask in the warmth of tropical isles. To the west, majestic mountains and plateaus rise, and to the east, the shores of the sea beckon. All have heard of the grand project, Far Voyage New World. Many are inquiring about the location of this development, especially the residents of Haizhou. During this same period, the official website of Far Voyage Real Estate experienced a crash, as thousands flocked to the site in search of information about the new development. The phone lines were inundated with calls, even late into the night, with individuals eager to schedule viewings. Despite being somewhat prepared, Li Rui was still taken aback by the frenzied scene. The netizens of 2010 had yet to witness such grand spectacles. A mere $1 million lottery had elicited such fervent responses. What would happen if subsequent rounds were to follow in quick succession? Would they be able to endure the excitement? Chapter 78. Her smile at 2 o'clock in the morning. The Juni building lay enveloped in darkness, save for the illuminated 17th floor of Maoyuan Advertising. Every employee, from the chairman to the cleaning staff, was diligently present. After a tense day that began at 8 o'clock p.m., a moment of relaxation finally arrived. Glances exchanged, and it was uncertain who initiated the applause that soon thundered throughout the room. Many embraced, leaping in joy, while others discreetly wiped away tears from the corners of their eyes. Although they anticipated the project's success, the astonishing results exceeded their wildest expectations. The entire V-block, and indeed the entire internet, had been set ablaze by their efforts. In Haizhou, amidst countless advertising companies, Maoyuan Advertising was rather unremarkable, of medium scale, average profitability, and modest reputation. They had grown accustomed to being average, seeking neither to be the best nor to be the worst. Yet now, they had finally emerged triumphant, able to proclaim with pride, "I am the king of the world." Following this night's victory, Maoyuan Advertising had firmly established its place within Haizhou's advertising industry. They could proudly declare to those around them, "I am from Maoyuan Advertising, the very company behind the V-Blog lottery." What of Ogilvy, Blue Focus, or other renowned firms? Have they ever orchestrated such a grand spectacle? No. Who was responsible for this momentous occasion? Shout it out loud. Maoyuan Advertising. Amidst the celebration, tears flowed from the once derided little fatty. Li Jun, too, stroked his increasingly sparse crown, feeling that the hair he had lost in recent days was not in vain. As they reveled, their eyes furtively darted toward the chairman's office. With such a successful project, surely the chairman would be smiling? What would her smile look like? And what of Li Rui? What was he doing? In Yi Bingling's office, she sat upright, her expression serious and devoid of a smile. Opposite her, Li Rui lounged casually, his legs crossed. The atmosphere was somewhat stifling. Suddenly, Li Rui remarked, "Chairman, if you wish to laugh, then do so, don't hold it in, or it may lead to trouble." Yi Bingling shot him a peculiar glare, yet her lips involuntarily curled into a radiant smile. In that instant, it felt as if every flower in the world had bloomed. All the hard work over the days had been worth it. But just as quickly as the smile appeared, it vanished, leaving an indelible imprint in Li Rui's mind that would linger forever. "Chairman, you should smile more often. You look beautiful when you do," Li Rui said. Yet, Yi Bingling resumed her professional demeanor, stating, "Do not celebrate too soon. This is merely the first day. The excitement is due to novelty. If the traffic stabilizes and converts into sales, only then can we consider it a success. Rest assured, the sales office is already prepared," Li Rui replied. "Yes, I would like to visit the sales situation tomorrow," Yi Bingling said, her excitement palpable, for this was her first major project. Li Rui hastily remarked, "This seems rather inconvenient. Tomorrow will undoubtedly be quite busy over there, and I doubt they can spare anyone to attend to you. Moreover, Chairman, with your exquisite beauty, if you stand at the sales office, who would bother to look at the properties? Wouldn't he that hinder our sales? We have painstakingly established this territory. We cannot afford such extravagance." Yi Bingling, fully aware that Li Rui was flattering her, nonetheless found his words quite agreeable. With a light cough, she replied, "Stop your nonsense. Let us postpone it for a few days then. I also wish to personally express my gratitude to General Manager Shui and General Manager Li from Xingrui Company. There will be an opportunity." Li Rui breathed a sigh of relief. If Yi Bingling were to discover that this contract was merely a matter of him transferring it from one hand to the other, and that General Manager Li of Xingrui Company was none other than himself, he would likely be infuriated. "It's getting late. Let a few people oversee the data. The rest of you may leave for the day," Yi Bingling announced as she stood up. Li Rui nodded and made his way to the door, just as a melodious voice called out from behind him, "Thank you." Though the words were abrupt, both individuals understood the context behind them. Li Rui did not turn around but laughed heartily as he exited. At that moment, silence spoke volumes. That night, neither Li Rui nor Yi Bingling allowed their immense success to disturb their composure. Rather, it was the various circles that became tumultuous. The internet sector, known for its rapid responses, experienced an explosion of traffic on Xinlong Weibo, which they had been monitoring for some time. "What's happening? Where has my traffic gone?" asked a representative from Chia. Did Xinlong Weibo hold a lottery? You all should take notes and plan a lottery for next week. Traffic has all shifted to Xinlong? Quickly report to Charles. What? Charles is away in Tibet seeking enlightenment? Traffic is gone. So be it. If it rains, it rains. If a daughter marries, she marries. Let us focus on developing new strategies for Duahuaxiu, mused a netizen. Is Weibo stealing our traffic? Does its existence align with our values? Can we place TB links on it? Pondered another. Why not utilize our advertisements? A click costs merely $20. Think of how much traffic we could acquire with over 1 million. Immediately issue a notice to warn users about potential lottery scams. What? You say there are no scams yet? Rest assured, there will be soon enough. I'm still young. I'm just here to observe, said Jing Dong. I'm even younger. I'm here to witness the spectacle, chimed Mate Wan. I'm the youngest. I'm merely here to enjoy the show, added Xiaomi. Not even born yet, remarked Tushio and Pinduoduo. While they were envious, that was the extent of it. Xinlong Weibo's territory would not significantly alter the landscape of the entire internet realm. Nonetheless, this matter warranted thorough investigation: who was behind it, how it was executed, and what subsequent actions would be taken. This viral mode of dissemination was certainly worth their study. The advertising industry was equally astounded, diligently analyzing how such an ordinary lottery Weibo had garnered such acclaim. The introduction of trending search lists was a crucial factor. No one had anticipated Xinlong Weibo's adeptness at crafting a ranking system that attracted substantial user attention, thereby generating a concentrated focus. Advertising companies like Ogilvy and Blue Focus have astutely recognized the remarkable utility of trending topics. By employing certain strategies to propel their discussions onto the trending list, they essentially secure free advertising. Furthermore, the unprecedented scale and accessibility of this lottery have set a new record. With just a simple tap, participants can win substantial cash prizes, which explains the overwhelming enthusiasm among users. This serves as a reminder that overly complex mechanics should be avoided. The simpler the engagement, the greater the participation and the broader the audience. They also ponder the implications of such a grand initial lottery. What could possibly follow? The most astonishing reactions, however, have emerged from the real estate sector, in an era where many are struggling to sustain their ventures. The audacity of Yuanhang real estate to orchestrate such a spectacle raises eyebrows. Calls from industry titans like Hing Yuan's Lao Su, Yida's Lao Wang, and Longshuang's Xiao Sun have flooded Xue Xianggui's phone. Upon receiving these calls, Xue Xianggui found himself somewhat bewildered, contemplating the extent of Li Rui's audacity. Chapter 79. A fiery scene. After turning off his phone, Li Rui finally enjoyed a restful night's sleep. On October 16, 2010, a Saturday, the weather was splendid, with a temperature of 26 C and humidity at 66, accompanied by a gentle breeze of level 5. After several days of relentless rain, Haizhou was graced with a brilliant sunny day. The sky appeared washed clean, and the refreshing wind caressed his face, in stark contrast to the recent sandstorm in Yenzhou. The happiness index soared. At 8:30 in the morning, Li Rui awoke, and his first action was to power on his phone. As he had anticipated, an influx of calls and messages greeted him the moment the device activated. Noticing that the numbers were all from unfamiliar contacts, he surmised that they had learned about his involvement in a particular matter and were eager to reach out for interviews. Li Rui chose not to respond to any of them. Instead, he navigated to prominent news portals and, as expected, discovered related articles prominently displayed. Beneath the headline news on Xinlong's homepage, a colossal, bold title proclaimed, "Hot search rankings yield remarkable results. Real estate ads explode online. Xinlong Weibo traffic surges." Such a title boasted of 3 achievements simultaneously, impressive indeed. In the technology section of Huli's homepage, a subtle title read, "Weibo Lottery, the decline of an era or a materialistic carnival." This was characteristic of Huli, relentlessly attacking its rivals, albeit often missing the mark, leaving an impression of envy. In the corner of Wang Yi's homepage, within the internet news section, another title caught his eye, "Real Estate Million Yuan Lottery. What are the odds of winning?" True to its name, Wang Yi was perpetually fixated on the odds of winning. Other major portals offered varying degrees of coverage, most expressing astonishment at the promotional impact, while simultaneously adopting a wait-and-see stance. After perusing the news, Li Rui opened Weibo, where the top trending topic remained the lottery for the Yuanhang New World, accompanied by a remarkable 5 hot indicators. Upon clicking in, he found the number of comments and shares tantalizingly close to 2 million. Each comment and share was setting new records for Xinlong Weibo and even the broader Huagua internet history. Curious, Li Rue delved into the comments section to read some of the most popular remarks. If I win, I'm buying a house at Yuanhang New World. This is my vow. I've already planned how to spend 10,000 yuan. All I need now is to win. I'm a 3-year-old child of 240 months, hoping for 10,000 yuan to buy milk powder. I'm just a step away from starting my tiling project for the Great Wall, if you choose me. How about counting the prize as your investment? Li Rue sighed, finding it all rather simplistic. A mere replication of a past idea had garnered such immense popularity. This was the advantage of being reborn. He inherently understood public desires and possessed the wealth of successful experiences from his previous life. Achieving fame was nearly effortless. The advertising effect had fully manifested. Now, it was a matter of observing the conversion rate. Li Rue dialed Bailan's number, but no one answered. He tried again, yet still received no response. Frowning in concern, he hastily tidied himself and headed downstairs to drive straight to the sales office of New World. For reasons unknown, he felt that there were more cars on the road today. Perhaps it was the allure of Saturday that prompted everyone to drive out to the countryside. However, Li Rue's musings were swiftly interrupted. The closer he approached the vicinity of Xindiandi, the more congested the traffic became. When he finally arrived at the intersection near Xindiandi, he was astounded to find himself ensnared in a traffic jam. Typically, this area rarely experiences such congestion. Yet today it was beset by a lengthy queue of vehicles waiting to turn left. Li Rue waited through 2 traffic lights before finally turning, only to discover a long line of cars parked along the road leading to Xindiandi. Frustration surged within him. The mere sight of the extensive traffic flow made it abundantly clear that Xindiandi was thriving. The vicinity of the sales office buzzed with activity, but as Li Rue approached, he found himself largely ignored. It wasn't that people were disinterested. Rather, the sheer volume of visitors left the sales staff overwhelmed. Each agent juggling 4 or 5 groups of prospective buyers, leaving them no time to attend to him. The carefully arranged traditional attire and various sales pitches Li Rue had prepared went to waste, as no one seemed to care about marketing tactics. All focused instead on inquiring about the properties. Bailan stood before the model display, tirelessly explaining to group after group of interested buyers. No wonder she was answering her phone. Judging by her hectic demeanor, she likely didn't even have a moment to sip water to soothe her throat. Li Rue quickly retrieved a bottle of water and handed it to her just as she finished with a group of viewers. When did you arrive? Bailan asked, taking a generous gulp before continuing. Just got here, Li Rue replied. Why are there so many people? Are you really asking me that? Bailan retorted, exasperated. It's all because of your lottery. I never anticipated such explosive results, Li Rue said, glancing around anxiously, sensing that they were struggling to keep up with the demand. Bailan replied, we are definitely overwhelmed. I've been selling properties for several years, and this is the first time I've seen such a turnout. I'll make a call to bring in some additional help, Li Rue suggested thoughtfully. He dialed Su Xiangui. As soon as the call connected, Su Xiangui exclaimed, Li Rue, my brother. I called you last night, but your phone was off. You've really created quite a scene. Even Lao Su, Lao Wang, and Xiao Sun have been calling me to ask what is going on. They're eager to seek your advice. Li Rue paused momentarily, realizing who Lao Su, Lao Wang, and Xiao Sun were powerhouses in the real estate industry. What wisdom could he possibly impart to them? Furthermore, his lottery initiative on Weibo was essentially a replication of young Master Wang's approach. Let us set those matters aside for now, Brother Su. I need a favor. Li Rue began, detailing the overwhelming crowd at Xindiandi. Could you lend me a few dozen of your sales agents? Such a frenzy, Su Xiangui exclaimed, visibly taken aback. He was acutely aware of Xindiandi's previous sales performance. Due to its location, despite various promotional efforts, the number of visitors had always been sparse. Even during the recent National Day holiday, the daily foot traffic had barely exceeded 30. Now, hearing Li Rue's account, Su Xiangui realized the impact of the advertising campaign had transcended the online realm and had indeed resulted in tangible viewings. Moreover, he had received news earlier that morning that the traffic on the Yuanhang real estate website had skyrocketed 100-fold, with the hotline ringing incessantly from last night until today. He was remarkably perceptive. Immediately realizing that the advertisement for the new development could not only facilitate property sales but also positively enhance the brand image of Yuanhai real estate in the future. No problem. I will dispatch personnel for support at once. Shui Xiangui asserted, I will also personally attend to bolster your presence. That would be splendid. Li Rue exclaimed with delight. After hanging up the phone, Li Rue turned and unexpectedly collided with a young couple, who were none other than Zhou Hui and Chen Li. The participants from last night's lottery. I apologize, Li Rue hastily expressed. It's quite all right, they replied in unison. Nodding, Li Rue hurriedly departed. Zhou Hui took Chen Li's hand as they made their way towards the sales office, exclaiming, "It's the first time I've seen the sales ladies dressed so elegantly. Is this style called Hanfu?" Before he could finish his sentence, a sharp sting coursed through his arm. Ouch. Ouch. My dear wife, please don't pinch me. I shall refrain from looking at them. Chapter 80. Assurance of price increase. Zhou Hui and Chen Li have been striving in Haizhou for several years. Although their jobs are stable, their income satisfactory, and their relationship harmonious, a lingering concern has always occupied their minds. In the mentality of the Huagua people, one can only be considered truly rooted in a place if they possess their own home there. They have yet to purchase property in Haizhou, which leaves their families uneasy. After recently obtaining their marriage certificate, they finally put buying a house on their agenda under the urging of their relatives. This weekend, they initially planned to view properties. But after participating in a lottery for the Yuan Hang New World last night, they spontaneously decided to visit today. Honey, this place seems a bit remote. Chen Li remarked softly while examining the location map of the development. Zhou Hui nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is somewhat isolated and lacks metro access. However, there is a bus route that takes you near your company. He continued, the price is quite reasonable, significantly lower than the other developments we've seen. Chen Li glanced at the price list again, noting that a two-bedroom apartment of over 70 square meters is priced under 1 million. After paying the down payment, we will still have funds left for renovations. She added, the community environment is decent, but the amenities seem a bit lacking. I wonder how long it will take for it to develop. Zhou Hui scratched his head. Shall we explore other developments? Just as they were quietly discussing, Bailon approached them. Are you two interested in the properties at New World? What type of unit would you like to know more about? Zhou Hui replied. We find the 78 square meter two-bedroom unit appealing, but we would like to consider it further. Bailon smiled. What concerns do you have? The location, transportation, and whether the property prices will remain stable, Chen Li responded. Bailon explained, in terms of location, this project is situated in the heart of the Jiangnan Development Zone. According to the Haizhou municipal government's plans, this area is a key focus for development over the next decade. Not only will a metro line be established, but numerous schools, hospitals, and businesses will also be located here. It is highly likely that the renowned Jiangnan University town will be established nearby, making this a core area for education, healthcare, and commerce in Jiangnan. Is that true? Zhou Hui and Chen Li exclaimed in surprise. Bailon pointed to a well-dressed, middle-aged man in the distance. That gentleman is Director Xie from Haizhong Hospital's orthopedics department, a senior professional. Over there, the lady with glasses is the vice principal of Weihong Middle School. And that tall gentleman works at the Jinshan Township government. If this were not genuine, why would such a distinguished group of individuals come to New World to view properties? Zhou Hui and Chen Li exchanged glances, astonished by the presence of so many esteemed individuals among the prospective buyers. It seemed Bailon's assertions were not unfounded. Observing the couple's apparent shift in attitude, Bailon silently admired Li Rue's foresight. His prior efforts in engaging doctors, teachers, and civil servants were now bearing fruit. In the field of communication, there is a concept known as the crowd, where individuals often succumb to the influence of opinion leaders, losing their capacity for independent thought. Given the elevated societal status of doctors, teachers, and civil servants, people are generally more inclined to trust their judgments. When they see these groups flocking to New World to view properties, they subconsciously perceive it as a place of immense potential. Our residential complex currently lacks commercial amenities and has inconvenient transportation, but these are merely temporary issues. The potential for value appreciation in the future is truly astonishing. If both of you overlook this opportunity today, you might regret your decision in a few years. Li Rue had prepped his sales pitch, which every salesperson had memorized thoroughly. Not to mention Bailon. Coupled with her extensive experience in real estate sales, she articulated what initially seemed implausible with remarkable clarity, leaving Zhou Hui and Chen Li astonished. Doctors, teachers, and civil servants? It wouldn't be bad to have such high-caliber neighbors in the future. Chen Li was particularly interested in the networking opportunities, while Zhou Hui was more concerned about property prices. So, according to you, this property will definitely appreciate in value. Bailon assured him, that is certain. If either of you has concerns, we can include a price increase clause in the contract. If the increase is not met, our company will unconditionally refund your purchase. Unconditional refund. Zhou Hui and Chen Li were taken aback. Bailon continued, indeed, this is a commitment from our company. Within the next 10 years, If in any given year the price increase is below the average increase of properties in the city, the owners can unconditionally refund at the current market price. Our company will fully cover any losses incurred from renovations and moving. A powerful proposition. Li Rue had prepared numerous strategies, including a grand Weibo lottery, sales staff in traditional attire, high-quality housing agents, and psychology-driven sales pitches, but the strongest weapon at his disposal was the unconditional refund. At the end of 2010, the real estate market had just begun to stabilize, existing at a delicate juncture. While property prices in first-tier cities remained stable, the transaction volume continued to decline, leaving many uncertain whether the silence would culminate in an explosion or a demise. News of price drops and homeowners advocating for their rights in several second- and third-tier cities fueled widespread anxiety. Even the staunchest optimists hesitated to make bold predictions about significant increases in the coming year, instead projecting visions for 5 or 10 years ahead. Aside from Li Rue, the perceptive reincarnator, who would dare assert that properties would not appreciate and still allow for refunds at the original price. Heng Yuan would not dare. Yida would not dare. Even the boldest Long Chuang would not dare. No one would. Yuan Heng certainly would not dare, but Li Rue did. Is this true or false? Chunli asked excitedly. Bailan replied with a smile, of course it's true. Our contract is written in black and white, and it can be notarized to fully protect your rights. May I see the contract? Zhou Hui, who worked in the legal field, inquired eagerly. Certainly, Bailan nodded. Soon, the contract was placed before Zhou Hui and Chunli, who read it meticulously, growing increasingly astonished. What Bailan stated was indeed accurate. Their rights were clearly outlined in the contract without any hidden clauses. Once they signed this contract, not only would they not need to worry about price increases, but they could also hold New Horizons accountable if the appreciation fell short. What do you think? Zhou Hui glanced at Chunli. Chunli winked. Zhou Hui, understanding, said, well, we'll consider it further. Bailan smiled, no problem. Purchasing a home is indeed a significant matter that necessitates comprehensive consideration. It is advisable to seek the opinions of family members as well. Allow me to present you both with small tokens of appreciation, each adorned with a consultation phone number. Should you have any inquiries, feel free to reach out at your convenience. However, it seems the gifts may not be necessary. Zhou Hui felt quite embarrassed. Yet, when Bailan unveiled the gifts, Zhou Hui's eyes widened in astonishment. Is it customary for real estate offices to offer such items as gifts now? Chen Li's face flushed with embarrassment, her gaze cast downward, unable to meet anyone's eyes. The gifts turned out to be contraceptive products? Chapter 81. The first day's results as they exited the sales office. Holding the gifts provided by far-sailing New World, both Zhou Hui and Chen Li felt their faces flush. Why would they give us something like this? Chen Li complained somewhat. Zhou Hui chuckled. I think it's quite nice. We can use it tonight. Ouch. Why do you keep pinching me? Upon reaching the entrance, they noticed several buses parked outside. After inquiring, they learned that these were temporary shuttle buses arranged by the sales office to transport guests directly to the nearest subway and bus stations. The two boarded a bus and settled into the last row. The vehicle quickly filled to capacity and set off. Inside the bus were prospective buyers, who began to discuss animatedly among themselves. The location is somewhat remote. Is this area truly included in the plans? The price is acceptable, and the layout is quite good. If the university town relocates here, there is indeed potential for development. I'm particularly interested in the unconditional refund policy. Are you going to buy? I'll discuss it with my family first. Zhou Hui and Chen Li listened quietly for a while, realizing that everyone shared similar sentiments. The advantages and disadvantages of far-sailing New World were quite evident, primarily dependent on individual needs. As the bus sped along, Zhou Hui, feeling a bit bored, discreetly pulled out the gift. He had just noticed some text printed on the outer packaging and was curious to see what it said. Chun Li's face turned crimson. What are you looking at? Look, Zhou Hui exclaimed as if he had discovered a new continent, urging her to see the words on the packaging. The gifts were wrapped in the familiar packaging of contraceptive products, adorned in vibrant colors, with an artistic phrase, New World, New Life, Happiness comes in a set. This. Chun Li gasped, covering her mouth. What a clever pun. It's quite amusing. The wording was quite different. Zhou Hui pulled out another one. I want it. I want it now. Ready to move in units of 77 to 97 square meters. Don't delay the joy. He retrieved yet another. According to incomplete statistics, size does not directly correlate with happiness. Ready to move in units of 77 to 97 square meters. Excellent service. Fully equipped. Size varies, but happiness remains consistent. There was more. In front of your door, 100 acres of greenery. Next spring, let us out together. Each gift set contained 10 items, each with a distinct phrase. After reading through them, Zhou Hui and Qinli laughed heartily. How creative! They had never imagined that a property development and contraceptive products could be intertwined so cleverly, and the content was delightful, entirely unoffensive. Upon reaching the subway station, the two made their way home. For some reason, the atmosphere felt a bit peculiar. Zhou Hui cleared his throat. Dear, what do you think? What do you mean? About far-sailing New World. It seems all right. So, should we give it a try? Let us call home first to discuss and get their opinions. We can call later. Why? I meant to try out the gifts they sent us. Oh dear, you should go take a shower first. Meanwhile, 30 experienced sales agents from far-sailing real estate arrived, joining the bustling scene of property sales. When Xue Xiangguo arrived and beheld the grand spectacle before him, his gaze was drawn to the ethereal saleswoman clad in flowing hanfu. His eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he nodded repeatedly, exclaiming, "This idea is splendid." Upon noticing the family planning gifts, his delight grew even more pronounced. Brother, what treasures fill your mind? You are far too talented for mere real estate. You should venture into advertising. Li Rui countered, why pursue advertising when real estate offers greater profit? Xue Xiangguo shook his head. If earning money were so effortless, I would not have entrusted the development to you. Li Rui mused silently that a prosperous era was on the horizon. The forthcoming decade promised to be a golden age for real estate. Even a fool could amass wealth amidst such a tide. Li Rui had originally conceived a strategy to withhold the sales of the Yuanhang New World properties until next year's new plans were unveiled, anticipating substantial profits. However, time was of the essence. He needed to gather $30 billion within 6 months. A minor loss now was merely a precursor to greater future gains. While Xue Xiangguo and Li Rui exchanged jovial banter, the latter's mood shifted upon encountering the modified contract. Unconditional refunds, still at market price? Xue Xiangguo exclaimed, dumbfounded. Brother, have you lost your mind? How can such a contract be signed? Li Rui replied calmly, there is no mistake. In truth, this clause is inconsequential. For I possess unwavering confidence in future property values. No one will seek a refund. Yet, Xue Xiangguo understood the inherent risks, a cold sweat breaking out upon his forehead. Rest assured, if any issues arise, I will take responsibility, Li Rui assured him with a smile. Xue Xiangguo forced a pained smile and shook his head. It was not so simple. The Yuanhang New World was his development, and should complications arise, he could not escape the consequences. Li Rui had unwittingly created a significant dilemma. Before Xue Xiangguo could contemplate a remedy, Li Rui continued, the first guaranteed payment of 30 million will be transferred to Yuan Hong's account next Monday. Xue Xiangguo was momentarily taken aback. He was in urgent need of funds, and this 30 million would alleviate his immediate crisis, granting Yuanhang real estate a reprieve. Gritting his teeth, he nodded. Thank you, brother. This matter would have to be set aside for now. Should problems arise, he would feign ignorance. Just then, amidst their clandestine machinations, a resounding gong captured their attention. Dressed in hanfu and exuding an ethereal aura reminiscent of Baisujian, Bai Lan stood before the gongs, microphone in hand, and passionately declared, congratulations to Ms. Wang Fong and Mr. Bo for successfully signing the contract for E-Building 1202, a 77.5 square meter 2-bedroom apartment. On behalf of Yuanhang Real Estate and Xingrui Company, I wish you both prosperous careers, good health, familial bliss, and abundant blessings. After extensive groundwork and promotion, Li Rui's Yuanhang New World had finally secured its first transaction. Congratulations, brother. Xue Xiangguo laughed heartily. Li Rui returned the gesture with a slight bow. Mutual congratulations. With the first successful sale, a precedent was set for others to follow. The many remained hesitant until 9:30 in the evening. The last prospective buyer was seen off, leaving the sales office filled with exhausted sales staff, particularly the young lady in traditional Han attire, who had each attended to over 20 groups of customers, barely able to stand from fatigue. At that moment, someone entered carrying several large boxes, leaving everyone bewildered. Was there still someone looking to purchase at such a late hour? Li Rui approached, lifted the lid of the boxes, and announced, "Thank you all for your hard work. I have brought supper." Inside the boxes were an assortment of hamburgers, chicken wings, fries, and beverages. The room erupted with joy. Li Rui continued, "I am grateful for everyone's efforts. Today we successfully sold 4 properties, bringing in a total of 64 million yuan. I understand that many may be questioning why, with so many visitors, the number of transactions is so few, wondering if we are merely losing money while making noise. I must remind everyone that excessive complaints can lead to despair, and we must maintain a broad perspective. If we continue to work diligently and adhere to our established strategies, success will inevitably follow. Applause erupted once more. The sincerity of the applause, however, remains uncertain. Chapter 82. Frontline report. Li Rue drove to Juni building and immediately noticed the lights on the 17th floor. That must be Yi Bingling's office. This woman had made several calls today, providing Li Rue with real-time updates on the traffic trends of V-Blog. Following last night's developments and today's media coverage, the traffic experienced a significant surge. By 11 o'clock in the morning, both comments and shares had surpassed 2 million, and by 6 in the evening, they had reached over 2.5 million. By 10 o'clock that night, during peak traffic, the numbers soared past 3 million. Given this trajectory, reaching 10 million participants no longer seemed a mere fantasy. 10 million appears modest, yet one must remember that this is 2010, not 2018. In this year, the combined number of active and inactive users on V-Blog barely exceeded 50 million. In the past year of 2018, Principal Wong's lottery attracted over 25 million participants. In 2010, V-Blog was still in its infancy, far from its peak. A 10 million participation rate implies that 1 in 5 V-Blog users took part in the lottery. If that isn't explosive, what is? Moreover, a participation level of 10 million is a monumental event worthy of grand celebration across any media platform. Upon returning to Maoyuan Advertising Company, several employees who were working overtime greeted him as he walked in. Following this battle, Li Rue's status had transformed. Previously, he was merely a favored son-in-law. Now, he was a super planner. His previous connections were overshadowed by his newfound prowess. Particularly, Li Jun's expression upon seeing Li Rue evoked a term that would become popular in the coming years, sycophant. Before Li Jun could indulge in flattery, Li Rue hurriedly entered Yi Bingling's office. Yi Bingling was seated at her computer, beaming with a silly smile, an expression Li Rue had never witnessed on her face before. The moment he stepped through the door, she instantly reverted to her usual icy demeanor. Unfortunately for her, Li Rue had caught that fleeting glimpse of her joyful smile, nearly causing him to burst into laughter. It appeared that beneath the frosty exterior of the beautiful president lay a playful girl. "Why didn't you knock before entering?" Yi Bingling reprimanded, somewhat displeased. Li Rue responded with a grin. "The initial battle on the front lines has met with success, and in my eagerness to report, I forgot to knock. I hope the esteemed president can forgive me. Spare me your smooth talk." Yi Bingling retorted. "Now tell me, how are things on the front lines?" Li Rue raised 4 fingers. "We sold 4 apartments, 3 high-rise and 1 low-rise, with a total transaction amount exceeding 4.6 million. Yi Bingling paused, disappointment flickering across her face. Only 4? She had heard that the sales office was exceptionally bustling and expected the sales figures to be explosive, not realizing that only 4 units had been sold. Li Rue chuckled, "For our new world has been on the market for a year and a half. Yet only 103 out of 960 high-rise units and 32 out of 198 low-rise units have been sold. On average, 1 high-rise unit sells every 5 days, and a low-rise every 2 weeks. We achieved the sales of the past half-month in just 1 day. Isn't that satisfactory? However, the purchasing ratio is too low," she countered. "Thousands of people viewed the properties, yet only 4 were sold. As the fervor of the Weibo promotion wanes, will there not be even fewer prospects?" Yi Bingling expressed her concerns. Li Rue shook his head, asserting that the calculations were not so straightforward. Purchasing a home is a significant endeavor. Even if one is enamored with a property, it is rare for someone to make a purchase after just 1 visit. More often than not, buyers deliberate extensively, weighing the pros and cons before committing. Today, I observed on-site, and many potential buyers expressed a desire to purchase and demonstrated clear intent. In subsequent efforts, I will focus on communicating with this demographic. If even 1 in 10 converts to sales, it would constitute a considerable figure. Yi Bingling relaxed upon hearing this. It seems there is still hope. By the way, how's the collaboration with Qin Qin going? A subtle blush graced her cheeks at the mention. Li Rue replied, "The response has been quite positive. Young people generally appreciate this creative approach. Some even requested additional copies to share with friends." "I can't believe you thought of this." Yi Bingling was at a loss for words. Li Rue chuckled. "I have an even bolder slogan that hasn't been printed yet." "What could be bolder?" "If you don't purchase a unit here, you can only use this one forever." "What does that mean?" Yi Bingling appeared bewildered. "Ponder it slowly." Li Rue laughed heartily and made his exit. After some time, Yi Bingling finally grasped the meaning. Her face flushed with indignation. "You rogue. Confirming that there were no pressing matters at the company, Li Rui returned home. It was already midnight by the time he arrived, and Chen Qinglian should have been asleep. Upon entering, he noticed supper laid out on the dining table. It seemed Chen Qinglian had calmed down. After a quick wash, he lay down on the bed, checked his email and QQ messages, discovering several notifications from Yuna. By Yueguang. The documentation for the financial investigation has been completed. Total bill, 10,000 USD. By Yueguang. The legal documents are also ready. I consulted a Stanford professor, and there are no issues. Total bill, 10,000 USD. By Yueguang. There are some minor expenses. I've compiled a list totaling 9,470 US dollars. By Yueguang. If all goes smoothly, we can remotely sign the investment contract next week. Li Rui glanced through the messages and promptly transferred the funds to Yuna via PayPal, adding a note, "The remaining amount is my gratitude." He then tossed his phone aside and fell into a deep slumber. Truly, he was utterly exhausted. That night, Li Rui slept soundly, while many others remained wide awake. Zhou Hui struggled to find rest, waking before dawn, his eyes wide in anticipation of the morning light. Suddenly, he heard Chun Li's voice beside him. "Are you awake?" Zhou Hui turned to find Chun Li also with eyes wide open. "Why are you up so early?" "I hardly slept a wink," Chun Li replied. "What is the matter?" Zhou Hui inquired. After a moment's hesitation, Chun Li said, "I think we should buy." "Buy?" "Yes." "So, we have a home in Haizhou?" "Yes." The two rose early, taking a car straight to Yuanhang New World, entering the sales office to find Bailan. "We've made our decision. We want to buy here," Chun Li declared. Bailan was taken aback, expressing both surprise and joy. "Aren't you two going to reconsider?" "After careful consideration, we have concluded that this area indeed possesses significant developmental potential. Your contract exudes sincerity, ensuring our rights are well protected. Therefore, we have resolved to proceed with our purchase here," declared Zhou Hui. "Thank you both for choosing far-sailing New World. It will undoubtedly provide you with the most wonderful life experiences," smiled Bailan. Zhou Hui and Chun Li are merely one couple among many prospective buyers, with numerous young individuals like them returning to contemplate and ultimately make pivotal decisions in their lives. As they signed the contract and paid the deposit, the moment they struck the gong together, memories of years spent in pursuit of education, love, and hard work flooded back. After such a long journey, they finally established a home in this foreign city. The bittersweet essence of their experiences welled up within them, bringing moisture to their eyes. On October 17, 2010, Sunday, at 9:07 a.m., the first transaction was completed. Chapter 83. Sales soared. Upon rising early in the morning, Chen Qinglian was nowhere to be found. The only presence was breakfast, warm youtiao and soy milk nestled in a thermos, offering both comfort and warmth. Li Rui was enveloped in a cloud of suspicion. Could she have gone house hunting? After a few days of cohabitation, he found the presence of a woman in the house quite agreeable. At the very least, the place was kept immaculate. Hot meals were prepared, and his clothes emerged from the wash smelling exquisite. Li Rui's intent was not to seek a free housekeeper for domestic chores. Rather, he relished the daily companionship of a beautiful woman, which undeniably uplifted his spirits. However, he was acutely aware that two individuals of differing genders living together without proper justification could raise eyebrows. While he was unabashed, Chen Qinglian had her reputation to uphold. As he settled in front of his computer with breakfast in hand, Li Rui's mood brightened upon reviewing the latest data from Vblog. After a day and a night, the numbers for comments and shares continued to surge, having surpassed 4 million, with 5 million tantalizingly close. The Vblog officials had discreetly withdrawn their support for the promotional post, yet it remained perched atop the trending list, proving that even the allure of celebrity pales in comparison to the temptation of cash rewards. Everything was proceeding according to plan, and Li Rui felt a sense of satisfaction. After finishing his meal, he checked his phone and was pleasantly surprised to find his PayPal account credited with over $10,000. There was also a message from Yuna. White Moonlight 2010 October 17th, 023:07. There are remaining funds from the previous event. I will settle with you once I reconcile the accounts. This amount is substantial. I cannot accept it. White Moonlight 2010 October 17th, 052:13. I am delighted to have been able to assist you and have gained insights into the operations of Silicon Valley companies, knowledge unattainable in the classroom. Consider it an extracurricular internship. White Moonlight 2010 October 17th, 125:34. If you wish to express your gratitude, Please treat me to a meal when I return home for the winter break. Li Rui glanced at the timestamps and began to piece together the context. Hunter, it's a promise. I must arrange a visit to Haijo when you come back. After addressing his immediate tasks, Li Rui hurried to the far-sailing New World. On the way, he received a text from Yao Sichuan inquiring about his recent busyness and expressing a desire to watch Detective D, Mystery of the Phantom Flame. While Li Rui was eager to accompany the charming young lady to the cinema, he regrettably could not spare the time and replied that he was too busy, suggesting they reschedule. Disappointed, she chose not to respond. Upon reaching the vicinity of the sales office, he was met with yet another traffic jam. It appeared that today would be another bustling day, though he wondered if they could break the previous day's record of 4 units sold. After parking, he entered the sales office only to find a considerable number of clients unattended in the lobby. With over 50 staff members from Xingrui Company and those borrowed from far-sailing real estate, it was astonishing that less than half were present to attend to the guests. Li Rui furrowed his brow, perplexed. Was yesterday's success leading to complacency today? Or were they simply too exhausted to rise? How was Bailan managing this situation? Li Rui was taken aback as Bailan hurriedly entered the hall, her face lighting up upon seeing him. Have you just arrived? She asked. What's going on in the hall? Why are there so many guests unattended? Where is everyone else? As the sales department supervisor, why aren't you here overseeing things? Li Rui inquired. Though generally mild-mannered, he would not tolerate issues of principle. Bailan appeared somewhat bewildered, and as she grasped the reason for Li Rui's ire, she defensively replied, I went to assist in the signing room. Li Rui countered, the signing room has other colleagues managing it. Your primary responsibility is to attend to clients in the hall. Bailan hesitated, but the signing room was overwhelmed. Many colleagues went to lend a hand. Suddenly, Li Rui realized he may have misunderstood the situation. Overwhelmed? With many people? Bailan chuckled in disbelief. Quite a few clients arrived early today, many of whom were here yesterday. After a night of contemplation, they have decided to choose our Yuanhang New World. Currently, there are over 10 clients queuing in the signing room, and besides signing, I also need to assist them with bank loans and other procedures. The initial arrangements were simply insufficient, so I took the liberty of bringing some colleagues over to help. Oh, is that so? Li Rui finally understood he had wronged Bailan. Since 9 o'clock, we have already finalized 5 sales, and there are 11 groups of clients waiting to sign. Bailan reported. 16 houses sold? Li Rui's mouth fell agape. Yes, 16. A few more clients have shown strong purchasing intent and are currently in discussions, Bailan added. Clearing his throat, Li Rui apologized. I'm sorry for losing my temper without understanding the situation. Bailan lowered her gaze. You're the boss. Your word is law. No need for apologies. Feeling a deep sense of remorse, Li Rui wished to vanish into the ground. Sister Bailan, I was wrong. I want tea medal again. Please continue your work. I'll just cool off over here. Bailan slightly lifted her delicate chin, her hanfu skirt swaying elegantly as she proceeded to greet new clients. Li Rui sneaked a glance into the signing room and, as Bailan had said, a queue had formed. On the other side, sales personnel were engaging one-on-one with highly interested clients, their animated expressions indicating success was at hand. If that's the case, perhaps we might sell 20 houses today? Li Rui finally made the call he had been meaning to. Hello, Director Wu? This is Li Rui. I have something I wish to discuss with you, if you're available to come by. Wu Pingju canceled an afternoon meeting and sped from the city center to Yuanhang New World. Upon entering the sales office, he wondered why Li Rui had summoned him here. Was he considering another property purchase? Previously, Li Rui had acquired luxury apartments and villas at Yuanhang Xingyuan with loans facilitated by Wu Pengju, who had readily approved them. With a client of such caliber, holding over 100 million in the bank, securing a loan was never an issue. In the current state of the Guangdong finance sector, while providing investment interest to Li Rui, it simultaneously collects loan interest from him, resulting in an annual profit of several million from the disparity alone. Wu Pengju also learned from Qin Xinglian that Li Rui's business ventures are flourishing, having already amassed tens of millions. Such a benefactor is not to be taken lightly. Upon Li Rui's warm reception, he exclaimed, Director Wu, your esteemed presence graces our humble establishment. Is this property yours? Wu Pengju was taken aback. With a smile, Li Rui replied, I merely hold the sales rights. Oh, Wu Pengju sighed with relief. He understood Li Rui's situation. Prior to winning the staggering 250 million prize on October 3rd, he was merely an ordinary worker. It would be quite alarming if he had acquired a property in such a short span of merely half a month. Before Wu Pengju could steady his breath, Li Rui posed a question that made his heart leap to his throat. Director Wu, how much do you believe this property could be mortgaged for? Chapter 84. A loan of 300 million. Mr. Li, what brings you to such a statement? Wu Pingju felt a slight perspiration bead on his forehead. A property of this magnitude, at the very least, would require several hundred million, if not more than a billion, a project substantial enough to make even him tremble. Li Rui smiled and suggested, Mr. Wu, let us retreat to the tea room, where we can sip tea and converse at a leisurely pace. Following him into the sales office lobby, Wu Pingju was taken aback by the crowd. Dozens of people were gathered around the model display, eagerly posing questions. As they ventured further inside, each sales representative was encircled by several prospective buyers, and a lengthy queue formed at the signing room entrance. Mr. Li, this location is rather mediocre. How is it that sales are performing so well? Wu Pingju inquired, astonished. Li Rui replied, Are you unaware of our advertising campaign, Mr. Wu? Shaking his head, Wu Pingju admitted that he had not registered on Weibo and thus was oblivious to the recent buzz surrounding the lottery event. Li Rui provided a brief overview, concluding, This is merely the initial wave. Several more will follow in the coming month. We conservatively estimate that we can attract 50,000 prospective buyers, ultimately selling out the entire property within a year, with anticipated profits exceeding 100 million. Such exaggeration? Wu Pingju was taken aback. This is still considering our limited reception capacity. Li Rui sighed, turning to glance at the long queue at the signing room. Wu Pingju began to believe. Once they arrived at the tea room, Li Rui personally prepared tea for Wu Pingju. After both absent-mindedly savored a sip, Li Rui spoke slowly. Mr. Wu, I trust one am considered a valued client of your esteemed bank? Of course, Wu Pingju responded promptly. Holders of the Centurion Black Card are indeed our most esteemed clients. Li Rui continued. My previous purchases of the Yin Engxing Yuan apartments and villas were greatly facilitated by your assistance, allowing me to bypass many cumbersome processes and secure my loan swiftly. I am sincerely grateful. That is merely my duty, Wu Pingju replied. Li Rui added, Having troubled you so many times already, I hesitated to speak up again. But this opportunity is rare, and I wish to collaborate with your bank once more. How do you propose to collaborate? Wu Pingju's eyes brightened. I seek to secure another loan from your bank, with interest paid at the maximum allowable rate. And how much do you wish to borrow? Wu Pingju inquired cautiously, suspecting that Li Rui's request would not be a trifling sum. Li Rui responded nonchalantly, 300 million. Wu Pingju, on the verge of taking a sip of tea to steady his nerves, nearly choked upon hearing the figure. 300 million. Although he possessed the authority to approve such a loan, he was still astonished by Li Rui's audacity. Just half a month prior, he had been an ordinary worker. How had he suddenly become so brazen as to request such a staggering amount? Even Shui Xianghua, the true owner of Yanheng Real Estate, would find it no simple task to secure a loan of 300 million in Guangdong, let alone someone like Li Rui, who lacked any industrial foundation. Wu Pingju felt certain that Li Rui must harbor a misunderstanding about the banking sector. The bank was a state entity, not a personal possession of Wu Pingju. Even if he wished to lend to Li Rui, the state would not permit it. What do you intend to do with such a large sum? Wu Pingju asked, perplexed. Li Rui did not respond. Instead, he rose and opened the window of the tea room, revealing a vast expanse of barren land outside. Wu Xing, do you see that piece of land ahead? Li Rui pointed. Wu Pingju exclaimed in astonishment. Are you planning to buy land? Li Rui replied. The funds of General Shui from Yuanhang are tied up. Otherwise, he would not have entrusted me with the exclusive sale of this property. That piece of land was purchased by Yuanhang, but due to a lack of development funds, it remains idle. Now, whoever can muster 300 million can take over this land. Wu Pingju stared, dumbfounded, and after a prolonged silence, murmured, You want to become a developer? Li Rui chuckled. Becoming a developer is a distant prospect. Perhaps one day I will venture into real estate, but not now. At present, Li Rui merely seeks to profit from quick trades. Yuanhang's land is currently worth 300 million, but without funds for development or buyers for transfer. It is merely a hot potato in Shui Xianggui's hands. However, Li Rui knows that in 6 months, once new plans are released, property prices in the entire area will soar, consequently elevating the value of this land. In half a year, this land could easily appreciate to 1 billion. If he can wait 3 years, 2 billion will attract countless developers vying to seize it. And this is merely the land's value. If developed into a high-end residential complex, the profits would be astonishing. After a considerable pause, Wu Pingju cautioned, the current trend in the real estate market is uncertain. Venturing in at this time poses significant risks. Where there is risk, There lies the opportunity for great profit. Li Rui countered. Wu Pengju chuckled. While that may be true, our bank has a risk control system and numerous rules and restrictions. If you wish to apply for a loan, collateral is necessary. I have collateral, Li Rui asserted. 28 luxury apartments in Yuanhang Xingyuan, 3 villas, a Bentley, and the exclusive sales rights for the Yuanhang Xiniandi project. Wu Pengju smiled wryly. Li Rui, I am a few years your senior, so I will address you as little brother. Allow me to advise you as an elder, not as a bank president. The risks you are considering are exceedingly great. You have painstakingly acquired what you have now, and at such a young age, you should feel satisfied. If you develop steadily, step by step, I believe you can multiply your wealth several times in the future. Given that there are stable ways to earn money, why take such a significant risk? If you fail, you will lose everything. Li Rui replied calmly. I have about 100 million in deposits at your bank, along with approximately 60 million in stocks. Wu Pengju was at a loss for words. It was evident that Li Rui had not absorbed his warnings. He could only speak frankly. Much of what you just mentioned is not eligible for loans. The apartments and villas you purchased are already mortgaged. While the Bentley is indeed a luxury vehicle, cars generally do not yield substantial collateral value. As for your sales company and exclusive sales rights, they cannot be used as collateral to secure a loan from the bank. The only assets you can offer as collateral are your deposit certificates and stocks, but these will also require risk assessment. And the amount you can borrow will certainly fall short of your expectations. Li Rui remarked, if it were easy, I wouldn't trouble Wu Xing. I have heard that Huagua Bank now offers second mortgage services for personal housing. Perhaps Yue Bank could take a page from that. Moreover, there exists the exclusive distribution rights for the Far Voyage New World. Is it possible to secure a loan based on the franchise rights? Wu Pengju widened his eyes in confusion. What do you mean? Li Rui chuckled. Wu, as an industry insider, how is it that you are less informed than I am? Allow me to elucidate the policy for you. As the fragrant tea gradually cooled and the outside chatter diminished in the tea room, Wu Pengju listened intently to Li Rui's explanation, left utterly astonished. Is it truly feasible? Certainly, replied Li Rui. You can review the various regulations and ascertain which specific clause may have been breached. Such matters are merely a matter of differing interpretations. It is not a question of right or wrong. However, Wu expressed concern. This endeavor still carries significant risk. I fear that Guin may not approve the review. Li Rui smiled. Then there is no need for us to worry. Others are far more eager to facilitate this transaction. Chapter 85. Everyone receives a bonus. Wu Pengju departed with a heavy heart, intending to consult with the executives at the company. The gravity of the matter weighed upon him. Securing a prosperous profit for the Guangdong branch this year would alleviate all concerns, yet failure could lead to incarceration. Meanwhile, Li Rui dialed Su Xin's number. Mr. Su, I just had a conversation with Wu from Guangdong, and he expressed considerable interest. Perhaps you could facilitate matters on your end? Excitement resonated in Su's voice through the receiver. Leave it to me. Brotherly, if you could lend me a hand this time, do not hesitate to ask for my assistance in the future. Li Rui chuckled inwardly, anticipating that in half a year's time, Su would likely regret such bold claims. Yet, he replied, Mr. Su, you are too courteous. Our rapport is strong. And with our close collaboration, I shall certainly do my utmost to support you. After concluding the call, Li Rui returned to the sales hall. The foot traffic had diminished somewhat, allowing the sales staff a respite from juggling multiple clients simultaneously, and Bai Lan could finally catch her breath. He approached her. How did it go? Bai Lan managed a weary smile. 27 units. 27? That figure far exceeded Li Rui's expectations. He had initially considered selling 10 units a remarkable success. To sell 16 by morning and reach 27 by day's end was truly astonishing, a testament to the fervor people held for real estate. And there are still a few clients in negotiations. We may even surpass 30, Bai Lan added. Li Rui raised his thumb in admiration. Impressive. We merely conducted standard sales. The real prowess lies with you. Bai Lan responded earnestly. Without your promotional efforts on Weibo and the coordinated engagement with TT, attracting a high-quality clientele to view the properties, even our skills would have gone unutilized. The sensation of flattery was undeniably pleasant. It was no wonder so many in the past relished the company of sycophants. Yet, there were different types of admirers. Bai Lan's kind was refreshing, whereas Li Jun's, well, let us just say, he could stay far away. Bai Lan's predictions proved accurate. In the final hour, 3 more transactions were completed. 30 units, 23 in high-rise buildings and 7 in low-rise. culminating in a total transaction value of 75 million. Coupled with the 4 units sold yesterday, the weekend sales soared to 40 million, nearly equaling the total sales from the past 6 months. According to the contract between Li Rui and Yuan Hang, he would receive a 5 million profit from this 40 million. This not only recovered all advertising expenses, but also ensured that the forthcoming earnings would be pure profit. No wonder developers are widely detested. The real estate business is indeed extraordinarily lucrative. Everyone, gather around, Li Rui called out. The team assembled in the hall, lining up. Despite their fatigue from the bustling sales, their spirits soared with excitement. Li Rui addressed them. This weekend has concluded, yet our long-term endeavor is just beginning. Through the sales of these 2 days, I have witnessed each of your efforts and progress. I sincerely thank you all for your hard work. Now, I shall award bonuses to those who have excelled. This bonus does not count towards commissions. It is a personal gesture of gratitude from me to everyone. The crowd erupted in excitement. Li Rui had long prepared a stack of red envelopes and approached, distributing them one by one. Xiaolu, you sold a unit today, well done. Chenjia, you also sold a unit today, excellent. Lena, although you didn't close a deal today, I noticed your efforts. Keep it up. Although the intention was to award bonuses to outstanding individuals, in reality, each person received a red envelope, even the cleaning lady, albeit of varying thickness. The last to receive a red envelope was Wang Qin, who was initially the sales office manager but was dismissed by Li Rui on her first day. Out of pride, Wang Qin did not return to the headquarters of Yuan Hang, but lingered at the sales office. Initially, she intended to stay and watch Li Rui fail, but as time passed, she realized there was significant potential here and became earnest in her work. Today, she sold 3 units alone, the best performance among all the sales staff. When she received the thick red envelope from Li Rui, she was taken aback. So much. You can open it and see, Li Rui replied. Wang Qin opened the envelope and pulled out a stack of cash, estimating it to be at least 3,000. Li Rui looked around and announced. Wang Qin sold 3 units today, achieving a sales total of 374 million, making her the top performer. She deserves this bonus of 3,000 yuan. What do you all think? Thunderous applause erupted. Everyone gazed at Wang Qin with envy, contemplating how they must work harder next week, with commissions and bonuses at stake. Motivation was abundant. Wang Qin, holding the cash in a daze, was overwhelmed with complex emotions and nodded vigorously. General Manager Li, I will work even harder. I want to challenge Bai Lan and reclaim the position of sales office manager. Li Rui laughed. Bai Lan, do you dare to accept the challenge? What is there to fear? Bai Lan's competitive spirit ignited. Wang Qin, let us see who sells more next week. I will definitely win. Wang Qin clenched her fist. After work, the shuttle bus transported everyone away. Li Rui drove Bai Lan towards the city center. Bai Lan curled up in the passenger seat, draped in Li Rui's coat. Her eyes half closed in slumber. Li Rui knew she was exhausted and did not wake her when they arrived at her building. After another 10 minutes, Bai Lan jolted awake. Realizing they had stopped outside her home, she hurriedly said, Why didn't you wake me? I saw you were too tired and wanted you to rest a bit longer. Li Rui replied. Bai Lan's face flushed. Well, I should head home now. Wait, Li Rui said, opening the glove compartment and retrieving a red envelope, which he handed to her. I don't want it. Bai Lan waved her hand. That is not acceptable. Thanks to your hard work, we have successfully integrated the sales office and Xingrui Company, resulting in today's phenomenal sales performance. You are a significant contributor, Li Rui stated earnestly. I have always said that bringing you here was to provide you with greater opportunities for development. Yuanhang New World is just the beginning. We have a much broader future ahead. Upon hearing Li Rui's mention of us, Bai Lan felt her heart flutter. Yet the thought of the beautiful women who often accompanied him caused her heart to sink once more. Carefully, she accepted the red envelope and said, Thank you, boss, before hastily retreating from the car. Observing her flustered demeanor, akin to that of a frightened rabbit, Li Rui couldn't help but wonder, why is she so clumsy? She doesn't usually act this way. Once Bai Lan returned home and her emotions settled, she discovered the envelope was quite substantial. Upon opening it, she was astonished to find it contained 10,000 yuan. Wasn't that rather excessive? A sense of surprise washed over her, accompanied by warmth. It seemed he truly cared for her after all. Bai Lan chuckled to herself a few times, embracing the large teddy bear on her bed and playfully tugging at its ears. The fleeting feelings of loneliness that had arisen during her earlier confrontation with Wang Qin vanished entirely. By Xiaolan, you must work even harder at the office tomorrow. Chapter 86. 3 trending topics on October 18th, Monday. The sky transitioned from cloudy to overcast, accompanied by a breeze. Li Rue found himself fortunate. The weekend had blessed him with fine weather, attracting numerous potential buyers. Had the day mirrored today's dreary ambience, it would have undoubtedly dampened spirits, making the prospect of purchasing a home far less appealing. Upon awakening early, he habitually checked the data on Vblog. Sunday evening witnessed a new peak, with both comments and shares surpassing 6 million, rallying towards the 7 million mark. The lottery Vblog continued to dominate the trending charts, showing no signs of relinquishing its position. To Li Rue's delight, Yuan Hang New World was not the sole topic trending. Hanfu and Qin Qin AI had also captured the public's attention. Number 4, Hanfu Salesgirl. All stunning. Hot. Hot. Number 7, Property TT. Such innovative marketing collaboration? Hot. The 4th trending topic was flooded with various exquisite Hanfu images, all surreptitiously captured by guests visiting Yuan Hang New World, accompanied by laudatory captions. Visited the currently hottest Yuan Hang New World to view properties. Initially aimed to increase my odds of winning, but unexpectedly garnered such great rewards. Pictures, or it didn't happen. All beauties, beware of the plethora of images. Could someone tell me where to purchase Hanfu? I wished to buy a set for my girlfriend, but was too shy to inquire on-site. I'll offer 100 yuan for all the details of the beauty in the image. The beauty in question was by Lan, photographed from various angles and poses, with comments likening her to a youthful version of Bai Yangzi, while others dubbed her the sales fairy. One could only wonder if she would be pleased upon seeing such remarks. The 7th trending topic also stemmed from a viewer's Vblog, showcasing images of Qin Qin AI contraceptives, with the packaging's text prominently displayed, captioned, "First time witnessing such a collaboration. I must say, the planner is a genius." This post astonishingly garnered over 10,000 comments and shares. Size has no relation to happiness? This contradicts my understanding. Laughing. This planner would have faced execution 20 years ago. Such a collaboration was unexpected. Indeed, today's advertisers are quite audacious. I just want to ask, where can I claim this? Li Rue chuckled. These 2 trending topics effectively provided Yuan Hang New World with additional publicity, simultaneously enhancing the visibility of Qin Qin AI. Perhaps it was time to request additional funding from them? Just as he reveled in this thought, a call from Yi Bingling interrupted him. Upon answering, the icy yet charming CEO's pleasant voice resonated, evoking a sense of surprise akin to a blooming iron tree. Have you checked Vblog? Just did. Qin Qin AI just called to thank us for our proposal. Just a thank you? No mention of additional funding? What are you thinking? Oh well, perhaps I was being overly optimistic. Chairman, is there anything else? Did you forget something yesterday? Li Rue smacked his forehead. He had returned home directly and forgotten to report the sales situation to Yi Bingling. However, Li Rue found it rather perplexing, as the boss. Why did you need to report to Yi Bingling? We sold 30 sets yesterday, Li Rue stated. 3 sets is acceptable, but we mustn't rush, she replied. What? 30 sets? Yi Bingling exclaimed in surprise. Li Rue affirmed. Yes, 30 sets. So many. The sound of her sharp intake of breath traveled through the receiver, sending a tingling sensation through Li Rue's ears. After inquiring about some details, Yi Bingling marveled. Is our advertising strategy truly this effective? Seizing the opportunity, Li Rue responded, Indeed. I believe the advertising industry still holds immense potential. Chairman, why invest in other sectors? We should delve deeper into this field, and in due time, we will outshine Ogilvy, surpass Blue Focus, and become the leading figure in advertising within Huagua. Yi Bingling remarked, What you say is splendid. Come to the company immediately so we can discuss the particulars. Li Rue had merely spoken casually, but was taken aback by her earnestness. He quickly replied, Chairman, I've been working overtime this weekend, and am entitled to take time off. Well, I'll spend these 2 days at home contemplating. And once I have clarity, I will discuss the details with you. Please refrain from calling me during these 2 days. With a decisive click, Li Rue hung up the phone and promptly added Yi Bingling's number to his blacklist. One could only imagine how furious that iceberg must be. Li Rue's absence from work was due to pressing matters. After grooming himself, he drove straight to Yuexinhang. As a privileged black card holder, he was immediately met with enthusiastic reception upon entering. Qin Qinglian hurried over, puzzled. What brings you here? I'm here to see Old Wu, Li Rue replied. Old Wu? The others paused in confusion. Who could that be? A few minutes later, Wu Pinju appeared, his face beaming. Ah, Li Rue, my dear brother, you've come so early. Please, Step into my office. Once they had left, the others surrounded Chen Qinglian, inquiring, Sister Chen, what is going on? When did Mr. Li become so close to Wu? Chen Qinglian also wore a perplexed expression. I have no idea. Upon entering Wu Pingju's office, fragrant tea was served. After sipping a couple of cups and exchanging pleasantries about the weather, Li Rui transitioned to the matter at hand. Wu, have you given any thought to the situation? Wu Pingju displayed a troubled expression. To be honest, after our meeting yesterday, I made several calls to industry friends, and they all indicated that this matter would be difficult to manage. If it were easy, why would I trouble you, Wu? Li Rui replied calmly. I also contacted several friends in the banking sector yesterday. They mentioned that while the situation is challenging, it is not insurmountable. Wu Pingju grew anxious. As a super client of Yuan, Li Rui ranked among the top for both deposits and loans. Losing such a client would incur significant losses. In this day and age, competition among banks was fierce. If one offered higher deposit interest rates, another would counter with even higher rates and gifts. If one provided lower loan interest rates, another would undercut them further while offering subsidies. Moreover, while one bank's wealth manager assisted with investments, another's wealth manager might also help with childcare, household chores, and warming the bed. Li Rui leisurely remarked that the president of Industrial and Commercial Bank, Mr. Zhang, stated that as long as he could first settle his mortgage, he would be able to use the maximum limit to secure a loan against his car and house. The president of Construction Bank, Mr. Zhu, was rather cautious, suggesting that he conduct an appraisal for the property at Xinjiang, with subsequent operations based on the rights of franchise as collateral. However, it was Mr. CF from China Merchants Bank who exhibited true audacity, asserting that as long as Li Rui transferred his deposits, he could borrow as he pleased. Mr. Wu Pingju was alarmed. After all, Industrial and Commercial Bank and Construction Bank were state-owned, and he had no fear of their erratic actions. Yet, as a commercial bank, China Merchants Bank possessed numerous strategies, and it was conceivable that they might resort to underhanded tactics to seize Li Rui's substantial deposits. If Mr. Xie were to snatch Li Rui away, Mr. Wu Pingju would find himself in dire straits. Chapter 87. The next target. May I have another day to contemplate? Wu Pingju inquired, wiping the sweat from his forehead with a tissue. The matter at hand was of great significance, compelling him to exercise caution. Li Rui chuckled, of course. I hope that when I return tomorrow, I will receive a commitment from Wu Xing, rather than having to depart with mere deposits. He rose to take his leave, while Wu Pingju remained seated for a moment before calling Chen Qinglian into his office. Director, you summoned me? Chen Qinglian entered the office, visibly anxious. Wu Pingju smiled. Please, have a seat. Chen Qinglian sat down sideways, her heart racing. She surmised that Wu Pingju had called her regarding Li Rui, yet she remained uncertain of the specifics. Wu Pingju casually discussed a few work-related matters before shifting the conversation. What is your opinion of Li Rui? Li Rui? Chen Qinglian hesitated. He possesses numerous unique perspectives on investment. Oh? Wu Pingju's eyes sparkled with interest. What do you mean? Could you elaborate? Li Rui has an entire set of investment philosophies. Chen Qinglian organized her thoughts and succinctly recounted the incidents she had observed while accompanying Li Rui. Her tone remained calm, and her demeanor objective. She refrained from passing judgment, simply stating the facts. This exemplified Chen Qinglian's sense of propriety. She understood that Wu Pingju sought unembellished facts devoid of personal bias, and thus, she confined her narrative to the facts alone, consciously separating her feelings for Li Rui. Wu Pingju listened intently, occasionally displaying astonishment. His bewilderment peaked upon learning that Li Rui had amassed tens of millions in the futures market and invested over $1 million in Bitcoin. What exactly is Bitcoin? He could not help but ask. Chen Qinglian replied. He described it as a newly invented virtual currency that can be used as money. Which country issued it? What is it backed by, currency or gold? Wu Pingju inquired further. Chen Qinglian shook her head. It is not issued by any country, rather. It is a currency that requires mining and lacks any collateral. Wu Pingju was left utterly perplexed. As a traditional finance professional, he found it incomprehensible that Li Rui would invest in such an asset. Fortunately, the sum involved was merely a few tens of thousands. A trifling amount compared to the tens of millions he had earned in the futures market. Given your description, it seems Li Rui has a rather aggressive investment style. Do you believe he will succeed? Wu Pingju pondered aloud. After a moment's reflection, Chen Qinglian responded. I can only say that I have never encountered anyone quite like Li Rui before. I hold nothing but admiration and respect for him. Admiration? You consider him an investment genius? Wu Pingju gasped in surprise. Qin Xinglian was one of his most esteemed subordinates, consistently ranking among the industry's elite. For Li Rui to receive such high praise from her was enough to sway his judgment. Very well, I understand, Wu Pingju nodded. You may return to your duties. As Qin Xinglian approached the door, she hesitated and turned back, saying, sometimes, luck is also a facet of strength. Wu Pingju was taken aback. As if a realization dawned upon him, and he replied with a smile, thank you for your reminder. Once Qin Xinglian departed, Wu Pingju immediately seized the phone. Gao Xing. There is a matter I wish to report to you. Upon returning to her post, Qin Xinglian's heart raced uncontrollably. Having been in the profession for many years, she had always maintained a sense of propriety, treating clients, superiors, and colleagues with both respect and assertiveness. However, her professional demeanor wavered upon encountering Li Rui. First, she accepted his gift, and then they began cohabiting, which led her to impulsively utter a certain phrase. She was unaware of the profound impact those words would have on Wu Pingju, but she believed they could assist Li Rui. I can only help you this much. The rest is up to your fortune, Qin Xinglian thought quietly. Li Rui left Yuexihang and made his way to the nearby Qianda Mall, where he purchased a laptop with the highest specifications available. In 2010, Li Rui found the lack of mobility particularly inconvenient. Not only were WeChat and Zafobo not yet prevalent, but tasks that could easily be accomplished on a smartphone in his previous life had to be done on a computer. For instance, accessing Weibo required logging in on a computer, as the mobile client had yet to achieve full functionality. Even the stable version of QQ for mobile devices would not be available for over a year. Thus, Li Rui deemed it necessary to possess a laptop for personal use. After acquiring the laptop and installing the necessary software, Li Rui settled into a nearby Starbucks, selecting a window-side seat to open his computer. He logged into Weibo, his email, QQ, and his stock trading software, sipping his coffee while addressing various mundane tasks. He first checked his emails, where Yuna had sent legal and financial documents. With his rudimentary command of English, just barely passing the CET-4, he skimmed through the materials and forwarded them to Qin Xinglian's lawyer friend, requesting a final review. The lawyer accepted Li Rui's invitation to become a part-time legal advisor for Xingrui Company, feeling justified in doing so. In truth, Li Rui was merely following protocol. The professional ethics in the United States were still commendable, and with Yuna keeping a watchful eye, issues were unlikely to arise. The investment in Instagram had largely been finalized, and once the documents were confirmed, Li Rui would authorize Yuna to complete the final procedures, after which he would find a time to sign in the United States. Next came the most critical step of the plan, the core that Li Rui had determined. Securing this would potentially allow for the establishment of a social ecosystem capable of rivaling Facebook. Failing to achieve this would necessitate a return to cautious speculation and the life of a wealthy gentleman. Hunter, Yuna, are you there? White Moonlight, yes. Is there an issue with the documents? Hunter, the documents have been sent to the lawyer for review. There should be no problems. I have another request for you. White Moonlight, go ahead. Hunter, could you and Kevin please make a trip to Mountain View? There is a company called WhatsApp, and I would like you to find its founders, Brian Acton and Jan Combe, as I wish to speak with them. White Moonlight, WhatsApp? I know that application. I use it myself. What do you intend to do? Hunter, what do you think? White Moonlight, surely you are not considering investing in WhatsApp, are you? Hunter, you are correct, partially. White Moonlight, enough with the jesting. WhatsApp is not Instagram. It has been operational for over a year and is flourishing. Hunter, how can one ascertain without giving it a try? I entrust this matter to you. By the way, do remember to bring Kevin along. He possesses excellent oratory skills. And I believe Acton and Com will appreciate Instagram's innovative concepts. White Moonlight, very well. I shall contact Kevin, and we will visit Mountain View tomorrow. After offering a few reminders to Yuna, Li Rui opened his stock trading application and leisurely began to browse through the offerings. Suddenly, a figure appeared before him, inquiring softly, "May I sit here?" Li Rui looked up, and to his astonishment, it was Gu Xian. Chapter 88. Independent woman in life's myriad encounters. Gu Xian is undeniably attractive, however. Li Rui finds himself reluctant to meet her. The previous blind date left a profound impression on him. She is a woman of resolute character, decisive and purposeful, with her own set of principles and aspirations in life. If individuals are not of the same ilk, there is no need to force a connection. He had assumed they would not cross paths again, yet, in the small town of Haizhou, fate brought them together once more at Starbucks. What a coincidence! Li Rui remarked with a smile. Please, have a seat. Gu Xian sat down, her gaze sweeping across the table, her brow slightly furrowing. Would you like something to drink? It's my treat, Li Rui offered. Gu Xian shook her head, responding, "No, thank you. The coffee here is over 20 yuan at its cheapest. While the cost is merely a few, I refuse to be a victim of exorbitant profits from capitalists." Li Rui felt momentarily bewildered. The cappuccino before him suddenly lost its appeal. However, he sought to regain some ground, smiling as he said, "If that's the case. The profits in your real estate sector are quite significant as well." With a tone of righteous indignation, Gu Xian retorted, "That is different. Real estate not only possesses commodity attributes but also investment qualities, making it a product with potential for appreciation. Coffee, on the other hand, is merely a trap set by consumerism for the masses. Overindulgence can lead to heart disease and gastric issues. I recommend you drink more plain water in the future." Li Rui discreetly glanced at the Starbucks staff, relieved to see they had no intention of reprimanding Gu Xian. "I haven't asked how you ended up here." "If my watch is accurate, it should be working hours," Gu Xian noted. "I'm waiting for a client," Li Rui replied hastily. "Oh, if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have thought you were slacking off," Gu Xian sighed. From that sigh, Li Rui discerned a hint of disappointment. In truth, he wished to explain. Yet, Gu Xian interrupted him with a wave of her hand, bluntly inquiring, "After that day, why didn't you reach out to me?" Li Rui pondered. Why would he seek discomfort? Did she feel unworthy of him? The disconnection in their reasoning was glaring. Did she believe she fell short of his expectations? It is indeed challenging to transition from a daily income of 10,000 to a monthly one of 5,000. Did she think he was pressuring her? Not at all. In fact, I had forgotten about you. With an expression of exasperation, Gu Xian stated, "My demands that day were merely to inspire your ambition. We are still young, with a long journey ahead. If we wish to establish ourselves in Haizhou, greater effort is essential." "I am quite diligent," Li Rui muttered. This was the truth. In his past life, at the age of 25, he was a mere slacker. Since his rebirth, he had been so busy he scarcely had time to spend money. If this did not qualify as effort, what then could? "I initially thought you were an ambitious young man, but today you have truly disappointed me." Gu Xian shook her head. "What is wrong with me?" Li Rui asked, bewildered. Gu Xian pointed at the table. "A cup of cappuccino costs over 20 yuan, and your monthly salary is only 3,700. How many cups can you afford? A laptop, if I am not mistaken, should cost over 10,000. You would need to forego food and drink for 3 months to afford it. An Apple IV phone. Even the gray market version is priced at over 8,000, which amounts to 2 months' salary. With such funds, one could pursue further education to enrich their mind. Invest wisely to generate wealth, or even just keep it in a bank, enough for 2 square meters in the suburbs. Yet, you squander it on these trivial pursuits. I can only say I misjudged you. Am I vain?" Li Rui longed to take Gu Xian to admire that Bentley Mulsanne. Now that would be vanity. Although Gu Xian's words were unpalatable, Li Rui held her in high regard. She was an independent woman unshackled by consumerism. One could tell from her attire and accessories that none of them exceeded 500 yuan. Many girls in large cities don designer brands, drive luxury cars worth millions, frequently indulge in afternoon tea at the Ritz-Carlton, and travel to 5-star hotels every few weeks. It leaves one to ponder if living standards have truly soared to such heights. In reality, their outward glamour belies a chaotic existence. Their luxury brands are often shared purchases, their high-end cars rented. And they are burdened with debts amounting to tens of thousands, endlessly swiping one credit card to pay off another. Their afternoon tea at the Ritz-Carlton might have been a solitary visit, yet they possess enough photos from it to last 2 years. The tales of 5-star hotel stays during travels are even more intricate. In this era of awakened feminism, the days of 7 yuan spicy hot pot are long gone. Among 10 beautiful young women, scarcely one relies on her own merits. These girls may revel in their youth and beauty now, but upon reaching 30, they often find themselves ensnared in the dilemmas of marriage. They seek a financially stable partner, yet they are deemed too old, unwilling to settle for a potential suitor. Their marriage demands include a house, a car, and savings, while they possess only a mountain of credit card debts as their dowry. Unable to find suitable matches in the city, they scorn men from their hometown for lacking fashion sense and trend awareness. In summary, they find themselves in a limbo, neither here nor there, aptly termed leftover women. Unlike them, Gu Xian is a true independent woman, the kind Li Rui would applaud and sincerely wish happiness upon. "Miss Gu, I believe you have misunderstood a few things," Li Rui stated. "Have I?" "Firstly, I worked 2 days over the weekend. Today is my compensatory day off. Secondly, the coffee is for a pick-me-up and a personal preference, not a trap of consumerism," There is no need to escalate it. Thirdly, both the laptop and phone are necessities for work, not a display of vanity. Gu Xian smiled. It's all right. You don't need to explain, after all. I am not someone significant in your life. I think our relationship ends here, and I wish you all the best in the future. As she spoke, she stood and walked to another corner. Li Rui opened his mouth, shook his head, and ultimately abandoned the thought of explanation. Let her be. Let her remain a free and independent woman, striving for her own success in Haijiu. Li Rui continued to monitor the stock market, occasionally sending and receiving emails, replying to messages, and making trades, immersed in his busy endeavors. It was unclear how much time had passed when a sharp scream pierced the air in the CAF. Li Rui turned his head and beheld a man with his hair drenched, brown coffee cascading from his crown, staining his white shirt with a splotchy map of coffee. Opposite him, Gu Xian clutched an empty coffee cup, her body trembling uncontrollably. Everyone stared in astonishment, bewildered by the unfolding scene. The man wiped the liquid from his head and cursed. Gu, you truly have no shame. If you don't want this project, there are plenty who do. I'm telling you now, you're out. With that, he stood up and stormed out, slamming the door behind him. Gu Xian stood frozen for a moment before suddenly covering her face and weeping uncontrollably. Chapter 89. Shared Sorrows. Are you all right? In front of the tearful Gu Xian, someone offered a pack of tissues. She looked up to see Li Rui and forced a brave facade, saying, I'm fine. Your eye makeup is smudged. Li Rui pointed out. Gu Xian covered her face and replied, I'll go to the restroom. After several minutes, when she returned, she wore the same strong and independent demeanor, though her eyes were still red. I'm sorry for making you laugh, Gu Xian said. Just as Li Rui was about to inquire about what had transpired, Gu Xian's phone rang. She answered, and, after a few exchanges, her expression shifted dramatically. Manager Jiang. I admit I was a bit impulsive. I shouldn't have thrown coffee at him, but he was too much. He tried to exploit me. What? Why is the company punishing me? Am I supposed to endure his humiliation? It seemed the call ended abruptly, and Gu Xian weakly lowered her phone, staring vacantly ahead. Li Rui began to piece together the truth and felt a deep sense of sympathy. Who wouldn't he desire to earn a living with dignity and to act honorably? Yet this society is riddled with pitfalls, compelling individuals to become depraved, despicable, and shameless. After a prolonged silence, Gu Xian stood up and staggered toward the exit. Li Rui quickly gathered his belongings and followed her, concerned about her erratic state of mind. Upon exiting Starbucks, Gu Xian wandered aimlessly through the mall, resembling a headless fly. After a while, she suddenly halted, turned around, and fixed her gaze on Li Rui. Why are you following me? Do you wish to witness my misfortune? Li Rui was both amused and exasperated. Please don't misconstrue my good intentions. I'm merely worried that you might do something unwise. Gu Xian smiled, albeit bitterly. If I were prone to such thoughts, I would have succumbed to despair the first time I was harassed after graduating from university. I would have fallen apart when I was wrongfully accused by my superior, berated mercilessly, and had my wages docked, leaving me unable to pay rent and evicted to the streets. Li Rui realized the extent of her hardships, understanding now why she was so fixated on purchasing a home. Having her own place would mean never having to face homelessness again. I empathize with you, Li Rui said. However, Gu Xian shook her head with a smile. You cannot truly understand. The sorrows of the world are not interconnected. You will never grasp my experience, nor do I expect anyone to. From a young age, I learned that if a woman desires happiness, she must rely solely on herself and not on others. Your emotions are quite unstable right now. It would be better to find a place to sit down and talk things over, Li Rui suggested. After much persuasion, Li Rui finally managed to lead Gu Xian to a nearby DQ ice cream shop, where he purchased 2 ice creams, one for each of them. I've heard that sweets can lift one's spirits. To give it a try, Li Rui said. Gu Xian accepted the ice cream, examining it for a few moments before responding, You know, after studying and working in Haijiu for so many years, I've never had Agendas, let alone DQ, because I cannot bear to part with it. I often ponder the notion that if I could endure and save these unnecessary expenditures, I would soon possess a home in Haijiu. Then, I would no longer have to endure the harassment of repugnant men, nor would I live in fear of being wronged by my superiors, and I would no longer be pursued for rent by my landlord. She began to narrate. This is essentially a tale born from an unfortunate upbringing, marked by the premature divorce of her parents, her mother's resentment towards her father, and the hardships of life, all of which sowed seeds of discontent in the young Gu Xinxin's heart. Following this is the chronicle of a girl's struggle. interspersed with various melodramatic episodes that anyone with a modicum of life experience could easily envision. Li Rue empathized deeply. In his previous life, aside from a relatively harmonious family background, he bore some resemblance to Gu Xinxin, who says the sorrows and joys of humanity cannot resonate with one another. At least in this moment, Li Rue understood Gu Xinxin profoundly. As Gu Xinxin finished her tale, her emotions gradually settled, and while delicately savoring her ice cream, she remarked, "The man I just mentioned is the project manager from Yuanhang Real Estate. I came to provide him with a quotation today, but he insisted that I accompany him for a night in exchange for the project. I've encountered such individuals before, always thick-skinned enough to navigate through. Yet he insulted me, and he even berated my mother. I will not tolerate anyone disparaging my mother. That scoundrel." Such rogues exist in the advertising industry, a reality Li Rue was all too familiar with. Having lost the project, he even reported me to our superiors. "My performance bonus for the latter half of the year is now gone," Gu Xinxin said softly. "I had planned to use my bonus to purchase a small apartment in the community I had previously favored. It need not be large, 30 square meters would suffice. But now, everything is lost." "What is his name?" Li Rue suddenly inquired. "Whom?" Gu Xinxin asked, puzzled. "That scoundrel?" Gu Xinxin shook her head. "It would be of no use to tell you. What could we insignificant figures possibly do against him? Just tell me his name." Li Rue insisted earnestly. "I may be able to find an acquaintance who can intercede on your behalf." "I do not want that." Gu Xinxin's gaze hardened. "He insulted my mother, and I refuse to plead with him or apologize. Even if I become unemployed, I will not apologize." Upon hearing her resolve, Li Rue ceased his insistence and stood up, saying, "I will make a phone call." He dialed Su Xiangue. "Brother, thank you for the 30 million. As soon as the call connected, Su Xiangue's excited voice came through. Earlier that morning, Li Rue had managed to transfer 30 million to Su Xiangue, fulfilling the first payment obligation of their exclusive sales contract. "It was only right," Li Rue replied. "This money has alleviated my urgent needs." Su Xiangue chuckled. "I heard the sales were quite favorable yesterday. You truly possess remarkable abilities." Li Rue chuckled as well. "We shall discuss the sales matters later, Su Zong. I currently have a situation to report to you." After the call, Li Rue returned to the table. Gu Xinxin had finished her ice cream, her expression returning to a state of normalcy. So normal it tugged at one's heartstrings. Li Rue had experienced this in his previous life too. Crying, suffering, licking wounds, and then feigning strength to continue living. Otherwise, who would offer you a piece of candy simply because you weep inconsolably? "I must be on my way." "Thank you for the ice cream," Gu Xian remarked. "Just a moment longer," Li Rue replied. Gu Xian shook her head. "There is no need. I appreciate your comfort. But what we had is no longer possible. Just half an hour more, if you would," Li Rue suggested. "I can share some stories from my past." After a moment of contemplation, Gu Xian agreed. "All right, half an hour it is. You know, I was born in Yunshan County, a rather small place. There, we have a mountain named Yushan, which boasts breathtaking scenery. One day, I aspire to develop the tourism potential of Yushan, inviting people from all over the country to visit." Li Rue rambled on, occasionally boasting and recounting amusing anecdotes from his childhood, managing to elicit a few smiles from Gu Xian. Such is life. When it strikes you with pain, respond with laughter. Before long, half an hour had elapsed, and Gu Xian glanced at the time, saying, "I truly must return. I still need to write a reflection." Just then, a man stumbled into the shop. And to her astonishment, it was the very same unpleasant individual who had been doused with coffee by Gu Xian earlier. Chapter 90. Empty-handed trickery. Sun Xiao. "What brings you here again?" Gu Xian exclaimed in surprise as she instinctively moved closer to Li Rue upon seeing the visitor. Upon spotting Gu Xian, the newcomer rushed towards her like a drowning man clutching at a straw, collapsing to his knees in front of her. The shop fell into a profound silence. Other patrons were taken aback, and as they regained their composure, someone suddenly shouted, "Agree to him! Agree to him!" The air was soon filled with shouts of encouragement. Gu Xian's face turned pale as she quickly interjected, "Everyone, please stop. You are misunderstanding." Upon closer inspection, the crowd seemed to realize that it was indeed a misunderstanding. Typically, proposals involved kneeling on one knee, yet this man was on both knees. Was he treating her like a family elder? Xian, yeah, I was wrong. I am not a person. I am a fool, a despicable wretch. I have insulted you. Please forgive me." Sun Xiao pleaded from the ground. Gu Xian was taken aback. "Sun Xiao, what on earth are you doing?" Sun Xiao responded, "Xian, yeah, I have elderly parents over 60 and a child just starting elementary school. I beg you to overlook my transgressions. Let this pass as if I were merely a fleeting thought. Gu Xian replied, wait a moment. What is going on here? Sun Xiao was momentarily stunned. Did you not report me to General Shui and get me dismissed? Xian Jia. Had I known you had connections with General Shui, I would not have dared interfere with your project. Gu Xian was bewildered. General Shui? Was he referring to Shui Xinggu? How could I possibly know Shui Xinggu? He is the grand owner of Yuanyang Real Estate, while I am merely an employee of a modest real estate company, worlds apart. Yet, Sun Xiao's demeanor did not suggest he was acting. Could it be? A spark of realization flickered in Gu Xian's mind as she glanced at Li Rue, who was preoccupied with his phone, seemingly indifferent. It couldn't possibly be him. Gu Xian shook her head, speculating whether her superior had changed his mind and contacted Shui Xinggu through some means. Xian Jia, can you intercede on my behalf to reinstate my position? I will do anything you ask, Sun Xiao implored. Gu Xian gazed at him intently and coldly replied, get lost. Sun Xiao's mouth fell agape you. Do not take this too far. If you push me to the edge, are you threatening her? If General Shui finds out, you may lose more than just your job. You might even end up in prison. Li Rue remarked calmly. Sun Xiao's expression shifted dramatically as he waved his hands. I did not mean it that way. Xian Jia, I no longer wish to be reinstated. Being an ordinary employee suits me just fine. With that, he scrambled away in haste. Gu Xian exhaled in relief and turned to Li Rue. Thank you for helping me out. I wouldn't have known how to handle him otherwise. Not at all, Li Rue replied. Are you feeling a bit better now? Just as Gu Xian was about to respond, her phone rang. She glanced at the caller ID and gasped, it's my superior. Upon answering, an urgent voice came through the receiver. A radiant smile spread across Gu Xian's face. It's all right. I understand you were just anxious. Yes, thank you. With determination, she declared, I will strive to meet the expectations of our leader. After hanging up the phone, she suddenly said, Li Rue, embrace me. Huh? Li Rue was taken aback. Quickly, just hold me. After a moment of hesitation, Li Rue moved closer, wrapping his arms around her shoulders gently. It's real, Gu Xian murmured, resting her head against Li Rue's chest. It's true, not a dream. What is the matter? Li Rue felt the softness of her body, his heart racing slightly. Gu Xian continued. The leader just called to apologize, stating that the investigation revealed it was all Sun Xiao's fault. He also mentioned that I was wronged and promised me a promotion and a salary increase. Isn't that wonderful? Li Rue replied. Indeed, I must express my gratitude to the leader. If it weren't for his communication with General Shui, that scoundrel Sun Xiao would not have faced consequences. Li Rue yearned to tell her that it was the handsome man before her who had aided her, not her leader. However, he refrained, not wishing to add to Gu Xian's emotional burden. At that moment, his phone rang. Wu Pengju's call had finally come through. Li Rue, where are you? Would it be convenient for you to come to my office? I have something important to discuss. Sure, I'll be there shortly. Li Rue bid farewell to Gu Xian and hurried to the office of the Guangdong Publishing House. Inside the president's office, Wu Pengju discovered his cigarette box was empty, and the ashtray before him was overflowing with stubs, the room engulfed in smoke. As Li Rue entered, he nearly choked on the haze. Wu, are you trying to start a fire? Li Rue coughed a few times. Wu Pengju quickly opened a window and chuckled. I must have a cigarette while I ponder matters. You know how challenging your situation is. It consumes a lot of cigarettes. Li Rue laughed heartily. Once matters are settled, I shall treat you to 10 fine cigarettes. That's a promise, Wu Pengju replied with a grin. Please, have a seat. I have some good news for you. After Li Rue settled in, Wu Pengju spoke mysteriously. I have communicated with the higher-ups, and the bank has, in principle, approved your loan application. Oh, really? Li Rue felt a surge of excitement within, yet maintained an outward calm. Wu Pengju observed, somewhat astonished, Brother, why aren't you more jubilant? Li Rue replied nonchalantly. This sum could be obtained anywhere. Since it was already within my grasp, what unexpected delight is there? Wu Pengju felt a bit embarrassed but continued to seek acknowledgement with other banks. It's a straightforward transaction. Here with me, there is also a friendship involved. Li Rue was not foolish enough to befriend bankers. They were, in essence, loan sharks. He was of value to them now, but should he fail to repay the loan one day, he wondered if Wu Pengju would still consider him a friend. Holding disdain in his heart, Li Rue nonetheless said, I have been hoping to cooperate with you, which is why I waited so long. Otherwise, 300 million would already be in my account. Wu Pengju chuckled awkwardly. Let us not dwell on that. Let us discuss the details. The 300 million was perceived in this manner by the bank. When it comes to matters of expertise, it is only fitting that they be handled by professionals. At that moment, Li Rui merely provided Wu Pingju with a framework, the specifics of what to use as collateral, the duration of the mortgage, and how to legally and compliantly secure the loan were all tasks to be refined by Wu Pingju. One cannot help but admire the prowess of professionals, as Wu Pingju indeed devised a reasonable loan strategy. However, there remained a singular issue. Li Rui's collateral was insufficient. Unless he could first settle the mortgage on the villas and residences in the Yuan Hangxing Yuan community before presenting them as collateral to the Guangdong Bank, this process was imperative. Otherwise, even the most powerful figures would be unable to use properties under mortgage as collateral for a loan. Wu Pengju remarked, "Brother, we are just missing this step. What do you propose we do?" Li Rui smiled and replied, "Who says my collateral is inadequate? My dear brother, what if I use that parcel of land I purchased as collateral?" "What?" Wu Pengju was taken aback, "But that land is not even yours yet." "As long as you lend me the money, it will be mine," Li Rui asserted. "It must first be yours for me to lend you the money," Wu Pengju countered. "The order can indeed be reversed," Li Rui suggested. "Are you implying that you are attempting to pull off a sleight of hand?" Wu Pengju finally comprehended Li Rui's intention. Chapter 91 illuminated Li Rui's plan was exceedingly straightforward. He aimed to acquire a parcel of land from Yuanhang Real Estate for 300 million. His capital came from three sources. First, Li Rui personally contributed 5 million, which represented his genuine financial input. Second, he secured a loan of 145 million from Yu Issuing by using properties, vehicles, and the exclusive sales rights of Yuanhang New World as collateral, paying the maximum interest permissible by the state. Third, he intended to use the land he was about to acquire as collateral to borrow 150 million from Yu Issuing. In essence, out of the total acquisition fund of 300 million, aside from the 5 million in cash, the remaining 295 million was borrowed from Yu Issuing. Zhao Pengju was utterly bewildered. "So you're telling me that we, Yu Issuing, are financing the purchase of this land for you? And then you will use it as collateral for us? This is akin to a clever ruse." Li Rui replied, "Brother, please don't put it so harshly. I am indeed contributing 5 million and mortgaging substantial assets. Moreover, you aren't doing this for free. You will earn a significant amount in interest." Wu Pengju was at a loss for words. He had to admit that Li Rui's audacity was remarkable, and the plan appeared flawless, fully compliant with legal regulations. Wu Pengju seriously wondered what kind of mind concocted such a high-leverage scheme. Little did he know, Li Rui's strategy was inspired by a certain celebrity from his past life. Xiao Yinzi. In 2018, Xiao Yinzi and her husband had employed a similar leverage buyout, investing nearly 60 million to leverage 3 billion, nearly gaining control of a publicly listed company. However, due to financing issues that caught the attention of the Securities Regulatory Commission, their venture ultimately failed. Li Rui's endeavor involved merely acquiring a piece of land, devoid of any implications for shareholders, and the financial regulations of the time were not particularly stringent. Under the veil of secrecy, the success rate exceeded 90%. "What do you think, brother?" Li Rui inquired. Wu Pengju took a deep breath. "Theoretically, it is feasible. Shall we proceed then?" "Do not rush. Allow me to make a phone call first." Wu Pengju was perspiring. Such a significant matter warranted further communication with higher-ups. After leaving to make the call, he returned an hour later, the sweat on his forehead having dried. "How did it go?" Li Rui asked. Wu Pengju extended his hand. "Brother, I am entrusting my entire fortune and life to you. Please do not let me down. Rest assured, this year Yu Issuing's profits will set a new record," Li Rui responded, not shaking his hand but instead offering him a hearty embrace. Upon exiting Yu Issuing, Li Rui felt a surge of vitality. With 5 million, he had leveraged 300 million to successfully acquire the land from Yuanhang Real Estate, ensuring substantial midterm gains while preserving the flexibility of his available funds. The interest he would pay was insignificant compared to the anticipated surge in land prices in 6 months. Li Rui was thoroughly pleased with his cunning maneuver. In this transaction, all parties emerged victorious. The only distinction lay in the magnitude of their gains. Yuanhang Real Estate has secured vital funding, enabling it to weather the tail end of the current real estate winter and usher in a glorious decade. Yu Issuing has reaped millions in interest. As for Li Rui, he is undoubtedly the greatest victor, amassing the largest profit while also earning the friendship and gratitude of Xue Xianggui and Wu Pengju. This business is exceedingly gratifying. How wonderful it would be if such excellent opportunities arose every day. Noticing the time, Li Rui drove to Yuanhang New World. Being a Monday, The number of prospective buyers had significantly diminished, and by 6 o'clock, the sales office was nearly deserted. Upon his arrival, Bylon was conducting the day's summary meeting. Today, we received a total of 71 groups of clients, comprising 63 new clients and 8 returning clients, ultimately selling 6 properties. Given that it is a rather atypical Monday, the results are commendable. I hope everyone reflects on their experiences, remains humble, and greets tomorrow's clients with renewed vigor. The meeting is adjourned. Bylon, initially intending to elaborate further, quickly concluded the meeting upon spotting Li Rue. Approaching Li Rue, Bylon reported, "We sold 6 units today, with a transaction amount of 7,210,000. Not too shabby, right?" "Quite excellent," Li Rue replied with a smile. "Come with me." "What for?" Bylon inquired as she followed Li Rue out of the sales office and arrived at the community's artificial lake, puzzled. Li Rue pointed to the barren land across the lake, saying, "In a week, that plot will be mine. What do you think I should do with it?" "You bought that land," Bylon exclaimed in astonishment. "Isn't that slated for the second phase of New World?" Li Rue explained, "President Shui is facing financial constraints and sold that land to me." "You must be incredibly wealthy," Bylon remarked, realizing the magnitude of the land acquisition, which would likely cost several hundred million. Li Rue smiled, choosing not to mention the financing details, as such complexities are beyond the comprehension of most. "You haven't shared your suggestions yet," he prompted. Bylon pondered and replied, "I think it's best to hold on to it. While developing real estate can be lucrative, it also carries significant risks. I see President Shui constantly troubled. He seems less cheerful than we, the sales ladies. I wish for your success, but I also desire your happiness." Li Rue chuckled. "Do you believe that land will appreciate?" "Absolutely. I've recently delved into the insights you've shared and found them to be quite substantiated. Look, our land is indeed situated in a core area, with proper planning. It can connect." Bylon gestured toward the distance, speaking eloquently. Her perspective surprisingly aligned with the trajectory of the next decade. Li Rue wondered if she had peeked at his notes. Regardless of gender, when someone immerses themselves in a pursuit with sincerity and focus, they truly radiate brilliance. Li Rue could see the glow emanating from Bylon. AI-generated artwork, concept illustration of Bylon. She is genuinely dedicated to selling properties. Not merely as a salesperson, but also as someone who studies national and urban development policies, continually enhancing her knowledge base, even without encountering her true self. Bylon would never merely be an ordinary saleswoman. Li Rue, who had been in search of assistance, believed that recruiting Bylon from Yuanhang Real Estate was indeed a masterstroke. Once the properties at Xiniandi were nearly sold out, he could certainly entrust her with greater responsibilities. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Bylon realized, after speaking, that Li Rue's gaze was rather peculiar, causing her to instantly lower her head in embarrassment. Li Rue chuckled heartily, taking Bylon's hand and exclaimed, "Come, let us celebrate. Having secured such a significant deal today, a celebration is in order. We shan't return without a touch of intoxication." Thus, Li Rue became inebriated. With bleary eyes, he gazed at the immovable Bylon and, in bewilderment, asked, "We consumed the same amount. Why are you not drunk?" Bylon pondered for a moment before responding, "Is it really so easy to become intoxicated? I have never known the sensation of drunkenness throughout my life." Li Rue. Chapter 92. Protecting the drunkard. Li Rue overestimated himself while underestimating Bylon. By the time he realized that Bylon could drink endlessly without inebriation, it was too late. "Boss, another." Li Rue raised his hand. But before he could finish his sentence, he collapsed onto the table, motionless. "Boss? Boss?" Bylon exclaimed in shock, quickly patting Li Rue's cheek, but he showed no response. She then cautiously checked for his breath. Thankfully, he was still alive. "Oh no, not again." Bylon shook her head in exasperation, glancing around as the late-night food stall was nearing its close. How could a frail woman like her manage to carry the inebriated Li Rue back? Furthermore, she had no idea where he lived. "Boss, I didn't mean to look at your phone." Bylon retrieved Li Rue's phone, only to find it locked. With a sigh, she remembered her ample experience dealing with drunken individuals. She took out her own phone and dialed a number. "Lugu, are you still awake? Could you come to Feyue Beer Square? The boss is drunk, and I need some assistance." "All right, I'll wait for you for 10 minutes. After hanging up, Bylon sat beside Li Rue, watching as he drooled in his sleep, unable to suppress a smile. She took a tissue and gently wiped away the drool, her eyes shimmering with tenderness. "I shouldn't have let you drink so much." Bylon propped her chin on her hands, speaking to herself. "I know you didn't intend to get me drunk. You were simply having fun. But I wish for you to drink a little more." so I could hear your innermost thoughts. They say that inebriation brings forth truth, and what you said earlier must have been sincere. I once thought you were an extraordinary person, but it turns out you share my burdens. You're drunk, so I'll dare to share a secret with you. Actually, Just then, a gust of wind swept through, causing Bai Lan to shiver. The mid-October air in Haizhou had turned rather chilly. Her secret remained unspoken as she stood up and approached the stall. Boss, could I borrow a jacket? My friend is drunk, and I'm worried he might catch a cold. The boss, a scruffy middle-aged man, chuckled at her words. Little girl, you're quite caring towards your boyfriend. Bai Lan's cheeks flushed. She didn't offer further explanation, feeling a sweet warmth within her. After borrowing the jacket, she turned back only to find two individuals standing beside Li Rue, one of whom was tousling his hair. Bai Lan hurried over, raising her voice. What are you doing? Don't touch my friend. The two turned to face her, one man and one woman. Who are you? What is your relationship with Li Rue? The woman, seemingly innocent yet with a slightly swollen face, scrutinized Bai Lan. Bai Lan was taken aback. You know Li Rue? The woman scoffed, assessing Bai Lan from head to toe. TSK, Li Rue is quite the charmer. Just a few days, and he is already with another girl? It seems that money corrupts men. I want to allow you to speak of Li Rue that way. Bai Lan stepped forward, draping the jacket over Li Rue's back, her tone defensive. Oh, quite protective. Aren't we? The woman retorted disdainfully. You think he cares about you as much as you care for him? Do you know how many women he has? Bai Lan felt a pang of bitterness but held her head high, declaring, This is between him and me. It has nothing to do with you. The woman retorted angrily. Do you know who I am? I am his ex-girlfriend. When I was with him, you weren't even in the picture. This woman was Sun Chuhan. After several days, the bruises on her face had faded considerably, and her original appearance was nearly restored. Today, she was finally able to face the world again. Coincidentally, she ran into Li Rue, who was utterly intoxicated and oblivious, presenting a perfect opportunity for revenge. Bai Lan chuckled lightly. You refer to yourself as an ex-girlfriend. That is all in the past. Why are you still clinging to Li Rue? Is there still a flicker of old feelings? What does your current boyfriend think about this? It was then that Sun Chuhan realized something, turning to see Qi Gang's face a stormy shade of anger. Husband, I was wrong. Sun Chuhan quickly covered her face. She had painstakingly lured Qi Gang out, hoping to rekindle old flames, only to find Li Rue seething with rage and inadvertently speaking out of turn. Qi Gang snorted coldly. We will settle accounts later, right now. I will deal with Li Rue. Li Rue, get up. Stop playing dead. He moved to lift Li Rue's shirt. Don't touch him. Bai Lan shielded Li Rue protectively. Qi Gang growled menacingly. Get out of the way. Bai Lan shook her head defiantly. You must not lay a finger on him. Don't act recklessly, or I will call the police. Call the police? Qi Gang sneered. Do you think I am intimidated by such threats? Sun Chuhan, why are you still dawdling? Pull her away. Sun Chuhan rushed forward, shoving Bai Lan. Bai Lan resisted fiercely, and when she saw Qi Gang reaching for Li Rue again, an unexpected surge of strength erupted within her. She forcefully pushed Sun Chuhan aside and delivered a fierce kick to Qi Gang. The kick landed squarely between Qi Gang's legs. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. His features contorted in slow motion, his mouth slowly gaping wide, and after a full 5 seconds, he let out a piercing scream. His legs clamped tightly together, hands clutching his groin. He jumped about, higher than the jumping zombies in Plants vs. Zombies. Oh. Qi Gang jumped while emitting sounds reminiscent of a crowing rooster, evoking the idiom, the chicken flies and the egg breaks. Sun Chuhan, in shock, exclaimed, Husband, are you all right? Is everything still intact? After several minutes of chaos, Qi Gang's complexion began to return, and he shouted angrily, You vile woman, I will make you pay. Bai Lan grabbed a bottle of liquor, positioning it in front of Li Rue defensively. If you dare come closer, I will make sure you pay dearly. Qi Gang advanced step by step. Do you think I want tea? Sun Chuhan cheered from behind. Husband, hit her. Slap her face. As Qi Gang drew ever closer, Bai Lan gritted her teeth and raised the bottle. Just then, a voice called from behind, Manager Bai. What is going on? Bai Lan turned to see several men rushing over, and relief washed over her as she pointed at Qi Gang. Brother Lu, this man intends to harm our boss. How dare he threaten our superior? At the forefront stands Lu Yong, the head of security at the New Horizon sales office, a bona fide veteran. Just yesterday, he received a bonus of 500 from Li Rue. Upon hearing that someone dared to threaten Li Rue, he sprang into action, swiftly kicking Qi Gang across the room. Several other security guards, who accompanied Lu Yong, surged forward, delivering a flurry of punches and kicks. Had it not been for Bai Lan's timely intervention, Qi Gang would likely have spent the new year in a hospital bed. With a pained groan, Qi Gang rose, clutching his face, feeling as if every bone in his body were about to shatter. "My dear, are you all right?" Sun Chuan barely recognized Qi Gang in his current state. "Come over here." Qi Gang beckoned. Sun Chuan approached. "What is it, darling?" Suddenly, a resounding slap echoed as Qi Gang struck her face. "You bring nothing but misfortune. Every time I step out with you, calamity befalls me." Qi Gang's curses mingled with the night breeze, drifting into the darkness. Chapter 93. The bodyguard examination. Awakening to a tumultuous wave of nausea, Li Rue instinctively turned over, desperately wishing to expel the contents of his stomach. A gentle presence leaned closer, steadying him while softly patting his back and adjusting the basin beneath the bed. He heaved violently several times before finally regaining his composure. A tender hand offered him a tissue, wiping away the remnants of his distress. In a daze, Li Rue found himself lost in the fog of his own thoughts, murmuring, "Shadowy, I am so sorry," before succumbing once more to slumber. "Shadowy?" A bewildered whisper echoed in his mind. "Where am I?" Upon waking, Li Rue was beset by a splitting headache. His memories abruptly ceased after a certain point during a drink, leaving him in a void of recollection. At that moment, he felt akin to a philosopher, grappling with three profound inquiries. Who am I? Where am I? What am I to do? Surveying his surroundings, he deduced that he was in a hotel room, the air thick with the mingled scents of stale alcohol and air freshener. The space contained two beds, one pristine and untouched, devoid of any signs of slumber. How did I end up here? Pondering this conundrum, he could not conjure an answer. As he rose, his gaze fell upon a note left on the bedside table, penned in elegant script. "Boss, you drank far too much yesterday. Please make sure to rest well today." It was signed, Bai Lan. A shadow crossed Li Rue's face as memories flooded back. He recalled celebrating with Bai Lan, only to lose himself in intoxication. How embarrassing. How could he possibly face her again? Furthermore, had he behaved inappropriately while inebriated? Regret swirled within him, lamenting the pitfalls of excessive drinking. Just then, a knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. Expecting it to be Bai Lan, he took a moment to steady his emotions before opening the door, only to find Lu Yong standing there. "Boss, you've finally awakened." Lu Yong beamed. "Manager Bai asked me to bring you breakfast." The meal consisted of warm noodles, the perfect remedy for a hangover, especially for one who had spent the night battling stomach acid. Li Rue, still bewildered, queried, "Why are you the one bringing me breakfast?" Lu Yong responded with a grin. "I live next door, remember?" Li Rue's confusion deepened. "How could you possibly be staying next door?" With a chuckle, Lu Yong replied, "You don't recall? Oh right, you were far too intoxicated to notice the excitement that unfolded last night." "Wait, what happened last night?" Lu Yong animatedly recounted the events of the previous evening, culminating in, "Boss, Manager Bai is incredibly devoted to you. That guy Qi Gang is tall and strong. And yet Manager Bai, so petite, wielded a bottle to protect you. This morning, I saw her with dark circles under her eyes. Realizing she had slept a wink to care for you. It was then that Li Rue began to piece together the night's occurrences. Envisioning the scene, the slender and delicate Bai Lan, seemingly as light as a feather, standing defiantly against the towering Qi Gang with nothing but a bottle for defense. A flicker of emotion stirred within him. Having consumed a bowl of noodles, Li Rue felt a significant sense of relief in his stomach. He cast a glance at Lu Yong and noticed his robust physique. "Are you a veteran?" Li Rue inquired. Lu Yong replied, "I served for 6 years and just retired last year." "Why did you not continue your service?" "I had no choice but to retire. My parents require care." Lu Yong sighed. Li Rue nodded in understanding, acknowledging that every household grapples with its own challenges. "Have you considered seeking a better job?" Li Rue asked. Lu Yong responded, "My educational background is lacking. I did not even complete high school. The companies at job fairs primarily seek university graduates, and I am often overlooked when I apply. Currently, my job is quite satisfactory. The hours are flexible, and the work is light, earning me over 2,000 a month, which I find fulfilling." Li Rue chose not to press further, mentally noting Lu Yong's character. The events of the previous night served as a reminder that, with his changing status, unexpected circumstances could arise, necessitating someone capable of safeguarding him in critical moments. In simpler terms, a bodyguard. A bodyguard must not only possess skill, but, more importantly, be trustworthy. As a veteran, Lu Yong appeared dutiful and could be evaluated further regarding his character and capabilities. After freshening up, Li Rue checked out of the hotel. Upon descending, He realized that the hotel was not far from the bustling street vendor where they had dined the previous night. So he led Lu Yong to the Bentley Mulsanne parked at the roadside. "Can you drive?" Li Rui asked. Lu Yong nodded. "I learned to drive in the army and obtained my license after retiring." "Drive my car." Li Rui tossed him the keys. Lu Yong was taken aback. "Boss, I am not sure I can." "You are a soldier. Are you afraid to drive?" "But this car is too expensive. What if I scrape it?" "I cannot afford to pay for damages." "Rest assured, even if it were to be wrecked, I would not hold you liable. Besides, I have full insurance," Li Rui replied, as he slid into the back seat, still feeling a bit lightheaded. He feared being stopped by the police and tested for drunk driving, which would be quite unjust. Though Lu Yong feigned hesitation, he was undeniably thrilled. What man does not relish the thought of driving a Bentley? The vehicle smoothly began to roll forward, gliding steadily along the road. Despite the heavy traffic, Lu Yong rarely applied the brakes, deftly managing the speed solely with the accelerator, a small detail that revealed his impressive driving skills. Upon returning to Juni Building, Li Rui handed Lu Yong several red bills for his cab fare back to the sales office. "Boss, this is too much," Lu Yong protested. Li Rui patted him on the shoulder. "Wait for me downstairs at 5 this evening." Lu Yong appeared a bit bewildered. Li Rui clarified. "I have a busy few days ahead. Please delegate your responsibilities at the sales office to someone else and serve as my driver for a few days." Lu Yong's expression transformed into one of sheer joy. Fully aware of the stark contrast between working as a security guard at the sales office and being a driver for Li Rui, one was underground, the other was above. "Thank you, boss. I will work diligently." Lu Yong bowed deeply before turning to leave. As Li Rui entered the company, he observed the employees engrossed in their tasks. The company had achieved remarkable success, earning a stellar reputation in the advertising industry. Consequently, the morale among the employees had surged, leading to a noticeable improvement in their work ethic, as they fervently dedicated themselves to their duties without the need for supervision. Upon seeing Li Rui, everyone promptly nodded in acknowledgement. Although Li Rui held no official position within the company, he was regarded by all as the de facto second-in-command. Even Li Jun, upon encountering Li Rui, instantly transformed into a sycophant, daily showering him with exaggerated flattery. The only person left in the company who could still issue directives to Li Rui was Yi Bingling. In the chairman's office, upon witnessing Li Rui enter unannounced, Yi Bingling raised an eyebrow but chose to endure the intrusion. She had no choice but to tolerate it. The remarkable promotional effect on V-Blog was undeniable. And considering the soaring stock price of Feixiong Integration, she felt compelled to acquiesce. On the evening of the 13th, Feixiong Integration released a restructuring announcement, leading to consecutive limit-up increases on the 14th and 15th. After a tranquil weekend, Monday the 18th saw yet another limit-up, and today, Tuesday the 19th, Feixiong Integration remained firmly capped, showing no signs of fluctuation whatsoever. In just a few short days, Yi Bingling had amassed over 500,000. Who would dare to express anger towards someone who had contributed to such a significant financial gain? Even the most frigid of individuals would refrain from such actions, let alone Yi Bingling. Chapter 94. Company Secrets. Did you not take a leave of absence? Why are you at the company? Yi Bingling, although suppressing her annoyance, could not help but express her discontent. Regardless of who had the misfortune of dealing with an employee like Li Rui, their mood would undoubtedly fluctuate between joy and frustration. Li Rui replied with a cheerful smile, "I rested at home for a day and suddenly realized that the company is in a crucial period and surely needs my presence. Thus, I bravely overcame my fatigue and resolutely came to the office to engage in the pressing work at hand." Yi Bingling was infuriated. She had encountered many shameless individuals, but this level of audacity was unprecedented. Li Rui continued, "Moreover, I just remembered that I have an appointment with General Manager Ma from Xinlong Weibo today to discuss the details of the second round of the lottery event." "You are meeting with General Manager Ma?" Yi Bingling's demeanor shifted to seriousness. She had long heard of the formidable Vice President Ma Wenxuan of Xinlong Weibo's Haizhou branch and admired her greatly. "Yes, General Manager Ma has a meeting today, so we'll be meeting a bit later. We've scheduled to meet at her office vicinity at 5:30. Could you take me there?" Yi Bingling asked, her eyes filled with anticipation. Li Rui shook his head. "That might not be convenient. We have matters to discuss. What would you accompany me for?" "Oh." Yi Bingling felt a tinge of disappointment. "I have other matters to attend to as well. I will report the specifics to you tomorrow." With that, he departed. It was only after Li Rui had been gone for a while that Yi Bingling began to ponder. "Wait a moment. I am the chairwoman. You are merely my employee. Why should I seek your permission to attend a meeting?" "Li Rui, just wait." Achoo. In the adjacent office, Li Rue sneezed. Who was murmuring about me? He muttered, fiddling with his computer. The domestic stock market was in disarray, with some stocks hitting their upper limits and others their lower limits. Since the establishment of the stock market in Huagua, there had been 12 bull markets of varying magnitudes before Li Rue's rebirth. This particular period was situated between the 8th, from October 28, 2008, to August 4, 2009, and the 9th, from December 4, 2012, to February 18, 2013, minor bull markets, leaving investors in turmoil, suffering daily torment. Investors were akin to chives, continuously harvested, while the major players secretly reveled in their gains. Only a reborn individual like Li Rue could navigate through the dense fog and find the right path. Jinkong technology had ceased its explosive growth but continued to rise steadily, with its trend expected to persist until mid-November. Li Rue had already reaped double the returns on this stock, transforming an investment of $34 million into $68 million. In another stock, Feixiang Integration, Li Rue had established his position early, and after 4 consecutive upper limits, his $40 million investment had swelled to $60 million. This was a short-term stock. Li Rue planned to liquidate all his holdings upon reaching the 9th upper limit, anticipating a profit of $48 million, which would barely achieve a 120 return. After clearing out Jinkong technology by mid-November, Li Rue intended to focus all his efforts on Jinxiangwei. From a starting point of approximately 35 yuan in November, it was projected to peak at 77 yuan by January of the following year, promising an additional 100 profit within 2 months. The returns are substantial. However, when compared to the exuberance of the futures market, they pale in significance. Were it not for the apprehension that a substantial investment might trigger a butterfly effect, Li Rue would wholeheartedly commit all his funds to cotton futures. Since adopting a bullish stance on cotton futures beginning October 8th, the price of cotton has surged to unprecedented heights. In merely 10 days, Li Rue's holdings have accrued a profit of $100 million. Such rapid wealth accumulation is unparalleled in the world. This is a genuine gamble, where the most avaricious gamblers converge, engaging in a brutal clash between bulls and bears, each intent on draining the life force from the other. Li Rue remains indifferent to others' gains or losses. He is solely focused on the fact that after this market surge, he can secure at least 1/3 of the $30 billion needed in funds. Time flies while observing the stock market, and soon it is 5 o'clock. Li Rue finishes work punctually and finds Liu Yong waiting downstairs. Take me to Sinwei Tower, Li Rue instructs. 5 o'clock is notorious for traffic congestion. Yet the Bentley glides through effortlessly as other vehicles keep their distance, wary of a potential scrape. Upon arriving at Sinwei Tower, however, he discovers that Ma Wenxuan has not arrived. This week, Xinlong V blog has experienced a dramatic surge in traffic, prompting the headquarters to convene a meeting to discuss the next steps in operations. The discussions at the meeting seem to be quite intense, running from 9 in the morning until 5 in the evening without a conclusion, leading Ma Wenxuan to send Li Rue a text asking him to wait a little longer. Bored, Li Rue orders a beverage at a nearby CAF and sips it from 5:30 to 8. Finally, Ma Wenxuan arrives, apologizing, "I'm sorry for being late." Li Rue glances at his phone and responds, "It is now 8:11. You are 2 hours and 41 minutes late." Ma Wenxuan smiles ruefully. "I didn't intend to be late, but the chairman and CEO were embroiled in a heated argument. I couldn't just leave early, could I? Was it about MSN?" Li Rue casually inquires. Ma Wenxuan's expression turns to one of sheer alarm. "How did you know?" Li Rue pauses, realizing he has inadvertently let slip information. Next month, on the 11th, Xinlong V blog and MSN are set to announce a strategic partnership. Li Rue had thought the news was already circulating, but it seems it remains confidential. Ma Wenxuan, visibly anxious, asks, "How do you know about our collaboration with MSN?" Li Rue coughs slightly. "I have acquaintances in Silicon Valley." Ma Wenxuan exhales in relief. "This matter is confidential within the company. I worried someone had leaked it to you. Please do not let this slip. The collaboration has not been finalized. Even if it were finalized, it would be futile." Li Rue chuckles. MSN is on its last breath. Do you really believe that the alliance between two weakened entities, Xinlong and MSN, can disrupt Penguin's dominance in the instant messaging realm? That is but a dream. Ma Wenxuan retorts, "How can this be considered a dream? MSN is the second largest instant messaging software, just behind Penguin, and it holds a significant market share among Office users. With our strengths in vblog and the blog platform, a powerful union could surely challenge Penguin." Li Rue sighs. "Have you ever seen a goose in the countryside?" Ma Wenxuan was taken aback, unsure of why Li Rue posed such a question. Li Rue remarked, I have encountered. The goose, a tyrant of the countryside. Seemingly foolish at first glance, but when provoked, it can send every cat, dog, chicken, and duck scurrying, even the most mischievous of children fleeing in terror. You might think of penguins merely as penguins, but in reality, they embody the ferocity of rural geese. This analogy. Ma Wangxuan chuckled, shaking her head. Never mind. I have no say in this matter. Let old Wang and old Xiao bicker it out. Remember to side with old Xiao, Li Rui advised. A fleeting hint of anxiety crossed Ma Wangxuan's face. Why? There's no particular reason, Li Rui replied. I simply believe old Xiao possesses the demeanor of a victor. He refrained from informing Ma Wangxuan that in just over a year, old Xiao would ascend to command the new authority. In 4 years, he would achieve a listing on the American stock market, and in 11 years, he would privatize and delist. If Ma Wangxuan aspired to rise within the ranks of the new venture, she would need to align herself with old Xiao's trajectory. Chapter 95. An evening at the nightclub. As the hour grew late, the two had yet to dine, so they opted for a simple meal at the CAF. Engaging in conversation as they ate, their discourse flowed from 8 o'clock into the late hours, finalizing the details for the second round of the lottery. Ma Wangxuan remarked, Li Rui, I have collaborated with numerous esteemed advertising firms and met many talented individuals in the field, but someone like you is truly a rarity. How is it that the creativity behind this second lottery can be so audacious? Li Rui chuckled. Ms. Ma, I can only interpret your words as a compliment. Ma Wangxuan shook her head. I find you increasingly perplexing. Recalling her earlier actions, Li Rui thought to himself, one cannot trust a word she utters. Suddenly, Ma Wangxuan inquired, do you have other plans for the evening? Nothing of note, just returning home to sleep. Why, do you have something in mind? I wish to have a drink. Dear? Let us go to Peach. Ma Wangxuan exclaimed joyfully, I have a bottle of wine stashed there. Peach was a trendy nightclub in Haizhou, renowned for its modern decor and expensive drinks, drawing luxury cars nightly and often frequented by celebrities. Li Rui grimaced. Ms. Ma, I was out last night. What? Am I no longer of any use to you? Ma Wangxuan shot back. Not at all. I didn't mean it that way. I shall sacrifice myself for the sake of beauty. Now that's more like it, Ma Wangxuan replied, her anger dissipating into laughter. Upon exiting the CAF, Ma Wangxuan intended to drive her own car, but, upon learning that Li Rui had a chauffeur, she relinquished her BMW 5 Series. Once in Li Rui's vehicle, she was taken aback. You own a Bentley? Indeed. I purchased it just over a week ago, Li Rui replied. Ma Wangxuan marveled. When my father was at his wealthiest, he wouldn't splurge on such an extravagant vehicle. Ms. Ma, you are a person of culture, unlike a mundane individual like myself, Li Rui responded. Ma Wangxuan shot him a sidelong glance. While others pretend to be cultured, you seem to masquerade as a commoner. I can't shake the feeling that you have ulterior motives. How could a naive young man like myself harbor any ill intentions? Li Rui retorted, feeling quite aggrieved. As they exchanged banter, the car soon arrived at the entrance of Peach. The parking lot boasted an array of luxury vehicles, yet the rumored Ferraris and Lamborghinis were scarce, with the majority being sporty models from Mercedes, BMW, and Audi. Upon entering, their presence attracted attention, as several young patrons gathered at the entrance to smoke and scrutinize the newcomers. When Ma Wangxuan emerged from the car, it sparked a stir among the onlookers. Well, this woman is something else. A true femme fatale. I'm intrigued. This lady must be a high-ranking executive, wealthy and impressive. However, as Li Rui stepped out, the crowd erupted in jeers. Is this an instance of an old bull courting a young calf? Hey, sister, take a look at me. I'm far more handsome than this kid. If you're looking to be pampered, why not choose me? Age before beauty, indeed. Amidst their banner, Liu Yong exited the vehicle, rolling up his sleeves to reveal muscular arms. The atmosphere instantly fell silent, as Ma Wangxuan and Li Rui exchanged a knowing smile. They chose to ignore the insipid individuals around them and walked side by side into Peach. It struck them as peculiar that there were so many people today. Usually, Tuesdays were the least crowded. Upon entering the first door and traversing a corridor awash with bizarre and vibrant lights, they finally reached the true entrance of Peach. From a distance, the sound of lively chatter wafted towards them. A massive poster was affixed at the entrance, proclaiming Tuesday Appreciation Night, a collaboration event between Peach and ENGSI. The top 3 spenders today will receive a complimentary ANGSI Angel Wings cake. Love her? Gift her a sweet ANGSI treat. Peach, the Hermes of nightclubs. ANGSI, the Peach of cakes. Ma Wangxuan gasped in astonishment. No wonder it's so crowded. They're giving away ANGSI cakes. Are they really that delicious? Li Rue realized that there was much he, as a reborn individual, was unaware of, leaving him feeling somewhat ignorant. Ma Wenxuan continued. Whether it's delicious or not pales in comparison to the fact that ANGSI is the most luxurious cake brand globally. One of their wedding cakes once sold for over 8 million. 8 million for a cake? Li Rue questioned, suspecting he had misheard or that it must be in Zimbabwean dollars. Indeed, ANGSI has a one-of-a-kind wedding cake that fetched over 10 million, Ma Wenxuan affirmed. Are they out of their minds? Although I have become wealthy after my rebirth, I still have a commoner's mindset. I can spend 6 million on a Bentley, but I cannot fathom the mentality behind spending over 10 million on a cake. Ma Wenxuan, however, displayed the fervor of a young girl, exclaiming, I want that cake. With that, she tugged at Li Rue's arm and dashed inside. Inside the nightclub, the music thumped violently. The nightclubs of this era were still in a developmental phase, characterized by a raw and primitive musical tone. It would take another 6 or 7 years, with the influx of musical styles such as deep house, big room, hardstyle, trap, trance, and dubstep, to herald the dawn of electronic music in the country and transform the nightclub scene entirely. Ma Wenxuan appeared to be a regular here, as a young salesperson greeted her upon entry, exclaiming, Sister, it's been ages since you last came. The salesperson's gaze towards Li Rue bore a hint of hostility, as if jealousy were beginning to brew. Li Rue chuckled inwardly, realizing that Ma Wenxuan had a rather wild side. Ma Wenxuan commanded, arrange a VIP booth for me. Of course. The salesperson beamed, Sister, you must know about today's event. You came for the ANGSI cakes, didn't you? I just happened to drop by, Ma Wenxuan replied. Are you interested in the ANGSI cake, sister? The salesperson inquired. There aren't many big clients tonight. If you spend around 70 or 80,000, you could take a cake home. We'll see how it goes. Upon reaching the booth, the salesperson brought over the drinks Ma Wenxuan had previously stored and gestured towards a corner, saying, Sister, young Master Zhou is here as well. Zhou Yunhao? How is it that I keep running into him? Ma Wenxuan frowned. Upon hearing this, Li Rue glanced to the side and couldn't help but smile. What a twist of fate. In the adjacent booth, surrounded by several beautiful women and indulging in drinks, was none other than Zhou Yunhao. As he poured the wine, Zhou Yunhao boisterously declared, Today, I must secure an ANGSI cake. Let us see who dares to compete with me. Curiously, Li Rue inquired. How much has young Master Zhou spent? The salesperson replied, over 40,000. Li Rue was taken aback. Is a spending of over 40,000 enough to secure a spot in the top 3? I thought nightclubs were places where money flowed freely. Both Ma Wenxuan and the salesperson chuckled. You must have heard too many tales. Chapter 96. Future benefactor in his previous life, Li Rue had frequented nightclubs a few times, acquiring some knowledge of the lingo associated with the nightlife scene, and had heard tales of extravagant million-dollar expenditures merely to elicit a smile from a beautiful woman. However, it was not until this moment, while listening to Ma Wenxuan and the salesperson's explanations, that he realized he had been misled. In those stories, it seemed commonplace to open dozens of high-end bottles and hundreds of bottles of Ace of Spades, as if such events occurred every night. Yet, the salesperson clarified that even in a premier nightclub like Peach, such occurrences might happen less than once a year. To speak of spending millions or even hundreds of thousands was unrealistic. Even a mere expenditure of over 100,000 would secure the title of the highest spender for the night at Peach. Thus, the neighboring Zhou Yunhao, who spent over 40,000, was already ranked third in terms of spending that evening, and if no one surpassed him in the next few hours, he would be awarded an ANGSI cake. 40,000, not particularly worthwhile, it seemed. Ma Wenxuan appeared quite eager for that cake. Li Rue found it difficult to comprehend the whimsical inclinations of women and shifted his gaze elsewhere, hoping to spot other captivating figures within the nightclub. Suddenly, his attention sharpened as he scrutinized a booth at the back, illuminated by the nightclub's flickering lights. Unlike the other booths where men and women mingled joyously, indulging in drinks and dancing freely, the 3 young men in this particular booth wore grim expressions, their eyes icy, tightly gripping their bottles, as if ready to spring forth and engage in a violent confrontation. The man in the center, in particular, was fixated on Zhou Yunhao, his gaze nearly lethal. He appeared to be in his late 20s, with thick eyebrows and large eyes, and a square visage. Were it not for his piercing glare, one might be inclined to seek his friendship. In an instant, Li Rue recognized him. It was none other than Chen Qin. In his previous life, Li Rue had encountered Chen Qin at a high-end event he attended with his boss. At that time, Chen Qin was just over 40, composed and graceful, standing before a model of Haijo, confidently gesturing as he articulated his vision. When he concluded his speech and departed, a throng of successful entrepreneurs rushed forth, eager to shake his hand, reveling in the honor of such an encounter. Li Rui's boss, despite being a billionaire, lacked even the privilege to approach him, having to settle for waving goodbye from afar. Later, his boss informed him of Chen Qin's complicated family background, recounting the hardships he endured in his youth, and how he only acknowledged his ancestry at the age of 30, thereafter ascending to unprecedented heights, destined for greatness. Now, in the year 2010, it was evident that Chen Qin likely remained unaware of his lineage. Li Rui's heart raced with anticipation. Such an influential figure must be befriended. While Li Rui was faring well in his endeavors, he recognized his critical flaw, the absence of a benefactor. With a benefactor as support, many challenges could be effortlessly surmounted. Without such assistance, even vast wealth might not be preserved. Chen Qin represented Li Rui's most significant known benefactor, and notably, he was currently at a low point in his life. If Li Rui could invest in their relationship at this juncture, the future returns might surpass even the most lucrative cotton futures market. As Li Rui contemplated this, the bespectacled man seated to Chen Qin's left suddenly called out, "Salesperson, bring us 10 bottles of champagne." The price of Kaiga champagne, specifically the peach variety, is 2,999 yuan per bottle, which totals an impressive amount for 10 bottles. Anyone capable of purchasing 10 bottles at once undoubtedly qualifies as a person of considerable wealth. The patrons seated in the surrounding booths were stirred. Their curiosity piqued as they turned to glimpse the affluent individual. Particularly at the booth of Zhou Yunhao, the anticipation of securing the third highest expenditure seemed all but assured, until a challenger unexpectedly emerged, raising their vigilance. A girl nestled in Zhou Yunhao's embrace cast her gaze this way, and as her eyes met Chen Qin's, an intense moment unfolded, captured discreetly by Li Rui. Li Rui observed that Chen Qin's hand gripping the champagne bottle was suddenly veined and tense, his eyes ablaze with fury. Understanding dawned on Li Rui as he discerned the source of Chen Qin's ire. Upon spotting Chen Qin, the girl's expression soured, prompting her to whisper furtively into Zhou Yunhao's ear. Zhou Yunhao furrowed his brow, wrapping his arm tighter around the girl's waist as he sauntered over to Chen Qin's booth. "Hey, are you Chen Qin?" Zhou Yunhao drawled lazily. Chen Qin looked up. "Yes, that's me." Zhou Yunhao gestured to the girl beside him. "Yun says you're her ex-boyfriend?" Chen Qin replied coldly, "That's correct." Zhou Yunhao nodded. Yun is my newly recognized sister, and she is hanging out with me. You seem rather displeased. Did you order 10 bottles of Kaiga to challenge me? Whether I did or not is of no consequence, Chen Qin retorted. Zhou Yunhao laughed heartily. "Do you know who I am?" "We are aware that you are the heir of Liiko culture." A bespectacled man beside Chen Qin chimed in. "Good to know," Zhou Yunhao smirked. "My sister mentioned that you work for the Haijo Chamber of Commerce, earning just over 3,000 yuan. 1 bottle of Kaiga alone exceeds your monthly salary. Are you certain you want to engage in a battle of wills with me?" Chen Qin's face flushed crimson. Zhou Yunhao was not wrong. His meager salary of just over 3,000 yuan paled in comparison to the wealth of the Liiko heir. 10 bottles of Kaiga represented a significant portion of his earnings over 6 months. He realized that contesting with Zhou Yunhao would be futile, yet he could not swallow his pride. Noticing Chen Qin's silence, Zhou Yunhao's amusement grew. Yun mentioned she craved cake. "Even if it costs 1 million today, I shall order it. You wish to contend with me, so be prepared to muster 1 million. With that, Zhou Yunhao triumphantly returned to his booth with Yun, waving his hand grandly. 5 bottles of Glenji. Glenji is a single malt whiskey from the Scottish Highlands, priced at 2,388 yuan per bottle, bringing his expenditure to nearly 55,000 yuan. Although he could not surpass the top 2 contenders, he firmly secured 3rd place. Chen Qin's total, inclusive of previous expenses, barely exceeded 30,000, leaving him trailing by an astonishing 25,000. Chen Qin clenched his teeth in frustration. The round-faced man beside him, Chang'o, seethed. "Let us compete with him. Sales. Chang'o, don't act impulsively." Chen Qin grasped the fat man's wrist. "This ends here. But we cannot let him look down on us." Chang'o protested. "Su Xiaoang, what do you think?" The bespectacled Su Xiaoang remarked, "My brother and I still possess some savings. Even if we were to subsist solely on instant noodles from this day forth, we must restore your dignity tonight." Chen Qin shook his head, replying, "Xiaoyang, Chang'o, I appreciate your goodwill, but it would be unwise to squander our resources. We cannot possibly prevail against Zhou Yunhao." Su Xiaoyang and Chang'o exchanged a glance, their spirits dampened. Both hailed from relatively affluent backgrounds, and while they might be considered wealthy in comparison to the average person, they paled in comparison to the likes of Zhou Yunhao, a true scion of privilege. From the adjacent booth, Zhou Yunhao's raucous laughter echoed. "Do not risk your entire fortunes against my pocket money. You simply do not measure up. Yunyan, what do you think?" She giggled. "How could that inept fool possibly compare to my brother?" Qianqin suddenly lifted her head and declared, 10 bottles of Grey Goose. Chapter 97, The Wine of Ambition. Many years ago, a prominent figure from Northeast China declared a resounding statement on television: if young people are not impulsive, are they truly young? Regardless of the paths they may traverse in life, whose youth has not been clouded by fervor. Although Li Rui perceives Qianqin as a man of profound depth, at this moment, he has just turned 27, an age still prone to impetuosity. Perhaps it is through enduring numerous challenges and setbacks that he shall eventually evolve into the person he was destined to be in his previous life. While it is easy to proclaim one's intentions, settling the bill proves to be a different matter entirely. As the salesman presented the PS machine, Qianqin's hand trembled as he swiped his card. The price of the Grey Goose at Peach was 1,688 yuan per bottle, amounting to a staggering total for 10 bottles. Although the spending disparity had diminished to less than 10,000 yuan, Qianqin's bank card was rapidly approaching emptiness. "Huh. After holding it in for so long. That is what you come up with?" Zhou Yunhao scoffed. "Salesman, 5 bottles of MOT. The MOT champagne, imported from France, was priced at 2,888 yuan per bottle." Further widening the gap, Yunyan joyfully embraced Zhou Yunhao's neck, exclaiming, "Brother, you are so good to me." Zhou Yunhao patted her gently and whispered, "How shall we revel this evening?" "Whatever you wish." Yun giggled incessantly. Qianqin trembled with indignation. Chang'o firmly placed a hand on his shoulder, shouting, 10 bottles of Snow Tree. The Polish imported Snow Tree vodka was priced at 1,999 yuan per bottle, narrowing the gap once more, now only 6,000 yuan apart. Zhou Yunhao frowned, having already spent 70,000 yuan, a substantial sum. Typically, his expenditures at Peach would not exceed 30 or 40,000, as his allowance was not lavish. Yet, Yun continued to cling to him, playfully pouting, "Brother, you cannot let me lose face in front of that loser." Zhou Yunhao cleared his throat. "Let him gloat for now. Just wait until I make him regret it." At that moment, the ordered drinks arrived, and a procession of alluring young women, clad in revealing attire, entered, carrying the beverages. Such a spectacle stirred the entire Peach venue, prompting cheers of "Awesome! Awesome! Awesome!" from the crowd. The women approached Zhou Yunhao's booth, bowing in unison, "Thank you, young Master Zhou from booth number 6, for 5 bottles of Grange and 5 bottles of MOT." The audience erupted in excitement, as many girls on the dance floor cast flirtatious glances toward this direction, hoping to garner Zhou Yunhao's favor and perhaps secure a spot at the booth. Zhou Yunhao sat back, exuding confidence, and waved his hand. "Wash my hands." 2 girls, each holding a bottle, poured the sparkling liquid into his palms. What could be purchased for mere hundreds at a supermarket was now being emptied at several thousand in Peach. After wiping his hands with a napkin soaked in wine, Zhou Yunhao brought them to his nose, declaring with satisfaction, "The aroma is quite delightful." Cheers and whistles resonated around him. In 2010, such ostentatious displays were relatively avant-garde, capturing the admiration of the idle elite and the nouveau riche from urban-rural fringes alike. After delivering the drinks to Zhou Yunhao, the young women lined up to serve Qianqin next. Gratitude is extended to Mr. Chun of Table 8 for the generous offerings of 10 bottles of Kaiga, 10 bottles of Grey Goose, and 10 bottles of Snow Tree. The atmosphere in the venue surged once more, as everyone craned their necks to witness any extravagant displays. However, Qianqin remained unperturbed, merely gesturing for the ladies to set down the drinks. He was on the brink of starvation, hardly in the mood for indulgence. Yet, Su Xiaoqing rose and exclaimed, 5 bottles of XO. A wave of excitement rippled through the crowd. Remy Martin XO, priced at 4,888 per bottle, meant that 5 bottles would total over 20,000. Overtaking the previous record, the screen above the hall lit up with vibrant colors, and the name of Mr. Chen of Table 8 flickered into prominence, replacing the previously third-ranked Mr. Zhou of Table 6. Xiaoang. Qianqin grasped Su Xiaoyang's collar tightly. Su Xiaoyang grinned. "Don't worry about me. Today, we must quell their arrogance, or we'll never hold our heads high again." Qianqin clenched his teeth. "Xiaoang, Chang'o, this favor will never be forgotten." The two laughed heartily, draping their arms around Qianqin's shoulders. "We grew up together, so there is no need for such formalities." At Table 6, Yunyun's expression darkened. Brother, that useless Chin has surpassed us. You must order more drinks, or he will snatch the cake. Zhou Yunhao cleared his throat. Yun. I don't think that cake is anything special. How about this? I'll give you 10,000. You can buy a cake from the store. Yun stubbornly tugged at Zhou Yunhao's arm. I don't want that. I want the cake here. I want to slap that useless fool in the face. Zhou Yunhao, feeling exasperated, waved his hand. Sales, bring more drinks. The sales staff was already beaming with joy, knowing that today's contest of toasts would yield them substantial profits. With commissions overflowing, almost wishing for the rivalry to last until dawn. Mr. Zhou, what shall we open? Zhou Yunhao assessed the screen and calculated the gap. Let us open 10 bottles of Guamane. Priced at 1,888 each, 10 bottles would just surpass Chin by 1,000. The rankings on the screen shifted once more, placing Zhou Yunhao in third with a total expenditure of over 89,000, while Chin fell to fourth with 88,000. The pressure now fell squarely on Chin, as everyone awaited his next move. Open drinks. Open drinks. The onlookers cheered, clapping and urging him on. Su Xiaoyang whispered. Chang'o, do we have any money left? Chang'o replied quietly, I only have a little over 200 left. What about you, old Chen? I've got just over 60. Chin managed a wry smile. Su Xiaoyang frowned. I'm out of cash too. Before them lay over 80,000 worth of drinks, yet collectively, they could scarcely muster even 500. After a prolonged silence, with Chin failing to respond, the onlookers began to jeer and eventually dispersed. Zhou Yunhao laughed heartily. I thought you had some real strength. Turns out this is all you can do. Remember to bring more money next time. Yun, beaming with delight, embraced Zhou Yunhao and planted several kisses on his cheek before provocatively flashing Chin the middle finger. Chin's complexion was pallid, his face etched with remorse. He despised his own impotence, and even more so, he loathed the burden he had placed upon his brothers. After spending such a considerable sum, he found himself subjected to humiliation. Su Xiaoyang and Chang'o resembled defeated roosters. Old Chun, we are truly sorry. We have done our utmost. How could this possibly be blamed on you? Chin managed a forced smile. It is entirely my fault for being so foolish. For clinging to a woman enamored with vanity. Rest assured, I shall rise above this. Starting tomorrow, I will embrace life anew, striving for self-improvement. I shall prove that Chin is no less than anyone else. That is the spirit. Su Xiaoyang and Chang'o's spirits lifted as well. Let us go. Chin rose, declaring his desire to leave this place. Just then, someone barged into their booth, exclaiming loudly, serve 99 bottles of Chivas.